I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to 6 Invitational 2023. If you're watching from Europe, hello, good afternoon. If you're watching from Asia, hello, good evening. We hope you're having fun and you're going to have even more. I can guarantee you that here on the stream. And this is stream A and B going live for our pre-show to set you up for our third day of competition. I'm Medic, your host here, the first leg of today's show. And with me on the analyst, that's the command center, my fellow commanders. From here on out, I'll be your commander, as Kelly Rowland would say. Demo and XR Trika. Hello, how are you doing?
Doing good, yeah.
You're more of a private. I don't think you have the badges yet. I don't think you've had
We're wearing the green today
yet.
as well. We've kind of accidentally coordinated.
The thing is as well, me and I don't coordinate. Like, we generally just show up.
That's true.
And that's it, yeah.
We must have thought day 3 was a green day.
I'm trying to find a Green Day reference, but I'm really messing it up because I can't remember it.
Fine, you keep walking that lonely road, don't worry.
Anyways, hello. Black is my favorite color. I hope you're having fun. We're going to have a lot of fun with this in our pre-show because we want to set things up for our plating. Now, if you missed yesterday, don't you worry. That's what we're going to be here to recap and kind of go through things group by group. But before that, I really want to ask, do you feel that there's any like big winners in day 2 of competition?
Sonic's Eminem. Has to be.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not going to go out. We know that now. That's 100% confirmed. Sonic's and Eminem, we will see them in the next stage.
I would maybe say the viewers. The viewers were a big winner yesterday.
Please, just like... Off you go. I'll do this for him. You go and relax, have yourself a coffee and come back whenever you're ready.
Listen,
okay?
How can you sit to me and say that W7M G2 game wasn't a fantastic game?
Yeah, it was good, but we want to see more of that stuff, you know?
Yeah, well, the viewers won yesterday.
It was literally the best game we've had so far. And by the way, shout out to everybody who's watching because we've had fantastic viewership so far at the Invitational. So, hey, don't worry. We still have quite a few days of competition here. You can call up your grandma and tell her this is the time to catch up and really have some quality time watching SI. But let's go through things group by group after day 2. Group A is up first. Let's talk about it. What went down in Group A?
Well, W7M, top of the pops here, as you can see. Spacestation coming in that second place spot, but also tied up with G2. The big difference here is, of course, going to be Elevate. Elevate is struggling to get anything going so far. They do play today, so there is going to be a chance for that, but they're going to go up against Koi, so it isn't necessarily the most easy game that they could have, especially given that Koi had a day off yesterday. So from that perspective, you look at this group and you think W7M doing a great job. They also do play today and they play Space Station, so there's going to be a little bit of a mix up there in that first and second spot.
Yeah, I think Group A has been fairly expected in terms of what W7M has brought to the table. I don't think we were ever in a shadow of doubt that that team would be top in that group. Obviously still a few more games for them to play through. You look at Elevate, I think it's a big game for them today. I think it decides where they actually end up, if they're going to be here with us in the next stage or they're gone. Obviously, I think SSG, big win yesterday for them, being able to take the 4 points. You know, even, you think about it, SSG's played 1 game, G2's played 2, and SSG has more points than them. And, you know, SSG still have that game in hand.
That's the power of not only winning, but winning 2-0. We talked about it, of course, and we're going to keep repeating it through the group stage. The scoring system for us here at SI is pretty simple and really rewards perfect gameplay. 2-0 in your game, you get 4 points. If you win 2-1, then you get 3. And if you lose 2-1, then you at least get 1 point out of it. And if you lose, you know, overall, then sorry, we're not giving half points here. Definitely not at the Invitational. So, as you're saying, teams can really get ahead with a couple wins. Propels you like we saw with the Sonics and Eminem. Big surprises in Group A. Now we turn to B. Demo, help us out.
Yeah, B, like I mentioned before, we're having Sonics, we're having Eminem. 8 points straight in, 2-0s. Both of those teams, I think, have played great. I don't think there's too many weaknesses that we've picked up. There's a few here or there, but I think that they've really changed their play style in terms of being able to show us what a new player can do to a side. You look at what Citizen has came in and done. You know, he's there, he's ready to go. He looks to be in great form, great spirit. Nathan for Navi, Nathan for Eminem coming from Navi. Nath.Navi, what a signature. It's difficult to shake, but I think that he has came in a big personality. That's what you need to have, big personalities, big characters to see you over that line.
Absolutely, and you look at the way that Nate's walking around with the team. They're obviously having a lot of fun. They're obviously really, they're obviously friends from before. Let's be honest, they all know each other. It was great to see that they've managed to find that winning formula. The biggest problem here in this group is the Wolves, and you could say which one of them, because both Wolves and Direwolves are both struggling quite significantly inside of this group. Obviously, Liquid have only played once, so we can't really judge Liquid too heavily just yet. They played on day 1, they didn't play day 2, so we're looking toward them today. So obviously, they've got a bit of something to show. They're going to be going up against Eminem today in, I believe, the 10 a.m. game, which is never a great...
You say never.
Oh, no, sorry, it's the 1 p.m. game. It's the 1 p.m. game.
They're fine.
So it's fine.
They've done both. They've got to win at 1 and at 10.
It'll be 10 a.m. somewhere. That's what you got to remember.
Evening in the EU, that's how it works.
Yeah. But yeah, of course, you can't judge Liquid too heavily because we haven't seen them yet. But I'm just worried about Wolves. We were looking at our Wolves, the Wolves, and thinking they would do very well in this competition. They are a good team, but they did have, the couple of alarm bells, the small map pool, the fact that they don't perform well internationally, the fact that they play a little bit of old-fashioned Siege. We know that they've got it, but it just doesn't translate. And then Direwolves as well, not looking too hot.
Yeah, it is dire, as we definitely did not overuse that joke so far within 24 hours. Moving on to Group C. Now, Ollie, you're still on it, but Group C, BDS are ahead, but just barely. It's a 3-way tie at the top.
Well, we talk about exciting games, Milosh, and BDS's game last night had possibly one of the most exciting endings so far that we've seen. That Brede clutch was absolutely fantastic, and that's the kind of play that we know him to have. BDS obviously started off a little bit slowly on day 1 of the competition. 2-1 loss against CAG, 2-1 win against Oxygen. So they're not getting clean points, but they are at the top. 4 points for BDS, 4 for Cyclops, 4 for Oxygen, and 3 for LossOne, 1 for Astralis. So this is by far the closest group. It is the only group that we haven't seen a clean 2-0. And I think this could be anybody still. This is going to be the group that runs right up to the wire.
Yeah, I think BDS yesterday, they needed that win, because I think to test a great team in which BDS are, a team who should be there challenging for titles week in, week out, it's all about the bounce back. You suffer a loss, which nobody expected to see with the CAG. It's all about how you return, how you bounce back and get yourself back in. And they did that against Auction. If they went in, lost against Auction, I'd be writing them off. I think that's them done. That's not their competition for them, but they bounce back. Good performance against a good, solid Auction side who I've been very impressed. I think they've got some great players in there, but BDS back on track anyway.
There you go. That's what I want to see from the Jönköping Major winners, the latest winners, really. Finally, they got to lift the trophy here. We want to see them, at least from a European point of view, really move on forward. And then finally, Group D. What happened there, Demo, in day 2?
Yeah, Group D for me has been, how do I put this? Not the greatest in terms of teams in there. I'm not really feeling as if any of these teams are going to be, big hammer lifters. I'm being honest. I'm looking at it. I think there's still a ways to go. I think just because of what's happening in that group, you've got Secret, who are obviously a very new side, who haven't really hit the ground running. Heroic is obviously, the kind of things that are happening to them. You're not expecting them to make the deep run, still playing good. DZ for me yesterday was a big shock. I think DZ, the Siege they were playing, it does seem very outdated. Again, FaZe, I know I'm always a big fan of FaZe, but I don't know if they're going to have the legs against some really big sides. So it's a difficult day in regards to that, Milosh.
It's really weird to say that, FaZe are going to have trouble. FaZe cameraman when? Oh.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Oh, I hurt myself.
Well, we were looking yesterday, weren't we? This is the first SI he's missing out on. Cameraman is an absolute mainstay in terms of SIs. So it is a shame not to have him here, but obviously Veto King is going to be there filling the gaps. For me, I would agree the alarm bells were there yesterday. DZ obviously struggling against Heroic in day 1, losing out to FaZe inside of day 2. The Heroic Secret game, that delivered on an entertainment level. It was great to watch that. I watched that one up in the room, and it was fantastic to get the little player comm in between the rounds and to hear the timeouts from Twister, and you see Kenny going wild and all that sort of stuff. So it was an enjoyable game from a viewer perspective. Obviously, it wasn't the result that Team Secret were really looking for there. But again, I think this is going to be a very wide open group. We haven't got anyone that's streaking ahead of anybody else. Obviously, DarkZero, they're going to be lagging behind, and they really need to do something about that.
All right, then let's take a look at our schedule for today and see. Yeah, there we go. Group D, that's what it looks like. Just had a chat about it, but we have to set ourselves up for our competition day today, because now we've seen all of the teams, right? We've been able to put, I guess, names to all of the faces, be able to finally show all the teams in these 5-team groups. So, what is our schedule for today? A reminder, we'll be going through Stream A and B, as we'll continue that for the next few days, as we have quite a few matches to go through. And for today, this is our schedule. Up first, we see Koi versus Elevate on the A stream. Spacestation game and go up against W7M. On the B stream, those will be happening at the same time. You see the blue and the green, they happen pretty much at the same time. It's like 15-minute delay, just to make sure that we can get the desk ready for the pre-game.
You need to see us, of course, don't you? That's why extra time for us.
To be fair, I can do this without being on camera, but
Hey, shall we just let him crack at it then?
Let him loose.
Let him go.
said without being on camera, I would just speak from the background.
Just get you a microphone.
Set him up just a camera in the bottom right.
Just like a hand puppet, and that'll be me. That's all you need.
Set you up as a good man.
Anyways, let's say hello to our casters, because they are here this morning. Hello, bring them up. Come on, workhorses for today.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
How
it's
are you?
our North American casters. Hey, Nick.
True.
Hey,
No, he's one.
American
No.
caster.
I'm claiming Nick. Nick's mine.
I don't think that's how it works, Demo.
That is.
No, it's not.
Pretty
It's
much.
not.
I don't
it
think
works.
that's how it works.
You can keep Parker though, definitely.
You left the EU. You don't get to claim other Europeans as your own.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Doesn't work that way.
Also,
Gotcha there.
when it comes to just claiming things aren't yours, hey, what's up? We got Americans on here. Stokes Blue, what's up? Good morning.
Cool thing to say when you're surrounded by Brits.
That's true. Hey, how you guys doing? Sam.
We're doing good. We're doing good.
What's beautiful today?
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it, Gasson. I can say
Thanks,
the same
pal.
thing about you and the 2 Army vets standing right next to you. Don't really know what's going
hoorah.
on with that. I mean, did you guys coordinate this, or what happened?
Nope.
We actually didn't.
Nope.
No, this
Showed up.
is a total accident.
They barely like each other, so I'm not surprised.
Maybe a wardrobe change.
Yeah, they both shop at the Gap. That's what's happening here. Pretty interesting stuff. But, you know, at least I got them on the analyst desk, so you guys get to look at them all day instead of just a little bit like us.
You look like a Rugrat Stokes. So.
Dude, that was the point. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the pre-show roast here, but everybody.
We can never be adults, I swear.
No, I think that's partly the reason why we are here. So, gents, thank you very much. I'm very happy to see you all nice and energized this morning. I wish you best of luck in your cast. You'll see Stream A at the top with Parker and Pengu. And of course, Stokes and Blue will be on Stream B for our first game. So, see you boys in game. That's fun. I like saying hello to these people. They're fun.
I
Are
was
they not?
expecting to have to defend ourselves.
I know.
Me neither, but I guess.
There we go.
It's part of the experience here at the Invitational. But yes, moving on from here, any fun, kind of favorite games for you very quickly before we wrap up our group? Things that you're really anticipating for this.
Same way I talked about, the bounce back from BDS.
Yeah.
I need to see the bounce back from Koi today.
Fair.
Because that's the mustard of the good teams.
I'd like to see Direwolves versus Wolves, just because I think it'll be a fun game to watch. Both teams aren't doing great at the moment, and I really want to see Eminem and Liquid.
Very excited for that one. It's a very good shout. Anyways, that was our pre-show. Thank you very much for, I guess, handling us at this point. There you go. Color coordinated here on the pre-show. We'll take a couple minutes break. When we come back, we'll break things down for stream number A. It's Elevate versus Koi.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello again. Welcome, everybody, to the Command Center. I'm LossOne Match, your host. With me are Demo and XR Troika. And yes, we've seen the tweets. It's okay. You can stop now.
Leave us alone, because we
Leave W alone.
leave us alone. I'm not doing that.
He does a very good W impression. I have to let you know.
No, not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. Don't look at me.
Anyways,
I'm not doing that.
Anyways, I'm just gonna throw that aside because we have a very important match to talk about. Koi versus Elevate, which we really need both of these teams to, show up. Then again, Koi only played one day. They had their off day yesterday. So let's break things down one team at a time. Of course, this is in Group A. Both teams stand at 4th and 5th, with Koi collecting 1 point and Elevate with none. Start a conversation over the Berlin Major champions. Koi, formerly known as Rogue. I'll have to turn to you, Demolad, because we saw a few of their players at the gym last night. Also, you had a bit of a chat to see how they're doing. How do you feel? What's happened to them? How do you feel their off day has been?
Does anyone want to guess what players were at the gym? If you were to look at the Koi lineup,
Absolutely.
Who do we
not
think's
crying.
living in there? Yeah, I mean, they know that they need to show up today. Obviously, the G2 loss, it is what it is. You have to move on. Like I said, it's all about the bounce back for Koi. Elevate's an interesting one. It's a matchup that they did lose last year. We've seen Elevate versus, at the time, Rogue, so same core rosters going up against each other. Obviously, both teams have had changes since then, but Elevate ended up taking the win back then. So is that something that we have to look into a little bit and say, there's a history there? I don't think so. I think there's been plenty of changes at this stage. I think it's just very year ago. We know how different times have been now, in terms of meta, everything that goes into that. So I'm not really looking at the history side of things, but I think for Koi, the bounce back has to come today.
Your thoughts?
Koi have got no option but to win today.
What did they change about their gameplay? Because it seemed like...
I don't think it's a matter of fact of changing the gameplay. I just think that G2 went in it with a very good playstyle. I think G2, you have to give them more of the credit than Koi. Koi came in with their siege. G2 were ready for it, aggressive, rattled them, didn't let them really get the breathing room. If Elevate give Koi any breathing room today, you will see what this team can do.
Speaking of breathing room, Ollie?
Why speaking of...
What does that mean?
For you to give him some breathing room. Yeah, there you go.
I think that Demo's right in what he says. I don't believe that many teams would have beaten G2 in that opening day.
True.
Because we've seen how good they play. We've seen them against W7M, and Koi just got unfortunate to come up against them on that kind of a day. I don't think there was loads that Koi were doing wrong. You saw some of the tweets that the players were putting out. I know Leon put one out specifically saying there's not much we can do when we're just losing every gunfight. And that's just sometimes how Siege goes. If you're losing every gunfight, you can't get anything going, you're going to lose the map. So, new day, they've had a break. We know the Koi boys love a rest. Their warm-up is 3 days off. These guys don't scrim and all this sort of stuff. That's what they were saying for Berlin, at least. But jokes aside, I think they'll be ready to go here. And they're going up against Elevate. This should be a walk in the park.
Now let's talk about Elevate and what they'd have to offer in this matchup, because, of course, they played yesterday, their rest day, and it's not until later in the week, and they went up against SSG. SSG looked really, really good in that game, but Elevate still going off similar scores that we saw them when they played against W7M. So at least there's that consistency, but is there more that I'm just not able to see?
Sure, there's a consistency, but if you're losing, you're losing. So it's not a good consistency in my eyes. I think for Elevate, this is do or die today. You need to go and win this, or else I think they're going to go home. And considering the last game is the G2, who I think has been on fire as well, it's tricky.
Look, has there anybody been, is there a key player or an X factor that Elevate can pull off? Because let's remind everybody again, a year ago, the world record for kills in a match was tied at 27. And that was for our own Onigiri, Elevate's own Onigiri. So can this happen again against Koi today, Oli?
I don't think we're going to see any kill records broken today from the Elevate side of things. I'm not going to speak as to how the Koi guys are going to play. I'm sure that they will do their own thing. But you want to look at, sort of ratings or players that are doing particularly well at the moment. There's nobody really on the side of Elevate that's setting the world on fire. In stark contrast, they're actually populating a lot of the bottom of that table, the bottom of those ratings. We've got a graphic that we're going to throw up. It is going to just demonstrate it's quite straightforward, but this is something that we really picked up on yesterday, Demo, is that Elevate really struggling on the attack. Now, we'll make comments about teams that struggle on the attack or teams that don't do very well on the attack. 19% is extremely low.
Overall is just overall win rate?
Overall is Elevate versus everyone. So Elevate's attacking win percentage, 19. Everyone else's, the average of every other team inside SI, 46.
Wow.
Like 19%, that's you're winning 1 in 5. That's you essentially doing 5-1 splits. You're losing 5-1 splits on attacks.
Well, they are though. That's the thing.
Exactly. It's not good enough.
Out of games with 2 attacking rounds, no attacking rounds. These are the things that are really struggling for Elevate at the moment. And honestly, I was looking through and I was trying to sort of figure out where this could be from. I think it has a lot to do with what they're bringing. I think you look at some of the compositions that they're bringing, some of the things that they're trying, and I feel like they're just trying a little bit too hard. I'd love to see the basics. I really want to see it go back to basics today.
All right, we got a few minutes, only a couple here before we get into game. So let's pull up our map bans and see what we're working with in this best of 3 series here in our group stage. And it's 4 bans before we go pick, ban, and decider. Starting off with Bank, that is Koi's pick. They start on defense. Defense start for Chalet, for Elevate, and then we'll have to see for the last one with our arrows.
Bank, great map for Koi. It's one that they can really flow into. I think they have a good rhythm on it. I think good rotations in terms of their defense setups as well. Chalet, for me, is probably the scary one. Chalet's a map that Koi don't play. I think the last time you've seen them play was at the Berlin Major, and that's like, what, 6 months ago now? If they get a chance to inside of EUL, which they did for Stage 3, they would ban it quite a few times. I don't know if that's just because a lot of teams play Chalet inside of that league, but it's certainly a map that we don't see Koi go to all too often. So Elevate obviously going to go for a map that maybe they don't have enough knowledge on in terms of what Koi are going to do, but if Elevate can go in there and they can play their Siege, which can be, you know, very gun skill oriented. We know they have some great gunners on that side. Chalet's map where I think that really wins you over. It's not as much strategic compared to what Bank gives you.
Bank is a map that we're seeing come through in a couple of these series so far, and I love it because I think Bank is a fantastic map. It really is synonymous with best of 3s for me. We know that Koi can play Bank. We know that it's a map that they do prefer. It is one of their most preferred maps. Throwing into the Chalet, as you say, Demo, it isn't the most popular pick for Koi, but it's a map that they have got a reasonable win percentage, round win percentage on when they do play it, and then Border as well. I'll be honest, I really think Koi have done quite well in this map, and I think they've won it.
So, who takes this and what's the score?
Well, like I said, I think 2-0 for Koi today needs to be a minimum. I think they need to go and get the 4 points. And again, I don't think they can afford to drop 3 points if they want to. Not just a case of getting out of the group. Place well in the group. There's a big bonus for finishing first in this group.
That's true.
And that, of course, is you get another rest day.
Neither team can afford to drop a point here.
Elevate even more, it gets even more dire, I guess, because February 11th, in 48 hours, that'll be the last day of Group Stage 1, and that will be a rest day for them. So they won't be able to collect points on that last day. There's a very high chance that things get more complicated, but hey, that means a lot of pressure on, but oh my God, he's so pretty. He's so pretty. Sorry, sometimes some things just take your attention away. Can we agree?
Have you lost your words?
Yes.
You've lost your train.
Anyways, to get back on my train of thought, thank you so much, gentlemen, for helping us out here. But our game is ready. That is Elevate versus Koi. We toss it to our casters. It's Pengu and Parker.
I have to win this round for the grand finals now. And there are so many ways to approach it.
Teammates always get into kind of bad situations that are tough to clutch, but you sit there, you watch, and you hope they can pull through.
Defuse are in a position where they'll have to see when the Hibana goes through. One will cover the doorway. As they start to defuse, Pengu goes for one on the Young. Can he go the second?
A lot of people wonder why we call the Six Invitational 2018 Grand Finals the greatest match of Rainbow Six ever played. I think the greatest indicator of an excellent match is how many different ways you can denote its importance. The morning of the Grand Finals, you've got Penta and EG, two of the best teams in the world, ready to square off. EG, known as Continuum at the time, were the defending world champions. They want to defend the hammer. Penta has won everything but the 6 Invitational, so this is their chance to cement their legacy and be the best team in the world.
Our two teams both thought that we were the best two teams.
Even if we exclude all of that story, we are still treated to an exhilarating best of 5 that subverts expectations every step of the way. EG winning the first 2 maps, the second in particular, very, very close. Nobody saw that coming.
I had kind of lost hope, but in that particular moment, Fabian motivational speech, the fans cheering us on, those are the 2 key moments that really pushed the difference.
Penta wins the next 2 and storms back to push a 5th map. Nobody saw that coming.
Once it got back to 2-2 after Cafe, I guess nerves kicking in a little bit, right? Because in the back of your mind, you're like, oh shit, is this happening?
Map 5, Penta almost wins outright. But then EG claws back and pushes us to overtime. Nobody saw that coming.
And honestly, I was kind of mentally exhausted, and I didn't have any super logical answers to try to close rounds, and just trying to kind of create some chaos.
Doorway. We don't have to really worry about a window. Canadian, a spawn peek. Really? The glass goes down. He returns fire, a crossfire in overtime. Why not?
And then in the final hour of the last round, it's Pengu of all people who clutches it.
They're often known as the best team in the world. Penta are your world champions.
When he announced me as a world champion and a winner, I teared up. It was achieving my lifelong goal, and I felt for the first time the massive amount of success.
The storyline and the match itself is still one of the best we've ever seen. But when you add context, that's what really pushes it over the edge. And it honestly is, in every sense of the word, the best match of Rainbow Six Siege that has ever been played.
I wonder how many people actually watched that match, that SI 2018 match, live, that are still here with us in the chat. There's some OGs out there. You know who you are. Make yourselves heard, because you've been here since forever. It's great times, and we're going to crown a new champion this year. And I say, we're not crowning them. They are taking the trophy themselves. There's no just given hierarchies here at the Invitational. We'll just put it as plain as daylight. And you see, hello, I'm Milos, but I'm now joined by 2 handsome people and beautiful people also on the desk. Mandy and Mr. James, hello. You're less color coordinated than Demo and X, I would say.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably a good thing. That's probably for the best.
God damn, everybody catching strays out there.
Hey, I'm really excited. It's great to be back in the group stage. We've got some really good games, and I think, Mandy, we might actually have our first 3-mapper here right before us.
We're definitely hoping for our 3-mapper. Every single one we've analyzed has been a 2-0. I want it to go the distance.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see how far our matchup can go. Of course, the 2 games for the start of the day are happening at the same time, and so on, as our schedule is fixed here at Invitational in our group stage. How about we then go to our actual pre-game analysis for game number 1 and get to see what both SSG and W7M can actually rock up with in this matchup. And I'd like to talk about kind of the overhang of this, because SSG are ex-world champions, right? These are players that have held big trophies. W7M, the complete opposite, minus Julio.
That's the really exciting thing for me here. It's actually Spacestation, well, specifically, it's Julio versus the team that robbed him of the hammer he was fighting for the last time he was here in Montreal in 2020. Now, we just had a bit of a throwback watching the match from Penta EG. In that intro, we were talking about other great matches of Siege, and SSG NIP was absolutely one of them. And in a way, Julio representing NIP here. This is some form of rematch. 4 players in the server here are 6 Invitational champions past Rampy, Foltz, Bosco, and Julio himself.
I think that for the W7M story, though, it's the new guys, right? It's the young guys on the block wanting to take over. Old guys, get out of here, because we're the young gunners now.
Well, let's start with the old ones, at least in this case. Spacestation Gaming, who've been around, who made it through the open qualifiers, and they had their SI debut yesterday, off to a pretty good start, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. And while Space Station might be the old team, they have a fresh face. Yeti's been with them for quite some time now, but ever since bringing on Hot and Cold and Yeti, both have made a serious name for themselves and become the heart and soul of this roster. Space Station was the last team to win an SI in Montreal, and yet they are the 3rd lowest rated team at Six Invitational in terms of SI standings going into this event. They had to go through the last chance qualifier. They had to take down last year's champions at TSM to be here, and they've shown in their match yesterday that they deserve to be here.
I think for me, that's the story of SSG, right? They took down TSM, who aren't even here anymore, right? Those guys, they were the champions last year at SI, but now SSG, they're completely reformed with what I consider their new leadership, their new team dynamic. I just can't wait to see what they bring in the server.
You could argue that they retired Bolo.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god! What a
Yeti retired Bolo.
Just putting it out there.
No.
Moscow retired Bolo.
No.
I'm sure that they would love to be able to claim that for themselves, but honestly, Bolo retired himself, of course.
If Bosco retired, man, honestly, that would be incredible. Someone as decorated as Mr. Dylan Bosco. But moving on to W7M, and they have a very well-decorated player on their side in Julio leading it. But it's not just Julio, right? Because there's 4 other incredibly young and talented players on the squad.
Yeah, I want to quickly touch on Julio and what he's been able to bring to this roster since his appearance, especially in Stage 3 and then at the Jönköping Major. A lot of the Brazilian guys at home, at least from what Igor, their coaches, told us, so they actually got really heavily criticized for dropping GDN. He was a support player that was actually doing really well. And then they brought on Julio, who completely changed the team dynamic, has been mentoring the younger players of W7M, and they feel a lot more calm and in their element now at these international events as a result. I just think he's brought so much to this team that we don't really get to see in the lobby.
Yeah, there's some real star players on this W7M team. Herds in particular for quite some time. Yesterday, he was holding the mantle of one of the best players in the tournament. He still is. He's top 5 for KD and still right up there in rating. He's been farming. And on top of that, of course, Julio, currently the 3rd highest survival rate in the tournament. Nearly half of the rounds, Julio is living through them. And if we want to compare that to SSG, Bosco, he is the rock for that team. He actually, I'm going to double check this, he has one of the highest survival rates of the tournament so far, in 3rd place behind Nathan and Tyrant from Eminem. And
Man's a rock.
Yeah, I know, he is. And when he's on smoke and he is alive in the last 30 seconds of the round, you know SSG aren't losing it.
Yeah, I think so as well. Bosco has always been, in my opinion, the true anchor of anchors, right? He's there where you need him to be. The site closed off, no one should be there.
Yeah, and you could also say, just keep in the back of your mind, we're very early in the tournament so far, but Bosco is actually a 2x SI winner if you count his stints back on Xbox 2017 with Elevate, and then of course with Space Station in 2020. There are only a couple of 2-time SI winners in the world, right?
One of them's been retired.
Yeah, one of them has been retired. Of course, you've got Canadian on DarkZero, but if there's anyone to be the first to make that 3x SI championship title at this event, I think Bosco is probably one of the most likely to do so.
Fair enough, fair enough. A lot of hopes on SSG for North American region. But now we turn to our map bans for this series. What do they look like? We got a 9-map pool, so you see 4 bans, 2 picks, 2 bans, and 1 decider. We start off with Chalet. That is an attacking starting side for SSG as they picked it. And then Border, W7M on the attack, the decider cafe. It's W7M's final ban.
I just want to go into this veto phase by saying the different philosophies that both teams have brought here. SSG have really gone to play to their strengths. Their first 2 bans are their auto bans that they've been doing for a couple months now. Taking out Skyscraper and taking out Villa is something that we could expect from them. W7M, on the other hand, have gone ahead and tried to pick out and ban out SSG's strengths, and that was in Clubhouse and in Bank. Statistically, their 2 highest performing maps, or just simply the map that other teams ban against them the most, maybe with Scrim Intel. or just because they're very, very good at it. The other two maps that got picked out, in my opinion, are pretty midfield maps for both of these teams, but I feel like you've got a bit more to say about that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to talk about for all three of the maps that we actually will be playing. You know, we might not actually get to Cafe. We'll get to that in a minute. But starting it off, Chalet, I know, Mandy, you were expecting that perhaps W7M might even pick Chalet, and that's just a testament to how good they are on the map here that Space Station has decided to pick.
Yeah, I think so as well. For me, when I envision W7M, you've got all the really big matchups against there, right? Back in Berlin, they actually lost it to Wolves, but they played it a lot within their own stage in the Copa Elite 6 and in the BR6 as well. To me, W7M are a Chalet team. We've seen them play it quite a lot, whereas for SSG, they've only played it maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times. It's not as often or frequently played in their map pool in comparison. I'm theory crafting that SSG have gone back and they've workshopped this map quite a lot to be ready to play against W7M.
And SSG did beat TSM on Chalet in that 6 Invitational LCQ Grand Final, and they won fairly comfortably 7-4. Now, moving on to the other 2 maps, here is where I think it gets a little bit scary for SSG, Ghassan, because Border is such a good map for W7M. They have some really powerful strats on that map, and they also have a huge amount of experience, including taking down Space Station on Border in the Jönköping Major. In fact, if you're looking at head-to-head holistically between these 2 teams, W7M are undefeated. They won 7-2 on Oregon and 7-3 on Border against Space Station back at that Jönköping Major. Even Cafe, which is our decider, I actually had put down as a potential map pick for W7M because it's just such a good map for them. And Space Station, on the other hand, the last 5 months only have a 50-50 win rate on it. And so it's a bit sketchy. To be honest, going into this game, had a lot of hope for Space Station, but I personally feel like the map veto is looking very good for W7M.
And it's compounded even more by the fact that when you think SSG, you think a team that is very proficient no matter the map. They have a fairly deep map pool, and that shows you how impactful W7M are in the numbers.
I actually have a really fun fact on that. W7M are one of the only teams in the tournament that have a positive win rate on every single map in the map pool. So you think Space Station are good on every map? W7M have got a word for you.
Always one-upping. Mandy, very quickly, who takes it on your side?
On my side, I actually think W7M are going to take it because we're going to go to Chalet and we're going to go Cafe and Border. And I feel like those maps, if you can architect them with the attack, I think will work out a little bit more in favor of W7M and their playstyle.
Seems like both of our analysts are on the same side here for SSG, or for W7M, sorry. We'll see how it goes in the lobby though. Blue and Stokes await on the caster's desk. Enjoy.
Thank you, Milos. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to jump into our very first matchup of the day here on the Bravo stream. SSG against W7M. SSG, remember, only got things started yesterday as they had the bye day on day number 1, so they're being thrown into the flames. In my opinion, for one of the first times here, as they were able to get through Elevate yesterday's game in relatively quick fashion. A 2-0 victory for them. W7M, I believe, is going to be a little bit more of a challenge, especially considering the performance that we had seen out of them in their game yesterday. We're seeing some amazing performances out of their players, specifically Herds having some lights out entry play over the course of that last series.
Absolutely. You know, it's really cool, especially that both of these teams have played Elevate as well, and both of them have played Clubhouse against Elevate. So we kind of have a good medium to be able to understand how both of these teams are acting right now, and really, they're very neck and neck. I would say W7M does have that slight edge, but you know, my North American bias is going to peek through just a little bit, so I do want SSG to take this. Also, the new jerseys just looking so damn clean.
Indeed, looking very, very nice. So you can see
quite spiffy, one would say.
You can see the team's getting huddled up now, making their last little prep, getting themselves all hyped up for it. It's a big match for both these teams. Like I said before, the first real big test, in my opinion, for Space Station and what they may potentially be bringing to the table for this event. And he's already been looking strong with the Sonics performance in one of the other groups, and we'll have to see if SSG can join alongside them. But at the same time, Latin America has had a little bit of a disappointing year so far, considering they've come so close to victory so many different times, looking at 2 different majors in second place, but have just been unable to take the actual trophy. Looking for revenge here at SI. And W7M is looking like one of the best teams to do it here if they can stay in shape and join the rest of the upper echelon of the Latin American God Squads.
Absolutely. Space Station yesterday having quite a day, all except for Rampy, just not really able to get it going. And he had a .73 rating, 9-14 on his KD. But the rest of the gang really showing up. Fultz 14-14, but then everybody else skyrockets. Yeti to 1.19 with 19 kills to his name, and the rest of the group right around that area as well. So it should be a pretty hotly contested game. The big thing about this is we really need to see Rampy try and right his wrongs from yesterday, because W7M, they're dastardly across that entire roster.
Bosco is certainly on point, though, given the fact that, again, I believe he was on Thermite and Smokebane throughout the course of that series as well. Still managed to top out most of the individual stats. Some really impressive stuff coming out from him. If he keeps that up, that should help to level up some of the weight a little bit more for him. But again, looking over to the other side on W7M as well, we saw Volps. I already talked a little bit about Herds when it came to the entry game, but then when it came down to the clutch, that's where Volps stepped up, trading out frags consistently in the tighter gunfights, and then winning things out as well when it came down to the 1vx situations. There was some worries from some of the players we've seen some good performances of in the past from W7M. Julio, for instance, had a little bit of a missed map number one. We really didn't see that much out of him, but he was able to rebound in the later maps of the series. KZ as well, kind of in between, kind of wishy-washy on some maps over the course of yesterday's series. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of a consistent performance from him, as we have seen that in past events.
Yeah, and that's where things get scary for Space Station, because it almost feels like W7M haven't even used their best Pokemon yet, right?
They're still getting warmed up.
Exactly. It's like you look down at their belt and you're like, there's still a Master Ball there. That's a little scary. It just happens to be KZ, because he hasn't been feeling himself like he was in Yongshiping. And honestly, that's terrifying for the rest of his group and the rest of this entire event, because if he gets going and W7M can really get a head of steam going for themselves, there's a good chance that they can run themselves up to the finals and potentially take this whole event. They are that scary. You can say that about quite a few squads at this moment. Sonics comes to mind with how they've been playing recently. BDS, always a hot contender as well, especially after yesterday with their bounce back up against Oxygen. So, I mean, it's still up in the air. This is only day 3 of group stage, but, I mean, there's a lot of things you can say about quite a few of these teams.
Indeed. It's been a very interesting group stage so far, especially with the new format being played into it. Good to see these best of 3s being deployed over the course of the group stage as well. Really test the full mettle of all of these teams. No sneaking by on the basis of a best of 1, getting a lucky ban in or something like that. So really giving our teams the full challenge here at SI. Why wouldn't we want to give them that? Of course, it is the World Championship after all. 2 full weeks pretty much of competition going on, of course, between now and our final day of play coming up, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, folks. Maybe some of you will be joining us here in Montreal as well. Just a few moments away from getting things started. We do have everybody in the server. I think we're just waiting for final ready-up checks to come through, and then we can get started with map number 1 here, which is going to be on Chalet.
Very interesting map when it comes down to it. One of our more offensive-sided maps. Used to be one of the only offensive-sided maps that we had, but not so much anymore, especially when we have things like Border and Bank in the mix. But this map, definitely offender-sided. A lot of solid angles around that top floor. The middle floor, kind of a roamer's haven. Sometimes we'll see the offense trying to abuse that basement, even when it's not the site as well, just to get some sneaky things going on around the map. Potentially cut off some rotations. We'll see what SSG has to say about this, as they will be starting off on the offensive side, while W7M will be taking our first offensive ban. It's going to be the Ying out initially here, which is fantastic. That's what we saw Rampy mostly playing yesterday, and an SSG hallmark.
Ying overall does have a pretty good position on this map. Like, there are about 4 to 5 others in the pool as well where you can find some good positions to use Ying, so it is pretty common to see her get banned out here from time to time. Dokkaebi is one that makes perfect sense in my opinion, but is not one we've seen on the ban pool, at least for me, all that often here. But given the active amount of Dokkaebi play we've had so far at this event, I totally agree with it, as it is going to hurt the capability for W7M to grab that intel. They also used it quite a bit in yesterday's games too, so it is a perfect target ban against their overall team composition. Valkyrie is the first defender ban. Once again, she is still too universally useful, even with some of the other operators that have been added recently, and is a comfort pick for many of the best players in this game, so it is good to throw them off a little bit by going for that one. This is one of those newer operators that I was talking about, as Solus will be knocked out. That does mean that a zombie, of course, still going to be left in play. We'll probably be seeing her quite a bit because of that.
Yes, indeed. As we were talking about yesterday, it's kind of the tale of two evils, right? You got to pick one to get rid of. We've only seen very rare occasions when they're both gone, but both of them in their own right, incredible at what they do. You know, Solus, incredible at impacting the info game from the offense, get rid of those drones, make it to where the offense can't clear out things properly, and they have to respect Solus. I mean, you can't even drone inside of prep phase. You need to keep those things, you know, at your leisure, outside somewhere that you can get to safely, and then try and act upon that info actively throughout the map to try and counteract Solus's play. Whereas for Azami, a lot different because she's freeform utility, but more of a reinforcement-esque type of thing, where it's, you know, some soft breach utility that you can, or soft breach reinforcements that you can kind of toss around to different areas and use those to your advantage. And that's really the benefit of those. You can use them on literally anything. We've seen him on, you know, stairwells, we've seen him on snowmobiles, random soft walls. It's probably the coolest utility we now have in the game.
All right, well, we've got this one round getting started here finally as W7M completes their own setup. You can see them making pretty active use, of course, of that connecting hallway. Only one of the walls being reinforced, of course, so they can play behind the mirror window and possibly get some cheeky peeks off against the billiards hop-in, but the usual extensions being deployed aside from that up to areas like library and the other usual spots here. SSG will begin things quite slowly as they'll need to drone this all out and suss the best position to begin pressuring the interior of the map. Looking like that's going to start over here towards library, where Hertz and a few of the other members of W7M are going to get tested. Hertz, of course, expecting him to step into the plate pretty much immediately if his performance from yesterday is anything to be echoed through here. Had a 9-4 entry rating in yesterday's series, so we'll see how close to that he can come in today's game.
I love a good old SSG offensive lineup. Do you see the amount of utility that they are bringing? It's the whole ship. It's a gunship on the offense right now. This is ridiculous. I mean, we got the Capitao, the air jabs to the flank, Flores as well, and honestly, this is such a smart setup because they can use all of this utility to counteract Azami as well as these castle barricades, and honestly, we might start seeing a lot more lineups like this throughout the tournament just because how important the defensive setup has been. We've seen a lot of teams leaning on Azami, Castle, Mira, these kind of things to make it to where the map's a little bit more difficult for teams to take just because of angles like that. Look at the window that Rampy just crossed. There's so many different areas that you're not used to trying to play around that only Azami can make happen. So definitely positive thing to have that much utility at your disposal to try and counteract that play. Otherwise, you have to try and play in towards the Lion's Den, and nobody really wants to do that. The Lion usually ends up winning.
Over half the round gone now, and we've only just seen SSG, I believe, take their first steps into the building. Patience is a virtue for them, apparently, though, as Yeti is able to eventually line up the opening kill against KZ. Takes the bait on the duel over by top blue stairs, and will lose it. No damage returned as well. Micro Smoke's going to work their way in, blinding the vision of Hertz, forcing him to reposition over towards top blue, where he does have another teammate with him, but they've also lost another teammate, prompting the immediate fallback here as they no longer have the player power to risk another 1vx duel up on top here, just fighting for extension, let alone the site, which still needs to be defended over the next 45 seconds.
Such a gorgeous round so far from SSG. They set up an entire kill box upstairs, able to remove 2 players, all with proper positioning on the balconies. Trying to challenge out those players initially was W7M, but immediately punished. And you take it one step further after some kills come in from Ramp Dog here. It's actually going to be Yeti this time around, though, so he'll go for 2. Got the initial one. Rampy with a frag grenade. It looks like he's on today. It's 3 for him. Definitely didn't like the amount of kills he had yesterday, and as we know, he is an absolute demon in the server when he has a chip on his shoulder.
Took a while to get things going there for SSG, but all with good reason, as it was all just building up intel from their drones and the small amount of actual sight lines they had deeper into the building from that library setup. Like you said, though, with all of that utility packed and ready to go, it was just a matter of getting it out into the right positions, and that would allow them to take immediate map control, and apparently quite a few frags away from W7M as well. The domino effect continued to devolve from there as W7M just could not fight back against it. SSG with a flawless round to start themselves out in this series. Not great news for W7M, but it is indeed just the very first round. So let's see how they attempt to rebound with a basement hole.
I love the line that Luke and Lycan have found here because it really leads into itself, right? You have all of these throwables that they have around, a bunch of stuns on like Nomad and these kind of things, right? They're changing things up because they're now downstairs, but the point still stands. They're trying to play frag grenades and other things like Yeti and these kind of stuff to clear out utility, you know, like your WMI discs, like your ADSs and that kind of stuff. But the beauty of this fact is that W7M isn't playing a lot of these things. They didn't even play Jaeger the last set. They're not playing playing Wamai or Jaeger this time around, so all of SSG's utility now gets to land. And that's a big problem for W7M. How many gunfights did they actually have inside of that last round, John? They had one. They had one when they swung the balcony on Yeti. The rest of them were all influenced by utility, which is absolutely incredible. But that's the thing. They don't have anything to actually counteract that. They're setting things up with the zombie and all these stuff, or these things, but SSG is able to circumnavigate that because of all of this utility that they're able to just displace it with.
Some impressive stuff from SSG on round number 1, but we'll see here on our second.
Oh,
going
bandit trick.
Just being a fluke or not, like you said, the bandit trick coming in, and it works out successfully.
Gotta go left.
Out the opening here, as SSG potentially going to try it again in a moment. They do have the Thatcher to try and use that against the door, but at the same time, the trick is going to be too active. Thankfully, Azami able to block this one off as well, and even with that huge amount of utility from SSG, it's now going to be an issue to see if they can actually work their way past it. Bosco try to plan it down. Here's the trick, but once again, as you see the flash going forward, this one should be able to go off, I think. No, nicely done. JV92 gets it off, even though he got stunned in the midst of it. Puts it back down once again at the very last second and is able to avoid a disaster for his team and lock out SSG from the snowmobile garage entirely.
Very interested. Okay, no, that kind of makes sense. All right. So that drone hole is really difficult to operate around for both squads. So they're probably really worried about putting it on the left panel because they could just impact back through the drone hole there and probably kill the exothermic that way. So SSG just trying to manipulate that right-hand panel, but the bandit trick just too strong. And again, sometimes the fundamentals, even the things from years and years ago, still work out in the common day. And that's something that stuck around. Something that actually wasn't even intended for Bandit when he was originally made. They had no idea that that happened with the character. It's the community that figured that one out, and they're like, well, that's kind of neat, isn't it? So, kept that one in. And still a hallmark of today's play, so fantastic bandit trick there from JV92, and it's definitely left SSG stunted. Oh, that's the wrong utility there, my friend.
Took a minute too. There's a few shots he'd sent out there. The can opener has been deployed though, but the spray coming back in from across the hallway now. Hot and cold, apparently ready for that challenge as he takes down KZ. First kill is finally claimed, but keep in mind, this is happening at about the 50-second mark here. A lot of time has already been wasted, and SSG has already had a huge denial thrown their way. This will be a very awkward push, no matter which way they attempt to swing it, and it looks like they're gonna try to swing it down both of the corresponding staircases here. Rampy trying to deploy as many top-down angles as he can possibly muster here. Unfortunately, no one on W7M has been giving away angles yet. They do have quite a few hot pings being deployed into this one too, and now that's going to lead to at least one pick for JV as he knocks out Yeti and equalizes the equation yet again down to a 4v4. SSG out of time here as well, so they have to force the issue. Fultz will find some success as he drops over into storage, tries to go for 2, but this is where the trap gets sprung. W7M more than ready to lock SSG in that supply room, and they'll shut down the round without too much of an issue.
Yeah, SSG really didn't have anywhere to go after they lost their exothermic traps. I mean, that's a tale as old as time in this game. I mean, Thermite gets picked first on a spawn peak or something like that. He's your only hard breach, and the round's practically over. From there, you have to funnel. And that's what we see. They go for the hatch play with the buck, but only not much to do with that as W7M had everything at their disposal from the wine side, even with the verticality working in from SSG to take that round. Fantastic shotgun play, especially from the, that post position there inside of wine cellar. W7M once again able to lock that one out. Interested to see how SSG will work that next time around. Maybe go wine side and try and play with that. That's a little bit difficult as well, though. You really don't have that drone hole to play around with. Maybe just try and risk it and play out for that side. Maybe bring some extra hard breach as well. They could bring some Selmas with AC still in play. We haven't seen a ban of him in what feels like centuries. He used to be banned out all the time, but not so much anymore. Some other hot commodities that really need to be taken off the board to make the play easier. Speaking of hot commodities, KZ going to be on Frost, who we've seen as the bane of existence of ankles in this tournament, which is usually a pretty big thing, but in this tournament it has been exemplified for some reason.
Let's see here now as SSG out for the count yet again here. As our 3-minute timer begins to tick down, and for W7M, trying to slow things down tremendously here. Like you said, relying heavily on those trap operator lineups here. Not as big when it comes to the actual utility mitigation. You're going to see at least a little bit of an improvement in that from W7M this time. However, SSG has also switched over to a more traditional attacking lineup for this site anyway, so won't find themselves needing all of that mitigation as much as they would have liked to on rounds 1 and 2. SSG, though, it'll be the slow roll as usual. No one's going to overplay their hand and do anything drastic here. This is going to be a tricky setup to be able to piece apart here, so they do need to use that extra minute or so, be able to drone things out as much as they possibly can. Indeed, they shall, taking the library control side now, being able to move in and steal that away, but the real work begins in just a few seconds here as they begin to creep over towards piano and office upstairs, where the extension from W7M awaits.
One thing about SSG, they're quick to get the land when they know it's available, aren't they? Running all the way to library balcony. As we know and as we've seen throughout these last 2 rounds, they will play this down to the wire as an entire squad. If they're going to make a decision, it's going to be like a hive mind. Everything's going on at once. You're not going to have somebody just straggling, just skippering off into sight and going to die to a random peak. Will happen, but usually followed up by quite a bit of activity from SSG. Usually pretty calculated. Volt's going to have the grenade out here, able to displace and kill Volps. Actually, again, no ADSs here, John. We're playing a shield at the back of this thing. All we have is Jaeger, no ADSs to protect my shield.
I'll take my words back from the beginning of the round. They would have liked to have a bit more utility mitigation when push comes to shove. Like I said, SSG not playing so heavily into that, but then it's still singing, as Stokes mentioned. It's a bit of a strange one that we don't have the ADS there. Possibility that one could have potentially been destroyed, but that would have been the case. KZ.
Sneaky.
As a head walked directly past him and doesn't even realize it. Obviously, we'll know now with Rampy swinging open the barricade here. And one more time, SSG also goes very quietly into this setup position. They've not given away a whole lot. KZ as well here playing it very patiently with a good reason apparently, as Herds also had an angle onto Rampy and is able to execute him once the stars align. Back down to a 4v4, but this is a common position for both of these teams here. W7M able to close things down on the last time we saw it evolve. SSG looking to maybe steal one back and keep their lead alive. That's a good start for Hot and Cold as he catches out the trade onto Herds. KZ, though, still being sneaky on the inside of Master Bath. They can't find a winning angle to crush him, especially with the death of their sledge. So he's free to roam on this second floor. And once again, SSG will find themselves in a lack for time. They may just have to ignore him and attempt to go for the site anyway.
One smoke left for Julio. A big kill needed from Foltz, but it's KZ instead to take him down. JV92 off the site, but Yeti upstairs. He can get the case control back, but he needs 2 kills. Drops down into the kitchen, tags one dead to Julio. Always alive, indomitable in this position. One of the highest SRVs we've seen yesterday. Kind of lacking inside of his first map, but bouncing back here today up against SSG. W7M take control.
KZ pulling off an amazing performance there on the inside of the master bathroom. Pretty much single-handedly delays out SSG long enough here. Not even by necessarily picking up frags, just playing the patient game, specifically against the sledge player from SSG, works out, gives the time for Herds to also get in position and secure that kill instead, where he could later once again go unnoticed and still pick up one for free due to the surprise of him being there, and then continue to maintain the position and waste out SSG's remaining time back there. Beautifully played by W7M. On the rebound here now after dropping that first round. They're going to finally return over to Bar and see if they'll have better luck defending this time.
Yeah, SSG did a great job of initially influencing things over near piano, especially that frag grenade coming out of Foltz, but past that, not really too much going on in the actual building. We had Yeti messing with the window over on the bathroom side, but no one really to back him up, either from, you know, a push in from Ego balcony or something like that. Just really nothing going on there, which we usually expect, like we've been talking about with SSG. So a little unfortunate there. They really weren't able to build anything upon Foltz's building blocks that he provided. And now they have another opportunity here. Round 4 ahead of them. And as you can see, Herds, the rest of W7M, John, looks like they've figured out this puzzle here, cracked the Konami code. Well, Mai and Jaeger both in the mix for this one, as well as some laser gates. They're not messing around this time.
No, they are not. You see SSG beginning their setup on the second floor here to try and clear out the library hold. But it does look like there is more in the works this time, specifically with the deployment of Yeti to the basement in just a few seconds here. Swinging open the snowmobile garage. Apparently he's not going to be alone. Bosco also moving in with him, it would appear. It looks like he may be repositioning to a different spot here as Bosco moves up. Watching for the top-down angle that's usually deployed here. Won't find any resistance to it. Oh, at least initially, but here's the problem. He may walk back in a second or two here, expecting it to be clear again. That's where Herd will be able to slam him. or another player down potentially if we see Yeti try to take that path as well. Still 2 minutes to go though, so this probably won't evolve for some time. We're going to continue to wait out and see how SSG will try to steal their first bit of map control, which does appear once again to be weighting quite heavily towards clearing out that library hold.
Rampy with a big reposition upstairs. I know the majority of this is clear, but is he aware that there's potential for Volps to be pushing in here? Volps saw the door open there. He's going to reposition and just hold off on the office space. Wants to try and let Rampy work this. Easy kill for Rampy. Knows the second one's there. His follow-up kill will be massive if he can get it. Tagging him up. Both of them back and forth. Volps was a nice shot, but Hot and Cold's there to deliver. SSG are working the entire top floor as a unit, as a squad. It's a masterful show. Now with a minute left, W7M down 2 people, but now down 3. Julio, of all people, I'm surprised. He's going to jump out. He's going to die to Bosco's Claymore.
It's a good spot by Bosco, though. We've already seen at least one jump out from W7M, which has led to a kill, so getting another one just a few rounds later is not going to be too surprising. SSG reads into that one, proactively counters it with the Claymore. Nice thinking from them to set him up for success one more time, or at least that's the hope. But JV92 will dash that a little bit by finding Hot and Cold, trying to ascend up and work his way into the building nearby that first floor window. Bosco, though, still maintaining second floor pressure, I believe, along with both of his other teammates here. Looking to try and make the swing down. Gotta be careful here because Hertz has seen the peak. He saw his butt swing out for a second there. And when the head peaks, he's more than ready for the challenge. Another pickup for him. He will get clipped on the way back to the connector. So Rampy will find a trade on that, leaving it all on to JV92. But push has come to shove. We are down to those final 10 seconds of play. JV92 nearly misses the transition here from Volts. They're going to take the fight directly to him, but he seems to be ready for it. Gets it, and the defenders will win it on the trade as W7M forge their way into another round.
The Steph Curry. You see that right there, baby? Put the lens on. Clean your glasses. What a shot, baby. W7M. Wow. Incredible from JV92. Yeah, I'd take a tack timeout too, and I'd have to think about that.
JV92, man, just full committing to the fight there. He knew he was going to get double peaked at some point, and he was ready for it every step of the way, firing out that Mark 14 at every pre-fire position he could think of. And thankfully, that final one sings a beautiful song just as he goes down as well to trade out his opponent and win it on the default rules for a 1v1 trade.
Can we talk about Sledge for a second there? The balls on this man to just try and run into Fireplace with a pistol. He didn't even reload on the way, John. He had time to reload. He's like, nah, I'm taking it with the pistol. And he lost. Just unfortunate looks for SSG. All of that heavy lifting, all that effort to get the man advantage squandered. All because of an EBR and some nice shots. Very well done from W7M. So they're putting the hurting on SSG right now.
Indeed, it's prompted, obviously you guys have noticed it, but the tactical pause having gone through here for SSG. I think more than anything, just needing to kind of reset for a second here. Lycan, of course, giving some great input, but SSG probably a little bit rattled after that one, as it looked like they should have been able to control the situation only for those downstairs anchors. Not really anchors, but just the downstairs hold players to be able to change the fate of W7M in the final moments of that round there. Nicely done for our Latin American squad in this matchup here. They're in a commanding position here now at 3-1. Unlikely to see that scoreline change anytime soon as well here. It's all on SSG right now. Just switch it up a bit more, find the hard counter to W7M's strategy, and finally put some more rounds onto the board.
Into the round we go now, and W7M's confidence building on this map. Fun fact actually about this map group as well that we've gotten here, this map pool. A little fun tidbit from our friend Fresh. This is actually 3 of the top 5 maps that W7M play. So SSG standing pretty tall on what their strategy has here. And also just as a reminder, if you look up at the top right of your screen, you see the little SSG logo right next to Chalet? Yeah, well this is their map pick. And not the best showing as of right now on the offensive side. They've definitely had the tools at their disposal. It's just been those real late round scenarios that have been troubling them. They did have that one little misstep with the garage panel, but past that, it's W7M being that much better inside of the late round.
So with W7M feeling nice and confident about their defensive lineup here, SSG is going to change some things up with regards to their operator lineup. And he has brought the Nook in play once again. Bosco attempted to bring back the ace, however, has already met his fate, attempting to play things out over here by the trench doorway. Gets found out, more likely could have been on rappel there as well. Gets beaten out by the window and is knocked down here to once again give the opening advantage over to the W7M roster and remove the hard breach from the players on SSG as well.
Oh, okay, Z. The intelligence on this man knows no bounds. He gets the impact off as he goes down, and practically a Marty Dom nade that you get to toss there. Takes out Yeti, and that's really the opener that they needed.
That's going to put SSG into a very awkward
missed
position
the knife
once
there.
again.
Well, unfortunate there in blue. Ended
Get
up,
a few more of those. So
yeah, well, that's the beauty of that op as well, right? You get so many of those knives.
we'll be able to throw that down in just a second here. Herds still wandering over here inside of Library. SSG does seem to have an idea that there's someone in the area, as you can see once again, Rampy going for the... I don't know if they'll expect.
I don't think he knows.
He thinks someone's in here for sure, and yes!
That adjustment, though.
He will get it, Rampy. Nicely played there. Able to figure out the lurking player from W7M. Herds will not get away with the sneaky beaky this time, as he ends up going down.
You were right about the sixth sense on him. He felt something there.
Didn't know exactly where it was going to come from, but he certainly had an inkling as to where the player from W7M might be hiding out towards us. There's that common hold area, of course, is not a common spot inside of the specific library room. Away from that, though, once again, time gets low, and the nade rolls in. Volps cannot move from that position either. He was hoping it wasn't going to be enough damage to down him, but it rolls just towards him in the nick of time. Once again, W7M down a player, but also, once again, the time is low, and you can see JV92 with a direct counter angle on the Warden as well, so he has the counter to the flash, not necessarily to the frag grenade, so does have to respect that. Gives Hot and Cold at least in a position to start planting, but he will not be able to finish it. KZ comes in with that second Pokeball, and they bully their way back into controlling this site, maintaining the control and maintaining this lead now at 4-1.
Once again, W7M with the clutch gene. Don't even need comms for that, John. Just, hey, let's go. And they just perfectly coordinate this play. Their peaks, everything. Fantastic manipulation of the stairs position there as well from JV92. You saw that re-peek onto Yana. Knew that they were more than likely coming back up the stairwell. Fantastic from them. W7M in full control. SSG drowning right now. They can't even swim. Got bricks for feet. Sinking to the bottom of the ocean. W7M defensively right now, just what prowess on this map. You don't expect this when you come into Chalet, that, you know, we're looking down the barrel of round 6. You're like, okay, the defense might actually have 5 rounds. That is just astronomical. Not expected.
It's looking very, very plausible, though, given the way that these rounds have played out. W7M look unstoppable, just their capability to waste out time. Some of that is by design from SSG, of course. They love to play things down to the final few seconds, but maybe wanting to rethink that here for the final round. Problem is, it's probably a little bit too late for them to have such a drastic strategy change, and I doubt they're even potentially considering it as a symptom of their own play style here. So more than likely expect more of the same from SSG on this round. However, Fultz immediately going to end up getting caught out here yet again, as the snowmobile garage was left soft. Apparently, Fultz does not realize it as he approaches it, so it gets clipped off. Along the way, KZ, of course, nearly taken down as well, but he wins the fight yet again. There was that big improvement we were looking for in his personal regard. Wasn't always there in yesterday's matchup, despite it being a victory, but today, he's here to play, and we're still seeing the prowess of other members of this team, like Volps, like Herds as well, and it's creating a real problem for SSG, not only in the early round, but fighting for the site in the late round, too.
Now, they looked so solid in that first round, but now W7M, they've found themselves, and SSG have been recoiling ever since. It doesn't really feel like they've ever really had control, right? There's kind of the passenger in this vehicle as W7M is quickly sending us to map 2. Right, with a frag grenade in towards the top of blue, but it'll land on deaf ears. Easy, and the rest, not really home. He's going to be all the way downstairs, actually, on that low HP bar. SSG doing what we've seen them do for the majority of this map. Take their time with this first minute and a half. Looking to see if they can kind of poke and prod around the map, maybe get somebody on a cross or something along those lines. It'd be a huge boon for them as of right now. Be a great equalizer. And unfortunately, Yeti, his first Rotero drone, is going to miss the mark. Looking for the top of blue, but that shield too far away, so it's going to blow up on nothing.
Still very slow wind up from SSG, as we've come to expect over the course of this half. Do they have the intel built up appropriately, though? We haven't gotten a good idea as to where the drones have been able to lurk in towards. Herds more than ready for this challenge around the corner, but does give a little bit of respect over to the SSG members as the challenge works its way through. No damage connecting as the spray is just a tad too early. SSG will be able to take the mantle on that corner. Pushing it further than that, this is where the problems have started to arise here, is working their way past these pain points. Our W7M is more than ready for the challenge throughout the course of this half, and once again, you can see that lurk from W7M waiting down in the wings. Potential for problems for SSG to come later on in the round once they commit themselves to Piano or somewhere deeper in this site.
I think it's going to be a huge issue. You can see Fultz isn't on a camera, so that means that there's more than likely nobody looking at it, but JV92 is going to get the first kill, so he still doesn't have to move. Volts can just still sit downstairs and wait for the proper moment, and it's coming quickly. KZ is going to go down, Yeti with a little bit of damage onto him, some stuns in for Bosco, and here comes Volps up the stairwell. Herd's now down as well. Steps up, Bosco with the plant. They have the cross, but Volps is in bad position. He has the nitro to stop this, though. It might get two if he's there in time, and it will. That's going to be the round, as Yeti is the only one left alive. But where is he? There he is. He's up here inside of Piano. He's going to try and bear down on a location of Julio. It's not going to work out. W7M, and most importantly, Volps with a huge play. This patience knows no bounds in Garage.
A near flawless half from W7M is the way we start things out here on Chalet. 5-1, defensive-sided as well, is the scoreline here as W7M give us a impressive, to say the least, performance inside of the first few rounds of play. SSG, of course, giving us a very odd route throughout the course of this half here. They give us a literal flawless round on round number 1, and then are unable to pick up a single one past that point for various reasons, whether it's the tricky nature of W7M's members inside of the early round, constantly trapping SSG players or just shutting them down within the first 10 seconds of the round. Had quite a bit of variance in their roam game, and it was a problem for SSG to try to lock that down. And even in the site execute as well, W7M had beautiful setups, more than ready to try and trigger aggression when they knew there was a potential weak point that could be abused in SSG's attack as well. So just constantly firing out on all cylinders, and SSG just not ready for that constant pressure that was being thrown at them from the defensive side, it seems.
Well, W7M not liking that lineup at all for this site. Going to change up everything. Some operators getting thrown around, some getting changed out, but mostly telling the tale of what we've seen from SSG. You can see the utility across the board here, and it's even going to be more fast acting from W7M as they have Volps here with the Gara hook. So we'll see what Amaru can accomplish. Might have the shotgun as a primary as well. You never know nowadays, as some people actually prefer that. He's got the SMG 11 out. So see exactly what he wants to do with this. Hatch open there inside of Trophy, so could potentially come flying up that, but looks like they have the cross open as you naturally do for the window inside of that space as well. Just getting flashbacks of the little kitchen window there as Julio was on rappel. Oh my gosh, the worst thing on this map was playing kitchen with that thing. Just immediate influence from the outside.
That's why no one really played in kitchen pretty much. The defensive side was that dark.
I used to, back in the day when I played comp in like year 2, year 3, I would just stand on that window for a minute and a half with Blackbeard. I swear to God, I was the worst person.
On Ascension, getting primed and ready to go here for Volps. Of course, didn't even mention the Amaru pickup. We've been seeing quite a few Amaru plays, if I recall.
Oh, shotgun.
W7M specifically, and indeed, yeah. Shotgun pickup here as well from Volps. This is a great counter to the rotations that are going to have to come through here. Herds as well, striking true on the entry yet again. A second one to follow that one up too. Is Yeti going to expect Volps as he works his way down the stairs? He certainly assumes there's something here, as he probably heard the Gara hook, or at least heard it in the distance, but now he doesn't even have the courage to try and dash down the stairs in the first place here, so the plan just goes through. Once again, a beautifully composed execute here from W7M. They get the plant down without really any resistance whatsoever, and it's all fallen to Rampy once the other players have gone down.
We'll see if Rampy can stop the flawless bleeding this entire time.
He doesn't even know where to shoot here. Is the problem. Look, he's lost.
Everywhere. Just start shooting. That's the problem, actually. He might get the kill. Oh, JV92 is going to get through it. It's going to be a flawless round from him. Zofia, the 3 armor now, used to be a 2 armor. Able to tank a little bit more bullet to the chest there. Should get through it. So SSG Now allowing W7M up and on to match points, and man, they are looking so good on this map.
Masterclass, I would say, at the moment here on how to handle Chalet from the W7M roster. They are not missing a literal beat, save for round number 1 here. It has been pretty much perfect past that point.
I love how thought out everything is as well. Like, all the way down to the shotgun on Amaru being used for Solarium Stairs. You know, like just being like, oh, well, yeah, you could use the G8, but instead you use the shotgun over here in the corner, and it's that close quarter combat that you want with the shotty, right? So it's just beautiful, especially since she has the SMG-11 secondary. Like, you still have something for those longer distances. So just a swell play from W7M. Love the influence, love the way that they manipulated the map there and put SSG immediately onto their back foot.
It's not that SSG is necessarily giving us a bad performance in this matchup either here. It's just W7M is kicking so much butt in these rounds. They're getting, SSG, this is getting outstratted and outgunned oftentimes inside of these rounds here. So once again, a lot of repicks coming through. In fact, all 5 players are going to change up operators for W7M, ending up with a bit of a different lineup here. Zero ends up getting swapped in for them, as well as the OSA too. 2 operators we have yet to see inside of this map, so we'll take a peek at how W7M is going to try and utilize them here. Zero on quite a bit of play on this map with the Argus cams, just due once again to the high ceilings. It's a lot like Valkyrie, where if you have spots to obscure those cameras, generally you can get away with them and sneak quite a bit of intel in, especially if you're able to deploy them in rooms that initially don't have any people inside of them. The OSA as well should be quite useful for trying to push their way forward into areas like dining room if they want to try and attack from the main living room area.
Yeah, so many interesting ops that W7M have brought to the table, especially like that zero pick. See a lot of teams actually like that zero pick here on this map, SSG being one of them, Oxygen also being another team. Just great to have all that extra cam on the map. See exactly what the defense is up to. Make sure none of those flanks come through. Keep an eye on the majority of the spaces. Gets so many of those things as well. I believe he gets 4 in total. Has 3 in his pocket right now. SSG is going to fall back on the top floor. Not too much activity. Not trying to give up a body here inside of the first minute and a half. W7M, though, are aware of this, and Herds actually right at the door. Right behind a barricade hides 3 potential targets. W7M also trying to abuse this clock as well, John. You can see that. They're not trying to just burrow their way into sight initially. Make sure to use this drone game and try and help this influence their next move. It's going to be the OSA shields as they propel themselves forward on this top floor. SSG kind of just trying to rotate around the map right now. They haven't been able to find too much. Info game really not working out in the greatest of light. Obviously, it's going to be kind of a jig up moment here as KZ will open up the kitchen area. Probably have to know that there are some people down here holding. You can see Fultz now, just due to the body language. Oh, not going to suspect JV92 in that position. Maybe thought potentially somebody in trash, but he had to check all those angles anyway, and the swing's going to be ill-advised.
That's the big problem here right now for SSG. Even when they think they're being sneaky with their movement, it's been read by W7M in some extent. Not even really seeing how they're getting this intel, but they always seem to know every little inkling, except for that, about how SSG has set themselves up defensively. Hot and Cold does get away with one here to trade at least a single kill out against W7M, but Hertz quickly makes up for that. Has been able to take down Yeti, leaving just Hot and Cold in the fray now for the 1v4 against him. Would be a 1v5 clutch, essentially, if he could pull it off. But JV92, the pop-up to shut him down as another round is claimed by the Latin American roster. Just 1 to go, and they will shut down the North American Titans. Actually, no, it's already over. Excuse me. 7-1 now as they take control of map number 1. And indeed, W7M do get that outright shutdown. It went so fast, I didn't realize that was the end already.
You want to know what my favorite stream is on Twitch?
What's that?
Game's done quick.
Are we on it right now?
I think we are. I think we are. That was the fastest speed run I've ever seen at Chalet. Fantastic from W7M. And, I mean, you can just look at Bosco's face there. Just disgusted with how things went on that map.
It's rough.
Yeah, and they got to bounce back on border. We're going to give them some time, folks. Do not touch that browser. We're going to be right back with map 2. Stick with us.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
once again, ladies and gentlemen of the Six Invitational. We are live once more here at the Bravo stream, getting ready to head into our second map of our first game of the day. SSG versus W7M is on the deck right now. And we've just seen SSG potentially make a pretty big mistake in their map #1 pick, going over to Chalet, where they thought they might have been able to swing. Unfortunately, as you might have seen a tweet from Fresh say, it's it's W7M's like favorite map.
Well, here's the thing,
It showed
it's like
in the scoreline.
3 of their 5 top maps out of the 9 maps.
Oh yeah, I was gonna get to that. I was just harping on the
it gets worse.
The first for SSG's fans, the pain might not be.
It only gets worse from here. It does not get better. It's like when you hit 26. I just turned 26. It's like, you just keep getting older. It's like after you turn 21, you're like, what do I have to look forward to? Social Security at some point, I hope. Maybe not for us, I guess. I don't know. But 7-1 for W7M as they're going to take the first map in convincing fashion. JV92, Guy, absolutely disgusting in that map as he leveled up 13-3, 3 deaths in 8 rounds. Disgusting work.
Absolutely the case, and once again, the rest of the team performing really up to snuff as well here. Not a single player negative. It is important to know. 2 of them, obviously even, a 3 and 3 and 6 and 6 there down at the bottom, but still performing up to snuff. KZ specifically, I think, bringing some massive improvements compared to yesterday. Definitely much more present, in my opinion, in the rounds. It's a pretty low cost, though, so maybe I'm a little bit wrong about that. We'll take a deeper dive later on. Definitely props to JV92. Those we were seeing him in pretty much every single round, and his cost stat reflects that. Meanwhile, it's a bit of a different story over on SSG, where we were seeing actually the opposite problem of yesterday, where yesterday it was Bosco doing like massive amounts of work, and I think Rampy's struggling a little bit. Now look at the scoreboard. It's literally the opposite problem. Is Rampy's up on top, and it was Bosco really struggling in that first game.
I think Bosco got a little pressed, honestly, because he got those 2 big opening deaths, and then he was silent the rest of the game because he didn't want to die. You know, he carries very heavy utility when he plays this game, so he cannot be the opening martyr or really any, death for SSG inside of those opening minutes because his utility is necessary to open the site. So hard fought for him there, but just slowed up way too much for Spacestation in that one. W7M, like a rocket ship, right past him. SSG was shooting for the moon, but that seemed to be W7M's in this regard.
We're moving over to Border for map #2, ladies and gentlemen. Should be getting started in just a few seconds here. In my opinion, only going to be a tougher map for the players on SSG. Those preset strategies that were so difficult to pick apart on the attacking side for SSG are going to be popping up once again for W7M. Those tricky little angles where one little step forward means suddenly a W7M member could be taking out 2 to 3 members of your team. All of that still comes into play, just like we were seeing on Chalet. And now the defenders even have a little bit more room to work with regards to the map composition. So, as we said before, at least from our opinions, things potentially could be getting a lot worse here for SSG moving into map #2, but let's see what the truth actually is as we're going into the ban phase now.
Open up the gates. All the talk stops. It's time for the game. Border, a map that used to be North America's pride and joy, now going the way of W7M. It's going to be their pick here. It's been a long time since North America was the most dominant region on this map, but we have been playing it quite a bit recently. Spacestation more than likely having quite a few of these maps under their belt in recent history. So we'll see what they can potentially do. If we do end up going to the last map, it will be Cafe. Another fantastic map for W7M.
No huge surprises when it comes to our bans so far, and the same is going to continue as we move over to the defender-sided ones. Yang, still fairly useful on this map, especially for those descent attacks and even the one going into the second floor too. And Flores, this is another one of these maps where you have a lot of very interior sites, as I like to call them. Basically, these are sites and or rooms where you don't have any immediate window or door access from the outside of the building, or at least a room that the attackers can easily control. That's where Flores is going to be the best, because obviously he is a pretty much no-risk operator when it comes to trying to send utility into those rooms and knock out the enemy's utility on the defensive side. So here we go, folks, as things are now locked in. We get that final defender ban as well. Interesting one there as we end up with the Aruni getting knocked out. Not one we have seen super often at this event so far. It makes sense considering the amount of utility that is going to show up, given the kind of claustrophobic nature of this map compared to what we just played on Chalet.
Yes, indeed. I was trying to look here to see if this is a common ban for them. Doesn't really seem like too much. So, actually, W7M stats we're looking at there, they've actually banned her once within recent history. Go over and check SSG's stats here and see if this is a normal thing, because I don't feel as though it is, honest to God. Looks like, no. Within recent history, actually, we've gotten one Aruni ban from them. seeing if I can figure out what map that is on. Try and figure that out later. But this could be a spot ban here from SSG up against W7M. Rooney definitely a pretty interesting op when it comes to this map. You know, she does quite a bit. Not only does she have the laser gates, but she also has the EBR for those longer distance gunfights. She's also got the fist for soft destruction. So there's so many things that she's really, really good at, and you can definitely see why she'd be extremely useful on a map like this. You know, a lot of teams really like to extend themselves out towards the security side as well. So you can use those things on like doors, windows, even soft panels as well to, you know, have some form of safeguard around your positioning.
Already 30 seconds deep into the round. W7M, of course, moving slowly as usual. Volps already having popped open, of course, the office door. Unfortunately, there is a defender-sided angle lined up for it, so not going to be able to immediately push his way into it here, as it is a little bit of a double-edged sword set up on that door right now. He can potentially take people down that are peeking from the locker side, but as you guys probably saw from the silhouettes, SSG doesn't have anyone in those positions, but they can still swing the other side of the breach and potentially take down the push from W7M itself if that player is not careful. Hurts trying to work the nades from down below. Not going to find anything, however.
So a little update on that ban, actually. It was actually banned against SSG. So this is the first time that they've banned Rooney out. So obviously for a distinct reason, more than likely just to try and soften up the positioning of W7M when they do get to that side. Again, a lot of influence coming out of that character, and you can see SSG trying to have a lot of influence on this map right now. Hot and Cold has to try and get something back, but it'll be Fultz instead. They recognize that Herds and potentially some more players starting to work their way up the eastern stairs. This front might be difficult for Hot and Cold to fight, especially with this frag grenade being thrown into his location, but he's already dead and gone. KZ will clean him up instead.
KZ continuing to clean things up. It seems as Yeti now falls as well. Bosco and Fultz are all that remains. Both players separate from each other, I do believe, too. And indeed, that is the case. Bosco down and off his first. All onto Fultz here now, deeper in the site, and already has been heavily injured. They already know where he is, as they seem to have known pretty much everything throughout the course of this series, especially on their attacks. W7M keep this game rolling strong into their favor as they give us a convincing first round on Border.
I think it's a pretty fair shake to say that we're a little scared for SSG right now. W7M looking unstoppable at the current moment. SSG have not been able to really find all that much. Completely different map. Back on a defense they go, and this first round definitely not theirs. Only able to really muster a singular kill, and it just seemed like W7M had the keys to the kingdom for that.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
very much the case, and that has, again, just to reiterate, been the case seemingly for most of this series outside of the first round back on Chalet. It's all up to SSG here to try and wake up, find the direct counter to how W7M has been able to methodically just figure out every single facet of SSG's defense and systematically take it down player by player, seemingly every single round they've played out here so far. How do they get in the way? How do they disrupt that intel gathering phase? Do we see them double down, try to go for like mute Mozzie combos and pull it off? It's not really something that's in the meta right now, so they're probably not considering that, but it may be something that has to come out here eventually, as once again, W7M just seems to have far too much info before they make any serious moves, and SSG is just giving it way too little time to react to that on instinct alone. Repicks are a big part of the play once again for W7M. The top 4 out of 5 players on that right UI end up changing their operator here, so the Bucks brought in, the Ash is switched over, and on top of the Lion as well as the Nomad, it's going to be difficult for SSG to make any big moves over the course of this round.
Yeah, I didn't trust him when I saw the glass. Even though we've had people bringing glass, I never trust it.
It's like, I think I made this point yesterday, is like the glass is like, even when I've seen people 6-pick it in, or rather re-pick it in, it's like, it doesn't usually do that much.
It's like, so niche.
Like, yeah, it's like the setup is there, but I've rarely seen the glass like get 2 to 3 picks that the team would be expecting him to find there. It's like, it's more the fear of it more than anything that finds its weight in those rounds. So,
I can't remember if it was Sonics or Oxygen that made that play on Chalet with the light screen through the drone hole.
Yeah.
That was the one that I thought was going to be potentially the coolest, but ended up just blowing up their own light screen. It's Jesus Mary. W7M making me a believer for this.
I mean, we'd be remarking on this as like something super impressive, but it's just business as usual as far as this series is concerned at this point, right?
This is business casual. We got a radio show going now, folks. W7M with a highlight reel up against SSG here. Yeti, they're just sending mortar strikes at his location now.
So down to 3 for SSG. The upstairs position still needing to be cleared out, of course, but W7M are working this from the other way, just doing it from below. And seemingly, once again, we're not really struggling with it. Rampy down to a low state of health as well here. 20 HP or so to go.
There we go.
Wolves will get caught out as he tries to transition in, but Herds immediately with the change-up. Back upstairs there, is able to find it, and then on the way down through metal, knocks out Yeti as well, leaving it all on the player who was able to successfully pick up a trade. It's a little awkward here in the final battle, but once again, still in the hands of W7M when everything is said and done. And it may be done overall for the series soon if we don't see a big wake-up call come in from SSG, as it's another 2-0 lead, uncontested for the most part, from W7M.
SSG is free-falling right now. There is no fuel in the tank. I can definitely tell you another tech timeout's coming if W7M wins this round. Just Space Station look like a shell of their former selves in every regard. I don't think that we've seen SSG this perplexed with Yeti on the roster ever.
Very, very true, and I think a lot of that goes back again to just the fact that they may have made some mistakes when it came to the map bans here, going directly into W7M's hands. SSG thinking that maybe they had the prowess to directly contend against some of the favorites from W7M. That's a mistake that I doubt they'll be making again throughout the rest of this group stage and the rest of the tournament here, as it is coming back to bite them in a big way. And even on top of that, like I said before, W7M just seems like they're on another level right now here over SSG.
I mean, how disheveled would you be if you gotten 1 round in 2 maps? And they've gotten, what is it now, 9?
I wouldn't even have gotten 1 round. I mean,
you know?
We're being real.
Oh my gosh. No, John, I give you the benefit of the doubt. I think that you would at least get 1 round. I think that somehow W7M would stumble into your setup and that you would win. I have that much confidence in you. I believe in you, buddy.
All right, let's see.
Especially if you were playing with Pangu, because let's be honest, then Nick would just do it himself.
It's a hard carry for me. I'll sit back with the diffuser and wait for him to clear it out for me.
Get some lessons from Deepak. Just play Echo the entire time, and you just shoot people in the back when you get there. He really doesn't do that. He's a god when it comes to the Echo play, but
20 seconds left. Like,
yeah, dude, that's perfect. You get to be lazy. That's what I love about Echo. His lines literally tell you how to play the character. It's like time to be efficient and kind of lazy. Oh, speaking of efficient, Volps is going to be able to knock down 1, and kind of lazy part, well, nobody in the territory to be able to help him up.
Once again, uncontested opening kill goes the way of W7M. Fultz gets scared out a little bit by his own teammates, it seems, there as they work their way back in. I almost got thrown off too because of the movement from him, but everything does stabilize here for SSG. But the pressure continues to boil closer and closer to the hard point of SSG here on the inside of Office, where we have that extension deployed by Houghton and a few other members too. Yeti strikes back. Much more efficient fight being taken this time here by the SSG camp, as they're able to trade out that frag against JV92 here, bring us down to a 4v4 and keep things a bit more stalemated than we have seen in previous rounds so far. Volps trying to make a big wrap around, but indeed, SSG holding their ground successfully this time. Bosco fending off KZ. Volps ready to make that play through beepers a second ago, and even better, Julio, they're apparently on the site here. SSG none the wiser to it as far as we can see, as they just ignore the upstairs presence and go for the plant. It's a bit of a gamble for W7M, especially being a player down, but it could end up working out. They've got hot intel in terms of what's going on over here towards the Office as well. 1 player already down for the count, now finishing off the second one. Julio claims a third. They do bring back that other player that had gone down on the inside of the Office, but what exactly can he do at this point here? Trapped in a corner, apparently still able to battle out from it, but now he's alone. Yeti in the 1v1 versus Herds here for the round, with about 10 seconds to go here. Needs to try and start tapping the case. The nade comes through. Will deal just a tad bit of damage to him, but he's already pretty low from the previous exchange. Herds will get rid of the intel coming in from the bulletproof. Herds makes the run into it. Yeti's going to stick it. Hope there's enough time, but unfortunately not. Herds clutches it out again, and W7M remain flawless on this map.
Rainbow Six Siege remaining the most difficult FPS in the genre in order to stick a case. Got that constant buzzing going on. You always know when they're on it. So very close for Yeti there, whereas he was less than a second away from defusing that. Look at this right here.
I mean, the problem was, too, the way the timing worked out. You could see it there. We were just on the precipice of 7 seconds, so he's like,
yep,
I've got, like, there's a chance he might not make it to me in time. Even if I kill him, I'm not going to win it anyway, so I just got to stick it here. That was really the only thing that made sense in that situation, so I don't even blame him for just ignoring the rush back at him, as I think he made the right choice given the scenario and just didn't end up working out in his favor. The tack timeout has, of course, come in for SSG. Very much needed given the 3-0 perfect run so far here from the attackers. Not even getting to see SSG, I believe, go over their full site rotation. They just need to figure out stylistically what is going wrong here. It's very much the same things that we saw on map number 1 repeating themselves here on Border.
Distraught and disheveled for SSG right now. A lot on the mind, a lot on their shoulders after it's been utter Brazilian dominance in the server. North America cannot claim their stake, not even a zip code, it seems like, on this territory. W7M has been constantly at their necks, cutting them down to size. They'll look to do so again on the second quarter here, you can say, of this round. Derry also, a little while ago, talking about SSG in quarter, or SSG, the game rather, in quarters when it came to the halves and things like that, which I think honestly is pretty cool. So, technically the second quarter coming up if you guys want to work with that system.
Just confuses the viewers.
It definitely does.
It works out in my head, but the problem is you gotta think there's like 50,000 people at home that also have to figure that out, so.
Yeah, and then like, you know, there's not quarters in, you know, non-American football, so it's just like, they only have halves, and then, yeah, it's just like, what's your relative sport, right? Because then like, if it's Formula 1, then you're just like, well, what the hell is this? Like, is that Grim? No. What? Oh, is that our first Grim?
We got him!
KZ said, SSG can't even stop me if I play this character.
So KZ goes for the Grim pick. Like Stokes said, this is the first one I've seen in pro play, so let's see how it's going to end up working out here for the W7M roster.
I think it might actually work out well because there's no ADSs and there's no MI discs. So perfect kind of thing for Grim here. In case you're wondering what Grim does, he's a beekeeper. They just have to be mechanical bees that track the locations of your opponents when they run through the little beehive while it's active. So
you can see, actually, I think it already giving out some intel. I believe it was thrown over into security there, where we saw at least one piece of info being bled over there, so they're going to get the track off onto the player in the CCTV. Nothing actionable, of course, as
no shot.
Getting going for it, though, as he catches JV92 on the drone, but he doesn't know where to go from there, unfortunately. It's way too long of a dash back to jail. Herd's quick on the response, but at least they throw them off a little bit here with that 1-1 trade to start the round.
Hilarious. What else would you expect out of Yeti? I would have expected that out of him even 5 years ago. You know, like, same guy, literal same guy. KZ is going to go down. That's Grim dead and gone. And he didn't really do much, which is sad because I really wanted him to actually do something with the op here, but
how it usually happens, unfortunately. We get a spicy op pick and then like nothing ends up happening with it. So.
Yeah, I think the only one that we've had as of late that's been, you know, actually pretty useful has been Tachanka. You know, every once in a while, he's been really the niche pick.
But to be fair, he is like an anchor. So he's like literally the last. The nade's in.
It didn't matter. It literally didn't matter.
Fultz killing Fultz anyway. The nade, I think, would have been a little off the mark, but like Stokes said, the kill is claimed regardless. Fultz spamming in the flashes to allow his teammates to move through, and more importantly, to allow the plant to go down for Julio. Herd's continuing to harass the hole to provide fountain and correspondingly office for that second kill. Only one defender remains. It's Bosco, and he won't stay alive for very long here. W7M seem unstoppable right now as they continue the tear against SSG, and SSG just continues to regret this map ban phase, as once again, they have set themselves up for disaster, it seems.
W7M are so good at getting the map controlled, just the necessities, the simple, bare necessities for W7M, my friend. That's all they need every time you see those two cross angles. They get archives, they get metal stairs, they have that cross-through fountain there that's been set up, and that's all they need. The guy plants at the back of Armory, and there's no way that SSG gets back into the site. They box them out completely, and that's even with Bosco still technically in the site, John. He's just bearing down in behind that bomb chassis, just trying to stay alive. He's quivering, shaking in his boots. It's impossible for Spacestation right now. You got to feel for him, but what a showcase of W7M's talent.
Indeed, SSG really struggling here to try to get around the setup from W7M, counteract the intel game, and come up with a cheeky flank or something similar they can use to get in the way.
Holy,
just have not seen it.
Did you look at Herd's scoreline yet? He's 10-0. He hasn't even died.
Oh, wow.
What is happening? He was just hiding from me. He's off in the bottom
again,
right.
He's on entry. He's on entry right now. So he's the one you expect to die because he's just like the one in front, and that's unfortunate 9 times out of 10. But he has been pretty much flawless. We talked about it at the beginning of this series too. In yesterday's game for W7M, he had a 9-4 entry coefficient, which is a massive scoreline as far as Siege is concerned there. He's been able to continue that tear, it seems. Not as efficient, of course, on map number 1 here. You can still see him have that decent presence, but here on map number 2, he is second to none, and he is still harassing out the members of SSG. 2 more kills on the counter. 3 more kills on the counter. 12-0. JV92 will get traded out by Rampy, but I mean, W7M, there should be a plant coming in at any moment. There is going to be another one coming in for KZ this time as Rampy falters. I mean, we're not even 50 seconds deep here. Fultz brought the dock, and it's not even going to help this situation here now as he is alone off on an island, nowhere even near the site right now. He is playing on the inside of Workshop, just wasting out the time, baiting for kills if he can get them, of course, to pad the stats a little bit, but more realistically, just giving his IGL a few seconds to try and talk this one out. First kill's been picked up, second kill is found. The round may not be over yet, but there we go. Julio with the crunch finishes things off, and W7M continue their flawless run.
That's a personal foul. W7M.
I mean, they're just having a ball game at this point. Look at them, it's all smiles here.
Unnecessary roughness, man. That's all I'm saying. 15 yards on W7M.
Roughing the passer.
Yeah, dude, roughing the everything. Is there a bullying flag? Is that allowed in this regard? Now here's the crappy thing for our North American friends here. SSG, this is not the greatest start to their really crappy schedule for the rest of this stage, because they play W7M and then they play Koi and then they play G2. So you don't really get anybody that's gonna slow things up, because Koi's been playing pretty well. They're not as strong as they were in Berlin, at least initially looking into things, but they're still a really stand-up squad. And then G2, I mean, they've been looking pretty solid. Doki's had some fantastic games. Alamau having a heck of a group stage as well. So I mean, SSG, they got to get a grip.
Indeed they do. Just not sure if we're going to see it over the course of this series. It might be too far gone at this point.
Oh yeah, I'm not even thinking about this series anymore, my friend. I'm being honest with you right now. I think that the SSG is completely out of this. There's no way that they still have a mental.
We'll have to hope that this is a real wake-up call for them. Keep in mind, of course, this is, as Stokes was mentioning there before, and you may have caught on to it, this is only their second game of the tournament, even though we are on day 3. They had a bye day on day number 1. They've only played Elevate so far, but as Stokes mentioned, things are really only going to get harder from this point forward, so it's probably going to be a long day in the practice room after this for SSG, given the way that the series has gone so far against W7M. Herds did finally die, by the way, for those who missed it, inside of that clutch in the last round, so his perfect streak is over now. Managed to pick up 12 kills, though, before going down over the course of only 5 rounds being played out as well. That is impressive in and of itself. Beautifully played out.
There we go.
Unfortunately,
he's dead.
Yeah. He's going to be found out first this time. Bosco hits the ground running here with the opening kill so far untraded against Hertz.
Bosco probably feels like he just slayed a dragon. Ridiculous. Hertz, a rate boss. Yeah. So much weight off their shoulders. They're like, yes, W7M has to kill us. It isn't just Herds. Thank God. KZ looking to see if he can potentially work his way in through detention. Rampy now down 1-6 for him on the game, but you really can't give him that much grief because everybody's practically in the same boat. JV92's gotten some control of top east. Fultz looking for one, but wow. Just wow. A single shot. Fultz dead, now down to 2 after Yeti hits the wayside. Bosco and hot and cold got to get something going here. Bosco looking to play a peculiar position here inside of vents, but I don't think it's even going to prevent the plant. It's coming in from the other end as he just simply trying to work his way in behind a potential push from this end, but looks like this is going to be map point build up for W7M as we got 4 people alive and Bosco might not even have enough bullets in order to accomplish this.
Not looking likely for the clutch, unfortunately. Well,
oh my
abated
gosh.
for a moment, but it's not even the angle he's challenging that takes him down. The coordination again. I know we've spoken to death about it at this point, but W7M just continues to impress. The fact that even when it's like just a throwaway duel at the end of the round, not mattering that much ultimately to the outcome of it, they're still coordinatingly pushing both the metal stairs as well as the east main stairs there to make sure they both end up at the top at the same time. And when the challenge comes through, yeah, one of their players might go down, but they're definitely getting that trade in the process. Beautifully done by W7M. Not skipping a single beat here at SI.
I mean, W7M, I don't know if they trained in jiu-jitsu or what, man, but it's like fighting water right now. Anything that SSG does, it just curls around their fist and immediately recoils right back into their face. Every single player across the board, all trying to provide something different for Spacestation, all at a different pace as well. You know, you have Fultz trying to get more aggressive along the likes of Rampy as well as Yeti, and then you also have Hot and Cold kind of with his sneaky play style that we tend to see, something more laxing-esque, right? But then you also have Bosco at that back line, so they're providing all of these different levels, all of this different depth, but W7M are still going to those different depths and completely just blowing them out of the water. It is ludicrous what we are seeing. This is surely a statement game for the Brazilians.
All right, well, let's see here if they can seal the deal with 7-0. Perfect map for W7M. Or if SSG still has a little bit of fight left in them to try and stem the tide. Pull off what would definitely be the impossible for me at this point here. Trying to go for the 6-0 repeat now on the attacking side of this map.
I think Julio just wants to make Lycan as sad as possible after what happened at SI 2020. He's like, listen, you maybe go through that entire best of 5 just to take it away from me? All right, you're getting 1 round today. That's it. That's all. That's all you got.
It's the ultimate revenge from like 4 years or 3 years ago at this point here. So let's see if that's part of the equation.
Man, 3 years ago already. So crazy. And we're going to have a crowd back in Montreal. I'm going to cry, dude.
Very true.
So beautiful. Oh, KZ.
Spotted one.
Wants to go for it, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't want to take the challenge, though. He's probably a little worried that Hot and Cold's expecting this, and I think he is. Hot and continuing to sit this back. There's a hot ping going out over there for it as well, so KZ makes the smart choice, does not directly challenge it. Won't be going for that much of an ego chow here early on in the round. Still have 2 minutes to play out, so sits back, waits it out, plays the patient game here, as I think they still want to be lined up for the perfect 7-0. Like we said, W7M have not really been playing around too much, even though they are very far ahead in this matchup right now.
Indeed. SSG sticking to similar guns when it comes to their offensive lineups. Lots of frag grenades, good amount of throwables, good amount of hard breaches as well to try and open up some new angles, but it really hasn't gotten them that far. W7M have definitely been the aggressors so far in the map, as they're constantly trying to battle out these wall positions, windows, everything right on the cusp of getting into the building, all trying to maintain control. Looks like Grampy will finally slip in downstairs. They found a deployable shield. Nobody's going to be playing around it. Just get rid of it. Rampy will hit the mark, at least on that piece of utility, but no damage dealt to W7M. And in fact, KZ will be taking down Hot and Cold, 1 in 7. If W7M are able to close it out.
Eventually gets that battle versus Hot, and he'd been tracking him for some time. That was the player he saw outside the building as we were talking about a potential run out 30 seconds prior. Hot and Cold, I believe, does move a bit closer to the door, so gets an actual challenge from the inside and then just reapplies the barricade once that kill is claimed. Volts, some potential great timing here to sneak up on another member of SSG. They're not expecting him to go for the outright swing. There we go, and once again, the accuracy as well from Volts. Hurts with another pickup as well. That'll be his 13th KZ, shutting it down. Rampy picking up 1 for free, but that is it. Aside from that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a perfect 7-0 from W7M to shut this series down 2-0 over SSG. Mark up the bingo board, Fresh.
Well, what a stat line to talk about. Glad that I checked what Fresh was talking about before this broadcast, because, man, was that a point to be made. What a terrible map pool from SSG here, proven by W7M. A singular round is all SSG can muster up against this Brazilian squad. And this is an SSG that wants to lift another hammer, folks. A lot of work to be done tonight, a lot of thoughts disheveled yet again for SSG here. Did get that win the first day, so 1-1 in their best of 3s here.
Like I said, it's going to be a long day in the practice room for SSG, reviewing the VODs and figuring out just exactly what went wrong. In fact, this may be one of those games where you almost just kind of like forget about it to some extent. Take what you can, have Lycan watch the VODs maybe, but for the rest of the players, just focus up on fixing the immediate mistakes and worry about the next game. Is unfortunately not a whole lot of good things that were done there by SSG to take home and try to figure out for their next game. Yeah, you know, if we were looking at this in kind of like a MOBA sense, W7M played a game that didn't allow SSG to even get through an early game. You know what I mean? The SSG's setup was not allowed the majority of the time, and that's what made it so very difficult. Think about all the way back to things on like Chalet, where Bosco's just simply trying to swing in master window when the site's all the way downstairs, and he's dying to a guy all the way in kitchen. I mean, it's just so hard fought for SSG at every corner. They're just trying to go for their strategies, man, but they can't get it done. Well, ladies and gents, that's going to do it for us for the morning game. We'll talk to you guys a little bit later on tonight, but we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk after this quick break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
How does it feel like to get your socks rocked off? A failure to launch, some would say. And on the other side, it's, what was the specific reference, James, please?
I can see why they say a bull in a china shop is up to no good, because W7M destroyed Space Station.
Yeah, there's no two ways around. W7M did fantastic. There's no... Now you understand what we mean when we say, hey, W7M, they're actually pretty much in the top 3 to win this entire tournament. And we're just still in the first phase of the group stages. And let's talk about our winners. Hello, welcome back to the Command Center. I'm Milosh. With me are Mandy and James. Mandy, help us out here. W7M, I mean, they are living up to expectations and breaking them.
Yeah, 14 rounds in a row it was for W7M. SSG, they only won round 1 of map 1. And then it was over from there. It was only W7M for 14 rounds.
By far the most dominant match we've had at the Six Invitational so far, and one of the most dominant at any Six Invitational before. We were trying to run the numbers. We don't think there's ever been a 7-0, 7-1 in a BO3 in Six Invitational in history. This is the most dominant match in a BO3 we've ever seen at SI. And what's more, Space Station as a team has not been 7-0'd ever in history.
Whoa.
Never. They've once got 0-6'd by SK Gaming in DreamHack Montreal 2018.
Yeah.
That's the only time in history they have played a map without winning a round. And here, not only has that happened to them on map 2, but also a 7-1 on the first map.
Goddamn. I can't believe it. Brazil going in for the comeback. 7-1. Return JV92 on the board and massively 13-3. Look, it looked like W7M were running circles around Space Station in general, but was it strategically on Chalet?
I think for Chalet, W7M were really good at playing the late round. For SSG, even though they had a really good early to mid round, they always successfully did their roam clear. By the time they hit the late round, they didn't have enough drones to drone the site, and every single time it was always either Herds or it was Julio or one of the anchors left on the site. They never played default positions. They were always just in a slightly off position when it came down to the side execute. SSG would get caught off guard as they tried to make the execute come through, and then W7M every single time would shut them down in the late round.
Yeah, look, it was not pretty. It was a very dominant match. SSG, to me, them playing yesterday against Elevate, they really enjoyed that very slow, very methodical playstyle. And as you said, in that first flawless round, it worked wonders for them. They managed to not drop a player, but they let that timer run down to just 20 seconds left on the clock.
And I think that's the trap of the SSG playstyle, in my opinion. SSG, they like being diligent, but what that means is they're putting a lot of time and utility into that early to mid round droning and collecting that info for the roam clear, but by the time it gets to that late round, they just can't get a drone into the bomb site, and W7M was super good at identifying that was the part of the round that they could capitalize on.
I will say as well, it's not like W7M dominated the opening engagements the way that they did in the first map against Elevate the other day. This was actually quite even. There was W7M won 3 or +3 on opening KD, whereas SSG were -3. Over 15 rounds, that's kind of what you'd expect out of a pretty tight game, and this was anything but. So even the rounds where Space Station did find that advantage, they were completely unable to retain it.
On to map 2, things did not get any better. The Space Station is W7M continued, as James mentioned at the beginning of this post-game desk. 14 rounds in a row, and you talked about it too, of course, Mandy, 7-0 here. Herds popping up on this map.
13-2.
Herds is him.
He is that guy.
He is that guy.
Literally that guy.
I think for W7M on the attack, I really love the way that they play their attack.
Wait. 205 rating?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
He broke a 200 rating.
Listen, I gotta tell you how he does it, okay?
Okay, go ahead,
I gotta tell you the
please.
magic behind it.
Sorry, my mind's blown.
Okay, W7M, the way they play their attack is really, really smart. They bring triple hard breach, or at least double hard breach, to be able to pathway their way in through the map. They cut down on a lot of drone time because they bring on a lot of those roam clear operators. So they'll bring like logic bombs to clear out a room instead of shoving a drone in there. They'll bring a lion scan to support out the entry. And Herds was always that player that was was on the Iana or on the Sledge or Volps was on the Buck, and he was able to insert himself into the map, cut down on that drone time, and just trust in the fact that he was being enabled from his teammates that were exterior to the map from him. And it's just such a smart way of cutting down the roam clear and getting right in there. And I really love it. It's a W7M way.
Absolutely. There was such a huge distinction between these two teams and the confidence that the players felt on the server. You see the way that all these W7M guys are making plays. First round on Border from KZ, a 4K roaming on, I believe it was Solus. He had absolutely no fear. JV was racking up multi-kills left, right, and center, whereas Bosco, who we talked about quite significantly in the pre-show as one of the rock of SSG, one of the most consistent players, he was all but absent. By far the lowest rated player in the server. Of course, his contribution is not always going to be statistical, but there's no doubt about it. SSG did not have the magic that we know them for, and this is a black mark on their record. This is the worst match they've ever played in competitive history, and here on the 6 Invitational stage, where they have 3 former champions on their roster, it's pure embarrassment.
I think for me, the big difference here was the philosophy in attack difference between W7M and between SSG. Yep. SSG, they clear each room one by one with drone work. With Intel, they have an entry and a drone. With W7M, they take calculated risks to clear rooms, right? They say, we're not going to drone out this room, but we have a logic bomb, so let's get herds in there. We can't clear the next room, but let's chuck a 0 cam through 90 to make sure that no one's coming around the corner or something like that, or no one can be in the hallway adjacent to us or something like that. It was really cool the way they were able to get in the building. They then had KZ on the 0, come in with the 0, set up a couple SAM cams around the map, and then they go, okay, we're established now in the map, and it was just so smart the way they play it. SSG are a lot slower at doing that because they don't take as many calculated risks.
Weird thing is, this is what SSG was a few years ago and how they played, if we're talking about Zero especially, because they were the team that were using it in the time. I remind everybody of Chala in the day. This is how it worked. But it seems like people that just don't know anything about W7M are just coming in. Look, W7M are not just running around and getting kills. There's a lot of setup involved in actually allowing them to do this sort of damage.
I think just to continue on what you were saying, SSG have always been a team that likes to innovate. We talk about back when they did win the championship, they were pioneering the info denial meta with Mute Mozzie, their clubhouse, their legendary clubhouse, all that kind of stuff. But these days, they haven't quite kept up with the aggressive playstyle and the very flexible and risk-taking playstyle, calculated risk-taking playstyle that other teams like to embrace. That's what W7M is so good at. SSG, on the other hand, they play in such a risk-adverse manner, and they're getting punished because they become readable, and W7M has got their number.
Well, that's not all, of course, from W7M and Spacestation Gaming, though this does confirm W7M moving forward to the second stage of groups, where only one team will be knocked out in this first one. Here, Spacestation still in a pretty good spot, sitting second in their group. But for the others in their group, it's Koi and Elevate that are playing, and just, I won't say too much in here, but Koi are up 1-0, but Map 2 is telling a bit of a different story. So we're going to cut to that. Thank you very much, Mandy and James. Enjoy the rest of our game. We'll be back to break things down for Elevate v Koi.
For the best mechanical aimer on the team, it always feels wrong to see them on a shield operator.
Yep, that it's Onigiri who has 10 kills. I mean, I always am behind this philosophy where if you're gonna play Monty, give it to your lowest fragging member of the squad, because you're not gonna go for kills with the Monty, and you still wanna have that aggression. In this current meta of Siege, every single team who's thriving right now, they all have gunners. They all have great mechanical aim, and Elevate, they too have it, but right now, they're struggling with this Monty pick, trying to force it to work in a situation where I don't think that's the right approach. And just like on Bank, they lose Onigiri early, and now we're running around just kind of waiting for something to happen instead of creating those opportunities ourselves. Half the round to go. It's a dining defense. We've opened up the office wall as the first step. Candela will go on in, but can we follow up? Will anything happen from this? I don't think so.
Well, perfect time for Bravo Stream to join us. Hello. The other matchup that was going on over there has ended. Nice to have you all with us. If you missed the first map, I'd strongly encourage you to go back and watch it. It was Koi's pick. Yeah. And it was a nail biter. This is Elevate's pick, and things seem to be going pretty normal for the team that should be excelling on their own map. Onigiri died early on to a Nitro Cell. That's really been the only action. Well, right as I say that, all of a sudden Elevate is sweeping away with these Koi players. 2 picks very quickly on. Elevate need to use that momentum and get downstairs. Clear out those roamers who are playing down below. And then, of course, the players on the bomb site. Canto Raquetti doing battle with drones. Is that 3 drones that have been tossed his way? But he still dies no matter what. Mark walks in, down he goes. 15 seconds left and only 2 members of Koi. Cryan will wait out the flashbangs as he has his gadget up. And it's a huge play from Koi to take them all down with the exception of Sapper, who's in the bomb site, but they have intel on him. And there's no way he's going to find both kills. The comeback for Koi is now towards 2 rounds. They've got 3 more to go to tie up Elevate. It was Elevate who came back on bank. And yeah, it's a steep climb for Koi, but as major winners, they've shown they can get it done.
Yeah, and also some smiles on their face as well, so the mentality seems to have shifted just a little bit at least, which is good for them. The Frost Mat was one problem. The second is the Ying going for the punch upon, towards that bulletproof camera instead of taking the gunfight instead. It looked really good for Elevate in that later half of the round, but when it really came down to the last 20 seconds, Koi, they come out on top. It's going to be one of these maps again, I think, just like Bank, where we're gonna go the distance. Elevate, they are struggling on their attacks, and we brought up on Bank that a 19% attacking win rate so far in this tournament, the lowest of the entire tournament, I believe. At that, they won 2 attacks on Bank. And usually they only win a single one. Now a single victory on Chalet would give them the match point, the 6 rounds. 2 attacking rounds, of course, would give them the map points.
5 seconds left.
Beat the averages.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
That's really what it comes down to.
Aim higher, better.
Beat the averages.
Defuse a bomb.
Can they accomplish it? Even in that round, the mid-round for Elevate was mighty good. It was the tail end of the round where Koi has struggled in the past.
Yeah.
That came forward to help them. So, again, it's not like you can always rely on a team being good in the end round or a team always being good on the entry. There's gonna be a time where round 2 or 3 ends up going in your opponent's favor. And honestly, in some of these instances, it does feel a little bit like Elevate has been gifted more late round clutches than most teams would against Koi. Some could argue that they make their own luck for Elevate. Oh, that's not quite, I think, how they wanted it to go. That Kiba barrier on the wrong side of the window, but.
And it can be tricky sometimes, throwing out those Kiba barriers in the spur of the moment, while also fighting things, avoiding things, etc. Having to worry about drones, always under surveillance.
Attackers dropped. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Deepak looking out the window, almost at the halfway mark of this round. You've heard a lot of noise, heard a lot of gadgets be used, but not a lot of contact just yet. Which for both of these teams is a bit unusual, and especially given the pace of this match so far, which has been defined by how quickly both of these teams are getting in the building.
Yeah. Oh, good information there from Elevate. Knows a flank is about to be approaching. The question is, do you catch or do you wait? Yeah, he's walking away, so we leave him be. Cryan, of course, downstairs has a C4 in pocket, can do some damage from below if he needs to.
There goes that Kiba barrier. Spoy wanted to swing onto it. If there's anybody on that Koi squad that I trust to win a peek like that, it's definitely Spoit, but you can't peek a nade, can you, Nick? Down goes Spoit. First kill goes to Elevate, but that Nitro cell from Cryan does connect onto DCH, enough to down him. No withstand available for the Zofia anymore, so you'll bleed out, and there's no Fink on the board to get you back to full HP. Oh, Sapper actually misses the drop from Koi into main lobby. Now it's Cryan to the rescue. He and Leon Gids combined for 2 kills. What map control do Elevate have? The target is that Bar Gaming bomb site. Koi seem pretty nestled in. DCH has been picked back up. Final 30 seconds. Advantage in favor of Koi. This means that somebody from Koi could potentially go for a late flank if they're positioned in that direction. Deepak watching the hatch. This is a guaranteed kill unless Deepak botches every single shot, but he does not at all. Easy pickings on to Mark. Now it's the drop from DCH with Mr. Punch unable to get a single kill. It wasn't done by violence, it was done by time. And that's 3 in a row from Koi, who now themselves have put together an impressive performance. Timeout call from Elevate.
So Elevate trying to not fall too far behind.
They needed exploit. They still didn't take anything. They are massive pussies. Double, triple drone, everything. Push it the last 10 seconds. Take your fucking time, boys. Think about it. Think about where you move.
Think about what you want to do. Elevate surely having a strategical approach to this, because they need to figure out why they aren't getting what they need.
Let's do this, boys.
Final words from Meepy, watch out for a rush. Arguably the easiest way for Elevate to break this barrier is to just slam the speed and go fast. They haven't really done it on Bank. Not really. But we know they're capable of doing so. It is basement, it's a rushable bomb site. Onigiri, you gotta go off that Monty, man. It's nothing personal, but you need gun power on this lineup, or at the very least, if you go Monty, you gotta go for something direct, because it's not working. Cryin is always gonna be downstairs with the C4. First round, he killed Onigiri in the Monty right off the rip. In that previous round, he got an injure onto DCH with the second C4. So far, a great record for Cryin. Few operator changes now from Elevate, going onto the Jackal, Ayana. And then Onigiri make up his mind. Thatcher seems to where he ends his rotation. So Elevate are both suited for their own clear, and of course the breach opened these walls. The way most teams approach this is open up the main garage breach outside the building. That can be done with the Thatcher and Ace combo to combat these Kite Claws. Then you get a bit of bomb site pressure. You can't just freely roam around if you're caught in that case. Therefore, you have to surrender some of that roam game. Then you can choose what you want to do afterwards. Tons of options to go for a clear, to go backside, and there it is. It's going to be the Thermite and the EMPs. Of course, you see here, double EMP the wall. That ensures the Kite Claw does not trick you. It's a good job done from Elevate on that breach.
Sometimes something as simple as being able to shake off an Electric Claw, Bandit batteries, certain mute jammers can be as valuable as a kill, because it sets you up down the line to succeed even more in the round. And I know that we harp on it, but the scoreboard really doesn't tell the full story with how much a certain player can contribute to the team. In this instance, when you look at somebody like Spoit, most of his contributions are going to come from kills and an opening pick after Elevate's timeout to give an advantage to Koi. That's a pretty big contribution.
It is. Elevate, we gotta see now how they progress in this 4 versus 5. It's not Onigiri who falls first this time, it is DCH, but it's also your only grenades that are now gone. Elevate have information, but they can't act accordingly upon it. Sport finds a second onto Mark. Tough position now. Saber, he might just find Kento or Keddy.
And he does, but it's Kanto who technically finds him. It's another pick for Koi. They haven't lost a player just yet. Can't say the same for Elevate. They're down to just 2 and 1 remains. Onigiri will fall down as Koi's comeback. Oh boy. Alive and well. No flawless rounds technically yet.
I would count this one. I mean, if Kento swings his window and dies, that's his fault, obviously, but I would say this is as close to a flaw as you can get.
Onigiri's aware of the challenge ahead of him and knows that it is not something that can be overcame. So, Something we can overcome.
Both teams can talk about their next steps because this round is over, which means that they're gonna say what bomb site is Koi gonna go to next and what does Elevate think that they're gonna choose, and therefore how they're going to combat it. They tried the Munty, they tried without the Munty, similar results, not working out for them. Koi have turned things around mentally. That's very evident in terms of their facial expressions. Now confidence also slowly, not slowly rather, it is definitely there. They're taking fights constantly and winning them. It's been a while for them. Sap on the Jaggle didn't really use the gadget much in that round. Almost stumbled into Kento or Kitty, but as Parker mentioned, it was Kento who found him and got the free kill.
He got the drop on him.
He got a drop on him. You mentioned earlier about how you wished tinnitus and then unwished it upon everybody. What if there's an operator that could increase your hearing? Imagine how loud, like, annoying that would be, right? Like, you activate like Vitro, like there's a bar, right?
Right.
And everything is amplified by like 50%.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, with Tashanka's weapon, opening up a wall. You can't hear anything that you want to hear besides that. Don't do that, please. Like, don't even think about adding that operator in the game. I don't think it's gonna work. I'll be honest.
You excited for the new content coming, by the way?
I am actually. So I will say I actually have no idea what's coming, which means I'm very excited.
The last couple seasons, I will usually find out at the live events just a couple days beforehand.
Yeah.
Not that I really try to insulate myself from spoilers, but I don't seek them out.
Yeah.
And a lot of the accounts on social media that only do spoilers, I don't follow nor interact with, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like SI every year is like a version of like Rainbow Six Christmas.
Yes, there's so much underneath that
if
tree.
you want to call it that.
Yeah.
It is Sixmas because every single year SI will bring about a whole host of changes that have been worked on for a year, if not longer. Some of the changes at SI have been worked on for years, and they'll, you know, take a while for them to be in development. This year, I'm coming in fully blind. That's exciting.
It certainly is.
I wanted to try and do a tie-in reference to blind, but if you look on the right side of your screen, there's not a single flashbang. So no way for anybody on Koi to be blinded. Okay. I was really hoping for it. I didn't get it.
I like this. Oh, Onigiri taking so much damage. I'm not quite sure how. Must have been from gunfight. Spoiled with the flank for about a second.
Koi suddenly picking up these 2 kills. Onigiri still very, very low. One beautiful thing is that Koi has 2 impact grenades and a nitro cell. And Onigiri is so low on HP that a nitro cell tossed near him will kill him, and an impact grenade thrown at him will also kill him.
I like.
You don't have a smoke. You don't have anything else that could deal with that. I guess maybe an evil eye could zap him.
All right, actually, yeah. Maybe said in the tactical timeout, you know, back in round number, that's a while ago. Actually, I haven't done that a while ago, actually. That they double drone everything. So like, don't hide or whatever, and then Sport's like stuck hiding in a corner. Now it's Kento as well. So the whole double droning thing might have fallen apart. They recognized that last round. They're just kind of walking around the building. The downside of Munty is that, sure, Munty might survive, he's fine, but the guns behind him, they start falling apart. Now that's some good Munty work. Find the member, yellow ping, and then get the crossfire there. 3 versus 1, Kento goes down, but he gets a trade for his life. Good value for Kento. 30 seconds.
And if they keep trading, Nick, I mean, look at the numbers. Koi doubles up on them at this point.
Yeah.
And it's still Onigiri on a tiny bit of HP. He's one of the 2 players left. You can hear him. A bailiff could take him out as well. Just a couple bullets from that bailiff would be more than enough. DCH is up above.
Seconds to go.
Koi are hungry to tie this game up and win 5 rounds in a row of their own and try as best as they can. Elevate, unable to do a single thing. Only 1 kill over the last 2 rounds for Elevate. It's a defender-sided Chalet, just as it was a defender-sided Bank. And good God almighty, Koi have won 5 rounds in a row, and these teams are now on even footing at 5 rounds apiece.
Yeah, and these rounds are not going slowly either. Most of these rounds have been decided in the first minute and 30 seconds or so. Elevate, they just cannot get a single attack around, and that has been their biggest adversary at this tournament so far. The attacker win rate, and you can see it, they don't seem very confident or comfortable going through the map. It doesn't seem like they have a very well thought out plan ahead of time, and it's kind of figuring out as they're making the way through, and therefore they don't have a checklist. Monty goes in the first round, C4 below, no one's droning that. Okay, he dies. Second round, they go off the Monty, 2 members, they die instantly on the entry. Okay, that doesn't work. In that round that we just witnessed, they got into library. Everyone's alive. Great. The moment they get towards this top fireplace chimney position, Onigiri almost dies with the Monty, and then Sports hiding top blue stairs, gets a kill, falls away. There's always something going wrong, or rather, something that Elevate on their attacking side that they miss. Whereas on their defense, they can play so chaotically against their opponents, and it works. But attack, you need structure. Or at the very least, if you want chaos, instead of 5 members in the same area, put 5 members in 5 different areas on attack. That way, you will get that chaos effect, and everyone fights 1 versus 1. Instead, Koi, they worry about 1 area of the map, because everyone's coming from there, then they can run away. They get that chaos that they can thrive in.
Both teams using their timeouts. After it was Koi who took theirs, 2 rounds were won in a row by Elevate. But then Koi went on the streak they're on right now. Something's got to break at this point. Either Elevate loses their lead, they've had all game, that's one hell of a streak, or Koi loses their first round in 5, and that is also one hell of a streak. Cryan died just mere moments ago. Koi will fall off and head back closer to the bomb site as Deepak watches 2 players from Elevate drop down close to the same window that he peeks at inside of gaming.
It's a clone, not the real deal.
Sometimes it gets me.
Yeah. Sometimes you think it's a clone and it's not, and you let them run past you. A lot of things can happen with those mind games.
Talking specifically about the map previously.
Yeah, about Bank.
Oh.
It's a rarity that we see them just be like, oh, it's a clone, don't shoot it. Then it's like, it's actually the real player. Elevate, they got that early pick. Now the mid round, not much has happened since. Koi playing more passive, allowing them to make the first move. The thing is, when you have Capital on the board, nade and flashbangs, Elevate could strike anywhere on the map. They have every single piece of utility they could ever desire for it. The smokes are out, bow in hand. This might be that signal for execute time.
Ooh. Spoit plugging the hole that was created next to him, and then another Kiba barrier goes down. Give him clear passage should somebody jump in library, and they do, but Spoit works his magic. And just like that, Sapper and TCH are gone. Onigiri is in the grave too. Elevate got the first pick. They had an advantage for well over a minute and a half, but Koi have been just so smooth from that point onward. Leaves it up to Mr. Punch now, over by Library, and he knew that he had a member of Koi not too far away. Mark was on the map as well, but look at that, 5 kills in a row. And how about 6 rounds in a row as Koi now sit on series point?
Oh, that things have flipped on its head. I mean, it feels like it was just like a few minutes ago that Elevate were stomping Koi when they were on the defense, and the things just changed for the worse for them.
That's a clip.
That's a clip. As Sport says.
Wait, I want a Bennett trick. Okay, go do it then.
We have input from Deepak is such a man of few words. He will say, I want a bandit trick. No context needed, no like specifics. I want a bandit trick. Okay, fair enough. You get to do that. We saw last time that Elevate, they went for the Thatcher Thermite combo on the wall. If they don't drone it out, then you can definitely stop that Denix tracks if you're Deepak. Just hide from the drones, and therefore you can freely just choose your wall to stick at. DCH showing a bit of blitz play perhaps in this final round, or possible rather, final round of basement defense. There are a ton of explosives on the side of Koi. Instead of impact grenades, 2 set of C4s. Perhaps they too are expecting a shield or 2. If you're playing basement defense in Chalet, I would always recommend having one set of impact grenades just in case an Ossa gets brought out, because those Talon shields can be so hard to deal with otherwise. The C4s can't always reach as they're outside the building. And see if D-Pack can successfully penetrate this wall, and if Elevate drones sit, they keep a barrier. Buys them a bit of time. They won't know if it's a Kite Claw or a Bandit Battery. Either they guess and they might get tricked, or they gotta deal with the keep a barrier first. Thermite is approaching. Thatcher is there. Second drone goes out and they recognize, oh, they're just gonna gamble it. Surely it's a Kite Claw, surely. Oh, they check it this way. The EMP falls to the bandit trick, now they know. The issue is, how do they deal with this bandit? They need a set of grenades there for the drone hole, or something else. And there's nothing, so he just tricks it. All the EMPs, they're getting spent on this wall. You can't get this opened up now.
How many rounds ago was it when I said being able to get open a wall, or the inverse, keeping a wall closed?
Big impact.
Huge impact.
And it's again that checklist from Elevate. It's not there. If there's a bandit on that wall, the only way to like get through it is to grenade the drone hole, go above in fireplace, do vertical control, or have a Sophia stun the drone hole. You can't just simply try and brute force because you lose that every single time. Bandit is simply faster. And you cannot get past the trick.
And also changes to Bandit over the last year or so, allowing him to put down multiple batteries on the wall. That enables bandit tricking at a much quicker pace. Oh, Spoit. No, you don't want that.
Oh, he tried to ram.
He gets the smoke from DCH. A Nitro Cell from Cryan might have been intended for the Blitz, but doesn't do any damage to him. Instead, it's Mark who goes down, and those exothermic charges in the hands of Mark had not been entirely successful. A crucial round as Koi looks for 7 in a row to put away this series. As the clock continues to run, that will benefit this Koi squad that is hunkered down inside of the bomb site. Elevate still clearing the top floor with 50 seconds to go, and it's Cryan now who will be watched over by the Blitz. But he's got his glasses on. DCH hoping for a nice shot, and he loses it, but Koi doesn't. They don't lose anything. 7 in a row for the Berlin Major champions. Chalet looked, and I put it topically, in the bin for Koi. 5-0 for Elevate, but then Koi wins 7 rounds in a row.
And they needed that so badly. I mean, Leon was not happy around round number 4 and 5, saying, guys, listen to the call-outs, figure it out. And they did that. All they needed, side swap. Elevate on attack, a lot of weaknesses to be found, and Rogue's defenses look rather strong, and that creates that big gap difference of 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, really just phenomenal stuff. You win one round in your first half, and then you sweep the second half. I mean, I know that Koi had some doubters, and I think for good reason, given their performance earlier on.
Yeah.
But you never count out major champions. They make it to the finals of an event, and then they win the whole thing in one of the best matches that we've seen in ages. That Berlin Major final was so damn good. And why? Because of how Koi played. I mean, it's not just both the teams, but Koi ended up winning it.
Yeah.
They were the best team in the world at that time. And now, yeah, you can't say they're the best team in the world now, but that was one hell of a performance against Elevate.
That it was. And they get, what, 4 points now with that 2-0? So they needed that. Elevate, unfortunately.
At minimum.
At minimum.
At minimum.
Whereas Elevate, they would need minimum like 8 points tomorrow because they are far down in the group, unfortunately.
Yes. Rough going for Elevate. And if you're not named CAG, it's been a rough going for the entire region of APAC, which only has 3 teams here. So, I mean, if 1 or 2 teams has a bad day or two, that can be it for an entire region. That said, that's it for our matchup. We're all done, but we still got 3 more games to get through today, and we don't want to waste any more of your time than we need to. We're going to throw to a break, and then we'll come back as the desk talks about that match.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
everybody, and welcome back to Six Invitational 2023. Our first two matchups are done. This concludes it all for Stream A and B. Our winners are in, and I gotta say, good collection after the day off. Koi with a 2-0 over Elevate and collect four, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 points that they have for the group. It's gonna save them after a bit of a rocky start on day one. Hello, I'm Milosh. I'm joined by Demo and XR Troika, and I would like to hand things off here since we have a special time. Demo, would you like to host the rest of this desk? At least for a bit. Go ahead.
I've got stage fright.
All yours.
I've got stage fright. Do I ask him a question?
You can ask
ask me a question.
Well, Ollie,
introduce us first.
Well, guys, I'm joined here on the desk with Milosh and Ollie. They're here joining me today. Ollie, seen some Siege today, didn't we?
Well, we did see some Siege. Fortunately for us, this game was a little bit more exciting than the game that was on the B stream. That game was quite quick, whereas this game did drag on just a little bit. Koi, obviously, getting the win here today against Elevate. And I think some of the things that we discussed in the pregame sort of came out to be true, didn't they? We were really worried about Elevate on their attacks in particular, and that was something that really translated in through this game, particularly on that second map.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a big problem in attacking, and I said this yesterday. Look, now I'm just the analyst, so I can actually say things, be relatively confident in what I'm saying, because that's what analysts do. If you're not good at attacks, you're not going to win any tournament, let alone an invitational. And this is a major issue for any team. I'm not really discounting anybody for it. But Koi had a day off. They were able to work with the problems that they had, or work on the problems that they had, go to the gym, which is also very healthy. Congratulations, we got to see him. But it was just a day one fluke, right? You start in, tough time, and to be honest, you flip a coin, that game against G2 goes either way. So Doki can be in fire all he wants. I don't think that, it helped the map one, but it almost turned around to Koi's favor, so we'll leave it at that. Koi are back, they had a day off, they're looking pretty.
In terms of Koi being back, I have to disagree. The reason being is I think today, I don't think that was Koi at their best.
See, you should voice it as a host.
I'm not... Come on.
You're the host.
No.
Demo lad.
I think today, Koi, yes, they come in, they get the bounce back, which is what we need to see from them. 4 points straight in, bang, job done. Basically kills off Elevate in terms of this competition. Now, that's essentially what it's done. But Koi today wasn't the same team I was expecting. I think the bank really shocked me. I thought they were going to come in, open things up with a really strong scoreline, 7-2, comfortable, ease their way back in is what we expect from Koi. But today there was something off. I don't know what it was. It seemed to be very individual. I don't know if it was a communication problem today. They weren't doing things in unison, which is one thing we always have known this team to be, is, that 3-2-1 go, everyone commits. Like even Elevate today and their strategies weren't, it was very ranked-esque. It was very by the by, a couple of cheese rounds, but at least Elevate were doing it together. I didn't really see that from Koi today.
Honestly, now that you say it, I agree. To be very fair about all of this, and you mentioned how, the way that Koi are known to be played, at least how they won in Berlin, it still was a disjointed mess until there was a timeout, and you could hear Meepy kind of pulling the soldiers together like, guys, come on, let's go. Don't overpeak, take your time, it's okay, speak to one another, and that's something that helped them a lot. Now, you can't rely on your coach in that position to be the sixth player, because that's not how the rules work. But if Koi was playing against any team that is not Elevate, maybe we would have seen a different result on it.
Something that it looked as though Koi was struggling with today was the communication and that sort of energy that they like to bring as a team. They're a very energetic side. They're always, gassing each other up and on each other's back. That was one of the things that we didn't really see today when things were going badly. Sure, when things are going well, it's really easy to do that, and it's really easy to be really pleased at the end of a round and good fist bumps all around. But when things aren't going too well, they looked a little bit down in the dumps.
I'll take a look at, host.
Me, again?
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah, there's some numbers there on the screen. some 14s there, all. There's a 14. There's a 9.
Look, Demo. Let's we'll take it over from here. Look, 8-7, right? You go to overtime. I think this echoes what our good friend Harry Dempster. I'm sure you've seen him in the green room.
Oh, do you want the other demo back?
No, this demo is fine. You know, it got too close. Going to OT in this case should not have been the case.
This doesn't really feel to me like a clean win for Koi. It is far.
It's very scrappy.
An 8-7 on the bank. Now, we criticised Elevate's attacks in the pre-show, and we're going to criticise Elevate's attacks a little bit later.
We'll get into that, Matt, too, don't worry.
But they kicked off with a really successful attacking round. It was almost a flawless round, and it would have been save for one single Capcan trap going off right at the very end. So they did a fantastic job, but it really quickly fell apart from there.
Stuff like this. Just that map, like, for no reason, they've just soloed a Mario in.
Yeah.
It shows a sign of weakness.
It comes back to what we were saying. I feel like they're trying too hard in the lineups. I feel like they need to go back to basics a little bit. A Mario in is something that you can do when you've got good map pressure, you've got good control, you've got good information. Not when you've just got Spoit hanging around on Oryx, who basically knows he's droned, by the way, because he shoots the drone 1 second after he gets the kill. It isn't going to work against a team like Koi. Koi were really comfortable on the defense today.
It is odd to see a more passive Koi. And I don't even know like what to chalk it up to, because especially this engagement you're seeing right now on your screen. This was the most awkward gunfight I have seen all tournament so far.
Yeah, there's a few moments for me where I looked at probably both teams, and I don't think both teams were at the best that we can. I think Elevate, for me, hasn't delivered to the expectations we thought. Like, sure, you can sit there and say Group of Death, you know, it's an APAC team. You would probably, I think a lot of people would say 5th place for the APAC team, considering who else is in their group, but I would still think they'd put up a really good fight, considering what this team was able to do last year. But I don't know what it is with Elevate. It's not the same team from last year. And Koi, again, like I said, getting the points is really important, but I think whenever you're in a group with W7M and a group with G2, being able to go out and do big performances. Look what W7M did to SSG. That's how you put a statement out. That's what Koi need to be doing.
Weird thing is, Ollie, here, is that I think most people going into SI were thinking that the way Koi are playing right now is how G2 would be playing.
Scrappy, just about getting
but
it.
G2 are playing the way that we're all expecting Koi to be if we're looking at Berlin especially.
It's almost, have they body swapped? Has everyone just morphed into somebody else's body?
Oh my god.
Imagine Cryan's mind in Doki's body, and Cryan's just like, why am I this big all of a sudden? And Doki's like, oh, I can see. Like, unbelievable. It really is. It's one of those situations where you look at it and you go, the mojo isn't there for Koi at the minute, and then they need to find it. It's only fair that we criticise Koi's attacks as well as Elevate's, because Elevate didn't do a great job on the attack. They won 2 attacking rounds out of the entire series. So that's 6. Sorry, that's
how many attacks did they have?
12 attacking rounds.
And we said 19% attack win rate, so that makes sense with the graphic we had earlier, Ollie.
Shocking. Rogue, they didn't. Sorry, Koi, they didn't do much better either. They only won 3. So, sorry, 4. A lot of teams really struggling there. This was, for me, alarm bells were going off at one point.
5-0
Serious.
They're 5-1 up. They were 5-1 up. They lost 6.
In a row.
In a row.
Back to back to back.
Just, Elevate attacks. You can't, if you can't do them, you're not winning.
How did Koi actually pull that off? Because like we said, seeing maps that are so defense favored is odd, but even more on the Chalet.
It's come back to Ollie's point. Elevate trying too hard. We're seeing the Monty be played a lot. We're seeing these weird operator selections. Exactly. We're seeing all of this weird stuff. And Koi were very happy to read into that and sit back and just do their thing. I will say, I think the cohesion in terms of defense from Koi today was really good. I think their defense half, you have to give praise to them in terms of being able to work together, not really allowing Elevate to have big leads in the attack. You didn't have to focus too much on clutches today for Koi, which we know they do have that clutch potential, but I don't think you want to show clutches, because generally clutches, you haven't played too well to begin with to then set yourself up for those moments. So I think Koi will be happy with the defense. It's just the attack for Koi today is where they were a little bit individual, but still have to hammer home the point. Koi, 4 points is the most important thing, not dropping any points.
It is, and I feel like we're being quite critical of both teams here, and it is important to bring it back to the fact that Koi have come away with a full 4.
Yeah, it's great from them, yeah.
And we said at the start, we said one of these two teams needs to come away with 4 points. Neither one can afford to split points here.
So to turn the conversation, we're steered a bit away from, well, both teams made a boatload of mistakes, and, you know, there's some things to work on. Who are players that you feel have done well despite the kind of turbulent nature of these two maps?
I think Kanto had a good day today. I think he was really good in the kind of opening stages of Bank, getting a lot of kills there in the early game, getting them kind of going. And you think about, imagine if Koi went off to a slow start in Bank,
yeah,
you'd be worried for them then. So I think Kanto stepping up, being able to lead the charge for the first couple of rounds was good. In terms of Elevate, I think Elevate always had the potential where anyone could really pop off. I think you're looking at, again, I think for me, Onigiri, I think was up there as you would expect.
Yeah, I think Deepak had a cracking game. Deepak had a great series. He was 8-1 at one point on Bank quite early on into the game, and still playing on the Echo, playing on those real hard support ops that we're used to seeing him play on the defense. And I think for me to have that strength in the back line when he's providing so much value that isn't visible, you know, calls, comms, information, things that are difficult to measure and put down to a single number, for him still to be putting up good numbers on the kill board is impressive. And I think he still ended up second highest rated on the side of Koi as well, behind Kanto.
Look, and if the game was so close, was there somebody at Elevate that popped off that you feel maybe they were the hope of the team, again, despite a difficult game?
You could say Onigiri. I think, you know, Demo's already touched on that. He had a great game. Someone like Sapper had a cracking time as well. But there was a little bit less at the bottom end of the scoreboard from Elevate, and that's where they really started to fall off.
All right. I think it's time for us then to recap this group and see what the end of it is, because that is Group A for today. Oh no, our MVP first. All right, Lanto Racketi is back, at least for this game. 22-18 so far here in the tournament, and we've seen him really pop off today, much more than day one. Not too bad, 114 rating, a bit more than usual. We don't always see Kanto. Kanto seems like old Doki to me. He's either in it completely and he's smashing everybody, or he is as you see in the photo.
Big series, now it's time for a nap.
Sure.
Kanto, he's time for a quick snooze, I think. He's put a shift in today. He deserves it, can take a rest.
Yeah, he's good.
Insightful commentary, as always, here on the Analyst. You should be the host.
Thank you. Well, that's going to be us done for our desk here.
We're not done yet.
No, not done yet. We have to recap our group, because of course we have to take a look at the group standing and see where everyone is going to be sitting. W7M right at the top. That is them confirmed at least for the next stage. I would say you'd probably be looking at them to take the first seed. I think just in a league of their own, Milos, aren't they at the moment?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you could create a whole group just for them. 11 points at the top, 19 round differential. I just want to preface this with, or put the caveat of, we said this about Damwon Kia last year at SI22. Then they got shreked by the Sonics later in the playoffs. So I'm just going to put this out there. I won't call it yet, but I'll say they're big contenders.
Big contenders indeed. I think that whilst Koya there sat in second, you've got to be very mindful of that second.
They're not too coy yet.
They cannot be too coy yet. They may be in second now, with G2 trailing by 1 point, but of course, Koi have already had their off day, so there is that to take into consideration. So they do have a game in hand against G2. But Koi's last game, and I know we're jumping a little bit ahead here, but they're going to be going up against W7M, who are already at the top of that group. So there's still a lot of room to wiggle here in that second, third, and fourth seed. Of course, Elevate, they are going to struggle quite greatly at this point to get out, given that they only have one more game left.
4 points.
And only end up with 4 points.
I know where you're looking at me. Your host is right here.
Well, actually, Ollie's actually my host.
Yeah, you're hosting now.
Ollie's my host.
Is it back to me for the host?
Yeah.
Well, I hope everyone's enjoyed us breaking down that game. I've had a great time. We've been swapping roles on the desk just because why not? We had a little bit of extra time. But stay tuned. We're going to cut to a very short break, and then we will be back with more Siege action. We've got Eminem and Liquid coming right up.
In a second when they call it.
Yeah, I can't hear them call it.
That's the job of the host.
See, I can't. You can't just throw me the host role, Milosh, with no run of show in front of me and then expect me to pull it
I
off.
don't have one either.
Well, you got it in your head.
Got it memorized. Did you play Kingdom Hearts?
No.
No, nobody knows Axel.
Nope.
On your own.
Oh boy. For all the weebs out there, you'll know what I mean. Anyway, yeah, that was it. It was a great start, I have to say, with between two of the matches that we came up with. It really showed domination from one side, at least in game number 1. SSG unable to really pull off any points, but W7M, they proved to us why they are considered such powerhouses. Koi, a few things still to work on. We'll have to see if Elevate can recover because they only have 2 play days left, and well, the 5th one, it's their off day. Things get a bit too hot here for Elevate, but we will take a break. When we come back, we'll go for our second set of matches for today. Gentlemen, thank you again for hosting and helping out. Extra Troika, Demo. Wonderful lads. Take a break. See you in a bit.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
My name is William Lavstedt, also known as Spoit, and I play entry role for Team Koi. I heard about the competitive scene through Ranked, really. I met these pro players in Ranked and whatnot, and they just got me hooked into this kind of like, what do these guys play for, what do they compete in? So I was also interested in this tag after the name. So, you know, did my research, and then eventually I found the pro scene, right? I got hooked into Rainbow Six Siege through its uniqueness and just, you know, the way you approach the game with a cool leaning and stuff. I wasn't used to it compared to other shooters out there, so that definitely got me into the game. The feelings for the first ever competitive match I played, I can't exactly remember how, but I felt very comfortable, very confident. I didn't think of it that much. I just, you know, went in there, ice cold. The Rainbow Six Siege 6 Invitational means everything. It's basically like the last chapter of Rainbow Six as a professional. And of course, having the chance to take home the crown and the title, that would mean the world to me.
He needs to get into the site, and keep in mind, in a 4v1, they are the best team that has ever...
The date is February 17th, 2019. G2 has just beaten Team Empire. Many will say this was one of the best moments of G2's reign in Rainbow Six Esports. And certainly one of the more surprising ones, because their opponent gave us a heck of a show. Let's briefly go over the history of Team Empire before SI 2019.
At this moment, I guess we were in Challenger League still. So we are not competing in Pro League, and we are going for the Invitationals through the qualifiers. To go for this tournament, it really means a lot for us. We were a young team. Then we start to understand that we can play on top of the level in Siege, and it was unforgettable.
It was an impressive feat for Team Empire, so coming out of the group stages, they had already started to peak in terms of their hype.
Turned on its head, inside its luggage. Oh no, a team kill! Taking out Walker now on the diffuser!
Sanoa Empire has made it into the grand finals. Going into this match, the expectations were set. Team Empire is an up-and-coming team that has a lot of excitement behind them, but they're going against G2. Of all squads, possibly the hardest match they could have faced.
It's going to be amazing, and if any two teams are going to give us a good run for the money and maybe make it to 5 maps, I think it might be those two.
Against G2 will be a great match for sure. In our opinion, if you want to be the best, you need to beat the best, right?
We felt like we knew what they were gonna do, but we also felt like they knew what we were gonna do.
It's gonna be a tough one, no matter how you try and crunch it out.
Most expected Team Empire to be destroyed. Infinite Overtime had only just recently been introduced, and it was only being used in the grand finals of larger events. We saw Coastline be absolutely hectic.
We are close to a perfect round. Empire sets quite a tempo. To peek him, he's gonna toss a frag grenade and jump in, and Jonas shuts him down. G2 bounces back on round number 2. Fabian rotates out. G2 will take the lead once again. Toss it out. It goes off a bit too early. He's gonna do nothing. It's a flawless round from Empire. I think you could say that Joystick probably won the match. G2 will force us to overtime.
It was like a wrestling match because it's like nobody was really gaining a substantial lead. We were always fighting for the next round.
Dean Michael, are we about to cast the longest siege match? He takes out Kanto, and where's the other body? It's Fabian!
G2 are so experienced, they won so many tournaments. I think we were unready to do this at that moment.
No team was able to break away until the very bitter end, when G2 managed to win 2 rounds in a row in overtime to finally lock out the map.
Down 1, he loses a bit of HP, but he's traded off, and there you finally have it!
The final scoreline of that map was 10-12, the longest map that had ever been recorded in Rainbow Six competition, and that was pretty awesome.
Welcome back, friends, to 6 Invitational 2023. We're live again in Montreal. Beautiful, snowy city here. Finally got to be back in North America. I'm Rush, your host. With me on the analyst desk are Demo and XR Troika. We just wrapped up our first 2 matches to start off the day, and now we continue on with some more. Eminem versus Team Liquid. Eminem have had great success over the past couple of days. Liquid reeling a bit, but looking to come back as one of the teams that everybody's looking at internationally, thinking, when is the time that Liquid will lift a trophy? It's been way too long. They've gotten so close so many times. Is it going to happen here? Well, they're going to have to go through Eminem and others in their group. And actually, on that note, how about we have a chat about Eminem Gaming, our first squad here. I have 2, I guess, UK talent on here, right? You like Eminem?
He's correct, and that we are.
Correct, yeah.
You
Yeah,
like
so far.
Eminem?
Correct again, yeah. 2 for 2.
So
you got 3 for 3.
You think Eminem is good?
Correct.
Yeah. No, sorry, yeah, correct, yeah. So I was thinking Eminem from the last major. Sorry.
So wait a second. Can we pull that video away for a second?
No, hold on. We need to see the boys.
No.
Hold on. We need to see the boys.
We've already seen them.
That thing, right? See that?
That thing.
No mullet.
That,
you have no idea.
No mullet.
I think the no mullet is a buff. Like the skinhead is a buff.
Look, you can have as many buffs as you want, but personality is another thing. So we're going to bring it back up to our main camera here, because it seems like you two saw all the tweets about you, and you're like, oh, we're going to double down and make it even worse, and actually wear literally the same thing.
Yeah, we are. Not only have we got the same jacket on, I mean, it's not the same at all, but not only have we got a very similar jacket on,
but
we've also got, ready?
Kapow! Oh, my name as well. We've been
gone for the Eminem jersey.
We've been bought out.
We've gone for the Eminem jersey.
We've been bought out.
The thing is about this matchup,
the caster crunch.
This matchup is so difficult because on the one hand, we've got Liquid. Both love doing the BR6.
That was more your team though. I was more in the red clan.
Yeah, you were more for FaZe, but I really enjoyed watching Liquid in the BR6. I really enjoyed following them throughout many majors, ones that I've worked, ones that I haven't. And then you've got Eminem, a team that we've literally grown up with as members of talent, a team that we've started with right at the bottom, right inside of ESL Prem back in the day, all the way through to here at the 6th Invitational for the second time. So it's a difficult game for us to really like pin any sort of, it's a very difficult one emotionally.
Yeah,
you don't know where you want.
It's very difficult, actually. I mean, look, what is it? Look how difficult it is. Look how difficult it is.
Difficult.
Very, very difficult. I can definitely tell.
It is, Milosh.
Can you just do it for the content? Look into the camera in front of you. Okay, can we get close up on our analysts? Okay, look into the camera and then look into each other. Look at the camera again and just go. All right, give me action.
You gonna count us down?
Acting. Yeah. Look into the camera first.
And then at each other. And then at the
camera. And then bam. 3, 2, 1. God, that was so limp.
What's the matter with it? That was good. That was good.
More action, like.
I actually have a bit of a hot take.
What is it?
I know this is going to sound really weird coming from me, but I don't think Eminem have really proven to me yet that they are the real deal. Reason why? They beat Wolves, who they play every week. We know they can beat them, and they beat an APAC team. Can you realistically say that they have had an actual top-tier team go up against them yet?
No, and I'll even add more to it. Yesterday, when we were sitting down in the green room, Nello passed behind us, and we're telling him, very well done. He says, thank you, but we don't want to get our hopes up just yet, because we still have more games to go. We don't want to jinx ourselves. We want to keep it rolling. And that humility, we all know, is Nello's specifically strong point, and that spreads very well in Eminem.
It does. It's important to keep yourself grounded as well. You know, you've seen a bit of early success, but there's always going to be a couple of teams in a group, or one team in particular, that is going to be seen as the weaker team. It's just the way that groups work. So the fact that they've arguably gone up against a couple of those already, it makes a lot of sense that they are still keeping themselves humble.
What about Liquid on the other side? We've seen them go up against the Sonics on day 1, 7-4-7 or 4-7-4-7 loss. Still a valiant effort against the Sonics, who have been playing very, very well here in the tournament. What can we say about Liquid? Because they had their day off yesterday. Is it really like 24 hours so they can just reset mentally, get back into it.
And they need to.
Yeah.
They really need to. Because this is a team that is now a team that, sure, they've got Lagonis been brought in there, but realistically, you want to be seeing something more out of this team. This is a God squad that has never won anything. And how long is that going to last until they make a change or until, something else happens along the line? So for me, I'd love to see him come out and play well today.
Speaking to Dev Marta, and we were chatting about Liquid, and he was saying, it'd be such a shame, this team to not win anything, and, he wants to see them lift the hammer, it'd be a great story. I'm like, but I feel as though we've given them so many chances. And for me, I feel as though the magic's ran out. That for me anyway, I'm not really, this is there, they can fight. I'm buying it now. I am.
Did they really? Because I mean, we gave
them a shot 2 years ago at getting the hammer. We gave them a shot a couple of months ago at lifting the major. I just think that the magic's gone.
People said that about BDS.
Yeah, I said that about BDS.
Everybody did. Berlin not attending Berlin was probably the best thing that happened to them. But you know what?
That's just me. Again, other people can still believe in the hopes and dreams, but for me, I don't know if it's there.
Fair enough. We had a custom graphic for you, Ollie. Would you like to go ahead? Explain. What is this about?
Well, we wanted to highlight one of the players on the side of Liquid, a very popular player. There is no doubt. We wanted to highlight Ness. And more specifically, I love the photos that come with this. I wanted to ask the question, where is Ness?
Oh, you're sick. You know that. You're sick.
Where is Nesk? Now, let's put this graphic into a little bit of context. 2023, they've played one game, so we aren't, this is whole SI stats for 21 and 22 versus one game of 23. So it's a very small sample size in the grand scheme of things. Liquid tend to have deep runs. They tend to play a lot of maps. Therefore, stats tend to look quite good. However, Nesk inside of day one was not in the server. And that's a problem because with a player of his caliber, you expect him to be there making a contribution. Look back there to 21. Of course, this was where they had arguably one of their better runs, as it were.
Grand finalists, yeah.
He's doing a fantastic job there inside of that best of 3 at the start of 21. And then, of course, inside of 22, the first best of 3 of that SI as well is a direct comparison. So he's gone from dropping 21 kills, 24 kills to then dropping 8 kills inside of one best of 3. Where is Nesk? Hopefully he shows up today.
And that is, like you said, day one comparison. It's the opening day of the tournament for Team Liquid in all 3 tournaments over the past 3 years. So that is a lot to go through and see that evolution. To be fair, he's been around since literally day one. That's pretty consistent, if you ask me, given it all.
He's up there with one of the SI legends,
for sure.
He's absolutely, without a doubt.
Just legends overall. Like everything what this guy has done, he's top 5 players of all time. That's not even without a doubt.
But he is on that decline. And there is an argument to say that he is headed in that direction.
We said it so many times.
Slowing down a little bit.
He's the greatest player to ever play this game, but has never won an SI. That is the thing with Nesk.
But I'll push it even further. Is Lagonis the missing link that Liquid have needed? Because if I'm looking at
it is.
Chirping,
100% it is.
Who are you talking about?
Lagotness.
Lagotness.
Yeah.
With a T. Honestly, I love Lagonis.
Yes, he's a fantastic person.
Such a nice guy. I've had many chats with him throughout the years of doing BR6, just general podcasts, general getting to know him. And what he brings as a player is incredible. He's got a lot of traditional sport background. He's really into competing in those sort of ways. Loves a bit of tennis. However, what he brings into Siege and what he brings into the server, second to none, so experienced. And for that to be brought back into the ecosphere that is Liquid, when you think about what they lost in Sexy Cake, is massive.
That is true. And now Sexy Cake is on the broadcast. Seems like, broadcasts are the retirement homes. Hello, Pengu. Let's move on then to, I love Nick.
Why are you always just hating on?
I don't know why. I used to enjoy it when like Fabio's on here. I haven't worked with Fresher really much through the tournament so far. So, usually he's
good or a bad thing?
No comment. Map bans, though, for this series, what do they look like? A reminder, it's all BO3s until we hit the grand final. So we're going to have a lot of competition to go through here at the Invitational. Really hope you're enjoying the match format and also the points format we've had here at SI. I think so far it's the best we have had. Pick and ban has been easily exploitable for some teams versus others. And Mandy did a great piece on that yesterday. So look at it in one of our games earlier in the day. 4 bans first. Eminem will go first for Cafe. Their pick, they start on the attack. Liquid pick Clubhouse, and they start on the attack there. Our decider will be Villa, as Liquid has the last ban. Demolad, what do you think?
Cafe, straight in. I'm happy to see the ban before Cafe. I think that's one thing that me and you immediately look at for Eminem is please ban Chalet against them. Do not let Eminem on that map. But they went for the Cafe pick. Very aggressive map. And I personally think with Eminem, the form that they're on, with the players that they have, like Solotov, has been incredible. You stick them on a map where it's just about gun skill, you're going to be rewarded. Surely you're going to be rewarded.
I agree. I think that Solotov, somebody that's had a fantastic tournament so far, he's up there in terms of the highest rated players in the whole thing. Yeah. Eminem as a whole have got some of the highest rated players inside of the whole 6 Invitational. That's always going to come into good stead when you're talking about a map like Cafe, which can be quite gun skill orientated, as are most. I think that both teams have done a cracking job in the first 4 bans. They've really removed some good targets there. The Skyscraper getting taken away by Liquid, not a map that they are very comfortable on at all. I think Eminem would have been happy to go there. Chalet, as you've already mentioned. Clubhouse coming in as the second choice here. I mean, anybody can play Clubhouse at this point. Is it really your map pick, or is it just a map that you've both sort of landed on? That's one of those things. So Liquid going to take them over to Club, and then a decider of Villa if required.
How do you see this series going then? Who can take it? Because I'll roll it back to a few minutes earlier, Demo. You're saying, and I agree with this, Eminem have not really had a real test yet.
The Cafe's going to set the tone. I'm looking at Club, and I'm finding it really difficult to see Eminem take the win. Not because I don't think they're a bad club team. It's just I've seen Eminem have really good club games, but also on the other end of the stick where they haven't played as well on that map. So there is, I wouldn't say there's that consistency with Eminem, whereas I think you're going to get that from Liquid every day of the week. You know they're going to be there, ready to play the Clubhouse the way that we expect them to. Very methodical, straight on the money. They see a weakness, they're straight in.
You say very methodical, but we've had methodical teams so far at SI over these 3 days.
Just because of Clubhouse, just as the map, not in terms of the team. Just, Clubhouse is very basic.
No, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I didn't even know where it's set in. What city, what country? Do you know?
You live in that country.
No, I don't, actually. It's not true. Trivia? No.
Trivia?
What?
No. What's in Siege?
I mean, look. Liquid Eminem could spiral out of control, but I want to talk about, could this be a 2-0? What can Eminem do to really show us and show everybody, show themselves more importantly, that, hey, we can keep this going. We will not just bow out to the first kind of more experienced team that we hit.
Eminem need to show that they've got that depth now. They need to show that they can do it again, and they can do it against a more seasoned opponent.
How? Who needs to step up?
I think that we just need to see Eminem play the same way that they have done. As long as Solotov's doing his thing, as long as User's doing his thing, as long as Nello's doing his thing, they're going to have a good day. I think stylistically they match up quite well against a team like Liquid. Going into the first map, the only small alarm bell that I may have, and this isn't really in Liquid's sort of style, this isn't in their playbook to heavily counter or to heavily strat against a team, but of course we did see Eminem already play Cafe against Direwolves. So I'm not sure how much Liquid have felt like they've been able to glean from that, given that they let Cafe come through the first 2 bans that they had. It isn't, again, as I say, it isn't in their wheelhouse to sort of directly go against and counter a team, but it's something that you've got to bear in mind.
Demo, you're focused. I can see that.
Yeah, I
feel you're very torn in this game between 2 teams that you seem to love very much, both of you.
It's just, I love Eminem. Always love supporting, always love backing them. But like I said before, it's a big challenge for them. And am I having doubts?
Are you?
I don't know.
About whom?
Just the consistency from Eminem, because I feel for this side, yes, we've seen them have great games, but we've also seen him with bad games. I think we've seen the duality of Eminem. And if it's the other, the bad side of Eminem where Farty's not there, the head drops. Tyrant went through an entire stage where he just wasn't there.
But it doesn't matter what you did in the year. We're here now.
I know. It's just, I just hope it doesn't creep up. If they play with the confidence, with the happy-go-lucky, carefree spirit that they're all about, yeah, they can cause an upset. Of course they can.
All right. I'm very much looking forward to it. I want to know, because you just said an upset.
I'm every Eminem fan, right? Everyone,
what do you say?
Speak for the people.
For the people speak, for the flame, as they would say. But let's see whether the liquid, our water, can douse out the flame, or will it be too hot?
That was very good for
in the kitchen. Thank you very much, XR Turka and Demo. We're going to toss it then to our casters. It's Eminem and Liquid. Inside you are two wolves. One is right and the other is wrong. And both of them are playing in this game. Direwolves versus Wolves Esports. And we're getting ready to go for our matchup. Welcome to the analyst desk, the command center. Ahoy. I'm Dominic, your host. With me are Mandy and James. Hello, friends. How you doing?
Doing all right, doing all right. I just dropped my pen.
No, I don't think they could hear that on broadcast. You could have played that off.
To be fair, look, Kix used to drop his pen around all the time. So.
Look, I'm doing all right. I'm probably doing better than both of these teams right now. Things are looking dire for both the Direwolves and the normal Wolves. It's desperation time. Both teams yet to find a win. Both teams need one badly.
I saw them howling at the moon last night.
Well, they should have been practicing instead. I don't know why they were doing that.
This woman is in like the most horrendous place to be in the entirety of Canada, but she has chosen to be between these two nerds. Direwolves and Wolves Esports is about to begin. I want to fill things up here, or fill people in on Direwolves again, because we got to see them for the first time yesterday, but not many people might know much about the team. Just think, oh, it's an APAC team. What are they gonna do? But you know, there's more than just, oh, it's APAC.
I think so. It's more just APAC, in my opinion. These guys are the top of APAC South, undeniably, in my, like, for sure.
Oh, look at him! He's dying on the inside.
Surely this is the truth.
Oh, they were. Are they still? That's the sad part, right?
At the top of APAC South.
Yeah.
There you go. These guys definitely have been the top of APAC South. They topped Stage 1, they topped Stage 3 in really dominant fashion. Stage 2, they had it a bit rough, but they were in Sweden and they had a really good showing against FaZe. They pulled some big upset games. Here at SI, they've had a bit rough. They've had it very, very rough with the 2 roster changes that they've had to move. They've had to rebuild, but this new iteration of Direwolves, I actually don't mind too much. I think they have a lot going for them still, and I just think they need a bit more time to brew.
Well, that's the big pivotal thing. We've talked about how they've only had 2 months to play with these 2 new players that they've brought on, Harambe and Ray. Harambe, well, both former players from this roster, but now that things didn't work out with ED and Reaps, they've had to make these last-minute changes. Harambe's come back in from the analyst position. Ray has been brought back onto the roster after taking a bit of a vacation when, you know, they got rid of him about a year or so ago. Now he's back. Direwolves, it's a miracle that they're even here. They, by all means, should not have won that LCQ in APAC. Everyone was putting their money on teams like Sandbox, Bliss, Knights, and yet, against all odds, they are here at SI.
So they make it here, and on day 1, unfortunately, it's not really, you know, the best of times. They were going up against a hot Eminem, still lost 4-7, 4-7, and that's just looking at Eminem at SI. That's all right, because Eminem have been doing quite well. We'll get to see them against Liquid. That'll be the real challenge. We just talked about it. But what is that X factor that Direwolves can bring? Because you're saying yourself, James, there's no way they should have won LCQ. There's something that had happened. A player, a way of playing in the game that pushed them over the edge.
That's the thing. Direwolves, I think, historically throughout APAC South have always been an exciting team to watch because they play make like crazy. And even in rounds where you're wondering how are they going to find a way in this, they have a really flexible roster with some serious firepower that they can always find a way to force the issue. And Pika is often the front line of that. Reaps was as well before he decided to leave the team. But now what Direwolves are left with is Pika as their primary fragger, and he has been one of the best players in the tournament for fragging so far. Coming in, he had one of the best ratings out of any player at SI who played it throughout the 2022 season. However, we did see him get quite shut down yesterday in their match. So it's a real question for me whether Direwolves are going to be able to activate, spring into action, and overcome some of these weights that have been bearing them down.
To me, Direwolves are the team of miracles. These guys have got resilience that is like no other. I've never seen a team go through the adversity that these guys have gone through outside of the server to go back into it and just bring 100% and perform, rebuild their structure, rebuild their strat book completely in the span of 2 months and be ready internationally. There is not that many players, there's not that many teams of that caliber, and it's, yeah, to me, this is the team of miracles.
From one pack to the next is Wolves Esports on the opposite end. It's Wolverhampton, but they're actually French, led by a Belgian.
All right, fair enough.
That kind of tells you something. But what can Wolves Esports bring here? Because it's a disappointing run, even though we were looking forward to them the entire year.
Look, Wolves might be the most disappointed team at Six Invitational right now. The best team from the EUL season is now on an 8-map losing streak. They seem chalked. This is not the 3rd place on the world standings team that we expected coming into Six Invitational. We know what these guys are capable of. The fantastic Frenchmen, they have achieved so much within Europe, and they've been to every single major this year. Here at Six Invitational, they're yet to string together more than a couple of rounds in the 2 matches. They have lost to Eminem and Sonics. If there's any place where these guys can finally set the record straight and refine their confidence, it's against Direwolves.
You know, Cal from Eminem, the CEO of Eminem, came along and he roasted me in the green room. He was like, how dare you vote for Wolves against us? Wolves haven't performed in a BO3.
This is the first person, the same person that, you know, had a tweet, oh, happy birthday, Mandy.
He called me out. He was like, Wolves, these guys haven't performed in a BO3 in a very long time. This is true. Now that he mentioned this to me, Wolves, they didn't do very well in the EUL finals. Eminem were able to take them down 2-0 pretty cleanly as well. And honestly, Cal, look, I'm going to give it to you. You're right. Wolves, they seem like the BO1 team. They don't ever seem to show up in these really long stamina or endurance-based matchups.
And in fact, looking back over history, I'm pretty certain that Wolves have never won a BO3. Now, there are some French league matches that they could perhaps count, but we're in the big leagues now. This is not just a national tournament. It's not even just EUL. This is the global stage, and they can't afford to be a round-robin team any longer.
Yeah, not only that, but we're going to dive into the veto in a little bit.
Yes.
Wolves, the thing about these guys is that I just think that in general, compared to their EU counterparts, they have a much smaller map pool. These guys really are sort of stuck in their ways. They have these 3 or 4 maps that they're really, really confident on, and then maybe another 1 or 2 that they can play. But in comparison to all the other teams here at SI, it just feels like they're not quite as prepared.
Let's take a look then at our map pool. Some would say they are over-prepared, but just it looks very different. It looks very similar in the server when you're underprepared or overprepared and you trip over yourself. Here, 4 bans are through Wolves. Get the first pick on Cafe. Let's start off on the attack. And well, I say Wolves, the Wolves Esports team. And for second is Direwolves. They pick Skyscraper. Start off on the attack with a decider being Oregon. One thing's for sure, Wolves will win this match. Which one, who knows? Good luck to our casters. Gonna have a lot of work to do with that, but we're not going to them yet. I almost scared my analysts in here, but that was just a joke. So go ahead. What do you think about this ban phase?
I think for this ban phase, just going straight to the Wolves, touching back on that point about them having a very small map pool, they always have their auto bans of Theme Park and of Border, and it's been pretty consistent in the past few months of their best of 3 veto history. And I think them not having expanded their map pool as much as I'd hoped that they would have in the last 3 months is really coming to bite them back. And preparing for BO3s is a completely different beast to BO1s.
You're talking about how it's fairly easy to predict the Wolves the map bans rather. I think Direwolves also incredibly predictable in the 2 that they have banned. Clubhouse and Bank are their 2 most banned maps, and they've had some losses recently, even if they're not the best maps for the Wolves themselves. Now, there was one surprise to me in the first 4 bans, and that was actually Wolves going for Theme Park. Yeah, they do ban it a lot, but it does leave Skyscraper in. And Skyscraper is Wolves' 2nd most banned map, and it is one of Direwolves' best maps, including some victories at previous majors to teams like FaZe Clan. So it does seem like a bit of a gamble to me that Wolves have let Skyscraper in, and I think that they are going to find quite a challenge ahead of them in map 2.
But still seeing Wolves Esports happy and smiling is something great, because over the past couple of days it has been, you know, nothing but rain. Even though they're a French team, they've really been echoing, I guess, the English weather is that the org is from. But here, they seem to be a bit more motivated.
There are a lot of similarities between these 2 teams, and it just begins with the name. But one huge difference is the amount of expectation on these 2 teams. Direwolves are pretty much the lowest rated team at the tournament. They didn't make it to SI through points. They had to go through the LCQ, and they had to go it through, let's face it, the weakest region in APAC. They've just had 2 roster changes, one of which was not by choice, and the other was impacted by external circumstances. Wolves, on the other hand, these are EUL champions. They should be capable of more than this, and they are devastated should they be able to lose to a team like Direwolves.
All right, our game's ready. I need a name made out of 2 different words. And the score.
Sure. I'm actually going to go with Direwolves for this one. Direwolves 2-1. I am going to back in my boys from APAC South. I have no shame anymore. It's a biased one. It's a full biased one.
Fair enough.
I think Cafe is going to go to Wolves. I think Skyscraper is going to go to Direwolves. And I think Oregon should be a really tight game. I think Direwolves will take this. And yes, there is an element of bias and hope in my voice, but I think that in where these 2 teams are at right now, Direwolves have nothing to lose, and Wolves Esports can't say the same.
If we ever have an event in APAC, Taiwan, Singapore, whatever, I want to hear that, but with the crowd around. That'll be something else. Mandy, thank you so very much. Thank you, James. We're going to toss it to our casters. We'll try to make sense of the Wolves against the Wolves. Who wins? Well, the viewers, as Ace would say. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome over to the desk with me and Tim. We're getting ready for this game, and Tim's had a late breakfast. You're sinking your teeth into that pan of chocolat there, Tim.
And you find it's a chocolatine, that one does.
No,
we're in Montreal now.
It's a pan of chocolat. You had one a month ago in Paris.
Honestly, you need to get up to speed. It is a chocolatine, and it is delicious.
It's a pan of chocolate. It's literally, why is it called a chocolatine, Tim?
Because it is. It's completely different, Des, and it's beautiful.
Well, I'm sure there's a horde of Canadians out there that I don't want to upset, so...
Chocolatine?
We'll go with that one. Wolves versus Direwolves, a really interesting fixture coming up here. It has not been the best start for our European team, is it, Tim? They've had a really terrible start. They're down 0-2.
No, it's not been good.
The thing is about them, I used to always joke back when they were known as Vitality, they are the most consistently inconsistent team that you can see. I'd say these days they are consistently inconsistent. They are fantastic online, like brilliant team, top in the world. Then it comes to LAN, and they suck. It's a real problem. They're down 0-4. They've lost to Sonics, lost to Eminem. If they lose here to Direwolves, suddenly things start looking, ironically, really, really dire. And they maybe should take that small word off Direwolves and put it in front of their own, because they seem unable to really deliver when it comes to these big events. But many of you at home still back them. Let's find out if they can get the work done here on Cafe.
It's just such a disappointment, and I don't mean that about the team. Like, the team are fantastic. You know, they're always... Tim?
Sorry? How you feel?
No, what I mean is that I really want them to turn up and show everybody what they show us in EUL.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they're just so good over the year. You know, we talk about their ability to play. Particularly, one of the big things for Wolves that I've always enjoyed is, or at least, you know, over the last 12 months has been a key characteristic, is their ability to play short-handed. They'll go down to 3-4 players versus 5 maybe, and they've just got such a good ability to be able to sort of section up the rest of the round and still find fights that are in their advantage until they've leveled those numbers up. And it's just not something that we're seeing them do, and it's a problem. So hopefully, you know, they can show us their best and put this sort of LAN curse to bed, as it were, because I just feel like get a best of 3 win under their belt, and it'll break the seal. Optimism, I know.
There is a lot.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the optimism.
Let's ground us in reality again for a second. The desk have already gone through a few of these, but it's worth reiterating. Not a single player from Wolves is positive on KD so far. Not a single player has a rating above 1. The closest is Mowgli at 0.95. P4 and Shinka are the 2 lowest rated EU players. A car crash of a start to the competition is only the way that it can be summarized. They have got some work to do, and I really hope they've used these last 24 hours to get ready, broken out of that mental space, because I think it's very clearly a mental issue holding them back at this point, and see if they can fight their way through. But also, let's not forget about Direwolves. I know we're obviously picking up the boys from our region, but Direwolves themselves, sure, they've lost 1 series. I like to give a team a couple of series, really, across 4, 5, 6 maps to really get a feel for them. Direwolves didn't play terribly in their game against Eminem. Sure, Eminem was slow to start on this exact map. They were down 0-4 whilst Direwolves were absolutely flying, but then a very quick turn of fortunes came in with Eminem winning 7 rounds back-to-back. They absolutely crushed them. But we know Direwolves have got the potential, we know they've got the capability. We'll see how they fare on their defensive side here, going out immediately up on the top floor with some reinforcements out towards Piano side to try and slow down the Wolves. So this is not all going to get confusing, saying Direwolves and Wolves throughout this entire series.
I can't imagine it being a problem whatsoever, just like when Astro plays Astro in a couple of days. I can't see that being any any issue whatsoever.
Absolutely none, Tim. Can't wait.
Not at all. We apologise. We apologise in advance for any confusion between the two names of today's teams, but we will do our absolute utmost for you, and we'll try and keep that counter down at 0. We've got Harambe. He's going to be watching on the pulse, just in and around that mid-level. Not a surprise, seeing as the defence is the top floor. He's going to have Nitro in hand. I don't know. Has he got any others? No, nobody along with him. Sometimes you'll get a second operator with a Nitro come along to play with that pulse underneath, and they can just sort of laser guide those explosives.
I really thought you were going to say the full
just teasing on day 3 does.
Absolutely, teasing through the skylight hatch here. Oh, not through the hatch, under the skylight, sorry, is Mowgli on the nut, what we spoke about a second ago. Has 2 nades in back pockets, who also joined up by the sledge. The Yardaban being taken away does mean you're not going to see 6 nades being stacked up, which a few teams have tried to employ throughout the first couple of days, but it doesn't stop a wonderfully rolled through nade straight on the way through to pick out his man. And that's without any vertical control below. You've still got the Paul sat down here, waiting to see what's going on, and he's got a pretty good idea, thanks to that cardiac sensor, revealing there is a player on the east window rappel.
Not a huge surprise to see Mowgli opening things up there, as we've said. You know, I think it's probably fair to describe, you know, the best of a bad bunch so far out of the first couple of games. So Wolves, Mowgli is certainly sat at the top in terms of stats. But yeah, it's been difficult for a lot of these guys, and I'm hoping to see them shake that off a little bit today. On both teams, Mowgli, he's on the hunt. There's
got a drone, though.
You know, he's the perfect operator for it, but no, he can't react quick enough, and Pecan's going to slam him and take him out of the round.
He's literally got a drone in the room telling him where the player is. Now, sure, confusion of comms can be a thing that weighs in there, but you've got to be aware, surely your teammate is screaming, he's pushing door, and you're ready to pre-fire, but nothing comes out. He's looking far too deep in the room and loses what should have been a guaranteed 1v1.
Really got to be picking that up, as you say. Yeah. My concern for Mowgli was actually Harambe off in reading. That was my concern, was is he going to get picked up from the doorway? Does he know there's a second man down there? You know, I didn't think that it was going to be Pecan that managed to get that kill, but regardless, it is currently 4 versus 3 in favour of Direwolves. They're looking fairly comfortable at the minute. Rise is going to try and make a move here. He's going to go in through Cocktail Balcony. I don't think the Direwolves are actually aware that this has happened. He manages to waltz on into sight, but they're certainly watching. They know now, but no, they've turned their back.
The timing.
Oh, the timing, Rise. There's a freebie opportunity, but no, Racy manages to get that kill, and that leaves us now in a 1 versus 3. BB's been quiet so far this tournament, and he's got no choice but to try and clutch out here. 10 seconds, he's planting the diffuser.
This is a freebie kill, though, coming up from wide, as well as Harambe swings round and gets the finish off. Wolves, again, lacking some of that polish that we've seen online. It's the theme of the last couple of days for me has been drone count. We commented a lot on this with SSG versus Elevate yesterday, but it feels the same again. Coming into the last 60 seconds, 1 drone out of the field, a couple in back pocket. It got rolled out in the end, one of those drones that were in back pocket to watch through the bar area as the execute came through, but they were pushing in blind, Tim. You saw that from the way they were taking the gunfights. They weren't sure where these players were. It was very much relying on a bit of intuition and reaction in the moment that Direwolves were just far better at. So for Wolves, we need to see more teamwork in the early round because it is sorely missing.
It is, you know, and I'm sort of reluctant to say it, but if you remember, Des, back around 2020, I think it was around the time that we did our first SI, long time ago. The Rogue roster, as it was at the time, had this same issue, almost. You know, it was known that they'd get to LAN dominantly and then just not perform when it came to that LAN environment.
I remember.
And we do see it occasionally for teams, and you know, I don't want to say that is the case for Wolves, because you know, there are things that are happening that are fixable, like you say, that information, the comms, you know, there's things there that can clearly you know, be improved upon, but you just start wondering how much of it is the mental game, you know, as a player, when the first couple of matches, it starts getting said, and you think, nah, it's not. Nah. And then when you're 6-7 matches in, you know, you just got to wonder how much does that creep into the mentality, and I'm sure it does have an impact, and I'm like I say, I'm hoping that they can shake it off. But also, Direwolves, second game out, they've got a real opportunity here.
I mean, Pecan was the one trying to get cheeky there as well, straight at the doorway, hoping to catch him off guard, and a good idea, because at the time, Wolves had 7 drones in back pocket, 0 out on the field. They would have had no information as to what's going on. Here they've set themselves up and posted themselves around these key couple of locations and have got a couple of kills early into the round, but that is about it. I think Mogi there almost being C4'd out as well. I wasn't quite sure what it was that caught him, but he's down on low HP regardless, finds the head of Harambe, and without even getting inside the building, Wolves have found themselves 4 kills. All the work being done by these two, Mowgli and P4, who may have just won the round single-handedly.
Jackie Wu's going to manage to pick up Mowgli with the Auda, but you've got to imagine that it's surely a matter of time here. He's on about 75, 80 health, and he's got a lot of work to do. Sees the opportunity up above him, but just can't find the shots, can't find the man. Just aware of a potential drop into utility, but the hatch hasn't actually been...
They've got time.
So, yeah, Wolves not rushing here at all. It's a hatch that you'd expect the defenders potentially to have opened up to allow themselves to drop back to site from the vertical hole, but not something that they did. But I like this from Wolves. Yes, there's only 1 player left. Yes, they could run in and just try and kill him, but they're not rushing things. They're doing a proper job, and they've got themselves an easy kill at the end of it without throwing lives away, and that's the way they need to be finishing rounds off here, because it's going to build the confidence.
That's exactly it, and you can hear it in the boys there as well. Really excited and gassed up by that, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of been a tactic into this game. Every small victory they find, get excited about it, build that energy up, because clearly it has been missing. But again, one thing I'll probably pull back to is, for me in that round, it's very similar to the story we had in the LossOne fixture yesterday. LossOne had their first game, formerly known as Team 1, did combine with Los Grandes, hence why they're now called LossOne. They were getting very aggressive in the early round, looking for gunfights and 1v1s when they didn't need to be taken. And Direwolves were kind of doing the same there. You know, if you've watched back any of Wolves' games, that they struggle with this sort of teamwork that normally gives them such a presence online. You know, I'm so used to seeing them just collapse on site as a 5 and absolutely overwhelm their opposition with chaos, but that's been missing the last couple of days. But in that round, instead, Direwolves are the ones putting themselves in less than ideal situations, going for these 1v1s. And if anything you don't want to be doing in this game is give them 1v1s to Mowgli. The dude's an absolute demon. Why would you even grant it to him for free? So for Direwolves, it sounds like such simple advice, but just peel back a little bit. Don't feel like you've got to be meeting them at doorways and windows. Let them in, let the seams start to undo themselves a little bit, the threads start to come loose. That's when you can strike and start picking off members of Wolves. There is no reason to go looking for fights early in the round.
A lot of investment up in the top floor once again. No surprises there from Direwolves, basically trying to double down on what they did last time around. But Wolves certainly had the answers in round 2, and that for me is something Direwolves need to be aware of as well, is momentum within this game, because as we've said, you know, Wolves are, I can only guess, going to be coming into this with a little bit of a, you know, maybe a confidence issue, you know, like I said, that mentality issue of getting that first win. The more that Direwolves let them get established in this game, the more dangerous Wolves become.
100%.
Yeah, so for me, Direwolves need to be getting opening kills. Pick on. He's going to take out P4. Perfectly timed to punctuate my point. Thank you very much. They need to be getting up in the faces of Wolves, not allowing them to chain them rounds together.
That isn't one traded back on the other side. Pican, the one being caught actually on the rotate back out from where he found that first kill. So a good response coming out. But that first one was what I was talking about, right? Sit a little bit deeper back in the map. Look for the gunfights when they started to work their way through the map and capitalize, because I'm not sure whether P4 was droned in there or not. I didn't quite catch exactly what happened, but he was killed on the long angle down through White Corridor that ultimately saw him fall apart without so much as a whimper back on the other side. 4v4 then with half the round still to play. Wolves do feel like they're getting established, but we've still got to see this top floor control come through before we worry about what's next. And also worth stressing, Tim, no kitchen site coming out for Direwolves.
Not as of yet. Rise is going to pick up a nice kill onto Harambe. Finds him lurking around underneath the skylight. Rise has been improving over the last couple of maps that we've seen here at SI. We've certainly seen his performances on the up, at least, which may continue. Jackie Wu picks up Shinka 3 versus 3, but Souffle is down in that, so effectively a 2 versus 3. And Wolves with an opportunity to grab themselves another round here. Jackie Wu has to take the drop. Can't find the kill, though, as Mowgli's ready. Picks up the down man, and that'll be a double, leaving us now in a 1 versus 3. It's Ray C. He's got it all to do. Finds the first, though, Des.
Finds one. Can he get the next? Oh, almost before he tucks himself away. That could have been catastrophic if he'd have got that second kill, but here he faces off a 2 versus 1, a temporary 1 versus 1, as the diffuser is going down, but Wolves have control of the site, and Ray does not. Going to round himself here, maybe come into a 1 versus 2. Sees one, but somehow Bibu hits the reverse. Headshot comes out, they take the round. Wolves up to 2-1.
That was a beautiful pre-fire from Bibu there, just preempting the man coming around the corner, and also just had that crosshair placement down as well, which leaves us with Wolves 2-1 now after the first 3 attacking rounds. I mean, we would expect, you know, they've started on a good side for me on Cafe. I think they are going to find some joy on the attack here. You know, the big question marks for me are probably going to come in the second half for Wolves particularly, and how they can stand up to the defence of Cafe. But for now, Direwolves are going to head down to that bottom floor, as it's going to be Kitchen. We'll see if they defend vertically particularly, or whether it's more of a horizontal defence. We've seen sort of an even spread across the 2 tactics really lately. Sometimes it'll be defend Bakery and defend VIP. Sometimes it'll be get above, defend reading, defend up to piano, top floor and burn time that way. But at the minute it looks like Direwolves largely setting up for a little bit of verticality. They've got somebody out in reading, and then we've got Harambe just moving around. There's no setup in VIP yet, so I would imagine it's going to be more about the upper floors.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't rotated back up to that top floor, right, and gone through the normal rotation of 3 sites. Instead here, opted to play across all 3 primary sites that they might want to head their way into. We've got that DKB on side here for Bibu, an operator that actually has had a really high ban rate throughout the competition so far. Sometimes a target ban towards the Mark 14 users. I've got a couple of those, Onigiri and thinking about Anderson, the 2 names that I'd especially shout out for that. But here, it being on side can just be really oppressive on dealing with roamers. So if you're feeling a little unsure as a team like Wolves, and you do just want to make sure that members of Direwolves are being forced back, fantastic operator to have on side. When you've cleared out land, you lock it down with the Nomad of Mowgli as well. It's just a really nice little lineup of feel that this team has got for this round.
Shinka needs to be cautious there. He's got a man on white stairs. Pican just moves away at the wrong time, maybe right time. Might have saved his life there. I don't think he quite had the angle to take that fight. I would have backed Shinka every day. Now then, Mowgli's going to pick up Harambe. We've also got P4 looking to get into a fight. A double for Mowgli. Really powering Wolves into this one, Des. He's looking at walking directly into sight. He's going to serve himself in the kitchen.
That's the most Wolves that I've seen so far. This collapse coming in where comms for the defenders just go absolutely haywire as they collapse in on them. Not with 5, just with 2 this time. But it's enough to get the control they need. A 4v2. The roamers of Direwolves having to scramble back towards site. It's a great read from Wolves to collapse when they realised the site was left quite light and have made an absolute meal of this round.
I love the timing from Bibu there as well. The Dockerby call comes in. Shinka starts getting the diffuser down. That's the teamwork that we expect to see out of the EU side. Rise having himself a little battle on the red stairs. He's going to come out on top, blasting Souffle away with the skeleton key. Mowgli with a 3rd in the round, and Mowgli is a dangerous player at the moment.
He is on one today, absolutely. It's not all down to him as well. That was a really good round being put together by Wolves overall, but Mowgli sat at 8 and 2 across 4 rounds, averaging 2. If you're getting stats like that on the board, you are going to pick up rounds at some point on the way through. Fortunately for Wolves, it's 3 and 1 here on the attacking half of Cafe. I'd be ecstatic with that, and you can completely understand why Direwolves have said, right, it's time to pause here, guys. Need a breather. Let's reset, get our heads back in the game.
Push on us, see how weak we are.
Just have a listen in and see during the tactical timeout what's coming out of the Direwolves coach.
You know, close white stairs, close below stairs. You know, Souffle needs to also be closer to the stairs. And then if we see, oh, they're not continuing their side push, direct push, they will rotate up, then we also rotate up. Okay, they're a bit more together.
So talking about the movements there as a team or anything, I love the fact that we get to listen to this kind of stuff, by the way.
Nick and Parker obviously started it yesterday, and they noticed
just shutting up and listening.
Yeah, they noticed that you could hear it, and you know, props to those guys. We'll you know, take that on board. It's a fantastic idea. It just gives us that bit of insight into you know, what's going on within the team and what they think the problems are, and you know, obviously rotations, and it sounds like adapting to what's happening in front of them. You know, if we see that they're pushing this, we need to move. We need, you know, we need to adjust, and yeah, we'll see whether that's something that pans out.
Really good little conversation. Thank you very much, production, for getting that microphone set up.
We apologise now. We might not be able to listen quite as well to the Wolves one, because it will all be in French.
I mean, we'll do our best. We'll just listen and go, gun, grenade. Oh, I know that one. That's rotation. Oh, get it. Oh, they just said Iana. Oh, I know that operator.
We'll do our best.
We can listen to little bits here and there as we go along. Maybe we'll try and translate as best as we can, but we should really rope Milos in here for a try.
I was going to say, it's really not our area of expertise.
He could say whatever and I'll believe everything he was telling me anyway. Let's go and see how round number 5 goes. We're back up to that top floor then for Bar and Cocktail. Wolves changing over their lineup slightly here towards the back end of things. They've been moving over to the Thatcher for that flex pick. Not that I really think they're going to need it here. They have the Hibana on side as well, but I imagine they've seen this Kaid and think, yep, it's time to get an answer to that one coming in. Pecan looking to real double down on the drone denial game that they've played so far as well, with the Solus coming in here, but the 8 drones available to Wolves are all in their back pockets and heading up to the roof.
Going to be just going up with a little bit of caution. Always applied when going anywhere near these hatches. You've got to be careful. We've seen it a couple of times already at SI. I don't think we've seen a kill from it yet. You know, but we do occasionally have the aggressive players stood underneath with the nitros, ready to go. They'll wait for one to be opened, and then that gives them the timing to throw for the second. For the time being, side pretty heavy at the minute with defenders here. We've got Jackie Wu out in Cigar. We've got Racy over by what looks like Washroom and Piano. We've got one in Cocktail. So very much a top floor hold here. Apart from, keep your eyes on Pecan, he's on the Solus and he's underneath.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be down there looking to try and make something happen later into the round, I imagine, or just feeding information upstairs based on what's going on. Of course, got the EMPs now starting to race on through, and Souffle's like, yeah, get me out of dodge. I know what follows next. It is frag grenades as 2 of them come falling in by his feet. So he's been forced to step away momentarily, but he's going to step back into position here, I imagine, Tim, as Pecan finds one on a jump out onto P4.
Yep, just has a look. He knows that there's one on the rappel, steps out, and that's an absolute beauty. I did say to keep an eye on him. He's going to continue his roam, and the problem for Wolves now is they do have the Nomads, so they can shut off the stairwells and stop him getting back to site, but that's...
Oh, my word.
That's not what Pecan is playing for. Pecan's playing to use that Solus gadget from underneath, combined with the impact nades, and prevent any plant. Now, Mowgli steps down and gets Jackie Wu, but Pecan causing further problems, Des. They haven't dealt with the roaming Solus.
Trying to push his way forward here and see what he can find. He's managed to charge forward. He really wants to get rid of these 2 players that are sat deep. There's one on Lumber, one in Bathroom, one sat behind him on Cocktail, and he wants to unsettle all 3. But he knows if he goes for one, he'll get shot by the other. It's Souffle to pick up the kill. Shinka's left all by himself here. Not much he can do except pad out those KT stats as Ray finds the final kill. Direwolves making good use of that timeout.
I love that Mowgli's having absolutely none of it there. Just like stood in the middle of the site. I'll take you all on. I'll take every one of you. But he can't. It doesn't work. A couple of good kills there. A bit of aggression coming out from Direwolves, which I think is, as I said, a little bit what was needed. Get in the face of Wolves. Don't let them settle into it. And those 2 jump outs are certainly going to help them in that regard. But what I don't want to see is them maybe get a bit too carried away with it. Wolves are an experienced team, some of the longest standing players in the game, and they're not going to keep falling for that. They're going to end up punishing them. So Direwolves, whilst I'm not saying you can't go near a window, just be cautious is what I am saying. But I love the play from Pecan there, and it was just something that Wolves did not really pick up on or deal with. The Solus was out in the map, gets a jump out. The Solus then able to get a second kill vertically, and he's still at the end of the round roaming in that mid floor. And as I said, you know, when the Solus gadget is activated, they can see the plant going down as an electronic device. They can't use their weapon immediately. They can come out of the device and try to shoot in roughly the right spot, but they can use the impact grenades at the same time. You just throw 2 of them at the ceiling above you, and you're going to kill anybody putting the diffuser down. It's a great play from Direwolves and something that Wolves really needed to deal with.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how it goes then for the final round of the defense. Here they are at a window once again. Tim, you were saying maybe let's not get every window. They've got slightly different ideas. And I reflect, I said the same back in round 3 when they had, you know, lost 3 members before Wolves had even stepped inside the building. I was like, boys, calm down a little bit. But I think at this stage, Wolves are a little bit wiser to it. They've been run out on twice in that last round. They are not taking any nonsense. Even slowing down by 10, 15 seconds to make sure it's safe is exactly what they're going to employ to make sure they all get to that building alive.
As I said, Shinka there, you know, absolutely well aware to that. He was fighting that fight from an absolute mile away, and the attackers generally have the advantage in terms of, you know, the length of scopes that they can use, the magnifications that they've got, so it's always going to be a very difficult fight.
Oh, the timing!
What a kill for Pecan! Manages to just open up the wall there and slam rise as he drops through the hatch. Gets a second. Where's the comms? Where's the comms, Wolves?
There it is. Mowgli has kind of been the savior in these cases. There's been 2 or 3 rounds now where players on the side of Direwolves have nicked a kill or 2, looked to get away with it, and then Mowgli has been the one there to collect. You know, P4 I think we commented on this before. I think he's the lowest rated player for Europe at the minute. It looks to be getting not all that much better so far in this game. At 3 and 5, it's an improvement, but we've got to see more than that when Mowgli is blowing way ahead at 10 and 3 and really has kept Wolves in more of these rounds, and maybe they should still be in.
BB just going to be sending a bit of utility in through there, try to support the push of Mowgli down towards the bottom of White Stairs. It's Harambe that they're looking to clear out from VIP, but he is supported by Jackie Woo-Woos as well, who's just going to hold on to those brown stairs for him, so he knows he only needs to focus in one direction. He can just take that one fight, and for the time being, Wolves are looking a little bit rattled. There's a minute 10 left to go. You know, no real access into sight. They're a man down as well. They need to be going in and getting some kills. Now, Mowgli needs to be careful here because Jackie Woo has been watching this angle, and he might just get, I was going to say, he might just get pulled into the fight there with the man in VIP, but no, Mowgli, alert to the danger.
The thing is, they've known that there's two players here, and as I give it to Direwolves as well, they've responded well. They've moved a Yokai drone over here, Souffle has. They've got two players kind of covering each other's backs, but we're not seeing Wolves pushing as a team. They've got, like, Mowgli's come down and danced around a little bit, then peeled away. Then one more has stepped forward and now been picked up as well in the form of Bibu. It's just a little bit fragmented, a little bit scattered, and sure enough, it's far too easy for Direwolves to bring this back up to a 3-3 by the looks of it. Shinka, the last one left standing against 4. I still think really Wolves will be happy on a 3-3 split, being honest with you, given how things have been going, but they know they could have got so much more.
I'd agree with you. I think it's not the end of the world, but I love that the way Direwolves have played, coming back from. This was just too easy, this double for Pecan. It's the second kill onto P4, really. He gets tries as he drops, fair enough. But then to get that second so freely. You picked up on it earlier, Des, with the kill in Dining, with Mowgli going in and Pecan taking him down in Dining. The speed of the comms just doesn't seem to be there. He should be aware, I've just been killed by somebody at small bar. Raj drops. There's a hole in the wall next to him. There's nowhere else he could have died from, realistically, and that call's got to be coming through, and they've got to be reacting to it more quickly. But Mowgli at the end of the round as well, a little bit of a concern there. Wolves, for me, just look like they've run out of ideas a little bit. Where whenever a player is heading in, right, so Mowgli knows, he's come down downstairs, he knows Jackie Woo's at bar, he knows that, I think it was Harambe off in VIP.
It is, yeah.
He then also knows that he's got Racy in court check because he goes in and he pre-fires in that direction, loses the fight. But by going in through main entrance still, he knows he's going into a kill box. He's going into an area where there are 3 angles watching that specific area. If you're going to try to push in there and your only plan is, I'm going to have to just go and take these gunfights and try and win them, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, what kind of bothered me about it was it's really standard that you see someone playing inside of VIP as well. And then normally you'd expect to see someone supporting them with bar, with the rotation open up towards the far left of the bar as well. It's nothing flash or something they wouldn't have come across in scrims before, but they're making it look like it's their first time coming across it. And that's a little bit of my concern. But we digress. Let's see how the defense goes forward. We have now, of course, swapped sides, and they are playing in that exact VIP spot that we were just talking about. We may well see the difference here between how Direwolves approach it versus how Wolves did in that last defensive round.
Well, I'm thinking about teams that historically I've seen very good at clearing this position, and I don't have to look beyond EU to think of BDS. They're very good generally at clearing this position. They'll use a lot of utility from the bottom of White Stairs. P4 goes in and manages to get an opener onto Jackie Woo, so that's a good start, but Harambe won for himself onto Mowgli. But exactly like this, the good teams will come in from the bottom of White Stairs. He's unfortunate he's not got the shield there, but they'll use the nades, they'll use the Gon 6s, they'll use the flashes to clear out this area and force the smoke away, or force the smoke to lose his life in that position. And it's something Wolves haven't done fantastically, and so far it's something Direwolves haven't done fantastically. They have to get better at clearing out that VIP position.
I mean, Pecan's just being patient here as well and waiting for someone to set a step wrong, and it's Rise who's got to be really careful of the tiny little box that he's got to play inside of VIP. But to give it to them as well, Direwolves have not got the nades here to be able to burn through the shield. A little bit of an oversight on their side. Maybe Pecan can still do some work with those breaching rounds, but they haven't been deployed. So similarly for Direwolves as to Wolves, we're seeing a bit of a stall out on the east side of the downstairs.
Well, this is the problem with losing Jackie Woo. They've lost the nades with him. So, like you say, it removes their options. So the question now is, how do you adapt? P4 are going to pick up another kill. That's second of the round onto Pecan this time. Harambe manages to avoid the explosives from underneath, and they're trying to work the vertical angles instead. So this is the adaptation. But along with this, Direwolves really are probably going to have to push towards Bakery. It's going to be difficult to get in to the freezer side of sight.
trying to open things up here. Harambe from above as well, opening up those sight lines to restrict the defenders on the downstairs somewhat. P4's been a bit of a demon, though, around this restaurant and bar area, similar to where we saw Jackie Wu playing before. You can see him in exactly the same spot. But Direwolves equally are struggling to get it broken open. Ryzen looking not to hit one, but gets banged through the sofa by Ray. That's the kind of kill they were looking for. A bit of a bait and switch almost coming out. Both teams into a 3 versus 3. 20 seconds on the clock. It definitely favors Wolves, but don't count Direwolves out yet.
That's the good fortune that Direwolves needed there. Just pushing 2 men towards double window and getting away with the kill onto Rise. They're going to try to push in through double door, but P4 could be on a rotate potentially. He's just holding himself outside of Freezer as they try to move in. Beautiful from P4. There we go. Power position. Gets one. Nearly the second, but Bibu beats into it. And that's going to be a successful first defense for Wolves. Direwolves, again, they just struggle dealing with that VIP position, ultimately getting the kill through double window, but the damage was already done by them.
I mean, I can't help but come back to Pecan. He was sort of on the wrong side of things, right? He's playing the Ash, and he's the one who's sat on the upside down rappel. He's the one who's got the gadgetry in back pocket that can make it way easier for Harambe to challenge on the garage doorway to get that challenge in towards VIP. But that shield was still stood on pretty short at the very end of the round. P4 got the kill onto Pecan. There was a kill that came through from Pecan at one point in the round, but it was nowhere near enough to unsettle that side of the map. So both teams really struggling now with what is often felt to be quite, you know, a staple of attacking that site. So Catchin's out the way, we go up to the top floor, it's Bar and Cocktail, and Wolves really looking to lock themselves down behind their utility here. You've got the Wamai and the Jaeger, you've got the Mirror on side, you've got the Warden, you've got shields. This is going to feel like a very much bread and butter setup on this top floor, Tim.
We would expect so. We're going to get into it. There's no Solace on side for Wolves. One of the big differences between their approach and Direwolves' approach. We saw the power of Solace playing underneath. Pecan doing a fantastic job with it. But
you notice how they've opened up all the storage, by the way? The whole thing has been left soft and basically opened up wide. You don't normally see that. Like 1 or 2 of the walls will be reinforced. There'll be a mirror window there. Bit different.
It is, you know, it's one of the areas sometimes that the defenders look to either rotate through or to play inside the freezer. But yeah, with the mirror window in place, it's a bit of an older strategy, really. I can't say that I've never seen it before. I just haven't seen it for a while. You'll put the mirror window on there. By opening up that wall, it means you can basically play across the entirety of that top level. Bibu, beautiful kill onto Pecan, and Pecan should really know better there. That's his wheelhouse. That was his operating area. That's where he was getting all his kills, and he's just stood there in no man's land, and Bibu has punished him.
It's interesting because it's like watching a mirror at points. Like both teams are making similar mistakes where if you think back to round 1, Wolves ignored the pulse that was playing inside of Reading. Ultimately didn't actually get the kill, but was still in a spot to get a kill onto Mowgli as he was trying to challenge inside of Fireplace. You've almost seen the exact same happen here where Direwolves weren't aware of Bibu being inside of Reading, and he's the one who's picked up a kill onto White Stairs with 0 response coming out from Direwolves. So both teams in places here a little bit sloppy. I'd like to see it timed up more, getting behind that information game that you've got. You've got a 0 on side, you've got a DKB, you've got a bunch of drones. There's so much you can work with. But either way, it feels like Wolves are the ones starting to pull ahead here as we go down to a 5v3.
Rise manages to take one down. Bibu is being hunted here at this point. It's Harambe that's just out in front of him trying to find the man in Reading. He does find him. There is a bit of a spray down from both sides, but it's Harambe who comes away with the kill and a little bit lower health. Now that leaves us 3 versus 3. A minute and a half wasted. Maybe not as long as Wolves might have hoped for.
No, but it's one of those teams have been doing this where they've been had over the last few days. They'll be in a massive numbers advantage. Think about LossOne, the number of times they're in a 3v2 where things will boil down to turning out to be around loss off the back of it. You really shouldn't be losing these big man advantage situations, especially not a 5v3. It's come down to a 3v3. The round is not over, but you just get that feeling that it can really boil up to being a loss. 6 flashbangs in back pocket, an EE1D, a phone call to phone home if they need a little bit of help. Still so much to play for here for Direwolves.
They just need to make sure that they're playing with enough time. Harambe is going to work his way up to the top of White Stairs now then. Are Wolves aware of this? This is the question. If he's able to sort of sneak into Lumber without too much contest, that's going to be a bit of a problem. He's got numbers with him as well, but Shinka manages to find one. That's going to be Raytake, and down Souffle is in position to pick that diffuser up, but time is ticking by. 25 seconds left to go. Shinka just holding tight angles now. Wolves are not going to push this. They're just going to wait for those pixels to appear, and Shinka shuts down Harambe. P4 with the final, and Wolves with their second successful defense.
Up to 5 and 3. Got to be building in a little bit of confidence at this point as well. I know he said at some point that it felt like it was going to be another disastrous day if things carried on as they have done previously, and sure, it hasn't been the cleanest, but there is some improvement here, especially in the Mowgli department.
I think it's going to be a good win overall for Wolves if they can get this first map done. Cafe is not a map that we see them play sort of too regularly. You know, so to come away, make that your pick, get the win there. There's just, you know, there's a lot of momentum potentially that can snowball from that. We're going to, for their third defensive round, see them now in Reading and Fireplace. So similar setup to last time around, I would expect. There's going to be a top floor presence there that Direwolves are going to need to deal with. Direwolves didn't feel, they got themselves into a 3v3, but then sort of got to the top of White Stairs and were kind of like, what now? Where do we go now? You know, they realised that they'd sort of walked into a funnel, really. They didn't have any sort of pressure coming from anywhere else. That's what I'd like to see switched up from Direwolves here, is maybe just, you know, poke from a couple of different sides. If they can get themselves in and around top White, get themselves maybe underneath Skylight, New Hatch, clear the top floor from two directions, and then start working towards side.
All right, that Solace is back on side, so ignored out the previous round, but this time reintroduced. We've seen both teams employing it throughout the rounds as well, and seen an awful lot over the last few days where it hasn't been banned away, drawn as many bans, I think, as it has picks at this point. But one of those where, as we've seen so many times, it's just so valuable at taking out drones in the early round, restricting the information gain that the attackers can play, kind of dealing them a little bit of their own medicine here. Now, Ray's got the shotgun, interestingly, being picked out, silenced as well on the Amaru, working his way in through the downstairs here. Just really hope he doesn't get blindsided once again by a player that he doesn't expect.
Harambe going to be setting himself up to get onto the east window rappel, I would imagine. The air jabs are out. Got to be careful with the location of those because they do not detonate until somebody's feet hit the ground. Always worth remembering for yourself in your ranked games when you play. Make sure you put them close to the ground, not next to the windows that
Smokes, cracks, everything.
We're going to have an Amaru potentially zip up. They go. Smokes come in. Ray is going to be getting that plant down. Can he stick it? C4 out. Plant stopped, and that is going to be the end of that attempt. But here comes Jackie Wu, a double kill with the shotgun, but we find ourselves now 3 versus 3, 1 minute 45.
Shotguns on Amaru, shotgun on the sledge as well. They're just racking it all up at this point, but they've made it work as well. The close range push coming up White Stairs turned out to be the play, and they found what they needed. 3 versus 3, plant attempt denied away though, all things reset.
P4 is just going to be feeding that information in. You can see the diffuser down on the ground, so they know 100% that it's inside of Fireplace right now. And just going to play the hatch. That's not actually a terrible position to play. He's likely going to be able to deny anybody from picking that case up. They're going to have to be very cautious about going in there now. So that's something Direwolves need to, you know, they benefited from it themselves. The soul is being ignored. They need to make sure that they don't do the ignoring.
Souffle's often found himself as the last man left alive in these rounds as well. I know he said at 1-7, but has been on the back end of a few 1vXs, to be honest. Feels like with this one starting to boil down to its end, though. In this last 60 seconds stepping in, they're a little bit short on options, and I love how we're getting a bit cheeky from P4 playing on the downstairs, waiting for a recovery attempt to come in, try and pick up that diffuser. They're dead to rights. There's no way you can get it without being taken out by him.
This is well played from Wolves. It's, you know, unfortunate for Direwolves. It was a nice attempt. I always like to see something a bit different, a little, you know, Amaru zip up the hatch there. You can see the leftovers, the track stingers, the smoke, everything was there, but Wolves were ready and had the answer, and they have benefited massively from it because Direwolves don't really have a plan B here. Mowgli, he's just going to keep himself tight in here, wait for the drop. It's as easy as that. Takes down Harambe. Loses now 3 versus 2, 20 seconds left to go. Souffle, he manages to take down Rise. Can he find anything else in the final 14? Jackie Wu finds himself inside a sight, but there's not really too much he can do at the moment. So the collection, no, P4 misses his opportunity, but he's going to relocate and just show us the power of the gadget. Hello, there you go. Not a problem.
Oh my god, that's horrible. That's horrible.
That's the power of Solace.
That's especially horrible though, because it felt for a second like Wolves had really lost that one and Direwolves have battled their way back in. But no, that Solace ignored on the downstairs. It's not often you'll see a player looking to lurk below the diffuser, but they've managed to make it work. Great attempt coming out of Direwolves as well. Feels a little bit textbook for this site. You know, nothing wrong with that, but just timing to be there with the C4, that was the real stinger, sadly.
I just love the example that we got of, Solis's denial capabilities. Obviously,
what I would have loved would have been to see the player that was there second is to go straight down that hatch.
I think that's the answer at that point, yeah.
Or you both drop down and go for
Hail Mary, I think you've got to try and get the, given that the Solis P4 wasn't the last person alive, realistically, I think you've got to think about getting that diffuser down. But yeah, 100%, I'm with you. Don't necessarily worry about the cover at that point. The cover is stopping the Solis from denying the plant. It's getting down there and doing that. But, a great example that we got to see there as well. Fantastic observing of it, as always, of how that Solis gadget works, how it can be so powerful on the denial of the diffuser going down as well. It's not just about drones, it's not just about gadgets, it is about stopping that plant going down.
Who do you think our observer is, by the way?
I think this game is easy.
I reckon it's Cyano. Who's right? Tell me.
And I'm going to tell you in a second why that's a compliment.
Okay. It's easy. There we go. God damn it. You know your boy too well.
I do know my boy too well. But what I would say, and the reason it's a compliment, is because all our observers are so fantastic. It's difficult to tell them apart, and that makes our job very, very easy. They all have their own little twists and styles, but...
Yeah, see, the giveaway for me that I was looking for, that I spotted in a couple of rounds, was Cyano really likes far zooming out when scoping across the map. I know Easy's done it historically, but I haven't seen it for a while, so I thought maybe that's a Cyano thing. I do try and pay attention, boys, I promise.
They all have their own little bits.
It's been great. No, I don't think we've really missed anything this game.
No, this is it. They all do such a fantastic job, it makes it difficult to tell between. Now then, Pican, he's going to be moving through Pixel. He's got a drone just ahead of him, quite aggressive. We judge that based on the distance that the drone is ahead. The closer that the player is to the drone, the quicker they can react to the information. It's risk and reward. There we go. Mowgli, he manages to get the kill onto Pican, and what I would say there is maybe that drone was a little bit too far ahead of Pican. Mowgli saw the drone, took it out, and knew the push was likely. And he was prepared, ready, but he wasn't ready for Harambe on the upside down rappel, just wipes him out on white stairs.
It was such a cute little movement from Harambe as well, just slightly across to the right as well, to be out of position, because what he saw the quick peek come out of Mowgli. He knew what was coming, a pre-fire coming in at where his head was. He moves it and gets the fire back as well. Mowgli not able to respond in time. Really well played by Harambe.
Just got the Rotero drone going in, not finding any utility there, so just taking the opportunity to open up some verticality, make sure nobody was playing inside as well. That was another point. They don't have, they do have the book of Harambe, of course, once he gets in, but for now, Jackie Wu's going to be working on that clearance, making sure that the red stairs is clear, that there's not going to be any flank attempts. The Nitro will be unsuccessful. So as we stand at the minute, Wolves are pretty much holed up in and around site. They're all looking to play down there. The furthest we've got is Rise out in VIP. We've got the supporter P4 on bar, but otherwise it is all site-based.
But again, though, they're without any nades. They've got no nades on side. The Ash they had is dead, and that was the main thing last round, was saying, hey, Pecan, you could be in a better spot here to get rid of the shield. So that shield is going to stay standing inside of VIP. I know it's kind of focusing on just a shield, and it's not the bread and butter this round. It isn't what makes or breaks it, but what they've done is chosen to move sides and coming through kitchen instead. Really smart idea. They march in and get 2 kills, and Direwolves may well have just found their way into the lair of the Wolves.
This is what I was critical of not happening previously, of teams trying to still push positions with 2 or 3 guns focused on them, but no, the adaptation and the switch has been fantastic from Direwolves. Ray finishes us off with a final kill, and that is a first successful attack for Direwolves. And yeah, absolutely there. I spoke about it when Mowgli did it, pushed into that kill box with 3 players surrounding him. I said that Direwolves had done the same thing when they had to go in through double window last time they attacked kitchen. It's very much they've been playing into the defense, into the struggle that they've found. That time, you know what? We're struggling with this verticality a little bit. We're struggling with dealing with white stairs. Let's go Bakery. So they head out to Bakery, and bada bing, they get themselves the round.
Absolutely. It's good because, again, as you say, it shows the adaptation in the mid-round. That's the big one for me. That was the evolution point for them there. Yeah, rather than sticking at it and trying to make something work when you haven't got the utility to tackle the situation, just find a new situation to fight. Here we go. Up to the top 4 then. Bar and Cocktail. It is still match point for Wolves. 2 more from Direwolves to send us into overtime, Tim. Wouldn't that be a surprise? Imagine. C4 on side as well in the back pocket, and Mowgli interestingly going across to the Capcan here. I've really enjoyed seeing more Capcan play this year. I think for a while we didn't really see him in pro play all that much, but with the introduction of the double stack, knowing that you can instantly kill someone with it now, or at least put them down, such a valuable operator. As soon as the attackers realize there is 1 Capcan trap on the map, well, get on your drones and find the remaining 4. Otherwise, you are walking into them face first in the last 30 seconds of the round. The least ideal time to be doing so. Speaking of which, Mowgli was 2 of them them still in back pocket here. He's trying to find something, but it's simply not going to be rewarded with that. P4 looking out towards spawn as well. Do Direwolves get the read in this one? They have got a Monty, so if they want to, can safely peek around this corner.
Jackie Wu just being very, very conscious of the potential for peaks. Like to see it from Direwolves. You know, they're certainly not taking anything for granted. Interesting, like you said, to see just exactly what happens with that Monty push in. Pinker's going to take Pekan's going to take down Shinka. There's a combination of names to say is that one.
Think of like Pikachu, like Desert Shoe.
Yeah, hopefully.
And then just add the N on the end.
Oh, it was more the fact that I was leading on to Shinka, so I ended up combining both. Hopefully they'll just stay apart from now on. 5 versus 4. Direwolves do have the advantage. They're going to look to send the Monty in very soon as well. The hatches have been opened. I think really the plan is get Monty into the top of red and just, you know, push into sight from there and work in behind him.
Very much so. I don't blame them either as well. Having him as the spearhead, as the kind of leader for the team, you know, come in behind me, follow me in, is always a fine strategy if you feel you're losing in other areas. Mowgli taken down low by Nate, but not finished off. If they see him here on a drone, the problem is another one will probably follow through. He's going to try and get himself out of dodge here, gets himself back down into the corner under the safe cover of these ADSs when they do come back online.
Just needs to hold on there for as long as possible, really. It's going to prevent Direwolves from coming in on that red-sided push, and it's just burning more and more time. We're halfway through the round. Mowgli has managed to just get himself back into washroom. He's, as I say, going to play his life there, I would imagine. He's not going to drop back too soon. They've got 4. They've got a minute to burn. It's not the end of the...
Nearly killing the Monty as well. Ray down to about half HP. Was looking out towards Cigar Shop door. Not quite finished off, though, but still, that's a lot of chip damage. No C4s to throw out to try and bring him down, mind you. So this could be really difficult for Wolves, especially given there are 60 seconds left in the round.
The march of the Monty continues over towards Lumber. Bibu's been pushed back onto White Stairs, but he's unlikely to give up any more ground. Doesn't have a choice, gets pushed away, and Pekan is the one to pick up the kill. Mowgli's inside low health. P4's on a big flank here, though. This could be super important. He sees the man, but can't quite find the shots. It's 3 versus 4, and he's going to be cut down by Jackie Wu. 35 seconds left to go. Rise and Mowgli just holding on.
I think this Monty is a real problem for them here as well. He spearheaded that charge down White. They're spotting out individual players and then crushing them. P4, I don't blame him at all. Tried to really catch them on the flip side there. Surprise them a little bit, get a couple of kills, but just could not finish off onto the second man. With him going down to 4v2, it feels like it's all but done unless they can work some magic. It's all down to Rise as he's penned in and Souffle buttons up to finish things off. Direwolves bring us up to round 12 here and could well force us into overtime.
It was well played from Direwolves there. They used the Monty fantastically. You know, sometimes I think we see Monties just get a little bit sort of over-engaged and they try to take them gunfights themselves, but no, they just kept themselves locked down and did a fantastic job.
So no need to change. I think they will try to play more aggressive because they're struggling on after we get that map control. That's where they failed. So I think they will fight harder for the early round. So you have to watch out for that, okay? Rest is really working good. We're fragging now. You see me.
No, we're not going to understand this.
This bit we won't.
I don't know anyone near enough. I'm sorry if you're a French listener, but I haven't got a clue.
This is, of course, the Wolves tactical timeout. We can hear Direwolves there. Pretty happy with what's going on.
Well, I think their answer was spot on as well.
Level of aggression, just keep going. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no, because what he was saying was essentially is when we get good map control, Wolves get desperate. That's when they start baring their fangs and looking to get a little bit nasty back on the other side. So if you know you can kind of just slowly tiptoe your way forward into their lair and you know they're going to jump out, that's when you catch them on the crossfire, because they caught out 2 members doing just that in the last round. Bibu on White Stairs and P4 on the charge through Cigar Shop. So it's really good to say, let's sit back, let them try and work their magic a little bit. Let's see how far they can get. You know, we haven't got to go in hyper-aggressive looking for kills. Wolves will come to us when we set a single foot too far, in their opinion, and it's a really good idea.
Wolves have got one last opportunity to avoid overtime. They need to get this round 1. They're going to take us to Reading and Fireplace. You know, have the words of Liloon been enough to turn their fortunes around over the last couple? We've got Direwolves now winning 2 in a row. And that last one coming in behind the Monty was a beautiful play. It was just well worked. As I said, they kept the patience fantastically. Sometimes it's easy for a Monty to overextend or sort of over-engage, but there was none of that. They just played it perfectly, fed the information in, and just bullied Wolves, like you say, out of position.
We always have like our little WhatsApp group that we look to see what's going on across teams when we're casting, for example. On the other stream, there was a Gara hook kill, and did you know the comment they made when that kill came in?
Dare I ask?
A real Tim Lever way to die in Siege.
Who made that comment? The casters or the players?
Yeah, M did on the cast. Mine was flashed and tried to relocate, got himself next to a window, was looking guarded in, have a kick in the head and died.
Yeah,
that's a real Tim Lever way to die.
I've probably died that way about 50 times.
Hold on, look, I need to go and watch that.
I'm the one who dies when somebody goes to shoot out a barricade. You know, and they just spray a few bullets through the barricade.
Yeah.
I'm just running from one room to another.
Weren't you playing with Fabian at one point and like he was holding out on board and they just ran into sight and killed you and ignored him?
Yeah, 100%. yeah, that's happened.
I just love it. Yeah. You are like the rabbit's foot. You're the unlucky part of the siege stack.
It infuriates me.
You can hold the bad luck for us.
I do it for everybody else. I facilitate everybody else.
That's the kind of team play that everyone needs. In comes an E1D as Direwolves start their entryway into the building. Really gone on the hunt this round as well, with the line and the Decay coming out alongside the Zero for that information game being provided back and forth. On the other side though, for Wolves, they have got positions held up. They are looking to challenge Direwolves relatively early in the round, but pull back to what the coach said not too long ago about just saying let them come and snap onto you, because as soon as you get too close, they will go for that aggression and we can punish them there.
Jackie Wu sending the drones in from Skylight, just pinging out the reinforcements that are ahead of them. How deep them reinforcements are will often sort of dictate and give an idea to the attackers of how deep the defenders are playing. So the fact that the storage to lumber corridor walls are reinforced tells you they're going to be playing deep in Cocktail. If they were reinforced out from storage to Piano, it tells you they play maybe a little bit further up. But the attackers of Direwolves can be confident in moving in towards Piano without taking too much of a challenge. He's going to find Rise there, leaving us 5 versus 4.
It's not the only one, though, because there's still a couple members of Wolves up here trying to cause trouble. Shinka, the main one, halfway up White Stairs, has got one below and one above. Gets swung onto, but wins that firefight against Pecan, down to half HP, and now looks to disappear into the map. 3v3, at least for a moment.
Not for many moments as Jackie Wu manages to find Mowgli. We are going to have Ray down at this point in time. Harambe with an opportunity, but missed. P4 able to find that kill, and that leaves us effectively, I was going to say in a 2v2, but no, Ray has been collected. 2v3 it is. P4, be careful. There is a man on White Stairs. He's going to watch the hatch for the time being.
They're a bullet from death, though, every single member of Direwolves, so it's looking really ropey right now. They've got to be finding these first shots onto the members of Wolves, otherwise it feels like this could be done.
20 seconds left to go, and this is where it gets dicey for Direwolves, because they've got to start taking those risks. There's, as you say, they need to be confident, they need to be sure of what's going on, of what they're doing. They're not going to have an opportunity at this rate to get the diffuser down. P4 keeping himself out of dodge. Big kill there, big moment as Shinka gets Ray. 2 seconds left to go, just needs to keep himself alive, but no! Suplex somehow manages to find that kill. You can see the frustration amongst Wolves as a team, with Rise just hitting the desk there. It was so close for them, down to a fraction of a second, but they just couldn't keep themselves alive.
Ow, the bloody Nora as he won that one at that range as well. You're swinging it onto a man with a shotgun. He should be winning that every day of the week. What a shot, what a play. Beautiful stuff coming out. Direwolves, they hang on and they send us into overtime. I love this game.
It just doesn't get any better,
That was a fantastic second half of Siege. I've really enjoyed that.
It just really doesn't get any better. And this is why I love the Invitational. You know, you come in here and, you know, we could easily, and we did at the beginning of the game, it would have been remiss of us not to say, you know, these are two of the teams that have been struggling overall out of the
haven't won a single map tip.
But it doesn't matter. All 20 of our teams are so good. The level is so high that we come in here, and even with a matchup like this where you would look and think you've got two teams without a win, they could definitely be well and truly on the struggle bus. But no, they come in and give us an unbelievably entertaining first map. And then a little bit more, we get 3 more rounds.
5 seconds
remaining. Okay, and it's Wolves starting on the defensive side, but I don't know. It's almost impossible to call which way it goes, given the result we've had so far across this game. Direwolves getting themselves back behind that Monty. It worked out so well last time, almost as a way of baiting out aggression from the side of Wolves. They knew a Monty was there. They had a pinch set up onto, well, not onto the Monty, but the Monty and the rest of Direwolves had a pinch set up onto that player they knew was there. All they've got to do is play behind the information game here, remove a couple of crucial bits of utility, and they're on the march forward already.
Gonna take out that bulletproof cap. That's just good practice, getting the utility out of the way. Utility clearance, I think overall is something I'd say that has been a little bit of a struggle for these teams. Yeah, we're still gonna have Rise in position behind that shield. He's been a constant thorn in the side of the attackers trying to push in here, but interestingly, Direwolves doubling down on that Monty that's worked previously. It's currently bullying Bakery a little bit. Souffle manages to find one. That's going to open things up with a kill onto Mowgli, not the player at 13 and 10 that Wolves wanted to be losing first. And Pecan doubles down, Des. It could be happening. Direwolves get themselves the advantage.
They're just annoying and aggravating Wolves, and it's forcing them to bite and lash out a little bit here. Almost like the discipline has been lost in the Wolves camp, and they're really paying the price on trying to take these 1v1 gunfights. Worth noting on Mowgli, I don't think he's had a kill now for about 5 or 6 rounds. It's been a really quiet second half of the game for him, and something clearly that Wolves are sorely missing.
Again, I'm going to give the same compliment to Jackie Wu here on the Montagne. Not overextending, not overcommitting, not overengaging, but what he is doing is occupying 2 out of 3 players that are left for Wolves because they can't leave him alone. One has now dipped away, but the other is going to have to stay in Bakery. Bibu has no choice but to keep watching, and Jackie Wu is just given no opportunity to be taken down. It's brilliant.
I like how they're keeping it really unclear which side they're pushing in from as well. Wolves know that there's a member on either side of the map, but the other 3, they've got no real idea. They've spent a lot of it on the upstairs. Jackie Wu's been drawing a lot of attention inside our Bakery here. Is pinging out this one man who they know is going to go for a fight, but he wins the 1v1. Bibu brings down Ray. There isn't one more in the window, but the Monty comes out with the pistol, gets the down as well after a second kill. Went the way of Wolves. It's a 2v2, a 2v1. Can Harambe hold on against these 2? One on the vertical, one on the lower, and no more shield in the round.
What a huge moment from Rise there. A double kill just to flip things on its head, and all of a sudden Wolves out of nowhere have the man advantage. They're just going to try and hold on to site now. Harambe goes in. He's just looking. He's got to find these kills. He sprays down the wall, won't have any joy. The Wolves player is led prone behind the metal unit, and there's the final kill. Shinka rescues Wolves there. Rise is pumped. Absolutely no surprise. That looked, for all my money, like a Direwolves round. Jackie Wu played that Monty on Bakery beautifully, but Bibu was not rattled by it. Well done, Wolves.
I love how in the space of like 4 minutes we've gone from Rise smashing the table to cheering like he's just won the World Cup.
I love it. I love it.
So much passion coming out. Absolutely love to see it. That means Direwolves are on the back foot. Win here on the defense. Otherwise, your time on Cafe is over, and you will not be walking away with that 1 point in this best of 3. Reminder, of course, if you are just tuning in today, first, where the hell have you been? But second, if you win 2-0, you get 4 points. You win 2-1, you get 3 points. You lose 2-1, you get 1 point. You lose 2-0, you get nothing. And that's why both of these teams, who across their 3 series between them have both gone 0 and 2, both sat on the bottom of the table in their group on 0 points. That's why this game really, really matters, as it is going to inform the next couple of days. I even believe that Wolves don't play tomorrow. They've already had 2, so they have to have their rest day still. Direwolves had theirs, I want to say it was yesterday, may have been Tuesday.
Fascinating site choice coming in from Direwolves. If we have a look at their defensive half, there was a site that Direwolves were 100% on. They defended it twice and they won it twice. It was not Kitchen. They defended Kitchen twice and they only won it once, so they were 50-50 down here. They were 100% successful up on the top floor of Bar and Cocktail. So choosing to go to a site that they have lost when there is one available, which they haven't, is could be an interesting move.
Yep, absolutely. Making good use of the yokai drones here as well. I speak about this every time we see it, but it's very DPEC-esque from Koi, the kind of player that would throw it outside the map for 5 seconds, check out what's going on, and then pull the yokai back inside. Here, it's now going to stay inside the building, as they've done at their initial scouting. I'm still looking again at the lineup from Wolves 2 and looking at that DKB. He's been such a present pick for both teams throughout this map, understandably, helping suppress the roamers, force them back in towards sight. Expect to see more of the same this round.
Pecan's ready here. I think he knows that somebody's just come over on the rappel. Maybe missed his opportunity there, though, as bullets rain in and clear out. Drone comes in. Yep, that's going to force Pecan away. No option but to drop back down to the bottom of White Stairs. Mowgli's just heading in behind a nade, and Wolves, it feels like they've got a sniff of a win here, Des. They know that it's on the cards, and they're getting aggressive.
Just to give a shout out to Ray as well, currently sat at a 92% cost, has really made his impact felt in the vast majority of these rounds. I know his numbers aren't exactly shining next to someone like Pecan or even Mowgli, but it's having an impact throughout these rounds. Whether or not his impact is felt in the most important one, this one, remains to be seen.
We've got about half of the round left to go. P4 established on that mid floor. Wolves pretty much happily in control of the majority of the map now. Direwolves have been forced all back downstairs, I think. We've got 4 there. We've got a 5th. Where's our 5th? We will see. I'm sure that I think they might be out in Bakery just off to the left of our screen. I'm not sure that
hiding, Tim. It's hide and seek versus the casters, not even each other anymore.
No, exactly.
It's a game within a game.
Yes, I was right. It's Souffle. Souffle is off on Echo out in Bakery behind the bookcase, so he was just off our screen. But it means that Wolves have got a whole minute now. Nitro goes off unsuccessfully, not going to take any damage or a kill. The book is just going wild on the floor at the minute, using the verticals. All that Wolves need really to be the spark is a couple of kills, and there's one. That's a fantastic start from Rise.
That's exactly what you want as well. Ray, who I spoke about, commended him for being so impactful this round, not really to have any impact on the outcome. This is the problem with that vertical control, and why you'll often contest that third and second floor is to stop the attacking team getting that level of control and really exposing you on the site and forcing you into some really uncomfortable positions. Bibu looking at long range to try and find a fight inside of VIP, but can't quite find his man. Rise on a tear. You said he was pumped up, Tim. He's pumped to high hell because he's got 2 in this round and looking for a 3rd.
Mowgli's going to come down.
There it is.
Dangerous position. Rise on 3. Mowgli walks in. It's as easy as that. Rise will be down, but it's unlikely to matter as Shinka starts putting that diffuser down. Needs to keep the clock running and give his teammates the chance to get this final kill. Pecan is fighting wildly, but it's just not enough, Des. And the bite comes in from Wolves. They get the final kill and they take map 1 in overtime.
That's going to be worth far more to them than you can ever imagine as well. Remembering, this is the first map they have won since the middle of November. They have not won in the last 8 maps they have played, and interestingly, Tim, that last map they won was against Direwolves back in Yonchiping. They've come back to face the same opponent. They've got to win against them. This could be the end of that horrible losing spree that they've been on. Again, a first win in 8 official matches. Massive for the team in terms of morale.
You can see immediately there, you know, a little bit of a celebration, but Wolves straight back into the conversations about what can be improved and how they can avoid that overtime, I think.
Well, it's not done. There's still a lot of work for them to do. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, Skyscraper awaits.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to the 6th Invitational B stream with me, Des, and this guy, Tim. Tim, you can do the rest of the intro.
Oh, I were in practice for this bit. No, we've seen one map so far between Wolves and Direwolves. Wolves coming out with a hard-fought victory all the way to overtime. Direwolves taking them close. Wolves could be on the way to their first LAN win, Des.
Are they going all the way to a LAN win, Tim?
Not yet, they're not. Let's not get carried away. Cafe was their map choice. They had a good, a couple of good performances in there. I like as a team that there's not a huge spread of kills.
Look at the cost range as well. Basically, every player is in that 50 to kind of 64 range, except for Ray, who I did come in the last round. He was on 92% until he was the entry death in that round. But the big one for me was really Mowgli. First half, I think he was like 12 and 6 or something like that. Yep. He didn't really get involved in the second half, but his team did manage to pull themselves through and get it over the finish line. A real team win and a team game, given the spread of kills, like you say, Tim.
Yeah, 100%. It sort of makes sense for Mowgli. He's the sort of player that is going to thrive on the chaos of going in and getting a few kills on attack. On defense, it's a bit more structured. Maybe can be targeted a little bit more and gets dealt with. But overall, very, very good performance.
Good little split screen.
I think, yeah, it is. I think the only thing I want to say is Wolves at the end of that map, they celebrated, and then they were straight into what looked like pretty intense conversation. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looked pretty intense. And I just want them to manage that energy level a bit, because obviously there is a mentality aspect for them, given, previous results on best of 3 on LAN. Don't try and sort of grasp at it too hard. Just let it come. Let it, you've won well. You've won a good game there. Just let it come.
I think, again, we said it at the end of that last map, and for those who are tuning in, maybe you're taking a break from the A stream and coming to see what's going down. This was a really big win for Wolves, and I know it feels like, well, you're literally celebrating the first map in a best of 3, like you haven't won the whole thing yet. For them, it was that mental aspect where they've really felt somewhat cursed on LAN, to be honest, as well. They do so well normally in online play, but as soon as it comes round to LAN, they really struggle. They've lost the last 8 maps. They haven't won a map since the middle of November. That's how hard it's been. You can win scrims all you like, but nothing beats that win on an official game on LAN. They finally got to that point, but now they've got to do it on the map they hate the most in this game, it feels. Skyscraper, that second one coming out. It is Direwolves map pick, so you expect them to come out swinging.
Certainly would. It's one of the few maps that we haven't seen so far, Des. We are down to Skyscraper, Oregon, and Chalet remaining for you and I to cast. Chalet, unfortunately, because
cast them all.
Chalet, unfortunately, because it's one of our favourite maps to cast.
Tim, will you buy me a coffee if we cast every single map?
I'll buy you a coffee anyway, Des. Skyscraper is going to be ticked off that list now. Oregon could be if Direwolves win this one. Oregon is our decider. So if we do go to 3 maps, we're going to have the bans coming in. Now then, Des. Wolves have banned Monty.
Yeah.
Not too much of a surprise. Not too much of a surprise. Oh, Jackie Wu played fantastically on the couple of rounds that we saw him using Monty last time around. As I said, a very good understanding of not overextending, not over-engaging. I really like what he did with the operator. Skyscraper, we know that Monty is a bit of a force when sent into the top of, like Black Stairs, for example.
Anyway,
he is, but quite often for, Karaoke T defense, for example, you get a Monty pushed into the top of Black Stairs and just in through your rotation, get the diffuser down in meeting. It can be a nightmare to try and stop it. So I think the combination of those two things, the fact that Direwolves have just shown a real understanding and good use of the operator, along with the map that we're on, really sort of pushes Wolves' hands.
This is the typical Des chaos moment, so I apologise. But yesterday I suggested to Supra, I went into his channel and said hello, and said at some point me, you and him should do a TriCast.
Okay.
Because you're like super positive.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say a bad word about anyone.
I do occasionally.
Super says it how it is. He'll call a spade a spade. He'll tell a team they're really crap if they're really crap. And I'm just going to be the guy that stands in the middle and like pokes both sides to just like get extra positive or extra mean. It would be hilarious.
I'm sure it would be entertaining.
I'm going to try and drag him along to a LAN at some point. Come on, Super. Come have some fun.
We're going to head into round number 1 then. It's going to be Direwolves versus Wolves. Wolves have already taken a map. If you're a brand new viewer maybe, who knows, look up at the top of your screen if you're saying to me, Ace, how do I know that Wolves are currently leading 1 map to 0?
Ace, how do I know who's currently leading 1 1 map to 0.
Well, up at the top of your screen, there's a Chew. If you have a look, there's Wolves Esports and there's Direwolves right up at the top in the centre, and there's 2 grey bars next to them, except for Wolves. There's 1 grey bar and 1 lit up orange, and that's to signify the map that they've already.
You know what really does my nuts in about different LAN events? Is this is not at all a slight against the producers for this event, by the way, but everyone does graphics differently. They have some different way of indicating who's won the first map in a best of 3. Sometimes it's like diagonal bars at the end of the white bit, sometimes it's dots, sometimes it's lines, and people still come in and they're just like, so which team's actually won first map then? It tickles me so much.
Well, this is why I thought I'd explain it, because
Tim, you're so helpful,
we've got a wonderful overlay there.
I'm glad I finally understand that on day 3 of the competition.
We've got a wonderful overlay there, and I'd like people to be able to enjoy it and fully utilise it. We're going to have Mowgli fully utilising his rifle. He's going to pick up an opener onto Pecan, who's going to actually get that direct trade. It's going to be a headshot in return. That leaves us 4 versus 4. It's the Ash that's gone, not the end of the world. The Frost that's gone, not the end of the world. Why is it not the end of the world, you might ask? We've gone into a full...
Ace, why is it not the end of the world?
We've gone into a full education round. Because Frost is an operator who has what we call sort of place and forget gadgets. Those mats go down on the floor at the beginning of the round and they're done. That's what you're contributing to the round in terms of your special gadget as an operator. So for the remainder of it, you're a gun. You're there to stand in a location, prevent a push, and try and get some kills. So the fact that Frost is the first off the board isn't the end of the world. By contrast, somebody like Rise, as Wamai, his gadget is available over time. So, you know, at set intervals, he has another magnet available which will catch throwable utility. So if he dies at the beginning of the round, you've lost a bunch of magnets that can't then be placed through the remainder of the round. So,
got another question.
You ask away, Des.
Tim, when the glass is ADS, why does he have the yellow bars at the side of his ADS retinue?
Well, let me tell you, he's got the yellow bars there because he's actually working on a heat-seeking scope, so he can see through smoke and things like that. Players will light up bright yellow. But to prevent him just walking in and seeing everybody all the time, movement prevents that from happening. So when those yellow bars are full, it's sort of charged and his scope will work. As he moves, the yellow bars will disappear and become grey. As you can see, they're greyed out there because he's been moving, and as they fill up, then his scope will work.
Thanks, Tim.
You're welcome, Des.
Tim, why is he down and dying?
I'm not doing this, Des, in the final 40 seconds.
Well, Ray has been put on his backside for a moment, taking a rest, whilst we take a break from that explaining and focus on the end of the round. Souffle in a great spot, takes down 1 and a frost mat with him at the same time. He's looking for his second target on the main stairs, but cannot find him. Just dipping away here, Wolves keeping themselves alive. It is a temporary 3 versus 3. Now a 4v3 as Ray is back on his feet.
There's nobody actually on site at the minute for Wolves, apart from Shinka. He's got himself back into gold bars, but the other 2 are down below, I believe. 1 is down below, 1's on main stairs. Shinka with an important kill them from inside of sight. But I don't feel like Direwolves have got time to deal with these flanks, and that's why I bring it up, because it's going to be an issue. They can get themselves inside of sight, but there you go. They can't deal with the black stairs, and that is a problem. We're going to see the Soulless attempt again. There it comes, and it is as easy as that. Nice double for P4 at the end with the Nitro. Combined the teamwork, had the Soulless underneath, and that was my concern for Direwolves coming in there.
I like Shouty Rise.
Très bien. I know that. Very good. There we go. You see, I told you we could do little bits of...
C'est bon.
It's good.
It's good.
There we go. We're going to head into round 2 pretty soon.
Everything is fine. C'est bon.
There you go. So heading into round 2, as I say, I was pretty impressed with that Wolves defence overall. Shinka just sat in back gold bars. They had the player presence with the Bandit on black stairs. Needed to maybe just be a little bit cautious because that's the Nitro that they were hoping to use from P4. You know, if he'd sort of prodded a little bit too hard and got himself killed, it could have been an issue. But the Soulless should have still been, you know, more than capable of dealing with that situation anyway. From underneath, just shooting through the floor, as we saw previously, they'd have been able to stop the denial anyway. Sorry, the diffuser going down. So, well played from Wolves, I like it.
Hopefully they can keep things rolling forwards. It was still close from Direwolves, I'll give that to them. Sure, the Soulless was the big decision maker at the end of that round as to whether or not they were successful or not. But with it being their map, as we've said a couple of times, you would expect them to have some success here on the attacking side and then convert that in the second. It sure looked like that on the last map back on Cafe. When we were 3-3 at the split, Wolves moved on to the defender side, and then we saw a very different side to that game as they started to pull their way forward to a 6-3 scoreline, only for Direwolves to battle their way back in. So who knows how close this map will end up.
Pecan straight away onto the rappel. Just going to have a little look at the bottom of Black Stairs, maybe try and catch out anybody on the roam, on the rotate, but he's not going to have much joy, I can tell you, over that side of the map. About the closest in position is one of the players that's currently in restaurant, I think, for Wolves. Mowgli is going to be moving himself across and into Geisha. Now, he is going to get a challenge on that window if he's not careful. Just needs to make sure he doesn't overexpose himself from behind those boxes, but he's going to cautiously move himself away. First 50 seconds gone, and the enemy have been met, and the challenge is there, but the wall has been breached by Direwolves, so I think there's been, you know, positives on both sides so far this round.
Absolutely. I'm only coming back again to this point I touched on. Mowgli's really chancing it there, and he goes in for a second peek. It's kind of like an unwritten rule. You go for that second peek, chances are you're losing your life, and Pecan reminding him of that rule.
I think as a defender there, maybe, you know, Mowgli dips away and gets himself a bit of cover to take that fight, like you say, rather than directly re-peeking it. Rise is very unfortunate to get picked up on the drone there. There was an opportunity to get on the flank. Souffle is going to be taking damage, but it was Harambe who actually got the kill. So that's going to leave us with Rise down and out as well. And now in a 5 versus 3 for Direwolves. Much better attack this time around from them.
It is, yeah. They're taking their time with it as well, looking to pick off on these members of Wolves that are sort of overstaying their welcome on the other side of the map. Pecan into another, catches P4, crouch walking around sight, a 5v2, and with 60 seconds to go, Tim, this really should not be the kind of round that you're losing.
Largely almost casual from Direwolves, to be honest, that round. A lot of those kills were just coming in front of them, not too much of a problem at all. It wasn't something they were having to develop. They were just right place, right time, watching the right angles, exactly like that, you know, and just waiting for players to strafe across them. And I think Wolves were maybe a little bit too willing to move around and to put themselves into those danger spots. They just seemed a little bit unaware of their position in there, did Wolves, to me.
Yeah, the thing, I haven't said this on cast for a while, actually, but what I love about Siege is it feels like a game of chess in parts, but there's also that wonderful variable element of skill that comes in when FPS is considered too. With how that round played out, you saw the kind of loose structure of strategy, where for Wolves the whole idea was holding out towards Karaoke and T, wasting a bit of time, and then slowly starting to back away. But where we've seen some teams, especially in APAC North, when we first had this map come out and quite a few were jumping onto it, was the cut that attacking teams would try and make down the middle. You'd either try and get control of Terrace, which is just here in the center of your screen now, or you try and put focus up towards Shrine and play on the window. And that would essentially slice the map in half. That's why you reinforce the wall between Terrace and between Dragon. Thank you very much, Easy. Just to make sure you don't have that long angle being set all the way through. But the very last kill in that last round, you saw Direwolves had a player posted up on the Shrine window, got a freebie as the players were trying to move their way back. So it's one of those where Wolves maybe haven't fully considered, okay, actually we will come under threat from these certain locations on our way back towards site. And they just missed a couple of steps there in terms of playing for trades around the Karaoke T extension, in terms of watching out for the windows when trying to pull back towards site. Just a lot of things falling out of order for them almost. And I know that they don't really play Skyscraper. It's not their go-to map. But really, you've got to be more cautious than that on this map.
We get into it then, 20 seconds into the action phase. A priority last time around for Direwolves was getting that breach wall opened up. They did so very, very quickly. I think they're going to be heading in the same direction. They've got Ray on the Thatcher up there. It was Jackie Wu who managed to do it last time with the Selma charges, so they didn't really have to send Harambe in with the risky thermite placement when there's the potential run out onto balcony. But once again, they're just sort of getting themselves surrounded and set up. There's absolutely no rush from them. There you go, nice and easy. Selma charge goes in. Impact Nade comes out this time, so they're going to deal with that and prevent that breach going on. Second Selma charge is taken out, and the third should do the job.
Yeah, I think back to like G2 when they played the other day. Oh my god, hello! I'm not sure who Pecan was hoping to find there whilst in a full sprint, unless he was trying to break the world speed record, but nowhere near trying to even stop Mowgli, who just caught him seemingly completely off guard. That's the opener down onto Pecan at the very least, and it will slow down Direwolves' ingress into the building.
Souffle is going to be sending his drone in, just pinging out that information so they know that somebody's playing in and around Shrine. In goes the Rotero drone as a follow-up to try and take that shield out. Will they get there? No! Oh, so close for Mowgli, but he is going to lose his shield. He tried to react, he saw it coming, but couldn't quite hit his shot. Now then, he's just going to wait for the push to come through. He's actually getting quite aggressive here to say that his shield's been taken out. He's using his brain because he knows that the push is going to come after it. If they've taken your brain out, sorry, if they've taken your shield out, what's the next step? The next step is to push that position. The drone is going to force him back, though. Immediately gets himself into some cover in Dragon, but Mowgli's not for leaving.
Okay. At least at this point, they've got a bit more of a handle on this round, Wolves, it feels like. A little more composed, a little more ready for what is no doubt about to follow. It's still just a 4 versus 5, mind you, so there is work for Wolves to do.
I think they've just misdrawn Mowgli. The drone went in, Mowgli stayed sat in the corner and didn't react to it coming through. Now, I'm pretty sure that it didn't turn around and see him, so Mowgli is in a killer position here at the minute because he's just got to wait for the Flores to try and push through. It's Souffle who's potentially going to move, and he's just going to hold himself in Dragon. We'll see when that comes together. Souffle tries to peek around the corner, and it's actually Rise who's able to step up and get that kill. I thought it was Mowgli who kept himself hidden, but it wasn't. It was Rise, and he's done huge damage with a double kill. We've got Jackie Wu down as well, and it's all up to Ray trying to push the breach, but no, that's going to be the end of the round, and Wolves take themselves a much better defense on Office and Exhibition.
And a flawless round at that as well. It's interesting, actually. I was speaking to a couple of players yesterday, because for those who watched DarkZero in the last, I don't know, maybe 9 months or so, you'll notice they're really quite... Hang on. No idea what he was saying, but we'll go for it. 9 months ago or so, you saw DarkZero start playing a really quiet game. Like, we all know Troy as being the screamy, shouty kind of guy that he is. But for the last year or so, you haven't really seen that be a part of DarkZero. And I remember speaking to him and asking him, you know, okay, why are you guys so calm? Because that's not what you're known for. And he said, well, you don't want to be too high and you don't want to be too low on energy. If you go too high, you just exhaust yourself, especially coming into a series that's like a best of 3, for example. And there is a point to this that I'll come on to in a minute, I promise.
I'll look forward to it.
I'm sure you will. And what he was saying was back when he used to scream and shout a lot was sometimes it puts some of the players on edge, right? And those who aren't really good with that high energy situation, the ones who kind of prefer to be more in their zone and playing well, that's their sort of vibe. It was trying to change and adapt more towards what others needed. Whereas what my only concern is for Wolves here, and I think you saw it a little bit there, is Rise every single round is going absolutely balming when they win. And understandably so, they've really struggled. They want to celebrate when they win. But you're seeing other players kind of being a little bit calmer, more focused on the game itself. And it's where you don't want to catch that kind of disharmony amongst the team, the disruption almost, the, what's the word I'm looking for, discord amongst them in terms of energy levels, that it doesn't start to cause a bit of an issue. I don't think it will, but it's just really interesting watching how different members are treating this scenario very differently given what it means to them.
Going down to Kitchen and Barbecue for this defense. It's an interesting choice because they did have karaoke and tea available to them because of the loss in Office and Exhibition. Pecan finds his way in. They've no idea. There's absolutely not a clue. Bibu, that is one of those moments. Why is he there? Oh, yeah. We've got an Ash that's rushed straight up into Shrine. And that's important because essentially when you're attacking Kitchen and Barbecue, a lot of it is the same as karaoke and tea. It's about getting control of the same area, getting control of getting control of karaoke, and then being able to push down vertically into sight. So it is an important step, and that's a great start from Pecan.
A little bit worried about the Mute Gemma that sat on that door as well. Does not want to be trying to run that through and losing the drone for free. I think it's actually above though, right? Yeah, it is. It's above. Because he got really close and I was like, he hasn't lost his drone to be fair, but then he realizes, yeah, it actually is on the upstairs. Didn't want to crawl on through, but it's Rise who's now pushing into space that was created by Pecan. Bringing him down, but Wolves are down to just 2 here as well. Holding on the vertical, waiting for the cross to come forward. He's a matter of a couple of pixels away here, but he's not going to find his man.
The big problem here is that P4 is all alone in sight. Rise is not really in a position to be able to deny anything on site, even with the verticals that he's got potentially. I think there's still going to be a bit of pressure top floor. Direwolves can easily afford to leave a man up there just to hassle him, and that's exactly what's happened. We can see the silhouette ahead of us, and the other 3 have now gone down towards the bottom floor to be able to start pushing on towards site. P4, he's just relocating as well. The kills are going to start coming in as Direwolves start pushing themselves forward, taking more and more ground.
Timing on that as well. Just as he pops the gadget is when he gets pushed. Unlucky, my son. Yep, it's a 3 versus 1. Temporarily, I was going to say, at least at the very most, and it ends as a 4-0. Good round for Direwolves.
Harambe thought about getting the diffuser down there, but I think there was probably a little bit of intel that just told him where the last man was coming from.
Okay, so as things sit, we've seen both teams really throw a little bit at each other here. 2-2 we sit at, and I did stress saying, look, this is Direwolves map pick. If they're walking every 3 rounds on the attack, they will be ecstatic. They've got 2 of those so far, and I think Wolves may start to feel the pressure here as well. But it is Direwolves that call in the tactical timeout to have a conversation about how they can end this half at 3-3 or potentially 4-2. Well, I'm screwed. Listen to this.
Pressure on side. And then after we have ground control, we can have 2 options. We open Dragon Wall from Gardens with EMP, or we open the garden wall into your side and ignore Dragon. That's the two options. But don't go Dragon straight away. Ignore them. Okay. Don't be wrong.
There's a bit of talk there about pushing their way in through Dragon Wall by the sounds of making use of some EMPs, Tim.
Yeah, and also a little bit of what not to do. It's an interesting point, though. You know, how much of that coach's time is spent saying, "Look, let's try doing it this way," versus, you know, reviewing what's been done. You know, how much do you look back at, you know, this could have been done better versus, you know, what do we do going forward? So another fascinating insight there. But yeah, you know, we're in for a hell of a game here on Skyscraper. I'm absolutely certain of it. This is going to continue throughout it. You can just see it coming. The one thing that I would say for Wolves here, you know, as a team that you look at as being one of the top European teams, and they have been, you know, they have been. They are in regional competition, but you look at it and this game, and this is no slight on Direwolves, but you just feel for Wolves that this game shouldn't be this close. You know, they should be coming in and winning these games. And you know, imagine Wolves now up against Sonics or W7M.
I mean, we've already seen it against Sonics 7, it didn't go well.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I look at it and I think, it's okay to get excited about Wolves. If you're a Wolves fan here, get excited. They need that first win. But, you know, the realistic element is as well, they're going to have to improve their performances going forward.
Massively so. It's one of those that I'm looking at and thinking, okay, there's a small element of recovery being shown in this game, but still some of the cracks that need to be addressed before they go into their final game against Liquid. Just as a reminder, 5 days of groups, 5 teams per group, does mean we have a break day per team throughout the group stage, and Wolves have their day off tomorrow. That's why this series is so important. Direwolves still have 2 swings of the bat against a couple of teams to try and get some points on the board as well. This group, though, it just looks a bit hectic down at the bottom right now, where there's Liquid and these 2 teams waiting.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute slugfest come the last couple of days for who's going to get out of here. A few of our groups are shaping up like that. Group C as well. Group C is going to be absolutely wild come the end of things.
Oh, it's already mental. We've got, I think, 3 teams on 4 points.
Exactly. It's just going to be crazy come the end of things. And that's exactly the way that we like it. So, Souffle just going to be taking out barricades for the time being. It's still a bit of an informational phase for Direwolves, going in there with the drones, getting the facts, clearing out the default cams, all the basics before they start pushing in towards site.
Well, we spoke about these EMPs being used around Dragon, and it's Ray who's got those in back pocket here on the Decabi. One has already been burnt out here as well as they step their way forward, and Mowgli will be the first challenger waiting inside a drum behind the shield. ADS to support. This can be a real hard point to break open, so Direwolves have really got to work together to get through this next phase of the map.
Mowgli's been a little bit quiet so far compared to his last game, but as I say that, he proves me wrong. Gets P4. A kill onto Ray. P4's on the flank. Mowgli will be taken down, but Rise onto Jackie Wu leaves Wolves with a 4 versus 2 advantage. It's all up to the Sledge and the Thermite. They've got the tools that they need, but they don't have the manpower. That's the problem at the minute. They know exactly where Harambe is coming from, and Rise and the rest of the team now just sitting back and waiting on those angles.
That's the magic word there, Tim. Well, the magic word, sitting back. They've immediately realised we're in a 4 versus 2. Forget about Drum, forget about Shrine, get back on site because we know that we win in these crossfires, in the trades that we want to play for. Now, Souffle wants to try and make use of these frag grenades to go fishing for a couple of kills on the upstairs. If he can find a player and bring it down to a 2 versus 3, fantastic. You're giving yourself a big advantage there and trying to go for these fights. You'll still be at a numbers deficit, but at least you're making it a little bit easier on yourselves.
Looks like it could be a good first attempt as the... Oh, no, just misses on the far side of the wall. And I think Raj just getting a little bit lucky there. Takes a tickle of damage, but nothing more.
What was that noise?
We're going to have a second attempt here. Will it be successful? Nope, the movement is perfectly timed from Shinka as he avoids a lot of the damage as well. Harambe is going to be able to open up the gold bars wall, but in 30 seconds we haven't really seen Wolves move too far, Des, because they didn't need to. Perfectly played. They just held their angles, waited for the time when Direwolves had to push and picked up those final kills. Wolves, they take round 5.
Good stuff. Yes, they have. And that's even after Direwolves' tactical timeout on the attack inside here. I think at 3 defensive rounds, you won't beat yourself up as Wolves, but you know that they want that 4-2 score going into the second half because, as I mentioned, this is one of their weaker maps. You look at their map priority in terms of results, when they've last played these maps, how they've done, when they've banned it in their ban phases when it comes to the Veto, it is way down at the very bottom. So I'm a little bit concerned about what we'll see on the attacking side, but as far as the defensive side goes, I think it's been a pretty good half from Wolves.
Yeah, it's been all right. I think they could really do with taking a 4-2. They could really do with getting this one and giving themselves an advantage. like you say, coming in, we don't know necessarily what we're going to get on the attack. But if Mowgli plays on the attack like he did on Cafe, you know, I've said that he's been a little bit quiet on the defense, but he was on Cafe, and he still finished the game on 14 kills. So it's not the end of the world if he can start getting in on those entries. You know, Knock is available again. It's the operator that we saw him using primarily last time around, and it's just a bit of a nightmare of an operator. You know, especially with somebody like Mowgli, he can sneak up on you. You barely hear them coming, and he can cause a lot of problems.
Absolutely can. Well, here we go then with the last attacking round of the half for Direwolves before they flick over to playing on the defense. Once more, I imagine we'll see an extension coming out from Wolves, pushing members out towards the west side of the map and looking to cause a bit of bother. The one thing I'll pull back to is my comment last time around when they played this and lost it, was down to that weakness in the middle of the map. I mean, one, they kind of got backstabbed through terrace and lost a couple of players, but they also had no awareness of the player that was on Shrine who picked up the final kill far too easily. Super, I believe it was. And by the looks of it, Direwolves are saying, let's go straight to that point again, slice the map in half, and look to be able to contest anyone pulling back to site.
We can just hear the Selma charge about to detonate as well. That's been deployed. I don't know how much is being done to prevent that on the wall. I think we've probably just had an impact trick. A second one will come out, so that's 2 Selma charges destroyed at this point. And then the final one will be placed and likely get the job done. Now, P4, he's just holding inside of sight. Still haven't got that breach open, actually. That's all 3 Selma charges used and still nothing on the breach.
Not yet, at least. They're getting a couple of walls opened up elsewhere first, including the one into Geishas. That'll be a starting point for them to keep on moving through. The entirety of the single wall that sits between Geisha and Drum as well has been left completely soft and opened up, so he can keep on moving. Well, not opened up. Left soft, sorry, opened up by the Thermite on the right-hand side, because, as you commented yesterday on Club Tim, you're opening up that single construction wall. You took it onto the right. It will also take out some of the wall that exists between construction and between Logi. That's exactly what you're seeing in action there, opening up a nice angle for Harambe to get his way through.
Yeah, it's certainly worth considering. If you've got walls that are positioned at 90 degrees to each other, you can do a bit of damage to both by going over to an extreme edge. Now then, Impact Nade, the Impact EMP comes in, and that's going to give the opportunity for Harambe to open that final wall. That's all the hard breaching done. Ooh, that's a nice move from Harambe. Gets really aggressive, pushes up to minibar, and we now find ourselves in a 3 versus 3 as Ray and Souffle manage to find kills as well. Rise is going to try to work his way back in, but Wolves just need to be careful of the movement here because there are enemies deep in sight, and that's going to leave us now 2v2, 50 seconds left to go. There's plenty of time for Direwolves. They don't have to rush a thing.
Nah, Wolves are getting a bit skittish there, I think, as well, and trying to throw smokes out, go for gunfights. They don't really need to, as Direwolves haven't gone in for a plant yet. But this is exactly what they spoke about on Cafe. You step too far deep and Wolves get a bit skittish, start looking for fights. But Ray's got round behind them there, whilst all their focus was on site itself. It's Bibu in a 1 versus 2 to bring the half up to 4 and 2 for them.
Got to be an opportunity to get this diffuser down here. Harambe, I thought, might have gone for it, given that Ray had the cover across reception, but no, Ray has relocated again, took a few shots as he tried to move away, didn't actually do any damage. I thought Bibu had hit him, but here comes the final challenge. Ray with the spray down. He's going to shut it out, and that's a 3-3 half.
Nice. Nice. Good attack, I think, there coming out from Direwolves as well, just slowly working their way through. Wolves kind of conceding terrace contest early on. This normally is where you got a couple of players that are hanging out towards Drum, towards Shrine, for example, looking to move around that side of the map. They pulled back to site relatively early on and didn't have any outside map control. But really, I think all of that came down to Harambe as well, with a bit of support from EMPs, for example, but did a lot of the hard work there in getting key walls opened up and taking really good control of the map.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate one for Wolves. They did a lot good in the beginning of the round. They prevented the Selma charges completely, and they forced the Thermite to be the only hard breacher effectively, kept the breach wall closed directly onto site. They did an awful lot, but there was just a point in the round where Direwolves said, right, almost a 3-2-1 point, and we saw one of them pushing behind small bar at the time. I commented on it, and that aggressive move forward was just accompanied by a couple of kills at the same time, and Wolves just got caught off guard with it. So that brings us into our second half then. Wolves come on to the attack, and this first couple of rounds is going to be vital for them.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think you've really got to start strong on the attacking side here. Otherwise, you're going to feel like Oregon is a foregone conclusion, that it's just going to roll around without any real question. I like the difference in the change of the setups as well between either side. Here we go, C4 out towards spawn side, hoping to catch someone. But Wolves probably a little bit too wide to that, even with it not being a map they play often. No one taking any damage from it.
No, it's risk and reward, isn't it? You know, really those nitros can be very powerful at the end of the round, and throwing one away in the first 10 seconds, it's always a big risk. But, you know, it's not paid off this time, but it's not to say that it never will. Now, P4, he's going to be opening up the window into... window into terrace there. I just thought that Souffle was going to get a view out onto balcony, but Wolves weren't pushing quite as aggressively as I thought. So terrace has been opened up. They've got access into there as a minimum, and then they can start getting themselves in, get aggressive. But they do have a mirror window to play into, and this is a pretty extended defense from Direwolves.
It is, but I like it. I love these kind of setups when the teams go really aggressive. I just think back to, you know, a good while ago, there were a couple of teams, BDS, Koi were a great example, back when they were known as Rogue, was sometimes overextended and overhold. Direwolves have kind of sent everyone out to this side of the map. There's like 3 of them out here, and now they've all dropped downstairs and they're working their way under. I like this because it kind of does away with the cut that I was talking about earlier through Shrine and Dragon. They've avoided that problem entirely and found a C4 onto a key man in Mowgli. Beautiful defense. I don't know if there was maybe an opportunity for Wolves here to push a little bit more directly towards site. It's gone now as the players have, you know, pushed back over, but at one point 4 of the Direwolves players were all on the east side of the map, and there was a potential opportunity. There was nobody inside of Karaoke, for example. You know, just sometimes the simple plans can be the best. A nice little rappel, a nice little plant inside the window. You know, it's not always necessarily that simple, but you've got to ask if Direwolves could have scrambled that quickly back across the map. And again, get yourself in the right positions and you'll catch them out as they try to. Well, Wolves already did that back on Cafe, I remember, when they just chose to go and hit site on Kitchen, I think it was. Really caused some bother for Direwolves in that one round, so they could have spotted it, but I think they'd already basically committed everything out towards the east side. Every player was pushing together, and I don't blame them. When you feel like you're struggling a little bit for communication, you'd rather have the players in close proximity to play for trades, for example, or to get something coming back. Pecan here potentially in a spot of bother. I think he was trying to be really cheeky on the prone angle, but not going to find his man as he was droned out and forced away. So good discipline being shown by Wolves until go down 2, make it 3. They have crushed them on the run through. Shinka finds one back, but there's 4 to go. This feels like a Direwolves round.
Certainly does. Pecan getting excited there, trying to get out of the geisha window and find a kill. It didn't happen, but it didn't really matter because Souffle picks up the final, and that is going to be the round going to Direwolves. And it is certainly a close one at the minute. 4-3, Direwolves take themselves an advantage now. It's been back and forward throughout. That's actually the first time, Des, that we've had a team take 2 consecutive rounds. It's been Wolves, Direwolves, Wolves, Direwolves, but now Direwolves have bucked that trend. They've changed the path, and they've gone back to back.
This one now you said that. You've cursed them, Tim. You ever heard of the fabled Tim Lever curse?
I live it every day.
In ranked, yeah.
We're going to look at round 8, then it's going to be Office and Exhibition this time. We've got the Castle on side from Jackie Wu, so we'll keep an eye on where those barricades go. One has gone on the door from Reception through to Exhibition, so that's going to prevent any pushes coming from the top of the main stairs there. We'll see where the others end up as we go. I don't think he's actually deployed any yet. Possibly single window Exhibition. No, it's the normal barricade.
At least for now.
That's the deployed.
I always say, but
there's 2 more somewhere because he's only got 1 in pocket. But
is Easy playing the Go Hunt game? Can we go find them, please, Easy? Where are they all? Ooh. Come on, boy. Go find the castle barricades. You can find them. Come on.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. There's one. I haven't got a bone to give you for this, by the way. I'm just asking you to do it for a bit of fun. There's the other one. There we go. All found.
So basically, those castle barricades are looking to prevent the push coming in from the T and Karaoke side. It's looking to provide a little bit of stability for the players playing inside a shrine, just to try and stop that sort of west to east push.
Looking at it as well, that they've lost one of their heart breaches here. Yes, you've still got the exothermics on side from Shinka, but losing your ace so early on is a real stinger. Pecan trying to get cheeky out of a window, and P4 may have been caught unawares, almost there, but just about gets away with it. And Mowgli is half a second off and gets hit on the side. That's a classic siege time moment if you're ever going to see one.
P4 just getting himself into bedroom at the minute, looking to move up the house stairs potentially, but again, nope, straight back out of the window. Wolves, you know, unsurprisingly, just looking a little bit unsure here, a little bit shaky. They've lost, you know, 2 major players there, one with a hard breach, and then Mowgli with the nades as well. And This attack, it's just not looking good for them. They could potentially lose the first two. They're going to look to just help Shinka get that wall open, but nope, it is not working for them at the minute.
Easy pointed out, by the way, that kill that came onto Rise at the start with the C4 was the exact one we spoke about last round, that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just that time, it worked.
Risk and reward.
Risk and reward. Not really a lot of risk outside of losing a C4, but the reward can be massive. As said, a Heart Breacher taken off the board. It is as dreamy as it gets for the first kill to take down, unless someone's relying on, say, a Thatcher. But that is not on side. Instead, you've got things like the Flores rolling through here, including the nades that were coming out of the sledge and the Nook. Those have now been drained away. And it just feels like the tactical options for Wolves to get this round over the finish line are slowly being bled away, Tim.
It certainly does. Wolves are trying many different things. They seem to, certainly be pushing to different areas and trying to, work their way into different spots in the map. And Direwolves have just got the answer at every turn, it looks.
Again, it's their map pick. You'd expect a team to be more composed coming into their choice, especially when it's such a weak choice for the other side. P4 has no idea if there's a man to his right. Oh, he does, and he finds Jackie Wu. Steps around and goes for another one. Can he find this 1v1? No, he can't. He's shooting all too high as Souffle doubles up, helps himself to some dessert of Bibu, and now it's down to just Shinka by himself against 3.
It's not going to be easy, and I think one thing that Wolves need to change, and it's the easiest thing to say in the world and probably the most difficult thing to change, they need to start finding the kills. There was an opportunity there for P4 going in there on the knock. He could have got his second man inside of Dragon, and if he gets that kill, it really starts to open things up a bit. You sort of, I think, level on man count at that point, and nothing can be done about the double frost mat on the window there. Shinka with very few options other than to go in and try and get something going. But yeah, I think, Wolves, they just need to start hitting those shots and getting those gunfights. It's the biggest they just need to in the world, really. But, that's what's costing them at the minute, because they're pushing into areas and just not being able to progress through them.
And they know at this point that this timeout is so sorely needed as well. These couple of attacks really haven't been the most strongly put together, I think it's fair to say. Direwolves have looked like the ones really in full control on the defensive side of Skyscraper. We did expect it. It's basically an exact mirror of what we saw on Cafe, but somewhere they've got to be able to dig out a few rounds here to, at the very least, send us through to overtime.
They do. We can see Lilu now just trying to, have the impact of a coach to try and turn the fate around here at the minute, because that's 3 rounds in a row that have gone to Direwolves now, and Wolves' mental is surely going to be getting shaken at this point.
Comme elle a dit, Laurie, les frères, moi j'ai toujours demandé qu'on ouvre les fenêtres accueil et tout. Là, on a l'info du mec, il est jacuzzi carrément, il a le temps de passer jusqu'à Bamen.
Sounds a bit tense in the Wolves camp, Tim.
I said this, if you remember, at the end of map 1, I said there was the bit of a celebration, and then the conversation that followed with Bibu and others, it seemed a little bit intense. It seemed like, there was obviously, emotions were high, which is understandable.
Yeah, 100%.
But as, we've said, you've got to, make sure that is managed as well. And at the minute, maybe just slightly getting the better of Wolves.
I mean, it's P4 mainly as well that looks like the most animated. I said it earlier on when you had the highs of Rise coming out. P4 looked a little bit on edge, a little bit focused on the game, and now things aren't going super well. You're seeing him being, I don't want to say toxic, so I can't understand what he's saying, but from the tone of his voice, you can sense the frustration, right?
Yeah, I think within a team environment, yeah, you wouldn't, it wouldn't be toxic, toxic really. It's just like
you'd be surprised, Tim.
What I mean is, I think it's just viewed slightly differently within a team environment. I'm not, the behaviour is just viewed differently.
Yeah.
And I think it's, just that passion of, wanting to turn things around, and like you say, that bit of frustration creeping in and things. Like I say, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It can be motivating to people sometimes, but they just need to be cautious and conscious that, those emotions don't get the better of them. We've seen teams struggle with, getting a bit too emotional sometimes, and we don't want Wolves to fall foul of that.
Souffle's done a great job, by the way. He's got out there and killed 3 drones out on their own, bringing Wolves down to just 5 before they've even started looking at the building. 30 seconds in, only having half the utility left is going to be a concerning point. Probably also frustrating, given they've just had that tactical timeout about the plans they wanted, and there's Mowgli once again being found out by Pecan.
Pecan's done great on the entry so far, been very, very active at the beginning of the rounds. That's his 4th entry kill to no entry deaths at the minute, I think. Oh no, sorry, 3 entry deaths. So he's been very active in the entry, but 4-3 and still on top of things. And he's just giving Direwolves great starts. that's in these rounds. You know, they've lost, granted, the Ash this time, not the end of the world. It's, you know, similar to, as I explained, with the Frost. It's an operator that, you know, while she does have some useful utility, it's not essential utility, and she's looking to get in there and get kills, but just not happening for Mowgli on this map.
Do you know a funny link I've just drawn, by the way? A souffle is a French dessert. And right now, they may as well be the eggs on the side of Wolves because he is beating them up. The whole team are. Souffle especially, though, at 10-3. Having an absolute meal of these boys. Peeking on the other side. You're seeing the difference that a map can have here in the team's confidence as well. It does feel like, again, with the util slowly running empty on the side of Wolves, especially as far as the util goes for information, things might start to get really frustrating. Pecan here has managed to slither his way across with very few drones to spot him making this move. He could be in a great spot here to have a massive impact.
He certainly could. Rise, I'm not sure, is aware of his position there. There's the drone that was needed. Rise not facing the right way to make the challenge. Pecan's giving him a freebie there. That is an absolute get-out-of-jail-free card for Rise as Pecan misses his shots and Rise is able to find that kill. That swings the man count to 4-3 in favour of Wolves as a second kill comes in alongside Rises, and all of a sudden they might just be in the driving seat.
Although they've come down in numbers, there's still work to do. They've got to breach their way through a shield here. They can't win on. No way does he win that on the reverse, but he has. 2 more kills come the way of Wolves. This should be a moment of celebration as even Souffle is mixed and thrown out in the trash. Look at Rise. He's so in for it. I love it.
Rise got every single drop out of those hit points that he had there, didn't he? Pecan left him low, but he was able to get that kill and then a second on top of it. And as we see, you know, the passion is bubbling, but they need to be careful it doesn't bubble over.
Allez, next round, ils sont tout le temps aggro sur les débuts de round. Venez, on n'est pas naïf. Go!
Allez, let's round. Let's go next round. That's what they're in for. One more round, boys. All you can do is play the game that's in front of you, and round 10 is the one that awaits Wolves here. Still some work to do. They have one kind of lifeline here before Direwolves push us up to at least match point and then can guarantee that overtime, if not the win, awaits Wolves as well. So 2 more rounds for Wolves to pull us back up to a similar point. I think with how it's played out, that last round was good. Is it going to be enough to get them all the way over the finish line? I don't think so. I wouldn't be surprised if Oregon awaits us in just a few rounds' time.
Okay then, Wolves, they've got an opportunity here to level things up before Direwolves get themselves that map point and opportunity at least to be able to take them through to the 3rd round. Now then, what is going on here? We have got the Wamai of Ray. He's looking at the cams. He's stood next to a barricade, Des. What do you think he's thinking?
Oh, I do wonder what Ray could pass. Never mind.
Thanks, Ray.
Cheers, mate. Just really ruined my day. You know, guys called Ray, just can't take it. Okay. It's the only guy that I know that's called Ray.
Okay.
That's just bad people.
We've got Black Ray.
He's not giving the fans what they want. Yeah, but he's not called Ray, is he, though?
No.
To be fair, neither is he. His name's Shen.
There you go.
But in-game, he's called Ray, so I'm going to take it for that. That's what I think the C is, by the way. His first name's Shen, so Ray Shen.
Okay.
Today you learn.
Round 10.
I know his name's Shen. I know pro players.
Not a big deal.
No big deal. I've never actually spoken to him. I just know that his name's Shen. I was going through his Wikipedia earlier on. I was like, oh, Shen. Sure, he's a lovely guy.
Hopefully going to call in the E1 scan as we start to get this wall open. Souffle is going to have to get himself out of dodge there and takes a little bit of damage as he does so. There's going to be the shutdown as Mowgli moves in and takes the rest of his hit points with a headshot, and that is going to give an advantage to Wolves. They are on the warpath. They do not want to be going to a 3rd map, but Pecan once again has had some very impressive moments and big kill moments particularly, and once again comes out just when Direwolves need it.
Absolutely. Really turning it on this game as well. I know he's sat at 10-9 as well, so has died as much as he's got kills, but that impact cannot be ignored. Same for Souffle, as we commented earlier on as well. Looks like Wolves here might change up their game plan. Last time round on this attack, we commented and said, you know, they've put so much focus on trying to attack as a 4, all in the same direction. Here, it's looking a little bit different. They've got 1 playing on the downstairs. I believe it's P4 on the Nook. 2 focusing to come in through this side of Geisha. And then 1 still hanging out towards the far east. I believe it's Rise there who's droning his team through, making sure they can start marching in. They have quite a bit of utility still on side as well, with the flashes, the frag grenades, the EMPs, if they need them. I don't think they will at this point. So they've still got a lot to work with, even with Mowgli being down.
P4 looking for those vertical nades, but the player is long gone. The ping will no longer be active. He'll give it another try, but still not going to have any joy. He reactivates his gadget, and off he goes. He's going to come head-to-head. How about that for timing? I'm not sure, no. I was going to say I'm not sure that the player on the black stairs was aware. He is now, and it's an absolute freebie as Harambe walks down and manages to get the kill in his back. Rise is going to be taken down as well. And that leaves us now in a 4 versus 1. The round is over, and Direwolves have got themselves an opportunity on map point.
Bit of a car crash is the only real way to describe that. A little bit mistimed on their movement. I mean, the push onto black stairs was really messy. I think it was Rise and Mowgli that were pushing. It wasn't Mowgli, it was P4, sorry, pushing up onto that. A little bit ill-timed, not respecting the fact that going over the barbed wire does make quite a noise. You know, on the sheer basis that you've got Rise coming in from the shrine window, or the shrine balcony, pushing in through top black stairs, he can see if someone's above you on the balcony or not. You should be trusting the player there to give you the information. But it's almost like P4 didn't trust Rise to have that covered, and he was looking completely the wrong way. Black stairs was the blind spot, and that's where he dies from. In fact, it's where both of them die from. So a breakdown in communication from Wolves at the very end of that round there has cost them what would have been a really big power position coming into an execute.
Going to have some reinforcements just extended over to the west side then, office exhibition hold. But we saw this previously with a castle from Wolves, but this time it's going to be more direct reinforcements and gadgetry over there to prevent that west side push. It's going to be the Thorn of Souffle that's going to be trying to hold on to that area for the time being. I don't know if we'll have a shift in personnel as the round gets underway, but no, it looks like Souffle is going to be locked in position. How about this aggression though? Harambe straight out of the door, and Direwolves really looking to take the fight to Wolves.
I don't blame them as well, why wouldn't you? Must be brimming with confidence at this point, knowing they're at 6-4, it's their map pick, they're on the defensive side, everything's going your way. My main, I know it kind of feels like silly to flipping it back to Wolves again, but my concern is they were really high after map 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they feel really low if they don't win this map, and that's my concern going into Oregon is, are they going to be able to hold it together coming up against Direwolves for a 3rd time?
Harambe, look at him again, wanting to just get out of those windows. He's wanting any opportunity to get a nice opener. The Direwolves can just feel this. They know that the opportunity's there for them, and they just there. You the managers to grab it, and they've just basically overstretched a little bit. I think they sort of, you know, maybe grasping at this a little bit too much. But they do have 2 opportunities to be able to close this one out. So we'll see how it goes through the rest of the round. But Harambe is going to lose his life to begin with, and leaves us in a 5 versus 4.
It was such a great read from Mowgli as well. You know, you're against the Solis there as well. You have very little chance of knowing what the hell's actually going on. But the read onto what was going on inside of Laundry was absolutely perfect. Bringing down that Solis. Again, risk versus reward. She is an aggressive operator, but it is high risk to play her.
Shinka just, again, trying to push with Rise. They've got plenty of breaching potential between them. They've got one wall open. They're going to look to get the one directly on into sight as well. And that's not going to be successful for the time being. We're just going to have something opened up from underneath, I think, just to clear off any of the gadgetry that's preventing that wall from being breached. Conscious of the jump out as well. Wolves taking their time here, 1 minute 15. They need to get moving.
They do. And with themselves in the 5 versus 4, I mean, partly says don't rush it massively, but have got to get things opened up, which they are indeed now doing quite comfortably. It's about working in from there as well, because you can see several of them all gathered around this one side of the map. Bibu's the only one who's a little bit further off, looking to cut this angle back towards sight. P4 finding one more, is traded out though on the other side. 2 more coming back in for Direwolves as Mowgli makes it another. There's 2 left standing, it's Ray and it's Pecan. Now it's just Ray against 2. Can he clutch out for Direwolves?
Just seeing if he can get his man coming through. He just needs 1 cheap kill here, essentially, if he can hold his angles. In comes the nade. That's certainly not going to help him to hold his angles. Shinka's in another position to try and get that.
Oh, that's C4.
Out goes the Nitro toss. He's not going to find its mark, and the cover has to be in place. Here comes through. Beauty from Ray. Can he find the second for the successful 1v2? He's going to switch over to the shotgun. It's all down to Shinka. 15 seconds left to go.
He's played it so peacefully. Played it so well. Shinka with another flash on side as well. He's going to flash in there. Does he find his man? He looks the wrong wave, and in comes Shinka. Gets the shutdown, and they give themselves that chance to get to OT.
Wolves fighting back. They need one more round, though. They've still got Direwolves on the front foot, essentially, with another opportunity to close this out on Skyscraper. But just like Cafe does, these two have been evenly matched, and it's been fantastic entertainment.
It has as well. Great play from Oshinka in the 1v1 as well. Ray really looked like he was going to do it there, but the flashes just sadly working against him. It ain't all about burning flashes early in the round, Tim. Sometimes they're useful late in the round as well. Last site's going to be Barbecue and Kitchen for regulation. Either it ends here 7-5 to Direwolves and we go on to Oregon, or Wolves pull us into overtime. I know exactly which one of those two they would prefer, but Direwolves, they want to see their map closed out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's going to be Kitchen and Barbecue then for Direwolves to try and close this one. Last time around that we saw this site defended, we saw you know, much of a top floor presence. It was back in round 4. We saw it from Wolves defensively, and round 9 we saw it from Direwolves defensively. But interestingly, it was one of the attacking rounds that Wolves won was onto this site. So Direwolves going to have to do things a little bit differently than they have previously.
Very true. Solus coming in once again. Spoke about it a couple of times here in terms of the, not so much the aggression, but the risk that operator's been bringing. But so far, looked very successful, Tim.
Yeah, it has. You know, been very impactful when we've seen Source. We've seen a couple of diffuser denials. We've seen all sorts going on. And yeah, very, very good from that operator so far.
All right, let's see if they can sip him out there and bring him down. Souffle also the one looking to cause a little bit of bother out on the roam here as well. Looks for the most part, you have most of, in fact, pretty much all of Wolves starting on the same side of the map as well, wanting to do a full site clear. Not forgetting that we are attacking on towards the downstairs here. They want to get control of this side over towards Exhibition, work their way over towards Karaoke and T, and then worry about the vertical. My only concern there being that you have a lot of ground to work through. We're about a third of the way in the round. They've just about got control on this east side. They're still got to get top control, then worry about prepping the site for the execute. It's a lot to do.
Certainly is. P4 just moving through, taking gadgets out as he goes. The Capcan traps are going to be taken down. Shows that good attention is being paid from Wolves. They're certainly not rushing into this. They've got the drones out ahead of them. They know what they're going to be walking into. Hopefully no surprises for them. Direwolves are pretty much set up on the top floor and the west side of the map, looking to hold on for as long as possible. Mowgli's going to open things up with one onto Pecan, who is once again involved in that entry battle.
Stillness for a moment there after that first opening kill. Here comes the swing as well. Harambe losing out on that one. It's looking pretty good for Wolves as they find 2 more. A temporary 4 versus 2 kicking into play, and it feels like they might have just done enough here to force us through into overtime. Mowgli finding 1 more. Jackie, the last one left standing. Is he more Jackie Chan or more? I don't know. Jackie something else. He's got to find 4 kills, make it 5 for himself, actually, as they did get the one back up on his feet here. This feels like a bit of an impossible task, Tim.
It certainly does. He's just going to be looking at those vertical angles. He knows that's where the pressure is likely to come from to begin with before Wolves go and try to get themselves into sight. That is 1, that is 2. Can't do it all. Cut down Shinka. Ultimately, Wolves just flooding into that position, and you can hear the passion on the Wolves side there as they get themselves into overtime. And this is an opportunity for them to close out in 2 and get what could be a very important full 4 points.
I love the 2 styles of passion, though, because both Rise and P4 celebrated there, just in very different ways. Yeah, Rise, the more visible, arms out, yeah! Whereas P4 was the same, but kind of down into his lap and just like, yes! Like, I love it.
Certainly does.
We need to get a stat going at some point, Tim.
Yeah, I think we do.
I'm feeling some passion.
At Invitational last year, it
was unreal. We had the little booth, didn't we?
We did get a little bit. So we got one of the sort of players' practice areas once some teams had left and gone. We did get set up in one of those to be able to play together.
Do you reckon if we ask really nicely, Ubi will give us a room?
They may well.
Because there are a lot of teams. There's 20 teams here. There's people who are going to go home in the next, 4 days. When we're kind of in chill time, we can play some ranking.
It was a bit easier in Sweden because everybody was in it was like a custom set up area, wasn't it? It was like just like booth after booth after booth.
Yeah, it felt like little silos that had just all been put there. So you could hear everyone talking and screaming. It was a good laugh, actually. I enjoyed that. Whereas here, it's a bit more like privatised in little hotel rooms. It's nice. I haven't got a keyboard or a mouse, though. Actually, that's a lie. I've got a mouse, it's not a keyboard.
I've got mine.
You got your keyboard? Mm-hmm. Wow, sweat. I'll steal one off someone, I'm sure.
We're going to get into what could be the first of 2 or potentially 3 rounds. It was in overtime. It's going to be the best of 3 rounds, so the first team to win 2 will take the overall win here. If that's Wolves, they will take a full 4 points and a 2-0 win. Direwolves obviously going to be doing their best to prevent that. They continue on the defense, which doesn't really carry any advantage. It's been 3-3 in both halves. I don't think he's going to get away with that. The second EMP, that's why you use 2 EMPs. Pecan having to just dip back away from this. I don't know what came out then.
Really tickled me. But no, we saw this yesterday when we had a Bandit ban. I think a Bandit pit was coming out, actually. We said, okay, why ban away the Kaid? Because it is a lot easier to trick off a Kaid. As you saw then, 2 AMPs, it's enough to guarantee. I was at it then as well, Tim. PMEs, why not? Almost got their way through the wall with both of those 2. Just simply can't deny them away. The Kaid arm time is a little bit too slow. Ray's down on the deck, may well be the first casualty of the round if he's not rescued soon. Is back on his feet, but being quickly pursued by Mowgli.
Easy as that. As Mowgli steps around, he's going to have to dip back. He wanted to get aggressive there, but the gadget of Thorn just forcing him back. He couldn't push in through that Razor Bloom, just had to hinder and step back on his movement. Couldn't quite continue.
Oh, what?
What's a beat from Souffle?
How has he got away with that? That is unreal. I can only imagine there he's taken the read on where he shot the camera from and had a bit of a pre-fire. But literal first bullet when rounding a corner blind to get a headshot? What?
Souffle there, just gunning through the walls. He can continue fighting here from Drum. I don't think he's keen on going anywhere. The pre-fire is pretty easy, but somehow Wolves really get away with that. Bibu is going to be down, but likely is a potential for pickup there. Jackie Wu manages to get Rise, leaving us in a 3v3 if Bibu does get collected. He's just stepping back. Yep, the opportunity's there. He's going to be too late now, but is he? No. He's going to find Shinka and Bibu managed to get that was chaos at the end of that round.
You haven't won yet, Rise. It's like they've won the whole 6 Invitational.
The thing is, it just goes to show how much the LAN win means to Wolves. They've been chasing it for a long time and getting themselves something here that they can start building on. As I said, maybe, the point where that sort of breaks the seal, as it were, and can really push them forward. So moving forward, they move on to the defense now, Wolves. They have gone to T and Karaoke. Unsurprisingly, it is the site that they won both times on their defensive rotation. They won Office and Exhibition once as well, but T and Karaoke they were unbeaten in. So Direwolves, from a position of being slightly ahead, 6-4, having the opportunity to close this one out, could be seen as being really on the back foot right now.
Again, I just find it so interesting that the last time Wolves won was against Direwolves back in Jönköping. They haven't beat BDS, they haven't beat Eminem twice, haven't beat Sonics across 8 maps in that time. It must feel good for them to get that winning feeling back, and this is why I'm excited for them, is I think it might just be that little bit of rocket fuel they need going into their final game on Saturday against Team Liquid to really drive them through to squeeze into 4th or 3rd place. I imagine at this point they could find themselves challenging 3rd place quite comfortably, which is the one that you want. The way it works, if you finish in 1st place, you get a bye into the 2nd round of the winners bracket. You finish 2nd or 3rd, you go into the 1st round of the winners bracket. You finish 4th in your group, you go straight into the lower bracket. So realistically, finishing 1st to 3rd is it's a dream. If you finish there, 1st place obviously the best, but 1st to 3rd is great because you get a 2nd chance if you do mess it up in one of your best of 3s, or are unlucky enough to be matched up against the eventual winners of the whole competition nice and early on. So avoiding 4th place is pivotal, and a win here would do just that for Wolves. Direwolves, though, we've already seen what they can do on the attack on this map already. 3 rounds I think they had back in that 1st half. There's no reason to say they can't do it again.
Harambe is going to open up terrace barricade there, look to potentially get inside. They've still got the electrification on Geisha wall, so Wolves a minute into the round and they're still fairly well set up here. They've not really been disrupted. They've got a shield in Drum, they've got a shield in Shrine, so they're holding that line. What a jump out from Bibu, and that could be a huge moment, not just for this round, but for this game and this team.
As well, there's nothing down, there's no air jabs, there's no claymores, there's nothing, just letting them straight through. They've got to burn their way through the shield, but they don't feel like they're able to right now. And Mowgli realizing, okay, there's no grenade following through. I can take a couple of gunfights here. Almost burns one more, gets a little peek in from the Ash up close, and now he's going to back away. Has done a bit of work there, wasted a bit of time. Half the round is gone, and Direwolves have lost a player.
P4 just holding the angle onto Geisha window, preventing any jump in there. Rotero drone is going to go and take the shield out. Not the end of the world, as nobody's playing on there anymore. Wolves have been happy enough to drop back. They've given up those positions. Need to be careful that they haven't given up too much. There's still a lot of time here. There are players inside of sight, and they're going to come under quite a lot of pressure now that Pecan has opened up that angle.
It's very much the same again. Wolves got themselves a kill and all drop back in towards sight, not looking to hold any more aggressive areas around Shrine or around Drum. They've done what they needed to there. They got an entry, they've done some damage to Harambe, and now they can pull back and play it safe. Direwolves have got 40 seconds to work their way out of what is a very dire situation. Otherwise, they're down 0-2, and things get real tough. Pecan finds one. Harambe taken down, though, in response.
Bibu's really leading from the front here. He's been a little bit quiet in the tournament so far, but he's stepping up at exactly the right time. P4 takes down Pecan. Jackie Wu tries to move in, out of ammo, has to switch to the pistol. He's not going to get a view, surely, because we know that Wolves have controlled these positions very well. They've been very confident. The final two kills come in. Bibu, Shinka, they managed to close it out, and that is going to be Wolves taking a win in a best of 3 days.
Finally, 3 months have been waiting for an official win, and it has been delivered in a nice 2-0. It was far from the prettiest victory, but a victory is a victory. 4 points are 4 points, Tim.
They certainly are, and look at what it means to this team. Celebrations all round. Absolutely no surprise there. They've been trying for the longest time, and now the only question that remains is, does that, as I said, break the seal? Are we going to see Wolves accumulating more points?
Definitely a kicker for Direwolves as well to give them a shout. A really good performance by so many of their players across the 2 maps as well. It's a kicker because really Wolves were the team that were a bit downtrodden. They were the ones that looked like an easy 3, if not 4 points. But here they're left with absolutely nothing. And for Direwolves, they now find themselves in the same spots that Wolves started this day in.
They certainly do. Direwolves, it's starting to look a little bit dire. They've got difficult games coming up ahead of them now, and I've got a feel for them. You know, I've got to say that obviously the focus there has been on Wolves and getting that first win, but Direwolves, they played their part in that matchup, and for 2 maps to be lost in overtime in that fashion is not easy to take, and I really do feel for them.
It's a real stinger. They've still got to play against Sonics and against Liquid. I love that. Yeah,
says it all, doesn't it?
They've got Liquid and Sonic still to play. Liquid are looking a little bit shaky as well. So no doubt now their target turns towards that game against Liquid tomorrow. And they're saying, look, if we can beat Liquid, we're now in the running for 4th place. And Liquids are the ones who have got to prove themselves against Wolves on the last day. So I'm really excited to see how this group develops. It just got a lot spicier with Wolves getting their first official win in 3 months. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back to the desk, we'll break that series down for you.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, and I have to say our matchup between the two Wolves definitely does add a pinch of spice to our day here at Six Invitational 2023, but it's the European ones, the European Wolves. People talk about the African swallow, right? How fast?
The European swallow?
Yes.
I don't know that.
How fast are they? Which one can carry a heavier load? There you go.
Monty Python references are probably a little bit too highbrow. I don't know if we can get there.
For the average Rainbow Six fan, come on.
The average Asian people.
Average Rainbow Six fan, just Chad facing it over there. Oh. Of course they'll know. They even guessed my Axel reference from Kingdom Hearts.
I'm impressed.
So
I'm impressed.
Yeah, they got it memorized. Anyways, let's not overuse this. Hello, welcome back to the Command Center. I'm LossOne Match, your host. With me are Mandy and James. And we're going to talk about this matchup because, unfortunately for you two, very unbiased analysts, you predicted Direwolves, but they're in dire straits.
Yeah.
Not the song.
Too many cultural references for one broadcast, Milosh. Look, yes, and Direwolves, I expected them, to be honest, I didn't expect them to necessarily win the game. I certainly expected them to win Skyscraper, and they didn't. And massive credit to Wolves. They fought so hard during this game. And yeah, while you do say I'm biased towards Direwolves, in terms of all the European teams, I'm a little bit biased towards the Wolves. I just think they have such a heart-sob story with how well they performed this year, and to finally find their first win in Six Invitational, you've got to really feel for them.
Yeah, I think something that Wolves did really well in both these series, both those games are really long. Those were two OT games. Stamina, in my opinion, was the name of that game, and I think ultimately the Wolves really ended up outlasting the Direwolves. It just felt like they were a little bit more composed towards the end of both those games. They were just able to cross the line.
It's exhaustion at the end of it. I definitely agree with that lack of experience in comparison. But let's talk about our first map, then break it down map by map. There's only two of them, so it should be pretty simple. In this case, 8-6, we talked about OTs. That was Cafe, and Wolves Esports, our European team, were able to make it through. So what was the kind of X factor that Wolves Esports needed?
Well, to be honest, I thought Direwolves would have a real chance on Wolves' map here. Right. Yesterday, Direwolves managed 4 rounds in a row to kick off their defense against Eminem here on Cafe, and then proceeded to lose every round then for, including all of their attacks. So I thought, look, if Direwolves can attack, I think they've got a shot here. And it turns out they could, but the difference here is that Wolves themselves broke through Direwolves' attacks far better than we saw from Eminem yesterday. It ended at a 3-3 half. So massive credit to Wolves. I think they started this game on the right foot. They started the series on the right foot, and they even found themselves 3 match points when they switched onto that defensive half. And that was where the tables turned, and Direwolves really showed what they've got. They brought some new and different things. We saw the Monty picks from Jackie Wu, and I think that that was something that Wolves really struggled to deal with.
Yeah, I think for me, this game was pretty back and forth. I feel like this matchup was quite the mirror image of the attacks. It just felt like Direwolves were really good at getting these three-way pinches, but so are Wolves with the combination of like Mowgli, Rise, and P4 all kind of converging in at one point. It just felt like both teams were very good at doing that. To me, the breakthrough was that round 15 where it really mattered. Wolves closed out that one massive attack on the basement where they read that they needed to take the vertical, and that was the win condition. That final round, there was the mirror window with the two shield setups, and both of them were able to be taken down by vertical, and it just felt like Wolves had the right read going into that final attack to close it out.
But it is cutting it too close, especially for a team like Wolves Esports, where we know expectations off of the EUL team, where they've been sitting, they had twice in the year where they were #1 going into a major.
3 times if you include the combined standings at the end of 2022.
That's true. There you go. It's not too shabby, but still here. We have to be real for a moment before we go into map 2. It's a win. It's a very important one, actually. The fact that it's a 2-0 is incredible for Wolves Esports. It's 4 points. It gives them quite a bit of safety, but still against Direwolves.
Yeah, it is. And of course, if there's any team to get a win against for Wolves, it's going to be Direwolves. And that's why, if anything, there was extra pressure on this game. And in my opinion, extra pressure when we moved on to the second map, which I expected to be heavily Direwolves favored. But I really think in this series, the Wolves, who have been quite demotivated and quite shaken in a lot of their matches so far, they finally had a bit of resilience. There was one particular round on the second map where we saw right at the end, a really close one, really tight one, and Rise just gets up out of his chair. He's screaming, might be the oldest man in the tournament, but he does not lack for enthusiasm. And that is the kind of fire we need Wolves to keep on bringing to finally show us what they're made of. This is the first time we've seen them win a BO3 basically ever. And now they've proven they can do it. It's time to do it again.
I want to give a bit of hope to the Direwolves. Look, this is a really tough SI for them. I feel like realistically their expectations going into this weren't super high, but just being in the back room and listening to their comms was actually really sweet. There were some rounds where Souffle, he knew that Shinka was going to jump into a double frostbat, and so you could hear him go, bye-bye, like in the production room in the back, listening to them comm. Just Direwolves, they're having fun with it. These guys, especially on their defensive skyscraper, they kind of started like running circles. They really started running circles around Wolves, like jumping out of windows, throwing C4s to spawn peek and that kind of thing. They were just having fun with it, and I really give them credit to it. It's been a really tough tournament for them, but they still seem in high spirits.
It's that experience, right, that people like Rise and Bibu bring into this matchup with 3 young players that can do the work. I mean, we're not talking any situation. We're talking 20 seconds left and you have diffuser in hand. What do? You call Pengu. He tells you exactly what to do in that situation. People like Rise and Bibu are definitely the ones that you want in those spots. Now, we went to map 2 on Skyscraper. We were talking about, they were jumping out windows, getting aggressive, but that's the Direwolves. But it's not like Wolves Esports were not doing that either. They were getting picks also in many pivotal positions, opening up the map for themselves on defense.
Yeah, this match actually started really well for Wolves on the second map. They did win their first defense. Now, Direwolves both of these teams are defender-sided teams on this map, but Direwolves has the better win rate on attack and defense. And keeping in mind that this historically was one of Direwolves' best maps. They beat FaZe at the Yeonjaping Major here on Skyscraper. A huge dub for them. Of course, as you mentioned, it's been a real rough time for Direwolves. They've got 2 different players since they played that event. But Wolves, they didn't hold it back at all. They knew that even though this isn't their greatest map, they really pulled through. And this was once again a back and forth game. In fact, the teams kept trading rounds right until we switched halves, and Direwolves finally won 2 rounds in a row. And yet it didn't take much for Wolves to push into overtime and win it out once we got there.
I'm going to reiterate my point about stamina going into it. I just felt that towards the end half of that map too, it felt like Wolves were making less mistakes. It felt like they were more disciplined. They were playing together on the roam, and they were falling off when they needed to, in comparison to the Direwolves, who felt a little bit looser, especially on their defenses as well. It just felt like, as the game went on, the Wolves, they held their ground, and the Direwolves started to slip through the cracks.
And before we talk about our MVP, because the video is still running, how does this bode for these two squads going into the future? Because the next couple of days are going to be incredibly important, and getting 4 points here to a victory, James, is pretty big.
Yeah, it is huge. Look, there's a lot still up for grabs for both of these teams. No one is out of the tournament as of yet. Both of these teams are kind of borderline for getting knocked out of the tournament, but of course, let's talk about P4. He was a fantastic player during this match, a rating of 112. He was high on the KD, and well, the graphics gone, but there were quite a few strong players. I was actually going to highlight Mowgli, if I may myself. 7 opening kills on that second map after being target banned. I'm pretty sure the Yana was directed at him. So pretty, credit to him. He jumped on the Ash, he jumped on the line. He didn't have a positive KD at the end of the match, but he was certainly an opener.
Can Wolves sustain this to actually pass through into second phase of group stage?
Oh, that's a tall order, in my opinion. I think that their group is a little bit more consistent than they are at the moment. I think that the Wolves are they don't seem to have expanded their map pool and their strategy or developed their playstyle as much as the counterparts in their group, at least in my opinion. And so I think for the Wolves to press through, I think they've really got to mature a little bit more in the next play day.
They've got an off day tomorrow. They're only playing day after, and that'll be the last day of the group stage.
Indeed, and they have their work cut out for them. Look, I will say, last moment, there was some clever things that they did, particularly in the operator ban phase. I like that they banned the Monty in the second map, didn't allow Direwolves to get that once again like they did on the first map. But as we stand at the moment, believe it or not, Wolves are actually in 3rd place in their group after getting the full 4 points. So I think the fact that they didn't drop Skyscraper is not only big confidence for them, because they're taking down Direwolves on a good map for them, but it's going to make waves within this group, because it's actually 3 teams in this group that are really struggling to hit their expectation. Wolves and Direwolves and Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Team Liquid.
Oddly enough.
How crazy is that?
I think for me, between these bottom 3, it's about which of these 3 teams can kind of pick it up on the last 2 play days. Which one of them can just sort of mature a little bit more in their playstyle next 2 days, and who can improve the quickest, in my opinion. Especially because there's so limited matches left to go for these 3 teams that they've really got to get a move on.
A day off for Wolves would be exactly what they need. But yeah, like you said, Liquid versus Wolves on the last day, it's going to be a tough one. Here's a recap of our group, however, just to show you how Group B has gone down so far. At the top, Eminem and Sonics, 12 points for Eminem and 8 for the Sonics that have yet to play their 3rd matchup here. Wolves taking the 4 points that are oh so needed. Direwolves and Liquid still at 0, with actually, if we're counting for the round differential, as you see, Team Liquid are 5th.
Oh, wow.
Bottom of the group by only 1 round.
Yeah, I actually thought it was going to be the other way around, but there you go.
Wolves are also at -11, but with 4 points.
Yeah. So the thing here to remember is that while Wolves are ahead of both Direwolves and Liquid, they've actually played 1 more game than those 2 teams. So Wolves' maximum points from here on out is 8, and that's only if they manage to 2-0 Team Liquid, not tomorrow, but the following day. Whereas Liquid, who are on 0 points right now, they can end up on they have a potential possible 8 to gain as well, because they play both Wolves and Direwolves, and it's a similar position for Direwolves. They play both Liquid and Sonics. However, I think that they're definitely not going to get a win against Sonics. Yeah. In the current Liquid form, though, there's a real chance that that Liquid might actually be in one of the scariest and most precarious positions in this group. Direwolves and Liquid at the moment fighting against elimination.
Yeah, I think exactly the same thing as you. It just feels like we didn't get the Liquid that we expected to come into this SI. I think Liquid, off the back of that Yonchping major, so close to taking the title, to come into SI and then be at the bottom of the group is not what anyone could have expected.
Well, there it is. Thank you both very much for joining me here on the Command Center for this morning. But our shift is done. There's still the other half of our matches that'll be going live in just a bit, but we're going to swap out our, colleagues. Jackie will be here with the rest of the desk, and they'll be covering CAG versus Astralis and LossOne versus BDS. That'll be in just a bit. Thanks so much. See you in just a bit.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and Bill. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will glitch it! Fnatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called This God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon. And the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure. Just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking, oh my God, they did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Look at that, they can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. The crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, is this real? And then to have all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
Welcome back to the 6th Invitational, and things are heating up with Group C. It has been surprisingly competitive and extremely fun to watch. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with Triple J. No, not Quad J. That just sounds weird, Jesse. I'm sorry.
It's Jackie Jing, Jesse Jacob. There's 4 J's there.
Oh, I see what you're going for.
You remember that whole discussion?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, we're sticking with Triple J.
I'm cool with Triple J.
Yeah.
Mostly because Quad J only really skews it in one person's direction. It makes you better than both of us combined.
Well, then I kind of like Quad J then.
More J's is not better. It's just
it
more.
makes me
No, but it's better for her because she makes up half of the J's then.
Well, and she's
that
like
sounds about right.
half the desk, right?
That sounds about right.
Half the desk?
She's host and analyst. One role, the other role.
I'm juggling it. Okay, moving on. I was gonna call you Captain Jesse.
Well, this is better than Little Jesse, which was my introduction.
We haven't even made one little joke this entire
You're on a box, bro.
And you're going to bring that up. Okay, let's regroup, people. We got our first matchup for Group C to talk about. Astralis and Cyclops battling it out. We're in survival mode now, gentlemen. How are we feeling about this one, Jacob? You excited? Ooh.
I mean, I'm excited because this is the first time we've seen either of these two teams play. Whether as Disrupt or Astralis, we haven't seen this matchup ever happen on paper. It's pretty rare to see any teams from Japan face off against North American opponents, so just having this matchup as a basis, I'm already pretty intrigued by it, because it seems like a matchup we might see at a minor, but we're seeing it at a world championship instead, which already raises the stakes.
Yeah, we certainly are. And I mean, Astralis, they're in a bit of a pickle, right? I mean, they didn't play yesterday, so I don't think it's too bad for them. You're not really putting on the warning signs yet, but they did lose their first game. Cyclops are, of course, 1-1 at the moment, so they are maybe in a mode where they need to step things up.
Yeah, and we're going to start off with Astralis here. They're at the bottom of Group C. I don't like saying that. It makes it sound mean. But they did have a tight battle against their NA counterpart, OXG. Jesse, how do you think they're going to line up against KAG's aggressive style, though?
Well, I think they could do well in the aggressive style, right? Because I think when you look back at that Oxygen game, I think they were doing a pretty decent job at bringing it to Oxygen, at playing pretty fast and loose with them. When things got a little chaotic, they actually were coming out on top more often than not. But what worries me, Jackie, is the map pool.
Okay.
Astralis are a team that have 2 permabans, and in a format where you're only playing best of 3s, it's really difficult to do well when you constantly have to ban the same 2 maps. They haven't played Chalet since stage 1. They haven't played Clubhouse since stage 1. Cyclops, on the other hand, play all 9 maps. They'll play whatever, depending on the day, depending on their opponent. So it's going to be a big hurdle that Astralis have to get over if they want to win this game.
Counter is mostly the fact that if you're bringing a new player in, you don't want to throw all 9 maps directly at a new guy straight out of the gate.
Enough, yeah.
And I think having a more condensed pool is giving Spiff more of a chance to show what he's made of in an environment that doesn't require him to retain all that knowledge all at the same time. But the downside to that is the flexibility that Astralis are going to have. It's going to be relatively minor compared to if you had a more flexible pool. And just to reiterate, just because Cyclops play every single map doesn't mean they play every single map effectively to a T to win every time. So it's kind of up in the air there.
Jacob, I'm happy you're speaking about Spiff because, you know, I was a little bit worried, thought he might have the SI jitters, but he's showing up.
I thought it was fine. Yeah, for a debut. We'd probably be talking a little bit more about it if they had actually won their first game against OXG. But over the course of 3 maps, he had a good rating. He had it like he was good enough in his role to a point where I'm not immediately concerned at first showing against an interregional opponent. That's the only real caveat, because you want to test your mettle against plenty other people or plenty of other teams that come from different parts of the world. Give it more time. It will eventually manifest, hopefully, in what Astralis are looking for with somebody who is very capable in an entry capacity and giving the opportunity for the other players on Astralis to flex around to where they need to be. Right now, again, I don't really have that many areas of critique for a guy like Spiff. He came into the green room yesterday to go get his makeup done for media day. Yeah. I said he did a good job, and he seems like he's relatively in the moment and he's not really shaken by nerves. So for what they've gotten out of this package to start with, there are very good things to say about Spiff.
Yeah. Okay, I would like to pivot over to Cyclops. Where to begin? Okay, so Cyclops, they beat BDS. We're all blown away by that. And then yesterday I was kind of scared at moments. Like I was like, what's happening with Cyclops? We really never know, Jesse. But you know who has been consistent? Arcali.
Arcali's been solid, yeah. I mean, one of the rookies that I think has come in and had maybe the best performances starting off for his team. Obviously, the huge win over BDS was a big one for them. We'll see if that continues again. KAG are kind of a team that have their ups and downs usually, but it's certainly possible.
I like the fact that they brought somebody in who could immediately slot for things that were happening with Gatorada, and it's not throwing them completely off their game. It might just be a case where the kind of thing that maybe we don't know because it's not nearly our region, so maybe we're not as educated on it. But having one guy come in can change the entire mood of a team for the better based on things that they were noticing with a guy coming in who was maybe bringing things down. And I'm loving that they took like BDS's game and then rode that into a matchup against LossOne yesterday that they probably should have won. All it took was a couple of rounds on Theme Park going their way to maybe not even worry about the overtime in the first place. And then those last two games are a slide in one direction and a slide in another. So it really came down to how effective their Theme Park was, which against a team like Astralis might actually be a pretty decent play. You have options here, but I think as far as Cyclops are concerned, both of the guys that have rookies are doing good things for their teams right now.
Okay, Jacob, I did want to talk to you a little bit more about op choices when it comes to Cyclops. We've been talking a lot about their unpredictable play style, but we're going to zone in on that. So break it down for me.
There's a very interesting thing that Cyclops have done so far at this tournament. They love Glass Ying, and they love being able to use it at very inopportune moments for their opponents. It's one thing to bring a Glass, it's another to have one player bring it every single attacking round for a whole map. That's what they were doing last night. And to incorporate that with a lot of shields, both Monty and Blitz with a whole bunch of Osa play. We're factoring Osa in on this graphic as well. It means that the options for Cyclops to actually win attacking rounds are far more numerous. And there's also a big caveat to this for Astralis. They are only above Team Liquid in defenses for the entire tournament, and Team Liquid should have gotten more defensive wins today, which means based on just one best of 3, Astralis are the worst performing defensive team of anyone at this tournament. So what do you do against Cyclops? Do you continue to ban the Monty that you know is super effective against Cyclops because Anatin is already associated himself as a Monty god?
Yeah.
Do you ban the Glaz, but then subsequently have to worry about a Warden play? What are you going to do in this scenario?
It's tough. I mean, Cyclops have played 26 attackers coming into today out of 34 total in the game. That is the most of any team. There's just 8 ops there that they haven't been able to play so far. We might see that number go up. I think Astralis have a pretty deep operator pool as well, to be fair to them. I believe it's 23 ops so far on their record on the attacking side, be clear about that. So they're still flexible, but it's certainly what Cyclops are known for. I don't think it's a huge shock they're playing a lot of different operators here at this tournament, but it is a problem that every team's going to have to deal with when they go up against them.
It feels like you have to ban one thing or the other. You don't have that many options for bans in the first place, so I think it really more comes down to the battleground that you go to as opposed to exactly what ops are played or not played, so it really comes down to the ban phase for me to see who's going to win this thing.
Okay, well, we'll be getting to that momentarily, but okay, so y'all are both a bit younger than me, and you're always teaching me cool new words.
Wait, how much younger are we than you? We're both 23.
Okay.
We'll have to do that to her,
we're
Jacob.
gonna do that.
No, I just wanted to ask. Yeah, on camera.
Man, I think I'm almost 15 years older than y'all.
How old are you right now?
I'm 35. Let's just really.
That's 12. That's not 15. That's 12. That's 12 years old.
Thank you, Jacob, for clarifying.
You're welcome.
The number. That makes me feel better, but not really.
Jackie, where's this going?
I don't know.
What's the point, Jackie?
Okay, what's the point? Okay, so yeah, you guys are always teaching me cool new words. And Jesse, when we were in the green room, you said you had something to help me extend my vernacular, my vocab. So
yes. Jackie, there's a new term on the block called cagging. This is a term.
Silly.
This is a verb. It was invented kind of in the early 21st century.
Oh my goodness.
Integrated into English by a very misunderstood and primitive society known as the Twitch chatters. It's a term that refers to an individual or a team who does the wrong thing but arrives at the desired outcome. As an example, you somehow managed to use the wrong formula, but you cagged the right answer. It's a term that has been populating the Twitch chat throughout the last couple of days. It started when Cyclops beat BDS, played their unorthodox style, and still arrived at the win. And it's something that the community has started to grasp onto,
So
Jackie.
you're both cagging.
Wait, what?
All right. Well,
wait.
Let's get turnaround. I'll give you that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, let's be honest. Both of you are a little wild, but you do a good job in the end. I thought that was a compliment. gentleman. Did I use it incorrectly?
No, Jackie, you're right on the money. That's exactly what it means.
Not cool or hip, y'all, no matter how hard I try. But okay, I am really excited about this matchup, and we're taking a live look at the play area right now. Our teams are gearing up, getting ready. We're working to get that map info up on your screen, and both of you are talking about your concerns when it comes to bans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are the two permabans that we're expecting to see from Astralis, and one after another. Chalet right into Clubhouse. So that's going to be very predictable from Cyclops. As long as they knew those were off the board, they can pick whatever map they want. They end up choosing Bank, and that's a rough one for Astralis. 3-game losing streak, including a 7-2 loss to SSG in Stage 3 and a 7-3 loss to Oxygen here in Montreal on the first playday. You know, maybe a 7-4 this time, but it still seems like it'll be a tough one for Astralis to win. The first map, though, right before that, of course, Theme Park, chosen by Astralis themselves. And it's a map that CAG haven't won in a while, too. They haven't won it since Stage 1. They've lost it plenty of times since, including just yesterday at SI, 8-7 to LossOne. So, yeah, it feels like we might trade those map picks, and then that decider maybe where it's figured out.
I think in a moment like this, you also have to consider more of the way that the Cyclops play on attack. Theme Park is way, way wide open for long angles if you decide that you want to leave the glass up in the first place. So consider the things that Astralis need to do to stop CAG. You either take the shield play out, which definitely can play a factor on Theme depending on the site, or you take the long angles away and ensure that Glaz and other sniper characters aren't the problem. You really don't have that many options. You have to pick one or the other, and I think this first map is going to set the pace for what the rest of it's going to look like. And it also could differ on a map-to-map basis. You could ban shields on one map, you could ban Glaz in the other. You could also find a way to take their Amaru play from one another, but I really wonder what they're saying in this huddle right now.
Aww.
Ban Glaz! Ban Glaz!
They've been saying one thing over and over and over again. This is a team with a motto. Talk is cheap.
Yep.
That's what they've been saying. They said it to me when I talked to them at breakfast. They said it in their interviews. They said it to me when I passed them in the hallway. Talk is cheap, talk is cheap, talk is cheap. And so hopefully they're going to put in some action, right? When we get through these map bans, it will be kind of interesting when we get to Border as well. That's a map that Astralis beat M80 on back in Stage 3, and they beat Oxygen at SI. They were close games, both of them, but you know, once we get to that final map, I could see Astralis turning this around and being able to take that final map against Cyclops. I think it's going to be really tough for them to close it out in 2, which is obviously what you need if you want to get that full 4 points.
Yep.
Iconic all smiles. What do you think both of these teams' mindsets are right now? How do you think they're feeling going into this?
I think Astralis are happy to have gotten yesterday off. I think after having a loss, you get your debut game out of the way, you might as well see what it takes after a bye and then play 3 straight. So having a bye after just one game, I think, is a great mentality reset. As far as Cyclops is concerned, they were riding that high against BDS's win, and then going into LossOne from yesterday, not going the way that you were hoping. I actually think their mentality is high going to Theme Park first, because they probably should have beat LossOne on that map from last night. So honestly, I think both of them should be in pretty decent spirits right now.
I'll remind you of the Charlotte Major, Jacob, where Cyclops won their first game in groups and then lost every other game and finished dead last.
Ouch.
So maybe there's some flashbacks of that for Cyclops. Too early to call it for sure, but I think they might be a little bit nervous that history may repeat itself.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, let's get this Group C showdown going. We got Blue and Stokes CAG. I almost just said cagging instead of casting.
It's working.
That
it's
is
working.
Your fault. Take it away, gentlemen. Jesse, look what you did to me. You're in trouble. Oh yeah, Stream B pre-show for BDS versus LossOne. Don't go anywhere. of day 3, and Group C has been delightful to watch. BDS losing early on, but how will they fare today? That is the big question. I'm Jackie Jang, and I am with Fresh and Ann. Ann, your makeup looking fresh, though, if I do say so myself. Okay, close up on Ann, please. I love Ann. Ann's like, no, we don't need
I'm fine.
Actually, fresh looking fly, too, with this shirt.
Thank you, Jackie.
We're all just styling today, okay? Should
I like
say,
your
we're looking
Space Buns,
fly. Thanks. Is my hair
Great.
fly?
Yes.
I'm never saying that
You said
ever.
fly was old, like literally 10 minutes ago.
I said nobody says fly.
Yeah.
And then you've just...
Sino said on fleek. I haven't heard on fleek in like 5 years. Anyway, we digress. We have a face-off to talk about here, so let's do it. BDS went down day 1, but you know what? We're going to see how they do today. Will they beat LossOne? Will they? Is it too early to ask for predictions?
My predictions are in the mud, like I said yesterday, so I'm not sure if I'm the one to be asking who's going to be winning.
Okay.
You'd expect them to win, right? If you look at standings, yes, BDS didn't have the greatest of first games coming into this tournament. It might have been a little bit of a fluke because they regained themselves. And obviously, seeing them at the top now, we're hoping that they can keep up that pattern.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to zone in on LossOne. Fresh, you know, they've secured a point. Let's give them some credit there, right? But again, they're playing BDS. This is going to be a test for them, I think.
I think so. I think yesterday was quite a tricky opponent to go up against when they played Cyclops. And then I think today they're out of one fire and then just straight back into another fire. Completely different style of team that they're going up against. And they do come into this fixture as the qualifier team. They will come into it as the underdog. So they're going to have to try and basically work every advantage they possibly can against BDS today.
So, Ann, LossOne looked a little unpredictable at times yesterday. They can be aggressive, too. I'm wondering, is that BDS's kryptonite?
It might be. If you look at how BDS played against Cyclops, well, Cyclops was quite aggressive, too. We know that Cyclops can be in your face, and BDS did have some difficulties adjusting to that. We also saw from LossOne yesterday that they did pick the same defensive bomb site 4 times in a row. I think if you do that against BDS, they will know how to respond to that, same as what Cyclops did. So they'll need to be a little bit less predictable than they were yesterday.
Okay, let's focus on BDS a little more. They've been the talk of the town. I mean, how many times have we said BDS already during this pre-show? And I think many brackets had them winning all of SI, but real talk, do you think that they've recovered from that Cyclops loss?
Well, yeah. I mean, Cyclops is a very unpredictable team, right? People were saying, oh, if BDS is going to lose against anyone, it would be Cyclops, for example. Yeah. Luckily, they regained themselves and they got a victory yesterday. They're looking, obviously, to continue that pattern. We have to keep in mind, right? They did win the Jönköping Major, and once you win a Major, that next event, you'll have a big, big target on your back because you were the one to defeat.
Okay, Fresh, it's been the Shaiko show. I'm going to be honest. Like, pretty much that's been all of SI, in my opinion. Yeah. But EFAC, also very vital to the squad. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I believe we've got a graphic to show these two players up if it comes up at some point, is that these two players, people say, oh, they're the 2 fraggers of this team. So I wanted to pull up a graphic. Guess who's the fragger? I would say it's Shaiko, and this is a big highlight. Shaiko is the pure fragger. He's probably the best rated player, one of the best rated players in the tournament so far. Leakifak has played 16 different operators so far in the games that BDS have played. On attack, he is the most versatile player in this tournament. He's the only person that's played 16 attacking operators. There's a couple on 15. So what we wanted to highlight here isn't that just that Leakifak is a great fragger. It's that he is very versatile in terms of the flex operators. He's playing Breacher, Thatcher, Shields, whatever you want, he's playing them. And according to BDS as well, he does a lot of shot calling and IGLing as well. He is almost the complete player.
How do you feel about his performance overall, though, for Leakifak?
He's been very strong. I mean, both him and Shaiko are kind of statistically, they're the 2 best players on BDS, right? Yeah. And yeah, he's slotted into the system and he's provided BDS with, because let's not remember, stage 3 was his first stage in Tier 1 competition. This guy is still, for all intents and purposes, a rookie. So to see him do so well already is absolutely incredible.
I don't want to throw any shade here. And do you feel like they're kind of carrying BDS in ways, or?
Yeah, in ways you could say that. Yeah, they are 2 very strong performing players on this roster, but we know that BDS has a really solid backline as well with support players. We saw it yesterday. Bride just simply clutching out that last round on Clubhouse, for example. You should never count a player like Bride out either. He's a really, really good supportive player.
I'm not sure if you just see that, but I think the most difficult fight...
Is he eating a banana right now?
Yeah, but
This is one more bite. One more bite.
What I was actually going to highlight was I think the most difficult fight Lems is going to have today was with his chair. He couldn't get the chair into the position.
No, I missed that. Oh, poor Lems. Okay, but Fresh, we actually have map bans up, so I'm going to let you all, oh wow, I'm going to let you all dive in here. Okay.
We need to speak about this. Phila, hello?
Yeah. We're not sure about that.
No.
I think, and this is, sometimes we just come on the desk and we're sure about what teams are going to do. For BDS, they've got two bans that they do not play. They do not play inside the best ones. You generally not see them play it inside the tournaments. Those two maps are Villa and Chalet.
Yep.
So LossOne have been able to pick Villa, which, by the way, they were unreal on in the qualifiers to qualify for this tournament, and the decider's going to Chalet as well.
Exactly, yeah. The first house Skyscraper is a BDS pick that has no maps played for LossOne in recent history. People usually ban this map against LossOne as well, but it's a really, really good map for BDS because out of the 7 games that they played in recent history, they were able to win 6 of them. And they also have a really good defending win rate, and this is a map that they do love to pick in those best of 3 or best of 5 situations.
Now, I've picked BDS's brains on this before. You know, I've spoke to their support staff, and my English to French is not the best, but I do get to speak to them at times. Now, I know for a fact that when they come to major events, when they come to these big S-tier tournaments, the one thing that they do like to do, they've never actually confirmed this, but, you know, I've hinted at them to them, and they've gone, maybe, is that they like to go to what they perceive their weak maps to be against what they perceive a weak opponent to be. So the fact that we're seeing Villa and Chalet come through in this ban phase says to me that BDS are confident. They feel that they will have the better of LossOne no matter what the maps are, and they want to hoard off future opponents from going to Villa or Chalet against them.
Yeah, and you mentioned how strong LossOne was on Villa during those qualifiers. That is domestically, though. So we'll have to see if this proves for them being on international ground as well against an international team, picking Villa. It's a risky pick, but I do like it. I went back into the history of BDS having played Villa in the last year. Right, there's only 2 times they've played it. They won it during Team Falcon on Gamers 8, and they lost it to Navi in Stage 2. So there's very little information on how BDS actually plays on Villa.
Especially with that guy there, especially with Leakyfac on the team, because as much as it is one player that has kind of come into this roster, he has completely changed the dynamic, and it does need to be stressed. That was not a like-for-like replacement with Rafal. He's added more dynamics to BDS. So we are expecting something new from BDS on Villa as well.
Yeah, and if we talk about Shelly, for example, as well, we'll have 1 loss for LossOne, and that was the only map they've actually lost during those last chance qualifiers that they lost to Furia in the finals. It's not their greatest map on attack, though, but for BDS it's a 50-50, and as you mentioned, it is one of their permabans. They haven't played it yet this tournament.
Okay, I do want to get a little bit mental here, right? LossOne mindset going into this, I mean, BDS is a fierce foe, but in ways they're wounded. Maybe it's the time to attack. And what do you think they're thinking right now?
I mean, yeah, BDS has shown this tournament that they're not
perfect.
Yeah, I mean, they're not unbeatable, basically, right? Truly. They got beaten by an APAC team, for example, so it is possible to beat them. But for LossOne, it's really important, right? Tomorrow, they have, they've already had their off day. So they will need all these points they can get to get further up and higher up, because they're currently standing in 4th and BDS is in 1st, right? They're looking a little bit more comfortable than LossOne in regards of positioning.
Every single team in this group, every single team has an incredible opportunity to go through in first place. This Group C is probably the closest group. You've got 3 teams on 4 points, LossOne on 3, and Australia's on 1, but they've had a day off. So if you're looking at it, LossOne, there's no reason why they wouldn't be confident. They went and beat Cyclops yesterday. Sure, it was over 3 maps. Sure, they did drop a map, but also CAG got beat by BDS got beat by Cyclops. BDS dropped a map to Oxygen. This group is so fluid that even for LossOne, I think even just winning their map pick would be enough. I think for LossOne, they would be happy with that.
Oh yeah, getting a point out of this, at least for them, that would be huge. But if you look at BDS's perspective, right, they have their off day tomorrow. So they'll have 1 more game after this one. If they win this, that'd be great for some extra points.
All right, well, we shall see how this all plays out. Are you ready for BDS versus LossOne? Our teams are ready to go. Penguin and Taro are ready to go. So let's go. See you later.
All right, hello everybody. Nice to see you. Welcome back for LossOne versus BDS.
Yeah, an exciting matchup because BDS, spoiler alert, they lost against CAG.
which no one really saw coming. So
I didn't see it coming.
No, I don't think anybody did.
No.
And frankly, it makes a more exciting group overall, and this matchup got a lot more exciting because of that.
Absolutely. This is going to be an exciting bout. I mean, BDS will be looking for revenge. Obviously, they got their revenge yesterday by beating OXG in one of the most exciting finales of a match that I've ever seen. If you have not gone back and watched the Oxygen versus BDS match, I would highly recommend you do.
It was the was it Brede, I believe, who ended up that in a 1 versus 4, perhaps? There's a little bit of a teaser there in case you go back and watch it.
It's just fine, but we need to fix it.
There was a player who had used a different name in the lobby for some reason. So anyway, they are...
and it was like not related to his actual player tag
at all close. Yeah, nothing close whatsoever to the name. So I think that's... It's the issue is going to be.
Yeah. Oh, plushie.
I like this this like toy plushie meta that we've come to be a part of.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Saw in them earlier, they have their marshmallows. Liquid has been bringing a... Is it a horse from the orc that they bring? I actually don't know, but a couple of teams, they bring the little plushies around. It's very cute. BDS, they just bring a lunch. He's the cutie that they bring. He both do the playing and he does the representing for the team.
Was it the first team that started bringing an animal? Was it was either Mocket or the Penta team?
I was gonna say KS. Yeah.
It was Panix, wasn't it? Panix and KS and all them?
KS definitely brought, I think it was a unicorn he would bring, but I don't know if that was on the Penta roster that he was on with us or it was Mocket afterwards. But yeah, early days, there definitely were some plushies. 80% in favor of BDS and 20 to Loss. I don't think that's too big of a surprise. Skyscraper is where things will start off, of course, as you can tell. Operator bands going underway. And we will see the first attacker off the board. Who would have thought? Ayana. More target bans towards the French teams. Wolves, they get on a band against because of Mowgli. And well, Team BDS, well, it's going to be because of Shaiko and also a little bit because of Leak Effect because they shared that operator. But it's mostly Shaiko.
Thatcher taken out by BDS. Is that going to necessitate a Kaid ban? Is that going to necessitate Bandit ban?
It can.
Mute ban? I know it can, Nick.
But will it?
That's what I'm asking.
Not yet. But of course, there is one more to go. BDS, they took away the Thatcher, so will it be matched? Or will they say take something else away instead? Bandit.
Bandit. So it was one of the two. I was correct.
Nice one.
Thank you, man.
Now, you do
actually, it's LossOne.
LossOne.
Is it Loss or is it Loss? What do you think? Let us know in the comments below.
That's what I'm thinking. Shashank, oh, I saw that. Dots just hovering Shashank there for a brief second, saying, oh, wrong operator. Change it around. Get it off my screen. Now, we have seen, is it every single operator in the game, period, or every single defender being played? Do you, because Rook was played earlier by SSG, and that was, I believe, the last operator that we had not seen yet for this event. So in Day number 3, everything has been played. And on the very first day of the tournament, we saw every single bomb site and every single map being played in a 9-map pool scenario. That too is rather impressive. The flexibility and depth of the teams at this level of play for 2023 and as well as 2022 has really stepped up just that last level that we needed in terms of how deep people can go.
10 seconds to insert.
And it's rather nice.
It is. The same video that I saw, that I referenced in a cast earlier today, Nick talked about innovative strategies that came up, and one of them was involving, I believe, a castle and an Azami inside of Geisha on Skyscraper, and how it wasted utility and provided this fortress that you could very easily defend. Now, obviously there's no Azami on the board, she's banned out by Team BDS, but you still see the soft walls opened up, line of sights created inside of Geisha, castle barricades completely sealing the room. Oh, Dash down below, by the way, lurking on that Solus, an operator that has a very high prevalence rate.
Watch this.
Late setup as Black Mirror goes down. I'm assuming reflexively, you can't pick them back up. Once they're down, they're down.
Yeah. We tend to see players kind of just wait 20-30 seconds to put down their last piece of utility sometimes because, yeah, as you mentioned, once you put it down, you can't change it, so we want to make sure that you get the most amount of value possible. Skyscraper, not typically a map where teams tend to rush or go really quickly into the building, so you can take that 20-30 seconds to see, okay, are they spawning on the west, are they spawning on the east side, and therefore make your decision accordingly. Now, the drone spotted out the Kite Claw on the top left of the wall, so the secondary EMPs can just quickly take that off. Breach goes out, and Geisha access will be granted.
It's very easy to bandit trick a number of these walls because of them being single or double panel walls with no option to go below. And sometimes, especially with Kaid on the board, you can throw those claws on the bottom floor in a way that those secondary EMPs don't have a big enough radius to deal with. Now, hold on a second. Loban gets kill number 1. Efac springs in, down he goes. This defense holding up for the time being. You've lost the Nook. Now that Yana you talked about, banned out by Los, means that Shaiko and Efac are not going to be able to use these, intel-heavy operators. Nitrocell goes out. There's a downed player from BDS crawling away. It's Bride, the superstar of that OXG match. 2 kills for BDS, by the way, onto both Maya and Loban. Nitrocell goes off. It's a bit too late. Action occurring with still a minute to go. Lems knows there's one over by Drum. He saw just the elbow. Can't secure yet. Logic Bomb will go out, give information as whether or not Rise will be able to step up and kill either Bride or one of the players. BDS playing that position. Siege timing at its best. Rise moves off. Comes back into it, sees the Lion. It's not a DMR, it's a shotgun, but boy, that TCSG will flatten you out. And Rise is hoping for that. Catches Renshiro going towards the window. Down he goes. Bride opening up Geisha. You don't have a lot of time to work with, only 15 seconds. The Solus is still playing below as well. A 3v3, and there's Shaiko doing what Shaiko does best, cleaning up the bomb site. But they have to stop this plant. Ash has an idea, open it up with impacts. But now they know that he's still down below, and somebody needs to be dispatched to take care of him. Down goes a Lems. Bride will plant. That leaves Rise to clutch in a 1v2, but Shaiko is down below. Heading back to the stairs. Rise gets the kill. Can he spot Bride? No. The Clutch Master, who pulls it off time and time again, has done it to teams all over the world, and he'll do it to Loss.
That is absolutely absurd. I mean, Bride is planting basically between 2 cracks in the wall, and, well, Loss, they're questioning where exactly is this plant going down. Rise couldn't really see the back of him. A small portion of his left shoulder, but he's sticking out of the wall here. Yeah, the scope blocks it, and BDS, they get the round, but they steal it away. It's extremely close.
You can hear your smile.
You can hear my smile. I love watching Bride. I always have. And Bride actually had one of his worst... I hate talking negatively about it, but he had one of his worst years, essentially, of in 2022 as a player. And BDS, they had a mixed year in the first half. The later half, of course, was great. The Gamers 8 victory. They won in that show match over in Japan, or that tournament. And, of course, they won the Youngship Major. So they've had a phenomenal later half of 2022. But that first half, Bride as an individual looked extremely lost. And I mean, we look at Bride as a support player who puts up extreme numbers on the scoreboard. Clutches, consistency, everything. He was still doing the support work, breaching walls, droning, etc. Surely he's also contributing the IGL department before League Effect's arrival. But in terms of the clutches and the kills, Bride was not himself for the majority of 2022. But so far, during Invitationals 2023, he has shown up in that old version of himself where he just wins every single time without failure. And BDS, of course, with their most recent success, they want to keep up that trend and find themselves the biggest trophy of them all. Second Kite Claw goes out, and League Effect quite simply just drives by it, doesn't even care. They got the opening that they maybe wanted, just a little swing in for pressure, not an entry point. The difficulty here with BDS is they only bring a singular hard breach. There are 2 external walls. Of course, one of those areas, it is a soft wall. But there is a deployable shield behind it. It's not easy to contest. BDS is still scouting for information as to where to make their next move. This is the new patch we're playing on, by the way. Twitch has 4 drones, 2 regular and 2 Twitch drones, and no grip. That is why you might be thinking that FAMAS looks a bit different than I remember. Well, that's why. There simply isn't a grip anymore.
Phone calls go out. You'll hear the players from LossOne all over the map. And BDS is not pouncing on it just yet. One of those phones very eerily close to a Lems. He shifted his position right now. Looking towards Terrace, but nobody really there. Renshiro on the vault in. He'll be able to continue towards Samurai. Down goes Dots to EFAC, but traded back by Lobin. That's one apiece. Renshiro's just in the middle of the bomb site, by the way. And he sees one, controlling that SMG-12. Goodbye to Maya. Still in there, for the record. And another found for Renshiro. Rise the first kill for Loss in this ensuing fray. More will follow. BDS have lost 3 players after EFAC had died a couple seconds before the action began. Look at that. Shaiko and Bride still left alive. Bride with plant down. If there's anybody in the world you want watching over this plant, it's got to be Shaiko, and that's exactly why. Rise assaulting the castle barricade. Cannot get past Shaiko. Again, the post plant for BDS. Mighty fine.
Yeah, not just the post plant, the decisiveness and the aggression to get the entry. We saw it. Secondary EMP towards that window near the bomb site. You jump in, check the first trap, take the gunfights. It's Renshiro actually who led the charge. That's not something that we see quite often from BDS, but every single member is so capable in these aggressive scenarios, and it's why BDS as a roster have so much reach. And the Des kind of spoke about the missing ingredient, the flexibility in terms of operator pool. What hasn't really been there for BDS, you know, throughout the last 2 years or so. But League Effect, playing, what was it, 16 different operators at this event so far, has changed that tremendously. Last round, it was a Twitch, gaining information, shutting down some, etc. Not really doing too much fighting in that round, but then Renshi, he steps up, jumps in, gets 2 kills and contests the 3rd with the Dokkaebi. And then, now this round, we see League Effect hovering the nuke instead. A Lems goes to IQ. All of a sudden, entirely different game plan for BDS, enabling League Effect perhaps this time to do something with those grenades from below, sneaking up a staircase, and try and get an opening kill somewhere on the map, chasing down a roamer.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, LossOne have tried 2 separate bomb sites. Come as close pretty much as you're gonna get to winning both of them.
Certainly.
Remember what I said about how with both a Bandit and a Kaid, if you do want to bring both, you can very easily get an Electroclaw down below. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And it can be tricky depending on where the Electroclaw goes for one of those secondary EMPs to reach. The radius on them is tiny in comparison to the EMPs that Thatcher brings. It's like a big nuke versus a little nuke, essentially. Okay. Lobin is dead. EFAC on Nook doing some damage. Doesn't matter what operator he plays. 16 attacking operators played so far at this event. Great flexibility. It looks like they might have gotten the Electroclaw, but for a second. Lobin, who perished, was Oryx, which means that you can't roam as effectively as you want. He was playing off of his office side before. Now it's Maya in that exact same position.
Yeah, look at this. League Effect, you got that pressure applied, doesn't have to apply any further, just wait for something to happen. But again, the timing actually works in his favor. Bit of a whiff from Maya and League Effect, but he wins out instead in the end.
Have to just take a bit of a second to laugh at the postures of these players. LossOne are all about an inch from kissing their monitors. BDS, with the exception of Shaiko, look about as far back as you're gonna get. 2 kills on a BDS, speaking of, Alems and EFAC taken out by players on Loss. It's nice to see Thorn be played prominently. Where are those Razor Blooms? Where's Dash put them? Hidden them around the map.
Thorn's weapon did receive a nerf in the most recent patch, does significantly less damage, but that extended barrel brings it up a little bit with that 15% increase. The recoil is so small that the slight increase of that won't matter in the grand scheme of things. Shaiko and Bride up above, starting to hit the bomb site vertically. Bride catches the flank at the last second, and no Dash is coming, and he only has 1 HP left.
This is going to be a tight one. Dash and Bride so close. That gun did hit like a truck. I kind of get why they would nerf it.
Yeah, it did hit like a truck.
2 players from BDS.
Ooh.
Dash knows this. Capitalize. No, he can't. Shaiko wins that duel. A tale as old as time itself. Lost now down by 1. There are the cams in the possession of BDS. Under 30 seconds to go to pull off and execute Bride with Diffuser in hand. Shaiko will try to lead the charge. He gets out-dueled for once. Dots punishing him, putting us back into a 2v2. Second target acquired. Both members of BDS drop down, but it's Brede to take matters into his own hands. Only has 2 kills, but highly impactful. And more important than that, he's getting the diffuser down yet again. This play for BDS is phenomenal. Rise controlling the MPX recoil, what little of it there is, to perfection, takes out Renshiro, and it puts Brede and him in a 1v1. Impact goes off. Brede at half HP, Rise at about 80%. Wall opened up. Now Brede has a good idea of where he is, and he peeks the wrong way again. Yet another round. Goodness gracious. BDS, 3 rounds in a row, all on 3 separate bomb sites, all with the diffuser being planted and winning in the post plant every time. Outside of an ace or flawless rounds, you're hard-pressed to imagine how BDS could be doing this better.
Yeah, and once again, it's Brede clutching it out, as we love to see. There's a lot of ways to look at a team and be like, okay, this to me is a good team, this to me is a weaker team, etc. When you're looking at BDS in the last 3 rounds here in Skyscraper, the one thing that I would say that really puts them apart of the teams that I've seen so far, because this is the first time that you and I, Parker, have cast BDS as well as LossOne, is that BDS is showing pretty much 0 wasted movement or 0 wasted action. What I mean by that is they're always doing something proactively. Brede catches the flanker, and then, you know, he holds the angle for about 5 seconds. Then you can see another silhouette. It's Shaiko coming behind Brede. They gang up with a 2 versus 1 trade, because if you give the 1 versus 1 gunfight and you lose it, the flank is still a problem. So they just, again, instantly calls over backup. The moment that kill goes through, you sprint right back to the bomb site. While that's happening, you had Renshi rotate through the map, get that phone that EFAC had gotten earlier to hack it to get the camera control. Then Brede drops the hatch. The moment he kills the Kaid, instantly hops on plant. There is no 1 second missed here or opportunity wasted over there. It is just really thought out ahead of time, or at the very least, it's communicated in the second that it occurs. It's beautiful to watch, honestly.
These are the these are the defending major champions. Sorry, sometimes your words get a little bit too ahead of you. These are the defending major champions in BDS.
Yeah.
If you did not watch the Yonshiping Major, oh, okay.
Good night.
Hold that thought for a second there. Dash playing by Kegs. Is that a reception? Don't know that he's there. Gets a pick. Nicely done. Now it's Dots to be pressured on back stairs. He's got a shotgun out and a barbed wire at the bottom of the stairs. He's got one of those deployable shields at the top. Bulletproof shields, technically.
Yeah, that's not wrong.
Half right. EFAC taking a bit of Dots' life away. And Dots still in the same position, over top of the barbed wire. There goes the other nade. ADS is reset. Engage will come with a gun in hand. And oh, didn't even look like he was around the corner. I don't know how he saw him on that one. Dots holding court at the moment. There was another nade, but the second ADS works out just fine, killing as much time as humanly possible. Brede in, takes out the Kaid, and pivots. It gets beautiful. A second. Loban is good as gone. Brede, 3 rounds in, no deaths. And based on what we've seen through these first 3 rounds, you expect him to be good as ever to get that diffuser planted.
That's peak performance right there, the injured job. The Claymore finds Dots as well. That is so unfortunate for LossOne, honestly. They needed that member alive.
And now they find themselves in a 2v4, 1v4. Maya down for the count. Shaiko gets the final 3. He only needs to work for 2 of them, though. You call a timeout if you're LossOne, it's 4-0.
Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, if we gotta go there, this is BDS's map pick, if it makes things easier. But less than ideal position to be in for any defending team right now. Maya yet to get a kill. Dots with a single. But I mean, these are just... It's a very aggressive BDS.
Brede yet to die still.
Brede yet to die as well, yeah.
No kills from Maya, Brede yet to die. That was a tea and karaoke defense for the second time. There was no diffuser planted, but I mean, they killed them all before they could get into the bomb site. So I don't really fault them for that one.
I mean, Eminem doesn't have a kill either, to be fair. It's not currently needed. Time being spent by both teams to talk strategy and mentality. Now, unfortunately, I don't speak either of these languages. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they have very valid things to say that we could break down and talk about, but
I want no at all. It seems like he's having a ton of fun, I'll say that much. Ligifak and Shaiko exchanging some hand expressions and whatnot, repeating some words. It seems rather effortlessly in these gunfights. I mean, Ligifak got absolutely destroyed by the shotgun on the back stairs. Lobin just, I don't know, somehow swung the corner doing so much damage, but I barely saw anything but the shoulder. Look at the operator lineup here. It's pretty similar from LossOne. The kite being brought to deny the walls, force out those secondary EMPs, and also kind of forcing BDS to, pick up the IQ, because you can't blindly just toss those secondary EMPs around. Like you mentioned, Parker, their range is rather small compared to a Thatcher EMP, so if the kite is above and the EMP below, that's not going to do the job. So you use the IQ to find the location of the claw, then you can throw out those secondary EMPs accordingly, then you can guarantee that wall to get opened up. And because you're only running a single heartbreach on Bride, that'd be the Ace or the Thermite, you don't really have enough heartbreach utility to waste by missing that up. So BDS is kind of making sure that they get that wall opened up first by combining those two gadgets.
Those the Selmas open up a doorway to the top of the stairs. Dash the first pick, it's on to Alems. You said he didn't have a kill, he's gonna have to wait even longer. Sitting on 0-5. Now, Alems is not a dedicated support player, though he does often play supportive roles for BDS. At this point, you should have expected to be involved, but you know what?
Oh my.
Who the hell needs Alems when you got Shaiko doing what he just did?
Yeah, you really don't. It's also smoke. I mean, it's a very high-value kill at that. That's gonna buy you 20-30 seconds on the clock. And yeah, Alems is like almost like a secondary support flex player these days. Him and Renshi, they kind of share that burden on the team. Bride solo support. The current meta just favors you to get more aggressive, so having two support players playing their passive roles isn't the way to go right now, and no teams are really doing that.
And outside a Dragon. Dot's just sitting and waiting. A very pivotal spot between these two portions of the top floor of the map. Another kill comes in for Loss, and it's on to Shaiko. A formidable opponent. Rises away back into Geisha if he wants it. Soft destruction that can be made quite quickly from that TCSG, but there it goes. Very quiet round so far, Nick, other than those two picks by Loss. Obviously losing the smoke and EFAC controlling recoil quite well. That's drum control for them. Not dragon, drum. Confuse these words.
Similar.
It's been a long day. Maya, though, goodness, playing by bar inside a lounge. They didn't know he was there, so BDS are quick to take up space. Dash on the flank, Dots out duels Renshiro. Bride with 0 deaths to his name. They're gonna test that stat. But Dash is on the flank.
Bride doesn't know.
They have no idea, and his first death. Still a valiant effort from BDS, but finally a strong round from LossOne. Coming in, they get on the board after that timeout.
They need that. It always feels satisfying and rewarding when you call a tactical timeout and things kind of work in your favor, and it all started well for them. Get the opening kill, don't throw your advantage. Both play the bomb side and the roam. That flank continuously haunting BDS. Of course, usually it's not the round-defining thing for them because BDS have been winning these rounds, but it is a pattern that LossOne are abusing very well against them.
Very final defense. And it's the 4th bomb site that we've seen so far.
Okay.
Karaoke and Tea was played right off the rip. Office came next, Kitchen and Barbecue after that. And now we see the bedroom bomb site down below. In terms of success rates, BDS has won Karaoke Tea twice, Office once, lost it once, and then won Kitchen. All 3 of the first rounds, or all of the first 3 rounds, were just, I don't know what it is today, I just can't speak apparently, which is very critical for my job. But today is tough.
It's okay.
It's tough today. We all have our days, I guess. all of the first 3 rounds were so decisive for BDS when you look back on it. Even though it did come down to 1 or 2 kills, BDS never were not in control. And yeah, it was close, and LossOne were in a position where maybe they could have won those rounds, but ultimately, you needed to change things up. That strategy on Office, with Loss roaming as effectively as they were and taking the gunfights to BDS, not allowing them to just walk right in, EFAC in particular walk right in, great. But how do you do that on Bedroom? You have to roam above, and you absolutely cannot give up control of the part of the map that you just successfully defended.
You're correct, and the only thing here, statistically speaking, is that the master bedroom slash bathroom bombsite only played 1 time so far this tournament, and the Taggers won it. So statistically, it's not looking good, but strategically, you are correct, Parker. If you hold on to the right areas, BDS can just walk on in. Unless they do just that. BDS, they have this tendency in the EOL where they don't do the thing that, oh, it's the cagging effect. It's when you do the wrong thing, but you get the desired outcome. We just covered this in the death segment. Yeah, BDS on Clubhouse will fail to get open the main breach, but still somehow win the round, which should not be happening. So if there is a team that can break this apart in a very simplified way that shouldn't work, it's probably going to be BDS. Now the Frost Mat did not get destroyed. I'm not sure if BDS are aware of that. They really want this Kite Claw. And I don't think they got it.
Maybe now?
There it is.
Finally.
They got the claw as well, I believe, so...
Oh.
Dots under pressure.
Solus roaming. Not too far removed from the bomb site, though. Alems will go the first half without a single kill. That's yet another opening duel in favor of Loss. And despite the scoreline, Loss has 4 of the first bloods. Oh, nice shots. 2 kills. Quick order. Breede's in the middle of the bomb site. That's not where you want him to be, but look up in the right corner. There's a Valkyrie camera that he has not spotted staring at him.
And it's solid.
Because of that, they're able to give information, a joint effort. It's almost like an IQ would have been nice here. They've run it before. Loban is just trouncing this BDS team this round. Renshiro, 1v3, thought they had control of the bomb site, and they did, technically. But Loss never relinquished that top floor, and it was very linear take from BDS. Renshiro cannot control the SMG-12, even with its large magazine. First half in the books. Loss makes a graceful recovery as the final rounds tick down, but still trail after BDS stormed ahead 4-0. The 2 rounds by Loss were good. They have to turn it around on the second half.
And that round that we just witnessed, as well as something like a border ventilation defense, really shows the beauty of Rainbow Six Siege when it comes to the dynamic play of a map where you can hold the bomb site on the ground floor from the floor above it entirely. There were no members of LossOne on the bomb site itself. It was 3 members up above. Solids, of course, the Get that can see it. Valkyrie cameras on the side granting information. And a Frost that can have who has a secondary shotgun to open up the floor to deny any plant positions. You can't just walk in the site itself in this game. You gotta worry about what's below it as well as above it, depending on the floor it's on. It's why something like a basement bomb site, or maps that have that kind of bomb site, is arguably easier to defend because you're not under threat from anything from above you. But at the same time, you also cannot defend it vertically yourself. So, this bomb site in particular that we're watching right now, T Karaoke, that's more of a horizontal bomb site where you extend across the map, like you see Lemshis right now, into that Office Samurai area to deny the attackers an easy entry point, slow things down, kill some drones, and then hopefully, if you survive, fall back towards the site itself to get back to your teammates' positions. LossOne, of course, they have the nuke available and the Dokkaebi. That combination is what BDS also used. Call goes out, nuke sneaks around, might get a kill or 2, come up a staircase, flank somewhere on the map, and make things even more difficult. BDS are not playing any wall deny operators, so secondary MPs aren't needed from LossOne, but they do have 1 set on Loban on the Dokkaebi because why not? Also, that's a fantastic drone from Dots.
Knock, knock.
One of the beautiful things of being able to go back and rewatch these matches on the replay feature is to see where drones get stashed. There's a lot of more time spent by pro teams on how to parkour those drones up to a spot that you would never expect in a million years. In fact, the Earth would likely be consumed by the sun before you found some of these drones, if it weren't for the replay feature, of course. Go back and rewatch it for yourself. Learn some nice drone spots. Remember, for all those of you watching this matchup, the best gadget is not a primary gadget. It's on attack, and it's called a drone.
Yeah, it's like that, yeah.
You get 2 of them, I beg you to use them.
Please, yes.
All right, first half. Let's go through it very quickly. 3 diffusers planted by BDS. It came in rounds 1, 2, and 3. Breed didn't die until the 5th round. LossOne used their timeout at the tail end of round number 4 after BDS went up 4-0. In terms of first bloods, Loss had 4 of the 6 and only won 2 of those rounds. There was the last 2 that just happened. This is easily the slowest round that we've seen so far in terms of action.
Yeah.
We're about to hit the 1-minute mark remaining in the round. Every soul on board still alive.
Oh, almost cursed it.
Just a slow peek. And Loman doing serious damage and then finishing off EFAC. There's your very first kill. LossOne eventually. You got to imagine they're going to just start winning rounds by breaking things open and smoothing out their mid to late round. And we are fast approaching the end of the round, Nick.
We are, and they've barely done, it's step 2 right now, figuring out where they want to approach. With Shaiko in a world of hurt against 3 members, takes that one into a down state, but gets down himself.
There go the Selma charges. Toxic gas will linger in front of Maya. Rise brought back to life. Dash is the only one that's still not there. And it might be janky, but you can still get through that wall from Geisha on the outside. 15 seconds. Again, very slow, pitter-patter. The clock doesn't stop. Loman picks up yet another kill. Renshiro in a position they didn't expect of him, but they can easily dogpile him. 2 separate players from LossOne there. It leaves Breed to clutch out, and boy, oh boy, we've seen him do this before. Starting with a single kill, he takes out Rise as well. There's no way he does it again, right? Right? Wrong, he doesn't. Don says you might be the clutch master, but sometimes you fall just short. LossOne within striking distance of BDS, sitting on 3 rounds now.
And LossOne, it wasn't shown directly in the first-person point of view, but one thing they did beautifully that round is while they were executing 3 members above, they actually managed to kill Elemj, who was on the Solas downstairs. If that instance that we saw here, planted with 5 seconds left, occurred with Brede alive and Elemj below, the Solas would deny the plan. Brede stays alive in that backstairs position, and BDS, they steal the round. So LossOne with the checklist, okay, get map control, get to the bomb site, execute, but while doing so, make sure that there's nothing downstairs that can disrupt the plan, because we are so low on time, there is no room for these kinds of mistakes. They check it, they take down Elemj, and they secure the round in that 1v1 clutch, denying Brede what would have been his 3rd clutch in 7 rounds. So if you take those rounds away from BDS, it is not as close as a 3-4 scoreline. LossOne would have been running away with this with a couple of rounds advantage.
5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to locate.
I think really stands out for me on BDS's lineup, very similar to what we saw LossOne running on in that first half. Dokubi being very prominently featured, taking the place, I assume, of Yana for this LossOne team. I mean, Shaiko couldn't play Yana, so they just put him on Ashe. Okay, that's actually not a bad thing. Teams used to talk about banning Ashe.
Yeah.
In order to cool off Shaiko.
Yeah.
And then he started playing what? He started playing Zofia or IQ, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it was Sophia back then.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. Shaiko is one of the quote-unquote few players who plays operators for their gun, because he is so lethal in the server that it is absolutely worth to give this man whatever gun he wants. Ayana and Ashe, they both share the G36C. So if you ban one, you play the other. It's really simple, really. So ever since Ayana got released, you can argue Shaiko buff. Can't ban them both, not yet at least.
Is that first logic bomb that's going to go off? Wait for the next if Rise wants to use it at any point.
It's another slow start for LossOne, and I mean, it worked for them last time. Only downside is when you burn the clock down so early on in the round, everything has to go perfectly once you get to that 3rd stage of a round, that is the execute. And interestingly enough, they're going for a vertical take, but not the way you'd normally expect. They're going from below attacking up, like a good old coastline attack with the buck below. We haven't seen this in quite some time. Wall gets opened up as they get the jammer and the kite, but no! The second kite gets tossed, they trick the wall successfully. and one exothermic charge gets burned. They have another one. It's okay.
You know, if this was a professional sport, I think there'd be studies done on Breeday's ability to just completely dominate a matchup in a multitude of ways. In kills, in objective play, gadgetry. I mean, at this point, is there a better support in the world than Breeday?
I mean, he's been up for that award for a long time, I would say.
He has.
Souls, when he joined FaZe, was also kind of joining that list. He plays a similar kind of playstyle as Breeday, an aggressive support, clutching out. No, Breeday is my GOAT. Let's put it that way.
Scout out Dragon, 30 seconds left. We talked about slow rounds, goodness gracious. LossOne were painfully slow in the previous round, but it worked out for them, they won it. They're even slower now. 20 seconds left and the first casualty finally happens. Maya removed from Shaiko, he's still out roaming, EFAC off-site as well. Within arm's reach of it, but not technically in it. It's Dash to come up the stairs. BDS just sweeping through the remaining players, and there's only a single kill from LossOne. Pretty hard-pressed to be a team that with 14 seconds to go, there's only 3 of you left, and 15 seconds ago, there were still all 5 of you left.
Yeah, time is the biggest for LossOne right now. I mean, that second Kite Claw on the triple breach inside of Office, it stalled like 40 seconds off the clock, and the Buck could essentially see the claw the entire time. They even rotated the secondary EMP grenades over to try and get it that way. The EMP didn't reach the claw. Buck still had to try and find the claw. And again, as I said, 40 seconds disappeared from the timer. And that is just a very painful position to be in because you only get 3 minutes from the very moment the round starts. 30 of that is to reach the building. You know, you gotta drone the map, take control. It's too valuable to be spending doing essentially nothing. And I was giving BDS praise on their attack and on how they have very limited wasted movement, a very limited wasted time in the round. And that is a big difference between these two teams on their attack side on Skyscraper thus far.
13 kills for Shaiko through 9 rounds, well, 8 rounds of action. The one stat that I always like to bring up is that Shaiko has like a lifetime 1 point something KPR, kills per round.
Yeah.
Inconceivable.
Yeah.
Against the best opponents in the world, you are getting a consistent 1 kill every round.
I mean, Shaiko is consistently leading all the kills, the KD, the entry stats for pretty much every single event, both domestically and internationally. I mean, going into this, he's number 1 in rating, 1.46. DS Lucas, 1.37 behind him. Plus minus, he's plus 36 in that as well. In entry, he is 5th with plus 8. In cost, he's 5th as well. This man is everywhere statistically in the top 5. It's impressive. It really is.
It's been quite a career for Shaiko. The only thing that he really needed was a major championship, and they got it in Sweden in Jönköping just a couple months ago. Now, I suppose the only thing that's left is World Championship.
Hammer, yep.
A lot of people thought that they'd be favorites coming into this event. There was that stunning first result against CAG, but then it was business as usual against OXG. While we were talking, EFAC was downed. Dots is able to finish him off with a grenade. Down goes the alibi. EFAC can absolutely take over games. But he's been held to a pretty mortal 7-7 so far. Every single Brazilian team that is at this event has the potential to humble even the best of fraggers. Doesn't matter who you are. The fact that you see people like Shaiko still excelling, well, that's just a testament to how good he is. Lems has picked up 2 kills since we started counting that Lems tracker, by the way.
Yep. He's slowly finding his footing. We see Dots, both this round and the previous, is sitting on this window rappel, cutting the bomb site, or above the bomb site rather, in half, while Maya does a nice wall bang job of his own, getting Renchi's head.
Not an ideal start for BDS at all. Loss looking to tighten this one up. He'll add a 3rd trophy to the wall. Breeday and Lems left to go. No shade to Lems, but you're gonna have to start finding kills very quickly. You've only got 2 so far through 8 rounds of action. Not ideal. He waits very patiently. The good thing that Loss has going for them is that they were kind of quick. In comparison to the previous 2 rounds, they were in much faster. And that means that even if there's only 2 people left for BDS, you can take your time in finding them. Alems taking damage from the soft wall of backstairs, picks up kill number 3. He'll inch up, but lose the engagement to Maya. The Jackal walks right in, and Breeday's attempt thwarted by Dash.
Much better.
LossOne keeping this one close. Pick up round number 4.
Much better. If they keep that up with the pace in the early stage of the round, they will be looking mighty fine these rounds to come. Maya, of course, getting a wall bang in that round helps that tremendously as well. Just kind of speeds things up, getting those free kills, so to speak, uncontested. BDS, they aren't really fighting back much on the roam game either. 2 of the 3 deaths that occurred was essentially BDS running away from a fight rather than into one. So there is a playstyle change that can be made here for BDS to say, okay, leave 1 or 2 members on the bomb side, have those last 3 or 4 members fight for their lives on the roam, challenge LossOne on the early stage of the round, perhaps then fall back, or just, as I said, fight to the very end. The bomb sites themselves on Skyscraper aren't actually particularly strong, if you will. There are not many great positions to play in. The windows cuts off a long lines of sight, verticality, etc. So I would definitely argue that fighting in between the bombs that you're playing on and the extended roam, for example, right here, that's the in-between, the dragon drum kind of area. That's your that's your real fortress, essentially, where you can fight easier as a defender. It's kind of like Chalet defending bar. You have that top blue shield and top chimney shield, and if you attack from office as an attacker, that's the first pain point you'll encounter, and then the bombs are afterwards. It's a very similar story to this.
I do like that LossOne picked it up in terms of speed. I gotta say, I think if BDS loses this round, a timeout has to be called, just to settle it down. Because if they don't call it, that'll mean that LossOne have won 5 rounds of the last 6. And that also coincidentally goes back to when they called the timeout. LossOne have only dropped a single round since they called that timeout. That's a very impressive streak of gameplay, and it's happened on both sides. It's happened on both attack and on defense. So you can't turn around and say, oh, it's just because of the side swap. Yeah, sure. I mean, they've won as many rounds on attack now as they did on defense. They've still got plenty of rounds to go on attack, no matter what. This round, 2 more.
I would not want to be Leaky Fag right now.
No, you're going to be in a world of hurt playing over by Terrace, but he wins the engagement. Okay, never mind. He trades out half of his HP to take Loban out of the fight.
I concur. I do want to be Leaky Fag. Love plays like that.
I mean, he's also a strapping young lad.
That he is.
He's indisputably more attractive than you.
Indisputably? That's almost... Okay, let's see.
I'm going to use this word.
Yeah, objectively, I'll take that one.
Objectively more attractive, and indisputably as well. We can ask the great people of Twitch chat, who's more attractive?
Oh, no.
Efak or Pengu?
Oh, no.
There you go.
Before he wins...
You lose that battle. You lose that battle 9 times out of 10.
I'm losing that battle. That's fair. I had my run when I was young, now I'm a boomer.
This could be match point for BDS, by the way. Depending on what happens with Dots. Right now, upside down on Repel. Alems is a DMR of his own, puts it to good work on Maya. 2 bodies will hit the floor for LossOne, a 3rd one as well. BDS are not allowing Loss in the building. Dash gets in, wait, hold on a second here. Don't let them in the building, but their sight's been somewhere else. Dots is too distracted. Dash now in a position to do some mighty damage as Dots looks to join from backstairs. Efak taken down. Loss has made this a 2v2. BDS had everything going for them, Nick. But suddenly, LossOne is back in this conversation. Congratulations, though. You've got the toughest opponent in the entire server to still dispatch, and you have no idea where he is. Lighting you up in the process. Alems to distract you. This is a good 1-2 punch. Oh, Alems doesn't have the information. Yes, he does. He misses out on the opportunity. Down goes Shaiko. Alems for match point. He'll get it done and finish it as well. BDS go through a scare, but they clutch yet another post plant. This time not theirs, their opponents. That point for BDS.
Oh my, that is so chaotic. I mean, the flank around was beautiful from BDS, but this initial injury from Dash and the follow-up from Dots so much value. Dokkaebi on the side window rappel with the diffuser realizes, damn, this guy is in. I gotta get my booty over there as well. Goes downstairs in the window, finds the effect below through the wall essentially. There's a small gap in it. Walks up the staircase, survives the crossfire from Shaiko, and gets the diffuser down just in time before BDS's flank arrives.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
6-4 in favor of BDS. Changing bomb sides to figure out what are we feeling here, because things are kind of mixed bag right now in terms of success. Office, sure, BDS, they've won it before, but that was because LossOne, they were very, very slow to the punch. Didn't have enough time to execute correctly. They've learned since then. They are playing faster than in the past. Ying now being brought out as well. Have not seen that from them yet. Dokkaebi is stable, the Lion is stable. Trying to kind of nerf BDS's gunfight capabilities by either A, making them stand still, or 2, make their phone ring so we can hear where they are when that gunfight occurs if you're on the roam. Dots has to stay alive. This Ying cannot die on the roam clear. You need that for the site itself, unless, of course, you can spend those Candelas to kill a member or 2 before hitting the site itself, but that is very unlikely how mobile Team BDS they are.
Big moment for BDS on their map, obviously. You expect them to win this one. We'll go to Villa next. That's LossOne's pick. Though, it's based off the top of my head. I don't expect a drubbing from LossOne, from what we know of the way that both these teams play Villa. There's the pocket EMP, and the Selma will open things up. Loss looking to be quicker than previous rounds.
So, Shaiko had a choice there to shoot the Selma charge or not. Chose not to, in case it was a bait. If Shaiko steps up to that door and shoots through it, he could get banged or wall banged back to the door barricade and therefore get shut down. He says, you know, you get the wall, I'll stay alive. I'm more valuable as a gun than in the grave. Beautiful coordination. Bride opens up the door, Shaiko runs out, he gets the kill. 14 on the board for him.
And it's the Lion down for the count. That Lion could be so integral for getting that diffuser in, paralyzing these defenders. And when you couple it with the logic bombs, both of which are still in play for Rise, and all 4 Candelas for Dots' Ying, well, you see how powerful all of those work together. They synergize very effectively. You don't have the EU1Ds. So there's going to be free roam for BDS at this point. Yeah, they're going to make some noise when the logic bombs inevitably come in. There's the first one to go from Rise. You'll hear the telltale signs of the phone ring away. Rise trading out a bunch of HP to take out EFAC, who has finally gone underwater in terms of his kill-death rate. Shaiko picks up yet another kill, this time on Loben. That's the Flores removed from action. Last logic bomb will go, and there's still a minute left. So roam clearing is going to be a bit tougher now. You're just going to have to do it with the drones you have. And there's still plenty of them for LossOne, should they take some time to get on them. Candela's going out from Dots. He moves in towards Terrace. He's got an opening next to him. Shaiko blinded, punished for it, but Alems is a little bit farther back. Dots taking up even more space. As he have more Candelas to toss out, one remains. Where will it go? Gets eaten by an ADS. Maya eliminating Renshiro. It's a 2v2, but Alems is in a power play position. In sprints Maya, a 1v1 between Bride and Maya. We've seen Bride in these positions so many times. Flashes from Maya, but he just blinds himself, and Bride makes it look so damn easy. In a 1v1, you never count him out. How many rounds did he win by himself for BDS in just this map? More than some will do over an entire stage. Bride as good as ever, BDS as good as ever. 7-4, BDS take their map of Skyscraper.
3 individual 1v1s, a 4th attempt that was shut down. Maya thought he had the read on where he was, went for that self-flash to preview at the corner, but guessed incorrectly. Bride, of course, he wins the easy gunfight there. A nice attempt for a comeback, but they couldn't quite do it.
There were a couple 1v1s that I think LossOne are going to look back on and be a bit frustrated by. And as I said halfway through the matchup, it might have been a 1v1, but in reality, Brede might as well feel like a 5v1 against some of these teams.
Yeah.
Apologies if you hate hearing us say his name, but until he's not good enough to be talked about incessantly, he's going to be talked about incessantly. That's just map number 1. I have no doubt that Villa, which awaits us as map number 2, LossOne's map, is going to be just as thrilling. We know you want to get to it. We'll get to a break first before we return to the action.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
All right, everybody. What a matchup that has been so far. This has been so far. It's happening again.
It is happening again.
It's happening again. What a matchup this has been so far. You hear the sound.
I was gonna say
sounds over a picture of Montreal. I don't. Hold on. There. Yep.
There it is.
There we go.
Highlights.
It's working. Highlights. Where are the lowlights?
There are no lowlights in this matchup.
Just one day when we have, as the youth have been calling it, a mid-off.
Oh boy.
Not this match, but
No,
there have been matches so far that people have been calling a mid-off. I would love a lowlights package.
All the whiffs and mistakes and everything else, yeah?
Just the whiffs. Just the mistakes.
Oh boy.
Are there enough to encapsulate a single match? That is the question. But you probably want to know what happened if you're just tuning in. Well, BDS decided to pick Skyscraper.
Yeah.
Both teams went to it, and by a score of 7-4, BDS came out ahead. And at times it looked a little dodgy for both teams, frankly. BDS went off to that 4-0 start, and then Loss almost tied it up. It was 5-4 for BDS when Loss went on a tear. But then BDS played 2 really good rounds of Rainbow Six Siege, strategically sound, and without taking their time out, won the match.
There is one thing that has to be discussed, which is...
Discuss it.
It's 7-4, and Brede wins 3 individual clutches in a 1 versus 1. If you flip that, then it's 7-4 in favor of LossOne. So 3 very simple kills could change the entire outcome of this. And sure, Brede, he is the clutch master, but that's how Skyscraper went. Next up is going to be Villa, and if that doesn't happen, I'm curious to see how far LossOne can take it against BDS. See the stats, Shy got 15 kills on top. Very impressive performance, 82% cost as well, and of course +2 on the entry. Tremendous amount of value on the board. But again, Brede gets 3 kills, Brede wins 3 rounds. That is even more impressive than 15 kills on Shaiko.
So we go to Villa now, a map picked by LossOne. Shaiko the leader in almost every single category of this event so far, for those that are paying attention. Kudos to him for that. Lots of cheering going on. One thing that Pengu and I have been trying to do is we've been trying to get out of the way of player comms, be that in the post round or during a timeout. Unfortunately, neither of these teams communicate in English. When I mean unfortunately, I don't mean culturally. I mean for you, the viewer at home. Because most of you watching probably speak English, and you probably want to hear what's being talked about. Because LossOne speaks Portuguese and BDS speaks French, probably not going to be able to understand it. Still, for those that are watching that do speak either of those languages, we will attempt to be quiet during parts of the timeouts and the post rounds, especially if the teams are getting quite rowdy. It's just a nice thing that we're trying.
Yeah.
We noticed a couple days ago that, you know, you could very easily hear the coaches speaking, and you could very easily hear the players shouting at each other, and hey, it's good content.
No, that it certainly is, and a very rare insight to also get, both as a fan of the game, as a caster of the game. So when we have these rare opportunities, I feel like they should be taken. And it's been very enjoyable to listen to and very insightful, I have to say as well. And sometimes you just get a really realistic view into just what can happen in terms of team comms when things are heated or frustrated, or like what the issues might be seen as in the team itself. And again, very valuable experience and insight to have as a fan of the game.
Absolutely correct. Operator bans have rolled in, by the way. BDS don't like Lion, and Zami is taken out of action. Now, Lion is an intriguing one because it was a staple operator of the LossOne offense on Skyscraper. Loss don't like Flores, despite playing it a lot on their attacks, and also don't like Valk at all. Those are gone. Again, though, Loss won at least 1 round because of that Valk cam inside a bedroom. So these were 2 operators that I honestly thought provided a ton of value for this LossOne team in the previous map. Now, obviously, operators play differently depending on the map, depending on the bomb sites, depending on the way you want to approach them. And if they're banning out Flores and they're banning out Valkyrie, then LossOne very clearly know how to play this map without them being staples.
Yeah. Also, I would say that with Valkyrie's ban rate across, averagely across the map the last, 2 years, across any map rather, every single team has gotten comfortable playing without the Valkyrie, and I would argue that some teams might struggle playing with Valkyrie open because you're not really looking for those Valkyrie cameras as much as you used to be back before that ban phase was even a thing. So, shouldn't be too unfamiliar ground from either team. Flores and Villa also has a relatively high ban rate. as the Retero drones get so much value, as Villa has a lot of pain points with deployable shields and pieces of utility are a major factor. Also those Goyo canisters on the bomb site itself. If time runs low for LossOne here, that is going to be a problem. But not if Dash can have a say in that. It's going to clear one, make that two, as well as a single jammer, and the drone even stays alive. It's a good first 50 seconds spent for LossOne. They have yet to make any progress in the map itself. They're mostly outside the buildings, kind of figuring out where the entry points are going to be. With the exception of Lobin downstairs, tossing out 2 grenades. Not really doing any damage, but oh, Shaiko, he found Stutz. That's Finger.
Very first pick. BDS were about even with Loss when it came to first bloods on Skyscraper. In fact, just doing basic math, I think Loss actually came out ahead by a single first blood.
Yeah.
So Loss are getting these early advantages, but are still not translating those to rounds. There are 3 very distinct stages in a Rainbow Six map.
Yeah, that there are. Stage 1 is going to be your discovery phase, as we call it. You're gonna be, what you see right now, essentially, droning out information, getting to the building. Stage 2, you're gonna start fighting. This is the setup, right? You're gonna fight for the ground that you care about, and sometimes you lose those gunfights as Shaiko finds Maya and fights for more.
Wants it. Oh, makes it look so easy. Lobin, don't lose your head. Shaiko denied the ace by Alems, who was unable to get a kill in the entire first half of Skyscraper. Ended up getting onto the score sheet afterwards, but it took him a while. He gets a kill in the very first moment of the very first rounds. Rise gets a drop onto Shaiko, who will continue to bleed out. You might as well secure the kill. Why not? Do it for the stats. Drone still in the corner, giving intel on Shaiko's position. Rise has a lot more work to be done, though. 4 players to be found on BDS. 30 seconds to go. Nobody over towards 90, but one on landing. That's EFAC, and round number 1 goes to BDS.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay.
Focus.
I was gonna say,
same in every language.
Yeah, I would say I don't speak much French, but I see them making like weird sounds and noises and like expressions, and then he's like focus, focus, focus. So having too much fun here, perhaps. RE Team BDS. It is Villa defense. It is arguably the easy part about this matchup is going to be defending this map, as attacking is significantly more difficult. But going back to the stages of a round, because that's going to be valid every single round. The very first stage, about the first minute and 30 seconds of that round, that is going to be your discovery phase as an attacker, where you drone out the map, figure out the roamers are. Do you want to go for a direct attack? So in this case, attack master bedroom itself, head on into the bomb site, or go for a roam clear, right? Go to the south side of the map into office and go all the way through it. Then, once that roughly 1 minute 30 seconds has passed, you're in stage 2. That is going to be the setup. At this point, you should be near the bomb site, fighting opponents or just finished fighting those opponents, and figure out exactly how you are going to plan on the 3rd stage, which is the execute. So you have a discovery, into setup, into execute. And if you do it correctly, do it well, you'll win the round, just like that, in an ABC kind of fashion. Defenders, of course, you can either play just on the bomb site and wait for the attackers to come to you, or get aggressive, right? Contest them when they want to enter the building, slow them down, maybe get a kill. Do what Shaiko just did. Run around, get 3 kills, basically just win the round for your team. And the people on the bomb site, they didn't do a thing. Rede didn't fire a bullet. Neither did Renshiro. And they didn't, well, Renshi actually, is that a different assist? I can never tell with the order these days. You know them by heart, Parker?
So it goes kill, death, assist, KDA.
Okay, so he did fire a bullet. That was my only point. Renshi fired a bullet, but Rede did not.
Maybe it was a gadget. Maybe Renshiro was playing an operator with a gadget.
Valid point.
I know that.
Valid point, actually.
It doesn't undermine what you're saying, by the way.
Yeah. No, my point, point being that sometimes as an anchor player, the side player, you don't need to do much. You sit on cameras, give information if there is any to be... Ooh, don't tell me he fell off the edge. He must have, because no enemies nearby.
This could be a subtle way of telling us that it was Shaiko who's the reason why he's in that position, but LoSOne's picked back up. That does waste time, though.
It does.
Because somebody has to come get you. Villa's a very large map, one of the largest maps in the map pool. And if nobody's nearby, that can be 10 to 15 seconds in each direction that you're running to retrieve that last player. 30 seconds is make or break in a lot of these rounds. So something small like that, that snowballs. Yeah. And each avalanche starts as a single snowflake.
And LoSOne only has 20 HP to make things even worse.
Oh no, Shaiko, that's a clone. There you go. See, remember when I said sometimes
yeah,
I get a little
I was scared.
I was like, there's no way. Dash on the hunt. Shaiko takes out Maya before Dash can get there, but Shaiko,
he reads it.
He knows it's coming. Beautifully done. How do you even contend with this? LoSOne tries to get into the bomb site. He's been boxed out. Those castle barricades protected by the laser gates. He'll link up with the rest of his team, focusing on astronomy. Rise upside down. There's only 2 players from Lost left. LoSOne is one of the last surviving players despite being down so earlier. BDS hurtling towards a flawless round, and if they keep playing the way they've played so far, they're going to get it. LoSOne creeping up, diffuser nearby. It's Rise to take some damage. BDS ever so patient. Both players have lost inside a bathroom. A logic bomb will go off for flank watch, just for good measure, but Loss is losing out on time at this point. Finally a kill, but there's only a single one, and hilariously, it's actually LoSOne who gets the kill on a tiny portion of HP. Trading out immediately, BDS get both kills inside of the bathroom to go up 2-0. Timeout by LossOne already.
I mean, I think that's the right call with how things are going and how they were. The last time we took the timeout, they started winning.
Isso daí já é falta de capricho do que a gente sempre fez. Nosso melhor mapa, vocês vão trazer essa porra de volta. Léo, na hora que você tá com a aviação, que você tava tirando bastante coisa, tinha cara na principal, porque eu acho que não tinha.
Of course, as a coach, you get to watch all 5 point of views without bias, without pressure, more importantly as well.
Causa caos e sai, passa uma mensagem, viado. Tá ligado? Eles estão dando muito
So
espaço
there's
pra
more
jogar,
often
pra
not
fazer
very
essa
valid things to be taken away from this.
tá ligado? Pra brincar. Entra, pune essa kill, volta, já libera espaço do outro lado. Não vê espaço e fica com medo de entrar.
And it seems very evident to me, at least, that there has been some things noticed that wants to be, or the coach rather, wants to correct in this. And last time, need I remind you the exact scenario, it was after LossOne was down 0-4, tactical timeout was taken. They won the following 3 rounds, found opening kills, everything, massive success. And sure, I'm sure it's not that simple as tactical timeout, coach says some words, boom, magic happens. But when you're finding yourselves in a tough place, having just a breather for a full minute where you're not under pressure or stress or in that environment of fighting someone like BDS, where your coach can give you some words of motivation, encouragement, also strategical elements that he thinks, or that he sees rather, and knows that are going wrong in your gameplay, that can definitely make the difference. It can be as simple as what operators you should play. Things that he notices of weaknesses from the opponent themselves, or saying, guys, I notice right now the vibes are down. We function better when the vibes are high. Get it together, get back into it. We are one team. Don't fight each other. I know it's easier to say, but despite 5 people working together in a professional setting and you are on the same page and same team, sometimes there can be a bit of conflict because you see the game differently, or of course bits of frustration in the server when things aren't going the right way. Every team has gone through it at some point, even the most successful ones.
I think there's frustration that was showing through as well, right?
Yeah.
I obviously don't speak Portuguese, and I know that the manner in which they speak and the mannerisms they use might be different from the ones that we use in North America, and even the ones that Canada uses versus America. I get that much.
Yeah.
But it certainly seemed like the coach of LossOne was not particularly happy.
No, should he be, right? If you're losing 0-2 now, you're down 0-4 in the previous map, and you're losing a match that you believe you should be winning, I wouldn't be happy either, because you expect more from yourself and from each other.
Well, it's a minute in, and LossOne's already in the building. EFAC discovered, but has a long avenue to get back up through the basement. It's a part seldom used. Shaiko with a run out while we're watching EFAC scamper off. Rise is gone. It's an explosion. I'm assuming that's a nitro cell that goes off.
Can't be actually, no. 2 nitros in pocket, 4 impacts in pocket. Something else went off. Could be a bit of a breach in charge, perhaps.
Yeah, it could have been a breach in charge above, actually. Yeah, dash.
Yeah, dash
down one, yeah. Understandable.
Oh, bit of
Ash, speaking of, by the way, gets 1 kill, 2 to add to the tally. Think a surge goes off. Dots, a kill as well. The dot dash combo. Dash yet another. What is happening? Loss are just collapsing on this bomb site. Brede pulls a nitro cell. It's a little bit too late. He saw one, can't secure. Loben in a tricky position. Easily thwarting the defense is set out by BDS. LossOne, recover. Have a very strong, very nice round.
I mean, they played well off each other, but I have to say, BDS making more mistakes than LossOne were succeeding in that round. There was zero reason for Leaky Fact and Shackles to peek Astro Stairs and Brown Stairs. I noted down here, Ego Peak. There is zero reason for it. You go top floor, you have vertical control off the bomb side, Brede, granting information, you can shut down that member of LossOne up above. At the very least, maybe wait a second, because you're swinging into a pre-fire from Dash, and he wins both of those gunfights with ease. A third one after, of course, on towards the bomb side itself, and LossOne, they just steal the round. But that's the tertiary bomb side for BDS. That is arguably the easiest one to get. So it's expected of LossOne to find the victory there, if any. The real challenge is, can they win on the hardest one, which is going to be the AVG defense in most scenarios, and the scenario that they're facing right now. They are changing the operators a bit. Finka's being brought on the board. I actually like this, because thinking about it, right, a lot of this kind of turmoil is happening.
Did you just say thinking about it?
Yeah, think about it.
Finka. I'm thinking about it.
See, that's not where I was going, but yeah, think about it, right?
I'm thinking about it.
Finka against BDS, a gunfight-heavy team. I mean, if I was LossOne, I'd want to get a bit of a health boost, you know, a bit of a help in those gunfights, and it just keeps finding kills. Dots and Dash, they're doing magical things here for LossOne. Lemmish falls early. He's on the Goyo, so his gadget lives on, can still stall for time later in the round. The Finka might do some good work here. The Ying, of course, to execute later on. No heart breach, however, not even a secondary can opener, so all the walls that are reinforced will stay reinforced.
It was a Brazil versus Brazil matchup back when we used to cast Pro League out of Poland.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Liquid versus somebody else. I can't remember.
I don't remember that team.
It was like Team Liquid? You don't remember Team Liquid?
No, that's somebody else.
It was like Team Liquid versus Boot Camp or something like that, or it might have been Team 1, I can't remember.
Okay.
And Team Liquid just didn't bring any hard breach on Villa, which at the time was unheard of. It was unthinkable. And it worked. It absolutely worked out. I mean, I guess if you just go for straight kills, overrun the bomb site, box them out, bring your anti-flank, it'll work out, I suppose. Alems is dead, by the way, so BDS have lost one. Starting out on good footing.
Yep, that was a nice one. I remember Reciprocity in North America. They started doing the same thing where they play no heart breach and people question them for it, but it works out. Execute comes from LossOne. Aggression starts right once.
Renshiro has the shotgun out and that thing just does wonders. Renshi, 2 massive kills. Cannot outsmart Loben, charging up the stairs with the Finka LMG in hand. 1 Adrenal Surge left, waiting for it to recharge. A 3v3. Big moment for BDS. All because of Renshi. Oh, nice shot from Dots onto EFAC. Shaiko and Brede in a 2v3. Brede hasn't really had an opportunity to show off the skills in Villa the same way that he did on Skyscraper. But if there's 2 players on this team that you want to do well, these are them. Well, 1 now. It's just Brede, a down, but cannot do much against Dots. LossOne gets 2 rounds in a row. The timeout seemingly settling the nerves. Tie game.
Once again, the timeout is actually doing wonders for them, and I'm stunned by what happened in that round. Renshi's double kill was absolutely absurd, but then Dots rappelling in 90 window as well, hitting a nice, there it is. I mean, if Renshi gets the triple there, that is going straight onto YouTube. Even the double can probably go in there. But Dots 90 rappel in, getting the pre-fire onto red stairs, and the second wall bang onto Shag on the bar desk. Round defining kills for LossOne. It gets them in both times. Of course, you get 2 kills, and you're shutting down key positions. Red stairs and bar desk all within the span of 20 seconds. And the other members of LossOne didn't really need to do that much work because it was done for them by Ducks. Lems falling early a lot of rounds in this particular matchup. It was the same story on Skyscraper. Lems was 0-5 or 0-6 before anything started happening. And sure, he is 2 for 2 right now, but he's falling in the first 20 to 30 seconds. It's way too early, especially in Villa. Unless you're spawn peeking or getting caught somewhere for whatever reason, you shouldn't really be dying that early in the round, given how big the map is and how long it takes attackers to reach the building in the first place.
Loss also aren't being that quick on this map either. I mean, it's not like they're taking their time the same they did on Skyscraper. They're certainly not as slow as we've seen them be. But this is no pace that can't be evenly matched by a good roam or a very hard anchor setup on defense. You know, there's nothing that I've really seen, at least so far. Maybe we've missed it. But there's nothing I've really seen so far from these Loss executes that have wowed me that BDS should be having a great degree of trouble on when it comes to entry.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it all really boils down to a simplicity of gunfights, right? It's like if you win the gunfights with a nice shot, then that's that. And right now, LossOne, they are shooting back. They're in great form. BDS going for a more structured setup right now, playing that red stairs hole with magnets. Deployable shield on site has not been destroyed yet, so Shaiko can assist as a second entry, or second helper essentially. Renshi fishing below, finds another head. SMG-11 is a monstrous gun in this guy's hands.
Dash down, BDS with that very first kill. Shaiko looking for more. Does a lot of damage. The Adrenal Surge keeps them in it. EFAC doesn't want any of that smoke. He goes down, but Maya does. That engagement favors Loss, and Maya gets on the board with kill number 1. Nitro Cell hucked out by a Lems, but target is not found. Open has so many bullets. Still 40 to go after dispatching a Lems, and BDS are reduced to Renshiro and Bride.
I'm getting PTSD from this Finger LMG. I'm scared right now. And I'm sure if you're BDS, we all knew what happened during that meta for like 6 months. The Finger LMG is the scariest thing that's ever happened to Rainbow Six Siege of pure like gunplay and raw power. C4, prepped and ready and sort of short. But the thing is, LossOne already passed that point. Instead of long, it shouldn't do too much damage unless you walk back onto it. Nope, does nothing.
Bride though, still in the same position. It's almost like we were sharing a brain right there. And she's been spotted both by a player and by a drone. How well can he deal with this SMG-11? That'll be a tight spot. And crept up on by Rise. The back stairs. Shotgun out. Oh, and Renshi gets the kill. It's all up to Bride as Dot secures. Bride taking some damage, what looked like from the fires. Dot's getting the plant down. Bride will need to kill the Overwatch first. Can't do it. He's good in clutches, but it seems like, well, his luck might have ran out in this matchup. 3 in a row from LossOne.
Timeout as well. After this replay by BDS, they too need to rein things back in control. Renshi there. Oh, you know what happened? Renshi didn't cock the shotgun after firing his previous bullet. That's why it was a delayed shot from his side. It's a very unfortunate circumstance when that happens because that could have made a huge difference in the round because of the deployable shield position that he would be conquering or holding up over otherwise.
On leur donne des routes. On n'aura pas de time-out pour le côté attaque maintenant. Donc l'attaque, après, il va falloir sortir ses balls. Ok? Ok, donc là, défense master, on peut faire la même. Vraiment, go dormir, s'il vous plaît. Genre, c'est une dinguerie. Genre, vraiment, c'est simple quand même. En plus, ils ont rien changé. Ils ont fait un time-out, ils ont rien changé. C'est juste nous, on s'est excités. Allez, go! Go master les gars, go master, hein. Elle est passée très bien la master. Allez, go les gars, là. Allez là! Go.
I'm gonna decipher the best that I can. Something about, okay, so what I gathered is either they wanna hold master bedroom or the enemy's gonna attack master bedroom. That's all I could gather. And that might be entirely like way off. But maybe it's accurate. We'll see. At least the bomb sides has some sort of relation to master bedroom. So maybe. At the very end of that, you know, it was very first, it was very evident, it was like a strategical talk about what's going wrong, we gotta fix, etc. And then the last half is, not last half, the last 10 seconds is clapping and saying, let's go, you know, good vibes, etc. And every team can benefit from having a yes man. Ligifac doing his interviews in the the EUL rather. is a very high-spirited individual, very happy, joking around, etc. If you know Lemsh back in Team Sikura, Team IDK days, also back in the year 3 of EUL, also a very happy guy. So I'm sure that even during these times where things are not going BDS's way, the vibes should be alright, the mood should be in a setting where they can still thrive and find success. They will extend into Master Bedroom with Purple Shield, Castle Barricades. LossOne perhaps going for a downstairs take to have a ton of grenades, 6 to count, because Nuke is not banned. You can get that 3rd set. Otherwise you gotta bring out the glass with grenades, and nobody wants to do that. Haven't seen this many grenades in a while, but this used to be the old meta just about 6 months ago, and Finka and Maverick had theirs as well before that patch was introduced into Pro Play or into Siege in general, which of course affected both Maverick and Finka's play rate. Nuke then started getting banned a ton, and therefore we only see Ayana and Sledge typically with those pieces of utility.
It really is interesting to see how those operator changes completely shaped the meta, and frankly, how little it actually did. I mean, people were decrying the 1-speed change to Sledge as a killer. Oh, it's going to absolutely destroy Sledge. Oh, it's going to absolutely destroy Mute. And it just didn't. These are still incredibly pivotal operators, even if they are 1-speed, and I think it's put the game in a much healthier place. I will say it has not really fixed Zofia. Zofia, by getting her LMG nerfed, and now being a 1-speed, not exactly an operator that seems to show up all that often. Renshiro looked certain to be the first casualty in this match, but while he was down, Loban died. Only now have LossOne been able to secure the kill onto Renshiro. So technically, first duel breaks even to BDS. Shaiko gets gunned down by Maya. They look very human in this matchup.
Yep, gods can bleed. Oh, okay. Just curious what happened there. Nikita finds Stash instead. A relatively easy kill. Gets away at full HP. 3v3, however. Anyone's ball game, but Dots walks in towards Astra here. It's a huge moment.
Bride has the read on it, and there he goes. Following up, can't do more than a single kill. Loss just cleaning house right now, and EFAX return to the bomb site. Greeted at the end of a barrel. 4 in a row for Loss. BDS started off so strong, it seemed okay. Just the confidence that they displayed on Skyscraper. It's going to propel them to a 2-0. Not the case. LossOne in full control of that first half of Villa.
Now things get scary for BDS. Attack on Villa is not easy to do. And even more so, they're losing gunfights, and they're losing a ton of them. Shaiko is being out-dueled by Maya. The previous round before that it was Dots. The Finka, when LossOne started playing that particular operator, really helped shape the course of the round. Honestly, in those small moments. BDS, they might need something of their own. Now there is one thing that BDS has that they did not have, or they didn't have last time. Ayana is on the board, so one more set of grenades will be in every single round here. On Skyscraper, Ayana was target banned by LossOne. Shaco is forced onto Ash. Sure, he gets soft destruction. It's not quite the same. Those Gemini clones as well. Gaining further information.
5 seconds left.
Mirror being brought out. I have not seen a Villa Mirror in quite some time. Both being put towards the office part of the map, so you can pretty much hold that with utility and extend into Master Vigil with more manpower. It's a way to free up the soldiers, if you will. League effect on the Nuke, of course, going downstairs, get in the building fast. With Venshi's phone calls, can grant him some information on him to drone for him forward. Try and go for those easy picks if they present themselves.
Whether they present themselves or you make your own luck. Shaiko was prepared for the run on the Loban. Here's the logic bomb go off. That's not a hard kill for BDS at all. You got the mute off the board. What do you have access to? A nitro cell that he did. So no explosives available from the mute any longer. Just a single nitro cell in the hands of Rise. I suppose, if we're being pedantic, in the pocket of Rise. Yes.
Yes.
Shallow and pedantic.
Dash is flanking Esther stairs. Could easily get a kill here. They don't know. Like BDS, they checked this earlier, but it's kind of gone unseen, unnoticed, unless... No, they have no idea.
You might know that Dash is here lurking below. First round of the second half. BDS with that early advantage, but haven't been able to capitalize much off of it yet. Slowly closing in on the bomb site upstairs. EFAC taking his time down below. Renshiro spotted by Maya. Maya taking some damage, but there goes the Dokkaebi. The logic bombs had both been used by my count, Nick. And there's the flank from Dash taking out Bride. Nade will go from below. Rise sustaining some damage, but BDS still in this. Diffuser in front of Shaiko, but needs to know where the next target is going to come from. Nice shot from Alems onto Maya. And EFAC will pop the Mira window, but I don't think the nade is coordinated just well enough. They don't really have a line of sight, and Alems, no! An unfortunate team kill. BDS, you had such a good thing going, and now you've got a blind spot that's going to be exploited. Shaiko against the world. Has to tussle with the Black Mirror. Gets pushed upon by the Jaeger, but he can actually rope around the site at this point. Smoke canisters will go out, one left, 20 seconds to go. That means that Shaiko will inhale some of that toxic gas. Ooh. But Dots has been dropped by the nade. The Mirror will need to recover. Shaiko doesn't have information though. All you need to do is play time. Rise inside of the vault. Shaiko looking to the right, but he's to the left. Running out of time. He'll swoop around, but Rise is prepared for it. That's as close as it gets. Lost pick up yet another. They are marching their way towards putting Villa into the history books.
Damn, a nice attempt for a fake out for Shaiko. A beautiful nade toss, make that 2 actually. But the flying from Dash, that is the problem for BDS. And if you go all the way back to Skyscraper, there were like 3 rounds in a row where BDS were continuously getting flanked by LossOne, but because they were winning the rounds, they might not have thought that much of it. BDS didn't even check Astro's stairs at any moment. Sure, the phone call came out, LeakyFact dropped down the hatch next to it, didn't hear him, but no flank drone was ever put by BDS inside of Astro, master bedroom, or the staircases themselves. And Dash created so much space for his team. Shaiko almost had it, but couldn't quite get it. 5-2, and again attacks on Villa. It's not easy. LossOne, they figured it out after round number, what? Let's see here. After round number 3, that's where things started picking up for them. On that tertiary bomb set of Kitchen. Ever since winning that, it was 4 straight. All off the back of a tactical timeout by their coach earlier on after round number 2. BDS, they've already called their timeout. They don't have any left. So if things don't work out for attack now, yeah, well, there's no way to figure out how to fix that besides the players in the server. Coach cannot help you.
A mental reset definitely needed, especially with that team kill. How close that round came, think about it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that just, it weighs in the back of your mind. These are professionals, they'll get over it in time, but
it sucks.
It does suck and it adds up. When things are already going bad, that's the last thing you want.
Another playable shield here to the master bedroom. Both teams doing the same thing. You have to clear it out. Otherwise, the enemy can swing the master bedroom door aggressively without being contested. Ooh, that's not ideal. Second hit goes out. We have more in pocket, don't worry about it. And the good thing is, we have 2 sets as Venshi's on the sledge as well. Is on that Astro Repel to cut the bomb set in half. Make sure nobody flanks BDS from the bathroom area and towards bathroom into master bedroom. Closet angle opened up, can jump in. Dash looking for a cheeky pistol kill. No one's peeking their heads out though just yet.
Brief pause. Walk on the mute jammer to silence the phone. Alems jumps in, but where's the intel? Loban greets him with open arms. BDS suffering the first casualty in this round. LossOne prevails. We go to a 3rd map. Very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's not far away.
No, it's match point next. Good news for BDS, though, is that if LossOne prevails, you don't end up losing out. Can't say the same other way around. Shaiko, the next one to fall. It's in the hands of Maya. You hear the P90, you think maybe it's a Solus. Nope, nope, nope. It's in fact the Doc. EFAC up the Astro stairs. Two separate players to the right. Brede to take down Maya, but EFAC has his attention elsewhere. He's going to wander right into a sight line, but still managed to out-duel Dots in the process. Hello? How do you get away with that? Lobin has surrendered this position inside a bathroom. He's still in there, but he's allowed BDS to get around them. Dash hugging the bomb chassis. BDS is technically still outnumbered. Damage done to EFAC, holding that diffuser. Lobin will put him out of his misery. 4-match point. LossOne gets it.
Beautiful sit-up in crossfire. If there's one thing Latin can do really well always, it's that synergy and playing together in gunfights. Latin, when they first came to the international stage as a region, they weren't known to be the most strategical, but they could shoot back to great effect. So good so that other teams had to just say, you know what, our strats might be good, but we're going to get brute forced. And that's why other teams started thinking, okay, strats are great, but a good gunplay might be better. And you pair them together, that is how you see the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege, because every single region is learning from one another. And some people will be going, oh, what about APAC? No one learns from APAC. But let's go back. There are some very one-off things that APAC was actually the creators of. For example, we had the Ying shotgun meta way back in year 3 or so. That started over in APAC. So there, and then we even saw Ying shotgun, etc. We've seen Doc shotgun. We've seen weird kind of operator loadouts that typically should not be working out. They usually come from APAC. Then we have aggressive holds like we see in Chalet. That comes from LATAM and W7M. So every single region is constantly learning from one another, and it's why these international matches are so interesting, because that's when you see everything really come together. Of course, while these teams are boot camping before the event, you know, training during the event, you also get international scrims, practice games. So right now, when we're in Canada, you're going to see every single region scrim North American teams. Back in Berlin Major Jungstripping, you're seeing them scrim European teams. So you start getting all these things mixed together. Lemsch getting in the mix of things, gets Rise. That's way too easy. Gets Axe as well.
Seen a couple of these kills in this matchup.
We have.
Where they just walk in, they get a pick, and then they walk out. Dots slaying Shaiko. Shaiko's also had a very mortal game, 8-8. Brede 3-6. Hasn't been able to make much of an impact so far on attack. Both attacking rounds, losses 1, and they're going to continue this. EFAC is there to keep numbers close. He's gone positive at least. The only player on the team who's actually positive right now. That's bad, and you don't see that from BDS all that often. Brede picks up one onto Lobin. Maya retreating to the bomb site. This is almost one round by BDS with Maya in a 1v3. But wait, they stack up, except for EFAC. He comes in from another part of the map, and he'll keep this matchup alive. Prior to this round, LossOne had managed to win 6 rounds in a row. Yeah. An incredible feat. This game is far from over. I feel like this is one of those games where we're either 3 minutes away from the end, or we're 30 minutes away from the end.
Yeah, this could definitely go out that direction. I'm curious to see if BDS will have that same kind of playstyle that we just saw throughout the rest of this, because when your back's against the wall in this, match point scenario, you have nothing to lose as the quote-unquote losing team. When you're behind, you might as well just go crazy. That round looked like it was BDS playing almost carelessly. Nobody was really entry droning. I mean, you saw LeagueEFAC walking alone, Lemsch walking alone, just taking gunfights, winning them, as BDS normally do. And that's it. Whereas in the previous rounds, they were being more cautious, taking it step by step, very logically, which is a correct/good way to play Rainbow Six Siege, but it clearly was not working in this particular matchup. So a change might be what they should be looking for, and they got rewarded the first time they tried it. See if they do it again. Buck from Renshi off the Dokkaebi. So just trying to think for myself where I would apply the Buck. Obviously, that would be a below case. But I did hear LeagueEFAC say during the player celebration something about main stairs. This could be a main stairs take. Buck goes below, do some vertical control, get the mirror windows, go office. That could definitely be the angle. Looking at the player spawns in BDS, it looks very likely as well, but LossOne, they're ready for it. They got Mainstay Shield, 3 ADSs. It's not going to be easy for BDS to pick that apart.
Ooh. Not one bit. Grenade goes out. Renshi's there. No. Maya manages to take down Alems, but BDS finds 2 kills very quickly after that. Lost dominates the kill feed from that point forward. In the blink of an eye, 5 players have died. Bride and EFAC, the last 2 for BDS. Loss only down Maya and Dash, still with 3 players upright. And over 2 minutes to go. The craziest part of all of this. All it takes is 2 kills, and Loss propels us to Chalet to seal the deal.
League playing this Shadow Realm here. He's using the gadget, get to a safe spot, like a blind spot for the default cameras, then walk forward. If he can get in, and Bride makes a play off that, we're looking at 2v1 in favor of BDS. But this all lies on the back of League Effect. Bride can't do much from his position.
Well, their eyes set very intently on where this advance will come from. They still have hard destruction in the Hibana. A nade to go out, but nobody inside of the vault to receive it. Very hard to breach into this site without walls being opened up. And even then, you usually need to establish crossfires. LossOne will have their crossfires established, believe you me. Toxic canister goes out. That's the last one from Dots. 1 minute left.
The barbed wire.
Flashes dump in. Bride goes the other way. Look at this patience from LossOne. They are not giving a single inch. And BDS has 0 intel. Inside a study, Rise prepares, waits. That's a kill for EFAC. No matter who wants to put their eyes in that direction, EFAC still comes out ahead. He and Bride will now enter from roughly the same area. Does somebody from Loss know this? Well, it's Loban playing by the A-bomb. Dots back inside a vault. That's where the nade had gone before. 30 seconds left now. So cautious for BDS. But LossOne, incredibly patient. Impact sails out. They know at least 1 player's inside of the vault. EFAC cleans up. Suddenly it's a 2v1 with Diffuser down, and in the post-plant, Loban will come in for the recover. He takes down Bride. All he needs is EFAC, and then we have a 3rd map on our hands. Searching and hunting through the bomb site. Even his gadget won't save him at this point. But make some noise, maybe draw out EFAC. He's still a relatively new player. Loban hops on the Diffuser. He's sticking it. EFAC needs to go. He needs to go, but EFAC gets him at the last second. Ever close. 2 in a row from BDS as they continue to put rounds on the board and stave off defeat.
I mean, that is some excellent fishing, if I could say so. You know, just in that 2v3, they spent a minute, 40 seconds across the board just figuring out how to find a gap somewhere, all off the back of League Effect's gadget. Bride making noise, covering that barbed wire sound main stairs. And it was pointed out to me by the observer, there was a bulletproof camera on the floor of office looking at the ceiling essentially, which may or may not have been a way that League Effect could have been spotted early in the round. We'll never know. But either way, LossOne, incredible patience from them. Sitting still for that long, which is the right play to do, is not easy to do, easy for anybody to do, rather. Jesus. But they did it. They held the crossfires. The one big issue that they encountered, there was no way to deny a default plant behind the vault door. They had 1 impact grenade, no C4, no smokes, etc. So what's the plan if Bride just walks on in? Well, the thing is, they were not, accounting for the fact that they might lose office control. The moment Mirror danced out of office, that entire thing changes. BDS perfect read on the situation. LossOne, nobody flanked around 90, didn't really realize it, nor did they have time for it. BDS, they're in it. They're gonna fight tooth and nail, but again, 1 mistake. LossOne punishing them a single time. And we will see the 3rd map, which will be Chalet.
Rome for LossOne has been very good at the start of this half, but has fallen off a little bit. The one thing that BDS has over this LossOne team is experience at a top level. A lot of these names on LossOne will look very familiar to you. They've been around quite a while. I remember casting some of these names back in Poland, or at least I'm gaslighting myself.
Sometimes that happens, doesn't it?
I mean, I've been casting Rainbow Six now for like 6 years.
Yeah.
So It's been over half a decade I've been casting this game, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of games, actually. You should go back and count them all.
I would actually love to cast the amount of, or count the amount of matches I've casted. But either way, doesn't detract from the point that I was making. BDS have patience, they have experience. But I mean, in this matchup so far, with this map, they just look like they're outmatched. It was close on map number 1.
Yeah.
It's proving to be equally close on map 2. Keep in mind, Skyscraper went to BDS 7-4. If LossOne wins this round, it's the exact same scoreline, just reversed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it because LossOne got like 6 rounds in a row. It feels very one-sided. Now, you know, his comeback has started to show itself.
There's Shaiko taking a ton of damage, looking for a target, can't find it. LossOne gets the very first, then the second, the third as well, a fourth, and a flawless round if they can find Renshiro. That's all they need. 1 kill separates them from a third map at the moment. Renshiro has patience, but they will just slowly close in on him and test his reflexes. He doesn't miss. A flawless end to the map. And LossOne take their own map 7-4 over BDS.
Very convincing match from LossOne. I mean, that 6 in a row after the timeout tells the entire story of how Villa went. Their attacks were phenomenal, the defenses even so. Chalet is next in the menu, and honestly, I am not sure who is favored for this matchup.
No, this is a tight one. A very, very tight matchup. BDS stormed through Jönköping and looked like an unstoppable team. So did Liquid, and then they met, of course, in the finals with BDS coming out on top. But BDS has already shown some stumbles here. They lost to Cyclops Athlete Gaming. They almost lost to OXG yesterday. And while we did get a very exciting finish in the OXG matchup, there are obviously some concerns for BDS, and especially for their fans. Now LossOne has pushed the defending major champions to a third map, and it will be a single best-of-1 shootout on Chalet to see which of these teams emerges victorious. We got a quick break ready for you, and then we'll be back for the thrilling conclusion of LossOne versus BDS.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
All right, we're back for our final map, but before we get there, let's talk a little bit about Villa. LossOne prevailing 7-4, the same scoreline that BDS prevailed all the way back on map number 1 of Skyscraper. Feels like an eternity ago. These teams have gone to war with one another, but what to you was the main storyline of Villa?
Honestly, I can simplify it. It comes down to pew pew. All these highlights are very one-sided gunfights going in favor of one team or the other. And honestly, it sounds very simple, but that is the defining moments of these rounds. When you walk in as LossOne and you win 2 gunfights against Shaco and League Effect, the round basically ends right there for the most part. Same thing goes the other way. The first 3 rounds of highlights, it's Shaco running the building, or around the building as a defender, getting 2 or 3 kills. And again, LossOne, they can't get back into it. So for Chalet, the upcoming map, it's gonna be a similar story, I think, because it's gonna be an equally brutal map where gunfights has a massive say in who gets an advantage and who does not. It's not a clubhouse, it's not about the strats that much. The board on your screen, the cost relatively high for everybody. Shaco +1 entry, where from the side of LossOne, honestly, not even a single positive entry member. However, they won the entire map.
Honestly, a very close map if you just look at the scoreboard.
Very much so.
Loben obviously leading the way for the rest of the team, but Maya only +1 on KD. Rise +1 on KD. Dash -2. Shaiko -1. Renshiro -3. Alems -4. These are all a single round difference of being completely different on your screen right now. As you said in the matchup, and you put it so beautifully, gods can bleed. And that's exactly what we saw at a BDS. The fundamentals were not there on many entries. The drone work was not great. How many times did we see a member of BDS break through a window or go upstairs and just not have information?
Yeah.
The most egregious was a Lems jumping in the bathroom window and getting slaughtered from the triple panel wall inside of Master. Little things like that. Well, I guess that's a big one, but things like that, let's amend it.
Okay.
That can be a real killer. Because if that's a high utility operator, he dies. And you've now lost potentially 2 drones, you've lost that gadgetry, you've lost that gun. Not only are you just at a regular disadvantage, no team wants to find themselves in a 4v5, but the rest of your execute that likely relied on that player is now gone. It might seem small, but it's really quite large. Operator bans are coming in. We go to Chalet.
Nuke, of course, a target ban to Leaky Fact, no surprise there. Bug is actually a relatively common ban against Latin teams on Chalet because of how efficient they are at using this particular operator, going below, bugging above, and all that possible self-destruction you will find on Chalet. It's every single bomb site because you're gonna play across all the floors. Solace, the newest member of Rainbow Six, a very strong one at that, denying information by finding drones, can open up flank opportunities, deny the plant from a below or above, also problematic on Chalet. And then Melusi, a target ban onto Shaiko typically. At least that's what Shaiko used to play on Chalet, just going back 4 months' time. So, clear respect from both teams here, saying, we know you're strong at this, we're gonna remove it, and they pay that same respect back. Now, LossOne, they were playing Mira 2 rounds on Villa, and in the very opening round, they're gonna go to the basement of Chalet, bring that same operator. That's gonna make sure that nobody from BDS can rush the bomb site from any breaches. It's gonna force them to go for a roam clear, get some verticality, or bring operators that can deal with those mirror windows. For example, a Ying or a Capital, a Shield. Typically speaking, smokes to make sure that nobody can see through that mirror. Second one is gonna go inside of dining. That's going to give them fireplace cover as well. So when you think about this, the mirror in the basement, the way to clear it is to go into the fireplace room right here. So 1 floor up. But that floor is covered by the second mirror window. So it's a 2-step process for LossOne. If BDS wants to clear the first mirror, they got to clear the second mirror. And to do that, you need a full map control of top floor where they'll be running around roaming and holding library with an operator like Asami.
Just a note before we get into this very first round. Great diversity in the operator bans so far. The only duplicate ban across all 3 of these maps is Azami. Azami was banned out in maps 1 and 2. We will finally see her as Loben picks her right off of the bat. But take a look at these operators. Iana, Thatcher, Bandit, Azami, Lion, Flores, Valk, now Nook, Buck, Melusi, and Solus. That is a phenomenal difference from map to map to map. And it really goes to underscore how these teams approach each map differently. Skyscraper is not Villa, Villa is not Chalet. Border would play out differently, as would Clubhouse. Good news for BDS. Renshiro starts off hot. A minute into this matchup, and the Valkyrie is gone. But again, persistent gadgetry is the name of the game. As long as all 3 of those black eye cams have been put up, Dash will still continue to provide value to this team, even if he's dead. Shaiko is down, reunited with Yana on attack. No easy way to drone yourself in, no easy way to guide yourself in either. And both teams will find themselves into a 4v4 with half of the round to play.
Speaking of how to deal with those mirror windows earlier, it seems like BDS are going for a pretty stable executor, right? Get the main breach, that's where the first mirror window is facing, that's been done. Then you go towards that backside area, so west main, kitchen, dining, and trench control. Get open that trench wall, the big deep wall inside the car garage, as they have here with Leaky Fact. And then you can try and start setting up this backside execute. That means you can circumvent both of those mirror windows, but LossOne, they have, first of all, a roamer top floor. That's a Sami, that's a problem. But secondly, smoke inside a trench with a deployable shield, not very commonly done. BDS would need kitchen control to help kill that player, or just win a gunfight that they're not supposed to be winning by just challenging him through trench door.
EFAC now on that Hibana that we saw Shaiko play so frequently, time and time again. Did that keep a barrier actually go off? It looked like they might have botched it.
I think he botched it, yeah.
I think he botched it. Was looking for cover on the blue stairs, but I don't think he got it. We'll have to wait and see if one of the players can give us a perspective, as there's no free cam available to use. Not the way that we want it, at least. Nope, it actually worked. Our apologies. It looked like a botch, but it wasn't. EFAC a kill Renshiro number 2 before he's ended by Maya. There's a down on Bride. It's a 2v2. Diffuser getting dropped. Alems will go down. The Nitro cell works. Alems can't get it done. And Lost get all 3 of the final players of BDS very quickly. They're up round 1.
And again, the synergy from LossOne. The moment Mirror swings blue door, toss that C4, the second member swings connect the door. So either the C4 goes off, kills the planter, or the connected guy will swing the pillar successfully and kill the planter, or the guy covering as well. There's no lose scenario for LossOne. They're trading 1-for-1 at worst case, and at best case, a 2-for-0 into a straight round victory, which is what we just saw. BDS, they were not comfortable, taking control of that round, that backside execute. They opted for one member dropping the hatch to bomb site, killing the members out of trench, but getting traded by blue. So they trade evenly, but that always, or at least most commonly, favors defenders. If you're in a 2v2, more often than not, favors the defenders because they have the map control, they own the bomb site, etc. In the 3v3, similar story. Attackers, they have all these tools like grenades and flashbangs, smokes, drones, etc. And the sole purpose with that is to leverage those pieces of utility to gain advantage in manpower or significant map control to establish a plant. That is quite literally the 2 ways to win on the attacking side, because the defenders are not supposed to be running into your crosshairs. That's not how it goes, at least at this level of play. However, there are 2 members spawn peeking Renshiro on the rock.
I mean, you gotta get under their skin, right?
You do?
CAG showed that they could get under the skin of BDS. OXG did the same thing. This BDS team doesn't look as mentally resilient as they did at the last major. Still an obvious contender, but yeah, I don't know. They have shown signs that they can be slowed down. And taking Renshiro out, the sledge, a lot of your soft destruction is now gone. Set of nades is gone. That's a big loss.
No, I mean, it certainly is. And it's more the fact that it seemed very careless from BDS. I mean, that's the most common spawn peak in all of Chalet. And almost everyone knows better than to go up on that rock if you spawn there, because you are just risking something that you should not be risking at all. You go left or you go right. You don't go up the rock itself. It's not worth it. Unless you have information that nobody, in fact, are going to be spawn peeking it. But there was not just one member of LossOne. There were 2. They were so prepared for anybody doing it, and they get rewarded. And now BDS, they gotta pick up the pieces. And to make matters worse, they gotta speed things up, and they gotta deal with this pain point. Top blue stairs, deployable shield, chimney. There's not a shield, that's a member there. Keeper barriers, warden, etc. There are so many things to fight against. I actually lied, there's no Sami. But there are yokai drones to change that around. So breaking this barrier right here, that double door, the office soft wall, that is the most difficult thing about this round for any attacking team. Once you get past it though, the round ain't over, the bomb site's downstairs.
Loban falls back just ever so slightly. He'll lose that shield, but he can come back up and re-engage. Unfortunately, there is a sound cue that he's in the vicinity. Alems gets slaughtered by Maya, but EFAC and Shaiko find kills of their own. Just inches away from getting into this bomb site. Price playing up above in library, tempting fate as the drone had just been thrown at his feet, and now Dots is finished off. That was the Echo, isolated and punished for it. Shaiko dispatched to take care of Rise, but he drops and gets back into the bomb site before heading to back bar. All the while, the other player from Lost still up. That's Dash. He's playing on the stairs leading down to garage. I don't know if they've spotted the Oryx, but that T5, it's a beast of a weapon. It's got the extended barrel on it, relatively low recoil, and he can reposition with those dashes that Oryx has very quickly. Evading some lines of sight, 15 seconds to go.
seconds remaining.
Dash still on the stairs. EFAC allowed to get into the bomb site. Down goes Brede. You might not even need the Oryx, as Rise can do the job, but he cannot. Now it's EFAC and Dash 1v1, and Dash wins it. Both have their sidearms out, but it's Loss who comes out on top.
They both go for the pistol. Okay, Oryx is shotgun close quarter. And I assume that, you know, member BDS, he wanted speed. Secondary, you know, pistol, not an SMG, is going to be fast and movement speed-wise than a primary. But oh my, that's not what I expected at all. Another close round. BDS, they got the hardest part done. They broke that top floor hold. Got close to the bomb site, but things fell apart once more, and LossOne really thriving off momentum right now. Ever since that timeout back on Villa, in round number 2, well, after it ended, so beginning of round number 3 essentially, they have been on a heater, winning gunfights. They have no business winning, but most importantly, they really got on the same page. That's the biggest difference in my opinion. Before, they were quite scattered, the trades weren't happening, they were playing very far from one another on the map, over a 3-second sprint, you cannot trade effectively. Now, they are on each other's heels in half of these gunfights. Close to the half. Can't always be close to someone else, otherwise you're not going to have much map control at all. But the members that can, they are playing tight. Members that whose job is to roam far off, they are far off. That's only fair.
We're still in the discovery phase, as you talked about. The 3 phases of Rainbow Six. Discovery, mid-round, execute. Mid-round is really just like this nebulous term. It can mean anything. Discovery is typically a minute, 15 seconds. Mid-round is anywhere from that point onwards till the 40-second, 30-second mark, but execute is typically 40, 30 seconds.
Sometimes it's the last 5 seconds.
And if you're old Vitality, it's always the last 5 seconds.
Oh boy. Surprising enough, that was so hard to play against, I'll tell you that much. BDS are taking more time now, and I mean that's the downside of getting spawn peaked. You gotta now just make sure that you dot the I's and cross the T's. Very slow, in fact. Just entered library with 1 minute and 10 seconds into the round. Oh, okay.
It's so easy for Shaiko. First kill, but traded immediately, and then Loss with 2 kills. They gained the upper hand. BDS walked in, they thought they had something going, but they did not. They'll equalize. Downs the Kaid. Downs the Valkyrie, they're both finished off. Was that both Nitro cells unavailable now? Both dying in the pockets of LossOne.
Yeah.
That's not great.
No, I mean, to be honest, with dining bomb site, the C4s for plant purposes, not a huge steal, but there's no smoke being brought either. The upstairs hold right now is the big question mark. Is LossOne gonna hold on or fall back? If you surrender top floor, well, BDS, they can do some vertical damage because Alemj has those breaching charges, as you see right here. And LossOne are playing far enough back upstairs that Alemj can start some of it while holding LossOne back. 40 seconds though. They also gotta hit up the bomb site. 12x Kairos. BDS, they wanna fight.
And Maya gets the gunfight right in front of his very eyes. Alemj walks out with that one. Dots and Rise working together. One in the bomb site, one far enough back. All the soft destruction in front of the eyes of Rise. Dot's position revealed as Alemj goes down. Brede holds on to that diffuser. Very hot on Skyscraper, but not really all that much past that. Leaky Fat confirming the kill onto Dots. It'll be him and Rise in a 1v1, taking a ton of damage over from those Solarium stairs. Down through Trophy, he'll have to go. Wait out the time. You know that he can't fall off the plant. Rise knows this, but can he get there in time? Yes, he can. He sees the booty, and he smacks the booty. Lost 3 in a row to start off Chalet.
That's gotta be a tactical timeout. They haven't called it yet, but I am questioning when you do it because I would pull the plug right now. Take a second. Sure, we can talk about maybe it'll be defender-sided, maybe it'll be attacker-sided, But either way, I think BDS, you gotta just talk about things right now. It is not working out. Even though Maya kind of gave you a free kill upstairs, fighting when his teammates kind of fell backwards, you still lose out in the 3 versus 2 to, again, individual gunfights. That's what I predicted. The pew-pewing here, the defining moments. I mean, it is Chalet. It comes down to gunfights more often than not. The LossOne, they are indeed shooting back. Basement again, similar setup with those mirror windows to establish map control. Wall deny, none. No Bandit, no Mute, no Kaid. They say take the walls if you want them. I mean, last time they even played trench rotation, which is more, yeah, there it is again. No need for wall deny, they're open up for them. Makes sense. I mean, if you're playing Kaid for this one, that wouldn't actually make a lot of sense.
5 seconds left before insertion.
There's no denial band either. It's Melusi and Solus.
Yeah.
So it's not like they can't bring a Mute. It's not like they can't bring a Bandit. Bandit was banned all the way back on Skyscraper. No denial band on Villa. No denial band again on Chalet. I remember Consulate when it was in the map pool.
Oh.
One of the strategies of Na'Vi was to reinforce 2 of the panels and then leave a 3rd one soft. And they didn't really care about denial much either, because they knew you were going to get that 1 panel opened up.
Yeah.
But that was the point. Just like you can win a Villa round without any hard breach.
Yeah, there are many ways to approach rounds in Rainbow Six Siege, and honestly, the thing about wall deny is that if you play Mute, Bandit, or Kaid, you're not supposed to, you know, deny the wall being opened ever. It's a matter of wasting time and resources. Make it difficult for the opponent, make it a burden. That's cutting it close there. So the expected outcome is not to never open up the wall, just that it's gonna take 20-30 seconds extra. LossOne don't need time for this one. They just gotta play it smart and play together. BDS, they gotta problem solve all the obstacles, mirror windows, the breach, the trench member of Dots. Jackal track, however, makes it easy for the room clear. Way too easy. Again, there are just these moments where it's very one-sided gunfights, and this right here, what we saw, that should be the round over in favor of BDS. They have 1 minute and 30 seconds, they got 2 opening kills, they got the mirror window, the breach, etc. They're in a great position. However, LossOne, they have this tendency in the late stage of the round to find the picks left and right they have no business finding. It's been Maya on this map, 5 and 2. Rise, 5 and 1. They're both still alive on the board. Leak Effect chasing Freezing Footsteps that are expiring.
Finally gets one.
Yeah.
Anamira, of all players, down below, hovering between blue and wine. In lieu of breach charges, please bring a Rotero drone. Or multiple Rotero drones.
Such a versatile operator, honestly.
An excellent operator, too.
Yeah.
I know that the AR-33 might not be the sexiest gun for people, but boy, oh boy, he's worth bringing. EFAC on the stairs takes down Dots, but an answer back. LossOne have just a single kill through this round. They're 3-0 on defense. Perfect rotation. Got some work to be done if they want to go up by 4. Nitrocell shot away as Maya defends this black mirror, looking towards Snowmobile. Smoke will clear. Maya stops it in its tracks. But it's Maya in a 1v2. Gets time for the reload with the Vector. That's huge. But needs to square up his body. Oh. Only a single one left! Maya with one of the best clutches of the tournament! If anybody's ever earned a congratulatory chest slap, it's Maya over that. Look at it, target isolation.
Jesus.
Don't take engagements 1v1, I understand that.
Yeah. I mean, even swinging into the flashbang, recognizing if you don't swing, you can't see it all. If you swing with the flashbang, you might get a glimpse of the whereabouts. If you flick before the flash triggers, you can get the kill. That's 4 headshots when the first 4 bullets of each shot, or each burst rather. And I mean, I said Maya in the late round, finding these kills, he has no business finding, does it again. And that right there is the timeout.
Collez, baisez là. Et arrêtez, faites juste ce que vous devez faire. Arrêtez de vouloir faire plus. Là c'est très bien. J'ai demandé 4 fois à mes connecteurs, personne l'a fait. Mais bon, c'est pas grave, on oublie. Allez, go.
Not having as much fun. Get back on Skyscraper. Are we?
We're longing for the Skyscraper day.
Yeah. We were making funny sounds and saying, focus, focus, focus. That tone has changed, and rightfully so, because again, BDS arguably one of the favorite teams to take it, you know, all the way to top 4, top 2 in some people's opinions. They won the Union Major, they won at Gamers 8, they won in Japan for the show match. They have had a phenomenal last 4 to 6 months in their Rainbow Six Siege run, so to speak. And then they, the fans, all their teams at this event, they recognize the strengths that BDS they have as a team. BDS are not showing up to their own standards so far. CAG 2 days ago lost against them. Now, almost went sour. Maya got shut down. I mean, if I'm getting a 1 versus 4 clutch like that, I am spawn peeking as well.
Nick, look at this.
Yeah.
Hold the phone, 15 seconds in. BDS have 2 kills.
Well, we've seen this before. Last round, League Effect on Jackal got a double kill. BDS still lost the round. Only difference now is Maya is in the grave. That clutch potential is gone. So is Dash. Perhaps BDS really want this round.
They just needed to be yelled at by their coach. That's really all it would boil down to.
Bomb located by attackers.
Be a lot of quiet right now. BDS can take their time. We're still at 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say it. BDS, there is no way you lose this one. They are taking their time as they should, right?
Why would you do such a thing?
No, I have to. This is the ultimate challenge for them. If you can build up your mental in group stage for the main event and playoffs, that's the best place to do so. Now, you are sitting tight, not taking any risk. It's a 1v5 rise. Give us your best clutch attempt.
Time for a wake-up call.
Oh, return back to the bomb site, greeted by one of the logic bombs.
Là, ils sont donnés, hein. J'ai tué le mec dans le main qui a double spawn.
Non, mais là, il y a eu un excès de confiance, là, en fait.
Alors, on les tient,
Go les baiser, là, on n'est pas des salopes.
Eh, on les baisse, frère. Eh, ils se prennent pour qui, là? C'est du random de merde, là. Go les baiser.
Can't tell if he's upset by the general state of things.
Yeah,
or upset with his team. Either way, obviously an emotional conversation that is occurring there. BDS very nearly bounced back after 4 frustrating rounds for the team. With a flawless? No, but nearly.
Yeah.
Single death, that was it. But the death was required to determine the location of the last LossOne player and then get the pick. BDS finally get on the board. It comes after their timeout. More like that. That's what we need. I mean, hey, what happened in the previous map? Loss, blow 2 rounds. BDS wins them. They call a timeout. Loss wins 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
The same thing happened in the very first map too. BDS went up 4-0. Loss called a timeout. They win 4 of the next 5 rounds. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too much. They were in too deep of a hole. BDS are about to do the same thing as long as they can win a couple more rounds. They'll be in very familiar territory for us in this matchup.
Yeah.
But again, how steep is that climb?
One thing to note is that LossOne last round were defending Master Bedroom bomb site. They're going straight back to it. Characteristically, you're not going to do that unless it's because you deem that what happened is not something that's supposed to happen, right? Maya, with that amount of adrenaline, just flew out the window, had to take a gunfight, got shut down. And it just seemed kind of like LossOne had this very aggressive type of a round. They're not going to do that again, right? Now we're playing more organized. One Maya discs, playing passive. No Oryx, keep it barriers. Now we're going to make BDS problem solve this library situation, this library hold, and not give them any easy way in. So that's going to change the entire flow of this round to come.
As we see with these Azami players, you want to stay upstairs in library. Use your Kiba barriers to establish basically deployable shields that prevent the opponents from getting to you. Make them expend those explosives so that they can have a clear line of sight, a clear line of attack. Alems just walks right in. Loban looked lost, droned out and in a panic, decided not to go up library stairs, but instead goes down into the ground, 6 feet under.
It's also very much alone. I mean, Although for members of LossOne, they're on the bomb site itself, lobbing basement blue stairs essentially so far of his teammates. It's a risk and a half.
It's an engagement that doesn't go in either player's way. EFAC just outside of the bathroom window, but an escape for LossOne. Back over towards Solarium. Oh, wait a minute. Maya might want to actually go for something here on this window. By Piano. There's a Claymore on the ground. A jump out would be very ill-advised. Maya doesn't have any impacts in his pocket, so can't toss it down. Can't be of use. He'll die to the Claymore. At best, trades out 1v1, gets the kill before the Claymore ultimately does him in. Still searching for double digits. The closest player in the lobby to double digits at the moment. Down goes Dash to Alems. BDS so desperately need yet another round. EFAC missing out on the Aruni of Rise. Maybe a sightline is there to be found. 2 Surya gates prevent him from rappelling in without taking any damage. The flash goes in as BDS are stacked up by the office wall. Toxic gas lingers in front of their path. Maya waiting for the jump out, but nobody's going to give it to him. Gets his attention, but that's just about it. All the while, the clock is continuing to go down. Dots dies. EFAC traded out. Shaiko walks right into Maya's waiting arms. Diffuser planted, so now Maya will scramble. He and Rise are the last 2 left. Losing in the engagement against Brede. Rise in the very familiar position. Almost right where his teammate had passed away from. BDS with 3 sets of eyes. Rise absolutely 0 intel off of this one. Finds the first player of BDS but loses the duel. BDS 2 in a row, and that's the first half in the books.
As long as Maya is alive, I don't really think it matters what BDS tries to do, because that man right now is just finding these absurd kills. I mean, that is a post-plan 3 versus 5. He's almost on 3 kills in a single magazine. Pistol whips, almost gets another. It's a huge play from him. 4-2 scoreline, BDS, they're still in it. They go on defense. They start basement as well. Also hovering the Mira and the Maestro. So BDS, if they're not comfortable in their gunfighting capabilities right now, they no longer have to rely on it as much as when they're on the attacking side, because now you stout the entire map in your control, and you can set up these problems for the enemy to solve. Now the only downside is, LossOne, they're playing Latam. And the best Chalet team in the world, arguably, is W7M. They're also from that same region. They scrim each other quite a bit, I can imagine. I don't think there are many problems you can put in their face they don't have a solution for. The second they see the setup, 4 attacker remix goes through. Double heart breach, Hibana and Thermite. So ranged and quote-unquote melee heart breach. Capital fire and smokes. Twitch smokes and the Twitch drones that can clear out utility and the mirror windows themselves. LossOne, they have a task ahead of them, but it seems like they have it all under control so far. Brede being wise here, checking the drone hole, gets the first drone. 1 sap went off, not sure what it found, maybe nothing, maybe a jammer. Main breach can be opened up from LossOne, but they choose to go elsewhere instead. Logan on 1 heart breach on that office balcony. Gonna start droning at the top floor and see what the whereabouts are. Twitch drone successfully gets the first mirror window library. That's gonna make the entry a lot easier for them once they go there.
A lot of value out of this Twitch drone just in the early phases of the round. I like the Capitao pick a lot.
Underrated, as far as I would say.
I like the Capitao pick. I like the Twitch pick. Alems gets a drone, but it's immediately shot out. At least the Pest has done its job of stopping the drone from getting any information. Maybe temporarily.
Stun grenade out.
Flash goes in, out on the balcony. LossOne has struggled with being able to get into the building on time. Skyscraper, issue is there. Villa, issue wasn't quite as prevalent. But with half of the round still to go, LossOne's focus is just on clearing that top floor, which, mind you, can be a very sticky situation for teams. But this is a snowmobile basement defense.
In general, LossOne just seems to kind of need to feel out their opponent, right? They need 2 or 3 attacking rounds to kind of warm up to it. Then they start doing what they actually want to do, it seems like. At least in the previous maps. They still got a minute. The pace here isn't too far off. The only concerning thing is that it's a 5v5, so it's gonna get really bloody once, you know, that execute comes through, because there are 5 guns on both sides of this.
Bomb has been located.
This wall. There's the basic bomb side.
But I absolutely love it. When 9 or 10 players are still alive in the final 20 seconds.
So much.
It is brutally tough to watch and brutally tough to cast, but so brutally exciting at the same time. Is that a drop?
Yeah, he dropped.
EFAC reads into Dash's position, loses the fight. Maya, gunned down by Shaiko Alems as well, stopping them from getting closer to the bomb site. Renshiro with one, Loban another. LossOne trail in terms of these numbers. Another drop from Dash, but you can't outduel that F2. It's just got too high of a fire rate. There's a wake of bodies that often get left by a Twitch. Now it's Dots to drop. Makes noise. Nitro Cell goes out. Dots pushes the engagement, sets us up for a 1v1 with Shaiko, but we'll need to plant. Close enough to that 7-second timer. Shaiko will need to run in, and he should be able to get it, but he falls off at the last second, denying BDS and Shaiko the kill. Clock gives it to the French squad. That's their 3rd in a row.
The one thing that LossOne did not achieve in that round was breaking the floor inside of Fireplace, get some of that verticality onto the members of BDS, pushing them further back towards the bomb site, denying that mirror window location. It was either a mixture of A, didn't have enough time, or B, didn't have enough soft destruction in the right position to do so. Either way, it was their demise in the end. And BDS, they can start building up these rounds to tie things up. A atypical operator, League Effect, bring out the Ella on Chalet. We don't see that very often, but when it does get picked, it's to deny these entry points that you don't necessarily have that much information about. The thing about, you know, the Banshees of Melusi, barbed wire, the beat boops that we call them, those motion detectors, they don't make an audio sound that is necessarily that loud. It can be hard to kind of figure out in the midst of a round of a gunfight and whatnot. But the Grismot mines, they go boom. They're very unique and distinct to find, so when you slap them down on important areas, it can be basement stairs, it can be somewhere far in the distance, typically, you'll hear it. You'll know something's going on. Combine that with 2 pieces of barbed wire, and Ella gives you a ton of information. You hear a barbed wire punch, you know they're there. Christmas mine goes off, you know they're there instead. Of course, the gun, the Scorpion, that's a bit of a different story. Some people love it, and some people simply just hate it. Again, the switch drone value. 1 Griswold mine found on the west main stairs, going up from the basement.
Not just intel, but also, yeah, taking out all these different gadgets that have been thrown out by the defenders.
Yeah.
Alems was spotted in the process. LossOne, quick to be in the building. Still over 2 minutes to go. West main wall being shot up. Alems is in that same area, and that DMR packs a punch. He gets slaughtered by Dash. LossOne, after winning those 4 rounds in a row, have now surrendered 3 in a row to Team BDS. These teams love their streaks. Map 1, BDS wins 4 in a row. Loss then wins 3 in a row, back and forth, relatively, until the matchup ends. BDS wins 2 on Villa. Loss wins 6 in a row. Now, LossOne have won 4 in a row, and BDS have won 3 in a row. There is no seesaw here, and if there is, it's taken a while for it to hit the ground and bounce right back up.
Shago's playing do or die instead of office. 2 walls reinforced towards master bedroom. LossOne could say, we want this free kill, but the thing is, Shago is never really truly a free kill to be found. League Effect is there for backup. Crossfire's there. He's a rotate out actually. Could escape if he wants to. That is always scary. They fall back. They waste some time, denied information. LossOne have to re-drone that area again. The clone gets shot. You have to assume he might still be around. Library balcony here from Dots and Loban has to make something work for them. Because again, time is a problem. 45 seconds left.
There go the Candelas. Dash on the precipice. Bride ends him, but it's another high rate of fire weapon in the hands of EFAC to slaughter that player from LossOne. Maya up top, 12 kills to his name. But when he drops into the lobby, it'll be Shaiko to confront him. Unless Loban can get to him first. unaware that there's one playing under the stairs. Shaiko just needs to wait and hear those footsteps, play off of the audio, play off of his teammates as well. It's a standoff between these teams. The site is pretty much empty. It's anyone's for the taking. Who will take it first? Loven with one on the Brede, taken out by Shaiko. The Storm low on ammunition. He needs to go for a reload. Diffuser going down, stopped in its tracks by EFAC. And that's the clock yet again to give it to BDS. 2 rounds in a row that BDS has won thanks to the seconds running out.
Yeah.
It's a tie game, Nick.
It is tied up 4-4. Time running out is one problem. Yes, but BDS played that 2v2 beauty. Look at this. Shaiko, he plays a distraction game. Leavek sneaks on in. The cover is looking the wrong direction. So Leavek denies the plant. Oh no. Is it gonna be the coach buff? LossOne? Because every time this happens, they get like 4 rounds in a row at least. He's very calm this time. Very different tone for the timeout on Villa. They recognize they have the lead in a good spot. Well, they're 4-4, but they had the lead. They're not making glaring mistakes either. It's small things, really.
Much calmer this time.
Much calmer, yeah.
Much calmer. Again, one thing that we've been trying out, Nick and I in particular, I can't speak for the other casters, but a couple days ago, Nick and I realized that we could hear the comms of the teams quite clearly, whether it be the players or the coaches, and, well, we do enough talking for multiple lifetimes. Things that we say are not always as interesting as the actual commentary that you get from the teams, whether it be a mid-round listen-in, a post-round bit of smack talk, or a coach trying to shore up the weaknesses of a team that is clearly struggling. Losing 4 rounds in a row, LossOne is clearly struggling. Unfortunately, we can't speak Portuguese. But if there's anybody who can speak Portuguese listening, hopefully you gain some valuable insight. We're also content creators because this creates content wherein people who speak these languages can turn around and translate for the greater community.
It's true.
We're really humble people. Either way, when LossOne took their time out previously, all the way back on Villa, there was frustration, there was anger, there was lots of shouting, impassioned. It was far quieter and far calmer. I think that's because up to that point, LossOne had not really seen any measurable success on these 2 maps, not to their own standards. 7-4 victory on map number 2, I suppose, is enough to kind of calm the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose you can say there is disappointment, and then there is acknowledging that you can do better. And I think that's a very big difference between that tactical timeout and the one prior. LossOne, as I mentioned, they have done good on Chile so far. They truly have. This is not them throwing away rounds, besides maybe that crazy aggressive spawn peak, but that can go 50-50 either way. If Maya jumps out and gets 2 kills, I mean, then they maybe win the round instead of lose the round. We can't fault players taking risks and seeing opportunities, because that's how clutch and crazy moments they arise. LossOne, they are still playing it very calm and collected, which last round on bar attack wasn't a problem for them. Planting at the very last dire few seconds in the round. BDS are punishing it very, very well. No echo being brought out from BDS in a way that surprises me. But at the same time, not a lot of safety nets or safety areas rather to be on drones for 20-30 seconds at a time. Good gun, however. That 1.5% echo can go a long way, but Brede goes on Maestro instead. Similar job. Downstairs bombs at defense, but the action's all upstairs. Leavek finds Dot and Kindelas, they go flying.
They absolutely do, but first kill goes to BDS, traded back really quickly. 1 minute to go in this round. LossOne's pacing has been the main focal point for them on attack. It's like they get bogged down, lost in a quagmire, but they're finding kills right now. EFAC is gone. BDS trail in terms of numbers, and both Renshiro and Alems are exceptionally weak. Well, Alems, he's quite weak. He's dead. Renshiro's next up, same window. Will he inhabit the same spot that Alems was laid to rest? Droned out on those library solarium stairs, or on those trophy solarium stairs, rather. He knows that there's an engagement, losing more HP, trying to get away, but look at this. LossOne have 4 players still alive. They've isolated Renshiro. He's close enough to the bomb site that he can still make some serious noise, and he does just that. Renshiro with 2. Suddenly, it's Loban in a 1v2, and as he drops, there's 2 separate players from BDS who can make something happen. They won't expose themselves. Renshiro! He's inside a trophy, and those are trophy kills. BDS, 5 rounds in a row.
We can praise friends all we want, but every single player and every single team needs a friend like Brede. The suppressing fire all the way from dining with the ult there, it's turning the members of LossOne's heads toward his direction, and Renshi, he gets into a better position because of it. Disgusting shots that he's hitting, but the supportive network from BDS in these 2v2s or 2v3s is turning the tide in their favor. For the first time on Chalet, BDS are in the lead. Leafak just opens the hatch casually, jumps up, says, I don't need stairs. I'm faster than that. I'm Oryx. I'll jump up the hatch instead.
Life is too short for stairs.
Whoop. Reminds me of the robots do it better as well. Curious now. LossOne, operator-wise, what they can do. I personally, for some of these bomb sites, basement is one of them. I'm a big fan of Ossa, personally. Sit down that Talon shield, play behind it, makes life a bit easier. I like the Jackal, try and find some members of BDS that are roaming around, because they will be roaming around the map indeed. They keep forcing out the Ying, which honestly, if you get to the bomb site, is not a bad thing at all, but I don't think they have enough time to fully execute with the gadgetry available. And the Candelians don't really do anything for the first 2 minutes of the round, if not 2.5 minutes. And that is where LossOne, they're falling short. It's not an execute, they're getting pretty far to the bomb site, but they need a bigger advantage and more time to fully operate that execute.
Maya, absolutely the standout performer on LossOne. And really kind of covering up for the fact that 2 players, one of whom should really be performing better, Dash in this particular instance, though to be fair, playing more of a support role on attack here. Kind of papering over the issues that they've had.
Rise is in. Most of LossOne, they are. Pace is looking good. 1:45 to go. BDS mostly forced back towards the bomb site, which is in the basement, so far off this top floor hold, but look at the verticality here. Sledge from Rise has to be enabled now. Get into Fireplace momentarily, open up that soft floor, make BDS's lives in the basement a complete nightmare to play in. That is how you're gonna break this round apart. You can get most things denied, gadgetry, wall deny. Verticality gives you everything here.
You know, people often forget that you can actually use those Candela charges like fuse cluster charges.
Dropped in the floor, yeah.
It easily just put it in the floor and then it drops down below in that electric light show. Nitro Cell goes off. BDS pick up kill number 1, and it's the Sledge gone. The bulk of your soft destruction completely removed. Suppose you still have the secondary shotgun for Loban as an insurance policy, but you don't really want to be using that. That's more of in a pinch.
It's also too slow with 40 seconds. You want the hammer on the block. Block is banned. The Sledge is dead. You just lost your biggest advantage.
Down goes the grenade, opens up the opportunity for the wall to be breached forward. LossOne get 3 very fast kills, Dash in particular. It's like the reverse caster curse. Said he wasn't doing well enough, and suddenly he's doing more than enough. Brede has an answer for that. The 2 players from BDS were outnumbered, doubled up on. But if there's ever a chance for you to push to match point, this is it. It'll all fall onto the shoulders of EFAC as Brede is now gone from Loban on main stairs, but they know where he is. They've isolated him, and he's good as gone. LossOne break the 5-round streak that BDS was on, and they've now tied the game themselves.
Find those kills, made all the difference. It comes down to gunfights time and time again. Bomb site-wise, if BDS, well, they start losing these rounds as they, just did, they had to question where to go next. It's been relatively easy for them. They went basement, they won. They went bar, they won. They went diving, they won. Then they try and, follow that same rotation. They go basement for a second time. They lose it. Instead of going back there immediately, they're going to go to that second victory. That was bar. But if they lose bar now, not only is LossOne going to be a match point, 6-5, but also, where do you go next? Every single bomb site's open, but none of them right now are granting you the assault that you need. That can be some of the toughest decisions to make on a match point as a defender. Where do we go to win? That is the plan. Sometimes you're choosing where you go to lose. Have to see out. Bar first is on the table in front of us. All 5 attackers getting re-picked. Nothing really standing out too much, but there is one familiar face that we saw in Villa earlier. The finger being brought back to life. They want that boost in the gunfights. The revive across the map. That extra bit of health if you take a bit of damage. It can really go a long distance for you.
Very pivotal round. It's my favorite round in Rainbow Six, by the way. It's my favorite round. Why? Because no matter who wins, we go to match point. This could be the penultimate round. It's so exciting. Dots is on more of that support-oriented role at the moment on Finka. 2 and 8. I can understand why you would want to take a bit of a backseat, let the others get the kills. A big round from Loban and a big round from Dash after they'd also had semi-disappointing performances in their capacities as fraggers. EFAC finding the very first player on LossOne. Down goes Dots. That was the Finka. 2 and 9 in a pivotal match is just simply not good enough on that roll.
Did he jump in the window?
I don't know.
Diffuser, he did with Diffuser. That has to be an accidental, a mistake. Jumping in might have been intentional, but with Diffuser there's no way. And League EFAC punishes Loban afterwards as well. That could be the round for LossOne. Diffuser in Library is the worst place it could possibly be in, as that's under control of the defenders entirely, especially with those 2 deaths. League EFAC might just have done the biggest play of this match so far for his sake. Let's see if LossOne can pull it back.
Feeling eerily similar to what we saw where these teams were streaking. There was a single round to break that streak, but then business carried on as usual. And it sure seems like business as usual for BDS. Showing signs as the team that won the major in Jönköping. Maya can make some magic happen though. That 1v4 clutch has to be up there for one of the finest plays of this tournament so far. Wait to see if there's anything that can top it. For now though, Maya's only good enough for a single kill in that engagement. Rise is good enough for 1 too, but there's 3 more. And there's very limited HP of Rise. Not much Rise to go around. 30 seconds to go. This is winnable. So I don't expect that we're going to see him take a step back and maybe pause like we've seen before. He doesn't have any gadgets, so that's the problem. No flashbangs, Nick. No EE1D. And because he had to shoot through that mudroom door, they know exactly where he is. Wandering through a part of the map where he can't get wallbanged is not a bad thing, but then he has to go through a doorway that's going to be watched by multiple people. Brede gets the final kill of the round. BDS on Suni's point.
Now the pressure really is on. I'm getting flashbacks to the Hero game that we cast. Where Uno goes, guys, it's just like 0-0. You see an opening, you take it. You're gonna make a play, you do it. Don't be affected by the scoreline, whether it's overtime, whether you're behind or ahead, match point, series, whatever. You have to play your own game. This goes for both teams, by the way. BDS cannot let the fact that they're almost winning be a problem for them and play too passive. And LossOne cannot be scared to lose, essentially, and therefore not act accordingly. You can play to win, you can play to lose. Playing to win means playing by acting, by trying, by doing. I gotta do that just now, right here. New operators being shown, Nomad and Osa for LossOne. Of course, with 15 seconds to go, they could still change that to something else, but it would be the first time we see them being brought out. Whereas BDS, I mean, they're playing Frost pretty frequently. That's RenShiro as always. Casts barricades to deny some of the angles on the window repels. And perhaps the piano window itself as well. Yep, there it is. Deployable shields being put down the ground. BDS, they're gonna hold this like a fortress upstairs. And again, it's one of those bomb sites, playing the dining kitchen one here on Chalet. You can hold majority of it from above. So as long as top floor is in the control of the defenders, they don't have to worry about the bomb site itself all too much. LossOne are pretty much forced to pick that apart. They don't really have many options. Going basement up a staircase is not going to grant you much. Getting top floor control, however, is going to give you the entire kingdom. But it's not easy. 4 members await you. Last time BDS defended this bomb site, they were victorious off that RenShiro Bride 2v3 clutch.
Literal do or die round for LossOne. It's a competitive group, by the way, Nick. You need every single point that you can get. Saw that with that CAG matchup against BDS. Yeah. The landscape of this group also includes Astralis, OXG, who we've talked about a lot because of the fact they played BDS. OXG has the day off today. The other matchup that might still be taking place, might not, we're not going to spoil it for you, Astralis versus Cyclops. We haven't really been given any intel or updates. You're just going to have to go figure that one out for yourself. We're starting to see a landscape of what this second stage is going to look like. Will it include LossOne? Will it include BDS? It doesn't include Alems, at least not this round it doesn't. Got slaughtered inside of the bathroom. LossOne, good enough for that early pick in this execute. Not early in the round. Again, LossOne have spent a lot of time outside of the building. Shaiko goes for the jump out. Maybe not the smartest plan. Loban is there to greet him. And it's a warm, deadly embrace. Struggling to get in up top, but then punishing the roamers. You have a minute to jump in, clear out 1 or 2 more remaining roamers, should they exist, and then get to the bomb site down below.
Yeah. And with Sledge alive again, destroy that floor. Okay, I thought Sledge died to the C4 again. No, this time it's Dash on the Ash. So, and there you see, that singular Sledge hole in the floor denies the previous RenShiro position where that clutch happened. The talent shields again, granting so much information. This is looking good for LossOne.
Wouldn't think it's this low into the round with how quiet it is. But BDS needs to stave off LossOne. They light up dots as there goes the Talon shield. Loban on coverage. EFAC says no thank you. Diffuser going down. It's RenShiro to clutch out. Who's able to do it before? Not this time. Rise sends us to overtime.
And well deserved. The adaptations right now from LossOne and sheer operator pick. The Nomad didn't do too much, I'll give you that. But the Osa, walking down the Solarium staircase like a Monty, checking every corner, delivering diffusers safely into the bomb site. Honestly, I don't know how they expect to plant without the Talon shield to save them that particular round. And time was running rather low for them, but for once, they had all the tools they needed for that not to be the difference maker. BDS, they're far away inside of dining, cannot destroy the Talon shield, cannot get a line of sight on the other remaining members of LossOne. That's gonna force overtime on the final map in the series. BDS will start on defense, as you can tell. LossOne will start on attack, and basement is where things will start off. Overtime essentially is a best of 3 in terms of rounds. Win 2 and it is yours for the taking.
10 seconds left.
Starting defense or attack, honestly, I'm not sure what I would rather. It is relatively even on Chalet between these two teams. It comes down to A, what bomb site you're playing on, and B, obviously, execution. The early round opening kill has been an important factor for most of these rounds. Alems dying previously inside the bathroom early, when BDS played 4 versus 5, then they get desperate, Shackles tries to, make a hero play, he fails, then it's 3 versus 5. Just like 4 rounds earlier, Leakyfac walks in, gets a double kill, 3 versus 5. Things really start shaping up off that first or second kill between these two teams. LossOne, they're aware of that fact. They're playing very slowly and they're playing off information every step of the way. Main breach gets opened up. Dash tosses that Twitch drone on the backside, trying to get them. Oh, look at this, the read. Oh no! He had it, but then he didn't.
Mute jammer, Goyo canister, and Miro window.
And he's out.
And he's out, and the drone is still intact.
Oh, might need a second exothermic charge on that wall, good sir.
What the hell happened there?
The exothermic charge only broke one layer, is what happened essentially.
Ah, of course.
Unless, wait, actually? Okay, no, it has to be what happened. You can't impact trick the far right outside the wall. I was gonna say Renji lost one impact, but there's no way.
What kind of blunder
Rise just jumps in.
transpired? In the building, he's broken double digits now as well, Rise has.
Ooh, you can tell. LossOne are not taking any risks right now. I mean, they're fighting, don't get me wrong, but that talent shield in Dots' hands, it's not leaving. He's swinging everything with it in his hand, saying, I do not want to die. And Dots, he's 3-9, so statistically not having the greatest game, but he's also playing these kind of flex roles and supported roles. He played the finger before, again, tried to do the supportive cast, jumped in a little too aggressively with the Fuser. There we see, Rise did not have information, gets swung by Leakyfac. It's BDS with the advantage.
And that's the first kill as well. 1 minute to go, only one death. Less than a minute to go, actually. Showing how powerful Asa can be. Those Talon shields that you can just literally set down and plant behind. If you've bled out the Nitro cells and the impacts, well, you could show how just potent they are. Easy kill, by the way, onto EFAC, who seemed like his controller disconnected. Upstairs inside a kitchen, now it's Shaiko splattered as Loban drops and finds two, and he's looking for a third. Cannot fully connect. Bride and Alems are the last two standing. Alems to soften one up inside of connector. Dots in the midst of the fire will push on out, losing his life to the fire and the Nitro cell. Bride will need to be the one to clutch, but he can't! Series point for LossOne.
Trade as well. Nice shots for both Maya and Bride. But they had one more member alive. The Fuser getting planted. It means the Tigers, they win. BDS, it looked great for them, but then all of a sudden, there's like Thermite dropping hatch, Loban getting 2.5 kills in the round. The time running so low, sub 12 seconds, the Goyo fire, well, LossOne were forced to push through it. It's why Dots and Dash both were so low in HP. They couldn't wait out the 20 seconds because they didn't have 20 seconds. That is where Goyo is the scariest operator in the game. It was almost enough to just outright win it for BDS. But it's Loss who takes it. They go bar on their first and only defense in overtime because it's going to be BDS twice in defense if we go a third round. Team Loss only get a single chance at this. So bar has been what they heavily prefer. They deem this to be their best chance, and they actually are bringing out the Echo. Something that we thought BDS might do earlier in the game. Whereas BDS's answer so far for this bar attack is going to be utility. Ying and Capital and Dokkaebi, smokes, flashbangs on fire. Likely to peel off the library members to make that a bit easier on them. Claymores, of course, stop any jump outs from happening. Help easing out that balcony location as well. Thing is, LossOne aren't playing deep in library, they're playing far back. They got Warden there who cannot be flashed or smoked. The only thing is there are no keeper barriers. These lines of sight are going to stay the same. They will not be altered, changed, or anything.
1 round, 2 rounds left, anybody's guess. BDS will confront the upstairs portion of this map, starting with the library side.
Ooh, that's one shot. Look at the HP buff Rise.
I mean, those DMRs do so much damage, Nick. Such an incredible amount of damage. A single shot is enough to topple an awful lot of players, especially if they've taken an arrow to the knee from somebody else. Candelas go in, and EFAC has conquered library. Look at how close Rise is. Do they know he's just sitting there? He might be in for a bit of a jump scare himself. Bomb site down below, and they'll read into it and see that it's completely empty. Brede loves nothing more than a free bomb site. If there's nobody watching that window, he could hop on in. Clone going in. Sounds like it was shot away by Rise. There goes the Yokai drone. They know he's in the corner. See, Shaiko is aware of the position of him. Gives Shaiko free passage, but there's Maya and Rise as well. LossOne taking 3 players of BDS out. They've lost some HP in the process. But it just leaves Brede and Renshiro to get the job done. An upset. Possibly brewing? Not entirely certain.
It's possible. They've done it before. Not a 2v5, but a 2v3. And they're gonna try their very best.
And in goes the Ying of Brede. He's got nothing. Renshiro a single kill, and in an act of desperation will twist and turn up by the chimney. Another to be found. He gets blasted by the Yokai drone. Renshiro knows there's one to the left in engagement. Renshi's winning all these gunfights. 3 kills so far. An ace clutch needed for Renshiro to move him and his team to a final round against LossOne. But the problem is the time. He's only got 11 seconds left, about the same amount of HP that he has, and Dash does not let it go on any longer. LossOne are fired up. They topple BDS 2-1.
A big cause of celebration. Beating BDS is never going to be easy, and Maya did it, dropping 17 kills on the 3rd map, winning the 1 versus 4, but it is a team effort. The synergy from these 5 members of Team Loss really showed up when it mattered the most. The tactical timeouts from their coach also had a massive effect every single time. That's a 6-man team right there.
I mean, sometimes you need a bit of a pep talk, and sometimes you need to get some proper strategy going. And if you're a younger player or if you're a younger team, anything really helps. Group C, the group in which both of these teams play, so competitive. Astralis, BDS, Cyclops, OXG, and LossOne all entered with about the same amount of points. LossOne were actually in dead last in the group, no longer. And it's every other team that suffers. OXG had the day off. They watched this match with bated breath, I'm certain. And if you look at all the other 3 groups, Nick, we're starting to see some clear winners and some clear losers. Yeah. Not the case. Not the case at all. BDS suffering another loss, hard fought, but still a loss against LossOne.
Yeah, I mean, it all kind of boils down to Villa for BDS. That's kind of where things fell flat for them. And I heard the analyst in the talent room saying, BDS on Villa? I wonder how that's gonna go. Well, we found out. Back to the board they will go, figure out what map pool they will go, into in the future.
Absolutely. That's it for us. Thank you so much for tuning in to Nick and myself. We still have another match to go here. Sit tight, though. We'll be right back.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
BDS has now lost 2 series here at SI, and real talk, this comes down to the maps. Y'all got real fired up during map bans, and we're gonna dive deep into that. But honestly, I'm shocked. I have covered 2 SIs now, and the last one for BDS, not pretty. I hope we're not having deja vu here, but we're gonna dive right into map 1. BDS's map pick, Skyscraper 7-4. So, Anne, BDS started off extremely strong, but LossOne battled back, and yeah, I'm not sure. What did BDS do well here? Let's be positive first. Let's be positive, okay?
Well, they started off really strong, picking up 4 rounds. And I mean, the very first round feels like it's been ages ago, but they understood what was needed to get the plan down. They needed to get rid of the solos. They got the plan down, got those first 4 rounds. And then we saw the magic of LossOne's tactical timeouts. They called a tactical timeout, won 3 rounds in a row, made a small comeback, and well, something I did see from them as well, specifically on this map that I wanted to see, was a little bit more flexibility. They played all 4 defensive bomb sites that you can play on this map, despite they've lost it, but this was when it was still looking good for BDS.
And we had to reproduce the pre-match graphic because LossOne went and they banned Ayana, the one operator across 2 best-of-3s that Shaiko had played. So Shaiko has now doubled the operators.
Wow.
He played because on Skyscraper he played exclusively Ashe on attack. So yeah, I thought actually just coming back to BDS and that point around BDS was that they actually had a pretty strong game there. I think BDS, they love attacking Skyscraper. It's one thing that they are phenomenally good at. We've seen them across the EUL, the last major. They're great at attacking that map. They set themselves up at a 4-2 half, even if LossOne tried a bit of a comeback, and then they was able to see it out once they got onto that favorable side.
Okay, so we're done talking about map 1 because things get real crazy once we get to map 2 and map 3. So let's talk about map 2, and that's LossOne's map pick. Fresh.
Yep.
Frankly, we were shocked that BDS let Villa get into the series.
Yeah, and that's the top and bottom of it. I think, you know, just to be blunt, I think BDS, I said it was a brave call, and that they thought that maybe LossOne weren't, you know, as good as an opponent as others that they might face. So they let their weak maps through. Allowing Villa to go through when LossOne had absolutely just dismantled everybody they had recently to even get to this tournament was a huge blunder. We've seen BDS do this before, but win out on those maps to give themselves a ban advantage. I think this is the first time that they've ever lost it, and you know, we saw why LossOne were so formidable in the quals on Villa.
Yeah, BDS won the first 2 rounds, and then we had another magical timeout come in from LossOne. They called a tactical timeout, and then won 6 rounds in a row. That is incredible. To keep up that momentum is insane. And even if you looked or listened to the timeouts of the 2 different coaches from both sides, they sounded so different. When there was a LossOne timeout, it was very calm, very relaxed, and when there was a BDS timeout, Stuflik sounded super, well, angry almost towards his players.
Angry is a good word.
Frustrated.
I mean,
yeah.
We're very fortunate that our talent manager speaks French, so we was able to get the BDS timeouts translated, and I cannot repeat them. That's all I'm saying. He was angry, and he was letting his players know he was angry.
Yeah, please don't get us in trouble, because we definitely cannot say on air what was said. I do want to pick your brain a little bit more about these tactical timeouts. Like, we don't know what's being said there, right? But talk to me about the shift that happened in LossOne. Like, were there things that you specifically saw that you were really impressed by?
Well, you know, 60 seconds is not a lot of time in a tactical timeout. Right? You can't go fully rehearse your strategies and everything again. Sometimes you have that good of a bond with a coach that he will have to say like a few words or a few things that you speak about that will then put you in the right momentum. And I feel like if we look at LossOne so far this game, they really thrive with that momentum. As soon as they get those 1-2 rounds after tactical timeout, they will be able to get some more right after.
Okay, we're getting down to the dirty. Map 3 Chalet. I mean, I'm honestly still sweating from Map 3 Chalet if you see the little dots all over me. I know I'm not talking about the crystals. Like, I'm sweaty from Map 3, okay? Same question, Fresh. How did this map get here?
BDS. Again, you know, going to, and I talk about map preferences a lot, and I talk about how BDS have a 9-map pool. Villa is preference 9, Chalet is preference 8. They really don't like either of these maps. So to even go through to Chalet again on the decider, any other map, literally any other map, BDS would have had a much better chance. But they went to Chalet. Now, when they played Chalet, they were genuinely, you know, decent. They've gone to overtime at it. It was a close game. However, they were very, very sloppy. Now, I'm going to reference the 1v4 because it's the very obvious thing to reference. But when do we ever see BDS peak one by one by one by one? We don't. It's not what happens to BDS. And they've been exhibiting those kind of behaviors that look a little bit more individual than as a complete unit, as a complete team.
Exactly, yeah. Especially if you're going into maps that you don't really play, you really need that teamwork to be okay if you want to stand a chance. And something that we heard in the broadcast as well, I think Parker mentioned this, you know, Cyclops did it against BDS, but here also just two people spawn peeking at windows. They really tried to get under BDS's skin, really be in their faces and play super aggressive. And well, that worked really well against BDS today.
I'm sorry, I was just pointing out Maya's celebration there. I mean, honestly, that got me emotional. I got chills from that 1v4. But Jack, I know that you want to comment on this a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think actually if we talk about the players involved, you know, Maya getting the 1v4, but also Maya and Lobin, both of them, we saw that when they played yesterday against Cyclops that it wasn't really either of them that were showing up, it was more dash dots. So to actually see these big game players show up when it mattered, we was looking for a little bit more from them yesterday, and we got it today. They've gone out and, you know, that's 2 back-to-back wins as well.
Well, since you're speaking about Maya, guess who got MVP? I mean, no surprise here, really, right, Ann?
No, that clutch was a really, really, really important round to get. I mean, the scoreline could have been completely different would he have not got on that clutch. And especially for the mental as well, right? You're in a 4v1, you're thinking, all right, we're going to win that. We'll be fine. And then if you lose it, the few seconds afterwards, the team, you're thinking, wow, we really messed that up, and that could get to your mental.
I think expectations for LossOne, actually, you know, it was barely 24 hours ago because there was a last game on yesterday, right? So 24 hours ago, we're stood here, we're doing the pre-game, we've not seen them play, and we're saying we're not sure, you know, these guys, they've qualified, they lost Lagonis not that long ago. We don't know what their expectations are for the tournament. They sit top of their group right now, having beaten Cyclops, having beaten BDS in what is quite a competitive group. They're looking great to go out in the #1 seed, and they're doing it with a little bit of style and a lot of confidence.
Okay, I want to look ahead. Oh, I don't. BDS, I feel bad. Oh, what does the future hold for BDS? Who wants to take this one? I'm looking at both of you and you're both like...
They're currently 3rd now, and they're separated by 1 point from the 2 teams that are underneath them. But the very important thing is they have a rest day tomorrow.
Okay.
So they only have 1 more chance to get points and separate themselves from the bottom 5 or the bottom 2 teams that are just hanging underneath them. And they'll be sitting tomorrow watching other teams potentially taking up really important points and taking up spots above them.
And we said about BDS not struggling, you know, BDS struggling against aggression. They're playing against Astralis next as well. So there's a lot of pressure with Astralis. That's aggression, that's hero plays coming out of absolutely nowhere with Iconic, with, you know, Forest. So I do worry slightly for BDS. I think we're going to see them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think they'll have enough to get there just about.
Okay.
But they might have to be doing a lower bracket run or, you know, even a run from 3rd place.
Okay, really quickly too, we're running out of time here, but I do want to hear your thoughts about LossOne and how you think their future looks here.
Well, this looks really good. I mean, I think maybe some teams have been expecting them as like an underdog, or like even BDS did that maybe with letting 2 maps come through that they would have thought they could easily beat LossOne on. So I think this is a really good sign for other teams to not underestimate LossOne.
I think when I looked at the map pools of LossOne particularly, I was kind of thinking when I looked at the graph and I looked at the statistics, I'm thinking Villa or Oregon, if they don't play either of those, what substance do they have? They've now backed that up over 2 days that they've got 2 wins. Sure, they played Villa today, but the other maps, the maps they played yesterday against Cyclops and then winning out today on Chalet as well. I'm liking the look of this team. It looks like they've got a good competitive map pool and they're not afraid of anybody.
Man, SI, I just never know what to expect. I really didn't think BDS was going to lose this one, but again, SI, I feel like I just say that all the time. But anyway, all of you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We have our pre-show coming up for DarkZero versus Secret. We'll be back in a flash. Don't go anywhere. All right, more Group D for you people, and it's the Battle of the Bottom. And help me with that title.
Yes.
It is like, yes, indeed, Jackie. Thank you for giving credit for that. But okay, we got 2 teams at the bottom of Group D going head-to-head, and the pressure is certainly on here. We got Secret versus DarkZero, and it's no secret. These teams are hungry for a win, Jack.
Yeah, both of them. I mean, DarkZero have taken a win, but it was that 2-1 win against Heroic on the very first play day. And obviously Secret lost out 0-2 to Heroic yesterday.
Okay, so Anne, let's start off with Secret here. And they did well in EU. SI, different story, okay? And this is an emotional team. So is this going to hurt or help them on the international stage?
Well, yeah, if you look at their last part of EU, right, the close qualifiers, they did improve massively. And internationally, they're an amazing team. They've actually never lost an international matchup before. That may have to do with the fact that they haven't played an international matchup yet in the last few years. But, well, they've not lost one yet. So, hey, they're taking on their first international matchup. They've proven themselves to be improved, rather, in EU. But now this is a really big proven for them to internationally.
What are you smiling about over there?
Oh, I was going to say they lost an international match yesterday, but it was against a regional team, so I see where Anne's going with that.
Okay. Well, Fresh, you did actually notice something interesting about these 2 teams that's worth noting. They're plant heavy.
Yeah. Both of these teams are plant-heavy based teams. I call them, especially Secret, I've said this about them in EUL, they are the vegans because they are plant-based that much. So what I'm expecting out of these 2 teams is genuinely they're playing for plants, they're playing for objective. Now, DarkZero, you're expecting them to be a little bit slower, a bit more strategical, whereas Secret, it's a little bit more off the cuff. It's a little bit kind of, they don't mind rushing if they're going to force a plant.
My concern, though, for Secret, what we saw yesterday, is that they're not that great in holding off the plants, or the post plant rather, when they've actually got it down successfully. We saw that versus Heroic. They did really struggle a little bit, like holding the post plant down perfectly.
Yeah, and I think you can see from this graphic, obviously DarkZero, nice and up there on the plants. Secret, you know, rough day yesterday, but did get a lot of plants down just from one game to get a decent plant rate. But like you say, Anne, less than a 25% attack win rate, even though they're focusing on plants and trying to cheese some rounds, that's got to improve genuinely if you're going to play international competition like this.
Honestly, Fresh, your graphics right now, they're wildly good.
We've been having a lot of fun.
I'm just telling you right now, like visually, like I'm understanding what's going on, which is great. Cool. Because anyway, moving on to DarkZero. Okay, so Fresh, they got the war paint on. They are out for blood. They lost yesterday, but there are some big brains on this team, and Canadian actually tweeted out one of the worst games I called in a while. That's intense. How do you think that they're resetting?
And I think actually that's the mentality of a winner, right? It's like when you're the mentality of a winner, Canadian is a natural born winner. He has been a natural born winner across this game in totality. Obviously, he's won a world championship. When well, he's won 2. When you're like that, you're the person that's most critical. Doesn't matter what anybody else says. And Canadian will know. He said yesterday, I didn't call this game well. We played badly. They will be looking for a reaction. He will be looking for a reaction from himself, but also from his team. This could be potentially for Secret a very, very dangerous time to be playing DarkZero.
Well, yeah, we saw it on their bank attacks yesterday against FaZe, right? They weren't able to win a single attack in round on bank. Their adaptability wasn't good enough. We saw that FaZe was really able to read into what DarkZero was doing, and that's why you could see, for example, that the calling or the shot calling or IGLing maybe wasn't the greatest it has ever been.
And I also want to pick your brain about this. You know, we've all been saying this. DarkZero has an impressive lineup, a star-studded squad, but some of their star players have been a little bit inconsistent at SI.
Well, I mean, you have Canadian on this roster, right? He's one of the 7 players that has attended every single SI. But then you also have some rookies on the team or some younger players. And there have been a few of those that have been all over the scoreboard, really. Like we've seen NGRB MVP. But we've also seen games where he was at the very bottom of the scoreboard. So inconsistent player performance, that might make it really difficult to rely on certain people to perform.
I do think, though, Gav's come in and he's done Gaveni's come in and done a great job there. In terms of literally out of absolutely nowhere, they've brought him in. His tier 1 debut is at the 6th Invitational in quite a tricky group to navigate, and he's more than held his own as well. So there's some, I would say, inconsistencies from DarkZero. There's ups and downs with this roster, and it's just about hitting that up.
All right, well, let's get into the nitty gritty. We got the map ban info up there. And how do you feel about this?
Well, for DarkZero, they've picked Skyscraper, right? They have one win on this map, and it's also their best attack and win rate. They won it. Sorry, no, I am talking about the wrong team. I'm doing a little bit of a mistake here, sorry. No, for DarkZero, they have a loss on this map. They lost it versus Oxygen in NAL. They tend to bend this map quite often, and they also have a very poor defensive win rate. So for them to pick it, it's quite peculiar, you could say.
I have it literally as their permaban, but if you look at the gravity and magnitude of this situation, if you've been practicing a permaban to bring out a 6 Invitational, you've played 2 games, you're only on 3 points, and that team below you, you're managing to play them when they're in a bad run of form, and you want a 2-0 win, this is the perfect time to be bringing that permaban out.
Yeah, and then Secret pick Bank, which is not a big surprise if you've been watching any EUL game over the last few months. This was practically the only map that they could win during EUL. Most of those games were 8-7 victories, and they will really need to focus today on winning their attacks, because their defensive win rate overall hasn't been that greatest on this map. Their attack and win rate so far this tournament, maybe not the greatest either, but they'll need to focus on winning those for sure.
Okay. Predictions time. Oh, Fresh, I see you adjusting your glasses. Okay, what are you thinking?
Don't do this to me, Jackie. I think map bans, I would say, on the balance of things, favor Secret.
Okay.
I think, DarkZero is obviously bringing out a map that we don't know much about them on. But Secret like all 3 of the maps that they're going to play should they get there. However, that emotional point is one that I cannot get over. This team is so emotional. They might well still be very angry and upset from that loss yesterday. So if they lose the first couple of rounds here, it could be an absolute landslide. So for that reason, I'm going to say DarkZero.
Oh. Anne, what are you thinking?
It is a long run. We haven't really spoken about our decider yet, which is a pretty good map for DarkZero, you could say. They've actually won this map as well versus Heroic during SI, and it's their best attack and win rate. So if we get to that map and Secret's mental is gone down a little bit because they have lost the map, for example, then it could really turn out positive for DarkZero.
Okay, so locking in DarkZero as well?
I could say so, yeah.
Okay, I could say so. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Okay, all right, I get it. Well, we'll see how it all plays out, right? DarkZero and Secret are ready to go. Des and Ace, are y'all comfy and casual today? Are you wearing slippers like me? That's what I want to know.
Comfy casual? Not wearing a hoodie. Don't have slippers. No, Jackie certainly pulled it. That's a key choice there. That's
you know what? I love the late shift. We're kind of in.
That's it. We're on the late shift.
Like I can have a coffee. We can chill out a little bit. We can have a laugh. We always have a laugh together too.
I was going to say early shift, late shift doesn't really matter.
But now more than ever, we can have a bit of a laugh. And I'm looking forward to this game as well because I think for DarkZero yesterday, it was a rough one. They lost 2-0 to FaZe, as the desk have already touched on. Troy came out and said, that was the worst called game that he believes he's had in years. Missed timings, poor attacks, and it felt really like DarkZero lost to themselves. So I'm really excited to see if they can turn things around here, but also for Secret, the underdogs that I feel everyone has written off coming into this tournament. They came in through quals. They're the last placed EU team among 7. They're the last ones to be excited about, but that just means an upset from them is all the more sweet and fulfilling, Tim.
I think the way to look at that, isn't it, it's sort of, underestimate them at your peril.
Yeah.
Really. You've got to still put some respect on the name. Make sure that you're fully prepared for what you're going to be facing. So we're going to have the bans coming in. Team Secret take away Ying, and DarkZero will take away Knock. And then we'll get on to those defensive bans. As I've said a couple of times already, I'm really enjoying... Ooh, a bandit ban. I'm really enjoying the banning phase. I feel like we've got to maybe a bit of a sweet spot where there's enough bans but enough operator variety. I feel like maybe 12, 18 months ago, you had those sort of perma bans of operators where you can't do that anymore. Like Azami's available now, but it's quite often we'll see an Azami. But I just feel like we get that nice rotation now. I feel like it's just a...
Yeah. Hang on, let's do that again. It's
in a sweet spot. It's really good. Like we've got Mirror available now, whereas we went for a period of time where Mirror would just never be played. We have games where Valkyrie's available, and we just have that variety rolling through, and I just think it's nice.
The interesting thing about this is the Secret have actually had the Bandit banned away against them before on this map, so clearly DarkZero are reading into a similar sort of play. Secret would often ban away the Kaid and look to bring out the Bandit as an alternative, and they would go to that for a lot of their denial. That, I think, is exactly what DarkZero are looking to remove, and you may have just seen in chat that there's a cursor bug, so you may have a rehost in just a second. But again, with the Bandit taken away, the Kaid is now on the field, so they still want to play in behind the electrification. One thing I do kind of want to comment...
They just find the bomb site and then rehost the party. Yeah!
They're the castle in the window. They dragon. Frost man in the spawn window. Frost man in the match. They just found the wall.
There's a bunch of players having a conversation. I'll just come back into things in just a moment. One thing I'm really excited about seeing this map for DarkZero. I know they've already played it once before, but for me, I need to listen. I can't help it. Yes, you have to go
same operators, same site.
I think green window and was it VIP?
Okay, I know.
No, I don't think it was VIP.
The dragon window.
Maybe
no.
Can I go to the bathroom?
No.
Man.
Bro, I think
honestly.
I just like raised my hand like it was elementary school.
Why can I not
I don't
talk
gotta
about
go,
it?
but like, for her to go. That's some bullshit.
It's always the risk of letting players talk too long, isn't it?
It's always the problem. It's always a problem.
Always a problem. But
risk and reward. We'll take the risk so that you can have the reward.
I mean, you know me. I embrace chaos. I'll take that gamble
absolutely.
every day of the week.
Not a problem at all. I think there's an interesting point to talk about there, and that is the site choice. We saw there that it was master and bathroom. It was bedroom and bathroom downstairs. Pretty much a fourth choice site, really. We don't ever really see it.
Let me stop you right there.
Go on.
Who's on defense?
Yes.
Who is on defense? Secret, because we saw the Bandit Band come through and they played the Kaid. So I think back to Kendra playing this in the early iterations of Secret before they made a couple of roster changes they've got now. They would defend this site making use of a mirror and look to play C4s below. Their whole thing was, we're not going to try and contest you on the breach going into Exhibition, for example. We'll just C4 when you look for that vertical control. So although they are attacking in towards this downstairs site, I imagine they're going to play it very similar. They're almost saying, try and take the top floor at your own peril. There will be C4s heading skywards because basically the entirety of that upstairs is soft flooring above the site itself.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So we head back into the same site, same operator lineup. As you said, it's like I said, it certainly warrants conversation. Does the site choice? We would normally.
Does it?
It does. I think it does.
Warrants choice. What did you say? It warrants choice. It does. Is that what you said?
It warrants discussion.
Yeah, but then it's the way you said does it. It was very northern.
Said the site choice warrants discussion.
Does it, or something you said like that?
Doesn't it?
No, you didn't say doesn't it.
No, you just.
I think you said does it. That's what confused me. It's another Manchesterism.
10 seconds left before insertion.
A Burnley-ism.
The site choice is buzzing.
Can I jump in for a second?
You can, yeah.
Yes, mate, thanks.
Go for it, why not? I mean, I'm hardly breaking down the strategy.
Less on the strategy for me, more the point I'm looking towards here is thinking about how DarkZero play maps like Chalet. Okay. Freebie number one.
It's gonna be. I tell you now. There you go. Easy.
Collected. Gaveni, welcome to a European showdown. But the point was before he just got absolutely slaughtered off the rip, was that when I think about DarkZero on maps like Chalet, they were one of the teams that really pioneered almost like a chess-like playstyle to it. They were really good at using Capital from double window on Mez to assault a player that would be playing on Mez behind a shield, for example, at the same time making plays elsewhere too. They're the kind of team that had NGR kind of pioneering that box play inside of or above library on, in library on exactly the same map. They had all these really cool strategical ideas on both attack and defense that made the game feel a little bit slow at points, and I feel that's what we saw a bit too much of yesterday, a bit too much of a slowdown. And I'm excited to see what ideas they've got on Skyscraper. They are the team to watch if you want to see very mechanical, almost elegant executes, but only when they get it wrong, which often they don't. Often they do, even.
Two defenders that are currently positioned upstairs, and that is what DarkZero are looking to deal with to begin with. I can tell you there's one in Dragon and there is one in Exhibition for the time being. So it's going to be a long push across the DarkZero yet before they start really meeting any serious resistance. It looks like a third has made the way up as well. They were on main stairs. I think they've just got themselves up into to reception area. They're just dipping up and down. There's actually a fourth joining as well. So Secret's certainly throwing numbers players at this top floor hold you can see there right at your screen. So you've got 1, 2, 3 that are solidly positioned up on the top floor, exhibition, office, and what I'll call reception. And then there's one that's just sort of the Azami is just dipping up and down the stairs. Savage there, just keeping mobile.
And I like what they've actually gone for as well. They've got 3 ADSs below the electrified wall. So if you're trying to get nades in below to clear that Kite Electric or off, good luck. It means you need to go and take the ground itself if you're ever going to have any hope of trying to get that wall open and get real control, which isn't that simple, as Secret are currently proving. DarkZero having to figure their way through a bit of an unknown problem here, which is why I think they look a little bit, I don't know, dissected by Secret is the only way that I can describe it. 2 left standing in Skies and Canadian. But it's a lot to do against 5 members of Secret, Tim.
Beautiful kill from Sleben. That just happened along the way there. The man moved in behind the small bar and Sleben was having absolutely none of it. Skies has rotated around on the ace. He's going to try and open up that reception wall to just try and make life difficult. That's obviously one of the beachheads for the defenders, really, is just, you know, that's where they're playing from and behind. They've got Kiba barricades, everything else set up, but Skies going in there. He's going to be immediately challenged, but he's ready for Savage. Manages to take his head off, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 2, but Skies is going to take a lot of damage and be shut down as he comes in. That's going to be Groovy managing to find that kill. Astro finishes us up, and that is a good first round from Secret.
No, sir! Yeah, fucking go through this.
That's so slow. So slow, that's so slow.
Outsiders 2.0.
So slow? I agree with that statement. I think that is the exact summary of what was wrong with DarkZero in that round, and it's a weakness that everyone points out about them, is despite it looking really elegant when it works, it is very slow. It's almost like they feel unable to move forward until a certain step of the checklist has been stepped off there. But with them being tripped up by Secret at the early part of the round, being caught out a couple of times on the way through, it kind of felt like you had 5 players all trying to do their own separate parts of the strat that never really intertwined or coalesced together to make a big impact. But part of that I'll put down to, again, a really cool strategy coming out of Secret, starting on a site that no other team really would, and pulling off a really cool strategy on it as well.
Yeah, it just worked out. You know, I think, you know, do you get away with that every time? Probably not. But I think there was an element there of DarkZero not really knowing how to attack it. I think, you know, it's not a site, as I've said, that you're going to play very often on. You know, the process is kind of the same as Exhibition Office. It's working across. But no, they just didn't really have any answers to what Team Secret had set up. So well played, Team Secret. We're going to move into round 2 then. It's going to be Karaoke and Tea Room. So we are back to much more of a norm. Team Secret are heavily investing away from site at the minute. There's only 1 player on site. There's a couple downstairs, a couple over on the Exhibition Office side. So once again, DarkZero are going to need to work their way in. And this could well prove successful for Team Secret, given what we saw in that first round, and I'm sure things are going to change for DarkZero. But if slow is a problem, then you spread out around the map and you give them a lot of ground to cover and a lot of ground to clear. And teams that are playing slowly are going to struggle with that.
And I think you're going to see more of that coming through here with how Secret have got themselves set up. 4 of them looking to work around in the ground floor here. Does mean for now, at least, the upstairs is a little bit empty. I think 2 players now potentially set up here. Yep, there we go. 1 at the top of Black and also 1 hanging out around Shrine. The rest just looking to chew through the drones as they come rolling through the map, but also take out the players as they get a little bit bold. But I just love how already they're having to check every single window they step in through for a frost mat. It was there in round 1. It's not guaranteed that it's not going to be there in round 2. And the Solus is making sure that there's no information able to be collected on who all the 5 operators are that are inside the map.
And it's another part of Secret spreading out as much as they have around the map. You know, once those drones are picking defenders up all around the map, like you say, any window could have a frost mat on it. You know, any window could have, you know, the challenge coming in. So it's not going to be easy. Pamba's going to manage to find himself 1 onto Sleben. That's going to be a vertical nade. Nice freebie, but there's 1 in return for Kendrew, managing to pick up Gaveni, and that's going to leave us now in a 4 versus 4. 1 minute 30, and we've still got multiple members of DarkZero outside of the map. There's over halfway through.
You mean you probably asked the question straight away, why was he in there by himself there, Gaveni, right? He's pushing into a spot that clearly hasn't been droned, had no idea Kendrew was sat lurking just outside of the barbecue in the hallway towards Black Stairs. So it's a freebie. There's no response being found by the other side. I'm with you. If he's in there by himself, why aren't the others in there with him? Or if the plan is to be outside at that point, why aren't they taking things a little bit slower? Kendrew just narrowly missing out on what could have been the second kill there, coming in upstairs, but he still owns Black Stairs. Popping out, as you just saw a second ago, 1 of those Vulcan canisters, and Rotero coming in behind will at least force him back up the stairs, but there's no real pressure to follow off the back of it. And again, little bits of utility are being missed out and ignored here. that were my catching out one of those frag grenades.
Pamba, I think, was pretty fortunate when he rappelled onto the balcony there that Kendra didn't do any damage at all. You know, they might have been a bit of luck if Kendra had hit a headshot, for example, but I'm surprised that none of the bullets connected at all.
There it is.
Kendra is ultimately going to find Pamba, though. It takes about a minute, but he does manage to pick him up. Astro's going to go down to NJR, and that's going to leave us now 3v3, but time is becoming the factor here, and once again, DarkZero have been too slow. They're not in a position to execute, really. They're just going to have to throw this at the wall and see what sticks, and right now, there's not much sticking as Savage manages to find Canadian. Groovy onto NJR. Savage with a second, finishing things off, and Team Secret take round 2 confidently.
They look completely unbothered by DarkZero, right? It isn't like they're playing against a team that's had some great successes, won the Charlotte Major. It's, yeah. Thought we might hear something fun then. But no, again, it just looks comfortable, right? I mean, the fact that Kendrew is sat alone on Black Stairs, yet is being pushed separately by one player, then by another. They're not even aware that he's there. He's then able to step up and get a second kill on there, get back onto site without being punished. It's far too comfortable for Secret. There's not enough pace coming out of DarkZero, and I know we're only 2 rounds in, but honestly, I'm thinking already a tactical timeout really should have come out for DarkZero there. They need a pause. They've got to get the speed going, not forgetting this is their map pick. They wanted to come here. I know it's been one of their least favorites for the longest time, but if you're picking it, it means you've prepped it. It means you feel comfortable coming in. So far, DarkZero look anything but.
Normally, I'd probably be not strongly disagreeing, but I'd be saying, you know, 2 rounds is very early for a tactical timeout. But I appreciate what you say. Like you said, it's on their map pick, but there's a bigger problem at hand here, Des. You know, we're talking about speed, we're talking about difficulty getting in, clearing the map, getting the control that they need. Look at Team Secret's map choice for second map. It's Bank. That problem is just going to compound itself. It's going to get worse and worse if it carries on. So yes, I think it is a problem that DarkZero need to be solving. They need to be recognising, first of all, and they need to be solving it as soon as possible. So yeah, I don't think it would have been necessarily the end of the world. I don't think if there's another round or 2 going Team Secret's direction, I think that's exactly what we'll be seeing from DarkZero.
Can I invite something a bit different here, Medics? I'd like to spend a bit more time in the overhead this round, just to kind of see the movement and shape of DarkZero, exactly when these players start on moving forwards. Because right now, as you can see, we've got all 5 stacked up here towards this northeast side. One thing I won't fault them for, I think it's not a bad idea to have you all playing as a unit when things are falling apart, when you're doing things alone. I'm all for that. But bearing in mind they've been here now so far for 30 seconds, I want to see some pace coming through. You've got the Flores Rotero starting to roll in, focusing on the utility. But so far, Secret are just saying, okay, they're coming from that side. We step back a little bit. We are still largely unbothered.
An interesting setup from Secret as well, with the mirror just playing onto the half-reinforced breach wall there. It's a combination of a few different things that we've seen. Slepen looking to get out. He's just desperate for that peak. If there's anybody on there, there isn't at the minute. They open up the wall with the Flores drop. That's it. It's almost like the mirror window in that position is sort of secondary to it. Canadian's going to move underneath on the book and try to get something going vertically. The Nitro down and gets the down. Beautiful heads-up play from Slepen there. Real big brain play.
All right, so again, the quick jump back on the overhead. Nothing has changed. The boys are still gathered around the office balcony. We've got one on the south side, which is a nice start, but that is it. They've opened up a softball. They've got a player in below trying to get some work done on opening up the floor and making Secret more uncomfortable, but so far all they've done, Tim, is gone through 2 minutes, and that is all they've done.
Well, that's it. Slepen dropping that Nitro down there has just wasted at least 30-40 seconds. You know, they really wanted Canadian opening that floor up with the skeleton key as much as possible. He's going to start that process again, but they're down to 55 seconds. They've no real method of getting into sight at the minute. The breach is being watched by Slepen behind a mirror window. You know, there's so much that they need to deal with, and they can't lose fights like that. Groovy goes out of the window. NJR was expecting that and still lost the fight. Pamba manages to get one, but there's answers coming back and forward. Diffuser going down though. Des Skies has managed to get himself in sight somehow. That Nitro is just going to be too late, I think, and it is now a retake for Team Secret.
They haven't really got big power positions held though here, DarkZero. I know they've got the balcony to play behind. That's a great angle coming out of Skies as well. It feels like they might have actually got away with one here as well. There's the next kill coming on through. For the longest time, it looked like nothing was happening in that round, but Secret allowing a little bit too much room and letting the plant go down.
Good shippers.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think Team Secret have just given them too much.
They are the most peaceful, war paint-bearing people I think I've ever seen in history.
Well, I gave them a second there, and there was just too much chance. There was nothing going. But like you said, they're trying to manage the energy as well. You know, they can't be, going into every round sort of screaming and shouting because it's not going to do them any good. But yeah, Team Secret, I think just. I'm disappointed. I've got to say, I'm disappointed in the last 45 seconds to a minute there. I felt like they'd done so much good work. They'd wasted so much time with Canadian underneath. They'd kept control of the map really well. They got the great jump out. NJR was expecting it and still lost the fight. There was so much going in their favour, and then they just seemed to back off and let DarkZero in to get the diffuser down. You know, we know from these two sides they're both heavily plant focused so far in this tournament. Some of the highest planting teams, they're wanting to get that diffuser down. So give them the opportunity, and that's exactly what they're going to do. If you're going to play with an Astro underneath, you've got to be in position ready to pull the trigger on it, you know?
Yeah, I think it was more the fear of, okay, we know that Canadian had been pulled back up, where were they going to be, what was the stop going to look like, just didn't quite catch the movements coming out of DarkZero and got caught blindsided, I think, on the back foot for the side of Team Secret. Here we go, though, Barbecue and Kitchen, the next site that we're going to go into. Again, we'll keep an eye on DarkZero because the last 2 minutes were quite slow. I do want to see a little bit more pace being injected. And hopefully after that last round win, we are seeing them build up a bit of momentum here, keep things moving forwards, and don't find yourself stepping back into how round 1 or 2 went.
I think their execution and ability to put the diffuser down on the ground is absolutely fine.
Bro, you can see the drone.
Dear, Canadians go for this. It could be an opener. No, Astro just manages to dip away at the very last second there. He's just going to rotate around, and Canadian needs to be careful now because he might just find Astro on his tail. But no, Astro's going to dip back towards sight into Kitchen. But I feel like the end of the round is kind of fine for DarkZero. Once they have the time, it's not a major problem. So yeah, speed up that first half of the round, get the control they need, and they'll do a lot better. But they're not really paying too much attention to the top floor at the minute, and that could come back to bite them.
We've seen teams try and plant on this site before without top floor control, and it has really stung. Kitchen becomes almost impossible because of the hatch. And over on Barbecue, well, things look even worse because of all the holes that get opened up inside of Karaoke and T. Gaveni is working on the upstairs, has that booked skeleton key in hand to help open up as much of that flooring as required. And I think we've already seen the impact of Canadian on the DKB as well, just forcing Astro further back. But I don't expect Secret to stay still for too long. They're always looking to move and stay busy.
Just going to be getting the Dragon Wall open, which is going to be start of the process for trying to move Groovy. He's going to just have a look out there, the Soulless gadget just telling him exactly which wall's being opened, and anybody else that's ahead of him, anybody that might be drawing it, just gives him a little idea as to maybe how many are going to be pushing into him. But the thing is, with 1:10 left on the clock, Team Secret don't have to engage too heavily here, Des. They can just drop back from Drum, they can drop back from Shrine, they can burn another 30-40 seconds on this top floor without even really risking themselves.
They really want a big kitchen hit. There's one on the window here as well. That kill might be the big one if it comes out, but it's not going to be a thing right now. The smoke going in through the smoke as well. Up nice and close. One for Kendrew. Gets the finish off, but gets put down in the dirt by NJR straight after. That's kitchen somewhat exposed now. So Team Secret needs to be really careful in this 2v4.
A good quick push. That's the speed that we want to see out of DarkZero. They've only burnt 15 seconds there, and they've got themselves in a position to put the diffuser down on the ground. It's all up to Sleben, and he is going to have a tough time of it now. 1 versus 4, and he's got to start finding some kills. NJR, I'm asking the question. I was just about to ask the question, why is that diffuser not going down? Get yourself into a position that's safe from above. Ultimately, Canadian finds that kill from the top floor, and that is going to be leveling things up for DarkZero.
Much nicer. Still nice and calm because they know there's still so much work to be done.
Timeout? You changed the way you throw the flash there, Gav?
Twister!
Okay. Yeah, I just got lucky then. Tragic.
The comms are beautiful now. The only thing
Anything else, Troy?
Is if they're aggressive. Right there, the last 2 rounds, I'm kind of playing pussies back up. I expect them to get in the face again.
Yeah.
If we do like T, they're just walking around down low. Gav, just be a little bit more safer. You have the pocket, right? Like just keep watching yourself. I don't know if you want to switch to the house.
I was gonna say. I think next time we literally do like a live run on it.
I think so. Either I go Thatch or you go Thatch and I go. One of us goes Doke.
I was gonna say I think I'm gonna go Doke and let's just push with them.
Okay. But they're just walking it.
Or we can even do
I think we should not let them execute. I think we either win the round early or we play to win.
Good one. Let's play a good one.
Because
2 really key points I took from that, to be honest with you, Tim. 1, we caught it in last round as well. The DKB that was coming out really good at forcing Astra away. And you've got this kind of push of two forces. Like you also heard from Secret, we don't want to let them execute, whereas DarkZero is saying, well, we want to get to the site in time before we're in the last 10 seconds. That's what the DKB is helping with. But I think here you might see even more aggression coming out from Team Secret. So far, Sky's on the Jackal. Maybe we'll see that DKB roped in as well, or changed out for one of the two fights that we'll see very, very shortly. But now you know what the game plan is. It's can DarkZero execute, or can Team Secret stop them before that?
Yeah, as Kendrew said, you know, can we win it early? Can we win it at the beginning of the round? You know, and to be fair, you look at the way that they started in round 1 and 2, particularly round 1, Savage right up at the door, got the early pick onto Gaveni and just gave them the advantage, and Team Secret were able to push forward from there. So yeah, I think the entry may be particularly important for them, give themselves that advantage and just get a bit aggressive, get out into the map more. It's something they were doing in the first couple of rounds. It's not really worked out thereafter. But yeah, it could be an interesting clash of two styles coming up.
I'm not too sure about the Jackal. Like, I understand the point of it, but I really feel that the DKB was more valuable because as soon as Secret start committing 2-3 players out to be aggressive onto you, one of those being a Solus that's denying away a lot of your drone play, I just feel like Jackal's not going to be enough, honestly. I think you're going to need a little bit more than that. We'll see how it comes to be if Skies can find a player or two and sniff them out before they can do any real damage. But we're keeping a close eye out for Team Secret and the disruption they're trying to run inside the first 2 minutes.
Well, this is it. The danger of playing the Jackal with the Solus on side as well is that I would expect Jackal's gadget to be active and visible a lot more of the time than somebody like Dorkaby necessarily. So yeah, certainly an interesting point. But Savage, he's going to be playing right up against that window, and this is what Team Secret was saying, you know, let's get up in their faces, let's win this early in the round. And that's what we're seeing them doing. They're right up at the edge of the map. They're right up challenging windows, breaches, everything. You know, DarkZero still not established inside of the map after a minute. They're not having any safe space to move into at this point in time. So, you know, we can see that in action from Team Secret at the minute.
I don't hate it too much only because they know they can't really get the drones in the building, so things do have to be a little bit slower. It's why Solus is such an oppressive operator and why so many players have either played her or why teams have banned her away so far throughout the competition. I'd be really keen to see at some point tomorrow, actually, what a pick rate is. Well, presence rate more like, which is the combination of pick rate plus ban rate to see, okay, actually how often is she being a factor in these games. Time will tell on that one at the very least. So for now, no one yet being taken down by Team Secrets. They're still maneuvering around DarkZero, working their way through. They've got the control on the downstairs, and Gaveni's down here on the buck. No doubt looking to open up and soften up sight a little bit before the rest of DarkZero look to start their push forward. But we are coming towards that last 60 seconds, so the plan needs to start coming together around about now.
Skaz is going to grab the diffuser and going to be ready to rappel in through the window potentially. So it looks like it's going to be a karaoke plant. There isn't anybody from Team Secret actually inside of karaoke at the minute. They're sort of defending much deeper. They're out over towards Terrace Drum. There's one at Gold Bars. So Team Secret definitely need to think about this because DarkZero have the space here, Des. They've got the space to go in and plant.
They do. There is a frostmat waiting which will easily be cleared away, mind you. It's more the fact that grenades and stuff are still being eaten up by these were my magnets and ADSs. There's a bit of work to do really on DarkZero's side to scout out that utility, I think, or at least burn through it with things like flashes rather than those oh-so-crucial smokes and frag grenades.
Skies has relocated. He's going to get himself up at Black Stairs instead, looking to potentially push into T-Room here. He's going to need to find a kill, I think, just in behind Noah. Gold Bars has actually moved out and is now in the drum area. So there is an opportunity potentially, but they're going to be cut down by the long angles of Groovy. That's not ideal, though, as Sleben takes out Kendrew on a team kill. 4 seconds left to go, and the diffuser is down cold. It's a secret round, and I think a bit of indecision maybe hurt DarkZero then.
Yeah. They were playing everything down, but I mean, I guess we could have followed. That was healthy, bud. Bro, I was like, what?
Nice.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell?
Huh?
I think really the big thing to me towards the back end of that one was, again, DarkZero just running out of time. And
Bit of indecision.
The thing is, I thought they started quite well. I know they're having to be careful because of Solus. They're not getting picked off, for example. They are slowly trying to force Secret back in towards sight, but at 30 seconds, we still had 3 on the downstairs, 1 working through top black. And you saw what happened. I commented on the grenades as well. That smoke that was coming out was going to be the thing that let them get down the hallway and get some really good control. But with it being caught out by the magnet and doing literally nothing except impeding their own view, it made it far too easy for Groovy and the rest of the team to pick up the kills they needed in the close. 3-2 to Secrets. And the last round of the half coming right up.
Going to be heading over to Exhibition and Office for the final defense then. And really, it just seems to be the standing question for every single round. You know, will DarkZero be able to get into a position with enough time to execute? That's the question that we are watching play out in front of us every single time. When they do, they tend to win the round. When they don't, it tends to go towards Team Secret. So Secret, again, getting aggressive, up on doors, up on windows. It was something that they did last time. It kind of worked out for them. They burnt time, and, you know, that was the most precious commodity that DarkZero were missing.
Absolutely that. Well, back to KB is back on site. See how much work it can do in the round. Looking on the other side as well, a bit more mobility being flashed off by Secret here as well. The Vigil, the Jaeger, the Alibi, even the Solus as well. The boys again recognizing that they need to be getting aggressive into the face of DarkZero and stopping those executes coming through. Thing is, in that last round, I didn't really feel like they were being too aggressive either. They weren't actively going out there and seeking gunfights. It was just seeing how they can waste time safely from DarkZero and then force them into a less favorable execute later in the round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just about positioning. It's positioning and posturing. You know, without actually taking the fight, it's just making sure that your presence is known. You know, knock a barricade out, get seen on a drone. We're out there, we need to be dealt with, but then dropping back in a smart way. And like you say, it pays off. It wastes time. You know, if you can have DarkZero chasing shadows round for a minute and a half without losing a life, that's absolutely ideal.
Most definitely. A lot of focus here coming inside of, I was about to say Genshin then. I've been talking to her missus too much. She plays that game all the damn time. Geisha was what I meant, and sure enough, Savage is punished for quite an aggressive overpeak there, hoping to catch someone out. But there were two players on the upside down rappel for DarkZero, one watching terrace window, and one just on the balcony in general. And you just saw him pick up a kill there at the very start of that bit of aggression coming out from Team Secret. So whilst DarkZero put a lot of resource onto Geisha so far, they found one, but we're down to a minute and 20 in the round, and Secret still scrambling around. Not forgetting, Tim, that Geisha, of course, is the wrong side of the map. We've still got a lot of work to do to push through Dragon and Shrine, and then start looking in towards the site itself.
Indeed, there's going to be utility to clear and a push to be made. There's a minute left on the clock. Team Secret have all but dropped back now. We've got the alibi of Kendrew. He's just moved forward into Shrine and been absolutely deleted.
He's been focused on the drone there, that's the problem.
Slammed him with the marksman rifle, and that puts Secret in a bit of a bad position here. This is DarkZero's wheelhouse. This is what the rounds that they've won, where they've got 50 seconds man advantage and they're pushing in towards site. They're in a position here with a little bit of swift movement where they can think about getting the diffuser down, they can think about that execute, and this is a team that loves to do that. I think Secret might struggle to hold on to this one.
I think they're almost overexposing themselves here and going too aggressive, like pushing out a breach blindly. Two words trying to put together was quite a struggle. Trying to go through that for one for Savage was bad. Then in the second there, trying to deal over the top of a shield to get rid of a drone that was taking out a shield you weren't even playing behind. Those are two overextensions coming out of Secret in this round. I completely get wanting to waste time, but not the go-to. Groovy gets in behind. How on earth does he slip through the DarkZero net and found himself two? Two come back the other way. Groovy's the last one left standing, but guess what? Shock horror. DarkZero out of time. They're going to be able to hold on here and close up this half 4-2.
Big mistake. Big mistake from DarkZero there.
Hey, it's a porra! Oh my god, man! Fucking hell, am I playing a turtle?
It's like playing a turtle! I mean, he's not wrong. It's been ridiculously slow. You know, the fact that we're getting to 120 and they're only just getting inside a Geisha, that's the real kicker for me. I mean, again, Secret, they made two big mess-ups in that round. There was no reason to lose the two players they did. But DarkZero, woohoo, they beat them in shit play top trumps. They pull out, letting Groovy get on the flank and killing two of you. Unforgivable at that stage. You're in a 5 versus 3, boys. How have you let that happen?
Secret are going to be happy with a 4-2 half there, I think. Actually, I think, you know, there's a lesson to be learned there. You've picked up on the Savage peek out of the breach. You know, really, what Secret were trying to accomplish was making it difficult for DarkZero to get into the map. Savage could do that without going anywhere near the breach. He didn't need to aggress and try and find the kill. He was in drum, he had his line of sight through onto the breach, and DarkZero can't really step in with him there. They have to do something to get rid of him. They have to move around, and that's what's burning the time for DarkZero. So I think, yeah, Team Secret can learn to meter that a little bit, you know, and not get too aggressive there, but out for them nonetheless. So we move on to the defensive side for DarkZero, which you have to say is surely going to suit suit them better because time is less of a factor.
I mean, sure, the time doesn't hurt, but I'm more worried about the pace.
Less of a factor.
I'm worried about the pace, though, the lack of energy that we're not really seeing coming out of the boys at the minute. And what scares me most, Tim, is going into bank next. That's even more punishing.
I said this rounds ago, didn't I? You're going to get punished even more for time on bank.
It's just, yeah. It's frustrating because we know that DarkZero can be great, right? We look back at Charlotte and we saw what they achieved there. Yeah, it's all doable. It's just not shining and showing when it's most important. To start off the round, though, you've got Secret straight up on the windows. 45 seconds in, they're already looking to post their way through a couple of areas here. Exhibition is going to be a big pushing point for them. Gaveni is expecting the push to come through, but as of yet, no one from Secret has dared push in. Here they come, though, and they managed to get the cross as well. Looking completely the wrong way, mind you. They're getting caught in a crossfire slaughterhouse. Gaveni finds two. We'll find one bound for himself, at least Kendry in response, and now he's got to deal with Gaveni, but he's popped himself up on top. No, it's Pamba. A good defense coming out from DZ, 3 of them holding out by display and bringing down the vast majority of Secret.
4 versus 2, and honestly, DarkZero look like almost a different team in the first half of this round. You know, they've done fantastically well at stopping that push from Team Secret. Groovy and Savage doing a good job to get themselves into a fighting position at least. It's 2 versus 2.5, I'll say, given NJR is at near enough half hit points there. It's just DarkZero can stand up to the challenge when it's there, and like I say, with time management being less of a factor on defense, I feel like it will suit them better, but they've still got work to do here to close this round.
I mean, they've got work to do in the form of 3 kills because they don't have the Why on earth has Pamba giving it to NJR, giving himself away there, sorry. Here comes another one as well, Groovy. Do you really want to face him down? Pamba says, yes, I do. Finds the kill and forces it to a 2 versus 1 for DarkZero. Savage doesn't have the diffuser as that's over in Exhibition, so he's got to find kills, but he looks the wrong way. Gaveni makes it a big 3K in the round.
What am I hearing, man?
A good start for DarkZero.
A bit silly from Secret.
A little bit. I think it was just... I think the aggression that they'd been trying to play with on defense, I think they've maybe tried to apply the same technique, the same tactic, the same thought process.
I mean, there's 3 of you coming in through the same single window, right? And
We're just going to try and get up in DarkZero's faces, and we're going to try and rush them, and we're going to try and, you know, make them... And the problem for DarkZero is I don't feel like it's been speed of thought. It's not been about thinking on their feet. It's not been about reacting. It's just been about not moving quickly enough. So I think, yeah, just because you run into their faces, it doesn't mean all of a sudden they're going to crumble.
Well, the thing is, Tim, that wasn't even the site as well, right? That was the other side of the map, which is weird. It's almost like DarkZero, to be fair to them, probably have done a good bit of study on how Team Secret attack this map and realise, all right, that's their main point of ingress. It's where they like to start. Let's post 3 players around here and wait for the crossfires. And they played it beautifully. I'll give it to them 100%. A really good read and shut down Secret before they could even get started. Now that we go over towards Exhibition being our actual site, though, let's see how things fare on the other side of the map, as I imagine Secret will start inside a Geisha and work their way across. That's exactly why you've got DarkZero setting up a bunch of reinforcements and utility.
Yeah, they're going to be ready for that push in once again, I would imagine. I think Secret will probably take the foot off the gas a little bit this time. You know, it was almost like they were trying to prove a point. You know, you've played slowly, it hasn't worked. We're going to play as quick as we can and show you that it does. But unfortunately for them, it didn't. And they're going to have to find the happy average in between that gets the job done for them. Sleben's going to take out that default cam, look for a push to potentially head into a restaurant and up the black stairs and then through tea and karaoke. The drones are in ahead of him this time, and they might just catch out Pamba on black stairs there. Is it going to be Pamba party time, or is he going to get caught out and dealt with?
It's a beautiful thing about the Solus, as well as even the safety things that have been deployed out are going to get taken away, and Savage will just go and replace it here. So back down it goes. Still, opening kill comes in the form of being taken onto Pamba. That were taken off the board by Sleben. Himself with a couple of claymores in back pocket. Clearly wants to put one here at the top of top black. In absence of having something like a Nomad on side, they do help serve as these flank watch gadgets for your potential runouts. Looks like they're trying to protect the backside and make sure there's no nasty surprises coming out of DarkZero.
Groovy just trying to get something going on the vertical up through the hatch. It's going to be Astro, though, that manages to find Gaveni, and that leaves us now in a 5 versus 3. Team Secret, as I said, a slightly more metered, measured approach. They've not gone flying, 3 of them in through a window, and oh, look, you're doing better in the round. Canadian tries to move up the black stairs. Not a chance.
So you say.
Actually gets away with a kill there, but ultimately it's a failure of a flank, I think. NJR manages to get the kill onto Kendry, but it's 3 versus 2, and Team Secret have got time. 1 minute 20. They are getting things done quicker in the round here than DarkZero were able to.
do need to get hold of the diffuser, though. I think that went down in Kendrew's hands, so it needs to be recovered before they make this push forward, just in case there is anyone trying to be too cheeky. And sure enough, there's Groovy picking it back up and working his way up towards Dragon, where NJR awaits. They've also got a push coming in through Terrace here. So working their way in through both north and south. I'm just really nervous that Groovy gets taken down here in the 1v1 against NJR, separated from the team, and they have to re-scramble through unknown ground. In fact, he's abandoned that. Good train of thought, I think. Not trying to push in solo through Dragon. If he dies there, the round's basically done. Has rejoined his team, and they're looking to stack up for a 3v1.
Trying to get the Selma charge active on that wall, but it's going to be blocked out for the time being. That's dealt with reasonably quickly, though, and we see and hear that breach getting opened up. 28 seconds left to go, and DarkZero might just find themselves holding on. Beautifully done. Love the teamwork. Astro there, ready for the headshot onto NJR, and that leaves it all up to Skies, but out comes the shotgun. He gets one. Can he find another? Absolutely not. Groovy there, ready for the trade, and that's going to be Team Secret taking the round and leveling things up.
It's a lamp.
Eat up, dog. Eat up. Welcome to the next round. Next round.
Guys,
I love the impact that Twister's having on this team as well. And it's not just like players in the team that have said this, but others are just saying from afar, you can see how he's helping transform Secret into something quite special, because it's been a rough, probably, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years for this Team Secret side, going through various players, various different iterations, always scraping the barrel at the bottom of the EUL standings. And again, they're a team that many would write off, coming in from qualifiers, coming in as the 7th EU team for all intents and purposes. Even some of the boys I spoke to were saying, look, for us to even be here itself is a blessing. Kendra was saying, it's just good to be back at SI again after all this time. They weren't having any grand visions of making finals or anything. But at least from what we're seeing, they are putting on a good show, and I'm quite curious to see how far they can go in the competition as a result.
So, for any of our particularly maybe EU fans watching who aren't, fully familiar with Twister, he was a coach of Furia previously, and I think I know Twister reasonably well. I've been interviewing him since 2020. We chat outside of the game sometimes as well, and the two big things that stand out for me for Twister is vision and belief. He's very good at setting a goal, a path, and seeing the method to get there, but also the belief that it can be done as well. And there's a very brief example of that. Back in 2020, when he was with Furia, when he began there, I watched the stage 2 and 3 at the end of the year in 2020. Furia, I think, won 1 or 2 matches in that entire 2 stages. They were bottom, they were in relegations, they were going nowhere, and Twister said at the time, we're gonna win Invitational one day, and this is how we're gonna do it. And they didn't win Invitational, but it was a hell of a turnaround that they got there and got to major after major. So yeah, Twister, he's absolutely that sort of person to take on that project.
Some coaches are the real deal, then some of them are frauds, like Fabian. Here we go with Astro charging in on the Ana, looking to see what he can find, but it's Sleb and jumping straight into a frost map. Thankfully recoverable, but we will be without a good chunk of his HP.
DarkZero happy to just hold their angles for the time being. One in drum, one in shrine, just waiting for this push to continue across. Astro knows that, and he's going to just be peeking out ahead of him there. Thinks about the nade. He knows he's going to have to use it to clear out that Kiba barricade that Gaveni is playing behind. And there we go. It just gets replaced. Azami, such an oppressive defender at times. Look at the utility soak.
Can be absolutely horrific, because the thing is you have to keep on rotating through this soak as well. That's the most annoying part. It's not like, okay, we got rid of one. Oh, another one's there. We get rid of that one. Oh, another one's there. Rinse and repeat until your pockets are basically empty. It's why she gets banned away so often, not just here at SI, but throughout stage play over the last few months too. Now, at this point, Secret are still looking to get their way downstairs. They've got 70 seconds to work with here. Some control of the hatch starting to be established, but still yet to really pull together a solid plan to make this work.
A lot of face checking going on from Secret of the top floor there. Kendrew, as you saw, just checking through into Karaoke. Only 3 drones remaining, which we would expect to be due to Canadian on the Solis, and it certainly is starving Secret of information at the minute. Skies has got Nitro in hand. It's a Nitro and a Dream. He's not got many HP left for if the challenge does come through the skylight. Is he going to have the Nitro ready to go? No, he's not. The hatch is going to be opened. He drops himself
35.
away, but he just needs to be careful. He's keeping himself very tightly under cover there. NJR manages to find Savage. 5 versus 4.
Still Groovy working his way down the back stairs here as well. Oh, Kendrew gets there before him, but surprise! is. Gaveni was waiting at the wall, ready to pop him out if he dropped through. One more comes in through the hatch, and Gaveni not quite sure exactly which way he's going to get pushed from, but him and NGR are doing all the work. 3 kills, making a 4th from Pamba. It's Kendrew all by himself, will not be able to do anything at the end of round 9. DarkZero get one more on the board.
Well, we've got a close game. It's 5-4 now. Team Secret just managing to keep a hold of that slim advantage that they've got, but DarkZero certainly looking a little bit better for the rounds that they are winning than the ones that they took on attack. And as I said, just removing that time restriction, that time factor, it now plays into their favour, if anything, I think has been a little bit of a helping hand for DarkZero. But it is worth reminding you that this is DarkZero's map choice. Top right of your screen, you'll see that the 3 maps that we could potentially play are Skyscraper now. We will see Bank, which was Team Secret's choice, and then the decider is Theme Park, which is basically the leftover map when the banning is all done. So DarkZero, they've got to turn this around, as you know, they can't, I think, be losing this. I'd be very worried for them going into Bank for the reasons we've already discussed. That's an interesting reinforcement. Usually we'd see a rotation to top black stairs through into Karaoke. That's been completely reinforced off. It is sometimes used against the defenders, so I can understand it quite, you know, there is the potential for pushing a Montagna, for example, in through those black stairs walls and trying to get the diffuser down next to the bomb chassis. So, you know, I get that, but we'll see whether it's, you know, it has any impact on the defenders themselves and it will. Restricts their movement.
It absolutely will. And coming up black now is a lot easier. Coming in through Shrine Balcony is a lot easier. You can smoke off that corridor and get in pretty much for free with 0 contest coming in from the other side. It's one of those where normally you'd have like a smoke, for example, looking to work through that rotate from Karaoke up onto that black stairs balcony and looking to challenge stairs, or even looking across towards Shrine Balk. So whether or not Secret looks to abuse that or not is going to be a very different conversation. For now, they're just looking to get themselves inside the building without losing 3 players like last time, Tim.
I mean, that would be an ideal start, to be fair. We're going to have Savage on the Ash, just looking to take out the Keeper barricade. Will be successful, and that opens a very long angle all the way through the top of the map. Pamba just holding his position. Don't get excited, it's just a Gemini clone, but it does give him an idea that the push is likely to be coming in from that exhibition office side.
We've all been baited by Niana.
Oh, repeatedly.
This one being a little bit more slow. It's the real one this time. It's Groovy with the gun looking in towards Pamba, but can't find his man before he dips back away behind the shield. But Secret now coming up against a little bit of friction here. Are going to have to try and force their way past DarkZero. Here comes the utility as well. Nades flying in over the top. DarkZero just adapting to fit. Got to be careful about this player outside Geisha as well, because the backstab is real.
Pamba's just going to be holding another tight angle here. He's having quite a good game so far, 9-6. Certainly been effective for his team. They're going to be hoping for a few more from him now. Astro just peppering across the top of the drum, not managing to connect with the head of the defender behind it. And Secret just need to make sure they're not going to fall foul of time themselves. They are starting to work in towards site now. Nade going out. Pamba very aggressive on the door there, just waiting for any attacker to expose themselves on the balcony.
Still, shot coming in from Kendrick to find Gaveni, who's taken out as well, the first kill in the round. And now Secret's march begins. They move their way forward, not aware that they've still got NGR sat in just behind the drum. Those Keeper barriers coming into force once again, but 2 kills come in for Secret before 1 gets traded back. It's a 3v2, and surely with 45 seconds left, Secret can clean up.
Canadian's moving up the back stairs, but he's going to be shut down by Sleben. 3 versus 1, it's all up to NGR. I believe he's going to have to hit an ace here, Des. That's 3 kills for him in the round so far. Diffuser going down will be successful, and that leaves us now a 1v3 that's come down to a 1v2. And NJR, he could be on for something special, but if he is, he's going to have to start finding kills. He sneaks his way in through Geisha. He's looking for the first man. He's hard right, NJR, but he doesn't know. Information is limited for him. Obviously nothing to tell him inside a sight. He sees one at range, but not! Savage stood on top of the diffuser, and Team Secret take themselves onto map point.
A little bit of co-play coming in there at the end as well on the crossfire. Beautiful stuff to tuck in so tight to that corner. 6-4. Secret in a spot to take away this map from DarkZero. And Tim, we both said coming into Bank, it feels like trouble. DarkZero timeout coming in.
Just give me 10 seconds, guys. You guys are doing a great job. Stick to that. This is the most important thing, okay? Most important thing. The other thing is that they know that they're struggling to hold our full tanks, and they are giving us a lot of kills. So what they will do right now is just pick 1 or 2 drones and try to fall back. So how do we counter that? We just think that we are taking the site and taking the piece, and we don't need everyone to take the map because they are giving to us. So let's just take the map with 2 persons, Kenny and Astro, and all the other 3 try to play on site to get the gaps that they will give to us. That way, or either rush site, You guys can do this. You guys have the space. Just be confident.
I think we'll switch bomb site. Can we just check that it's the right bomb site? Basically,
Cover to Ivy.
I'm literally gonna hide. So
it's just a default.
Yeah.
All right. Nice little motivational speech from Even Twister. I feel a bit more roused by that, Tim.
Yeah, you ready to go?
I'm ready to cast now. Let's go.
I think I'm absolutely loving, being able to listen into those because it gives us, that insight to watch for. Us and everybody at home can sit there now. And what Twister was saying there is, we don't need to play in to the DarkZero extensions. They're giving us the size. We've got the opportunity to actually just get in there quickly and think about getting a diffuser down. Let's send 1 or 2 into the map to play with the roamers a little bit and keep them occupied, but let's hit site and, we can watch and see how that plays out.
Yeah, 1 or 2 drones coming in. I mean, they're already finding 1 or 2 being picked out in the droning phase. Not ideal. 2 gone already off the board for the side of Secret. Make it 3.
And that's without a Solace.
I mean, 1, I'm okay with. 2, I'm disappointed. 3, I just feel let down. To be fair, it was it's a little bit of a bug. Only 2 went down. There's still 8 on the table, so therefore I'm a little bit disappointed. Only a little bit, though.
Anger comes first, doesn't it?
What are the 5 stages?
Well, it always did. For me, I think the famous one, the joke, isn't it? And it was always the same with my parents. You didn't. If they were angry, they were angry.
You didn't. You're about to reveal some real deep trauma here about your childhood.
If they were angry, that was one thing, but you didn't want them to be disappointed. If they hit you with that line, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. That was so much worse.
A bomb has been located.
Just disappointing people, it hurts.
So at the point where they lose 2 drones, maybe that's like, I'm a bit angry you've lost 2 drones. But then when it's 3, look, I'm not angry anymore, I'm disappointed.
I just know that you're capable of so much more. That grenade tickling NJR's feet there. Lost a couple of toes in the explosion as well. Sky's also taking a bit. Canadian also getting a bit of chip. Everyone gets chip and dip going rolling around from the floor downstairs. Secret now, they'll have to start getting guns up and looking to do a bit of damage at the players on site itself. Smoke's coming out as well, bearing in mind we're just inside 60 seconds here. Canadian strikes first and brings down Groovy. Wamai's starting to get to work as well. Those magnets catching out a couple of nades. The Skies finds another. Game plan not working out for Secret, it feels, Tim, as they are being slaughtered.
Not at all. The push directly into sight, just really not paying dividends. We're going to see kill after kill and only 1 of them for Secret at that point. It's finished off 3v1 at the end, and that is going to be the round for DarkZero. They stood up well, and you just feel like maybe Secret didn't need to change tack there. If it had been going so well for them going through the map and, to feel like, oh, actually, we don't need to play into that. Let's just get onto site. Maybe that change wasn't really necessary.
I just hate the pushes in through the display window. It's a death box. It's coffin. It's called coffin by some people, for God's sake, for that exact reason. You toss any kind of explosive in there. Normally there's a barbed wire in there as well. There's potentially 3 or 4 different crossfires you can get. It's just a really horrible way to push in. And I know they tried to force 2 or 3 players into force the issue. But DarkZero had a response ready-made, and that's twice now. They have deleted Secret when they've come pushing in through display. Last sight of regulation will be down here in Barbecue and Kitchen. We've got those frost mats on side once again, alongside the cap cans that we love to see. And I'm not at all surprised to see the Azami back on side. It's been really valuable throughout this game for both sides to some degree, but I feel DarkZero have made some really good use of it.
Here we go then, into what could be our final round, or it could be the signal of 3 more. It's going to be Kitchen and Barbecue for DarkZero trying to hold on. The question is, the Team Secret go for that site, that director site attitude again, or do they go back to going through and trying to find the kills around the map and just applying a bit of manpower out there through each room to clear it out?
This is the power of Solus as well. 4 drones gone before the round has barely started. Just having those pinged out and fed back over to the other side is what to the teammates to help take them down. It's pretty scary. Either way, Secret have got to try and do their best with what they've got here. Of course, with the Twitch on side, you do basically have 4 drones, 2 of those Twitch drones and 2 of the normal drones. That's a hell of a lot of information. It's not all surprised to see, despite the F2 nerf coming in, that she is still a very popular pick.
Oh, 100%. I mean, interestingly on Solis as well, obviously it's one of those things that can be difficult to sort of quantify, but there we can do it directly. We said coming into the start of round 11 that they had 8 drones remaining. Coming into the start of this one, they had 6 drones remaining. So the effectiveness of being able to take out those drones is basically doubled by having Solis on side. NJR going to take some damage there. Gavani just relocating, waiting for that push to come in. Surely not the window again, Des. I worry for your hairline if they come in through this window again.
I'd worry about yours, but there's nothing left to worry for at this point.
I'll be honest, that ship has sailed, Des. That worrying's been done.
I'm a good 10 years too late to that party, good friend. Either way, rotating away they come, looking to try and push instead in towards the Shrine side of things. So not Shrine, sorry, in towards Terrace. That's the word I was looking for. Pushing in towards Terrace rather than trying to push in through that display door, and it is forcing DarkZero back, to be fair, to Secret as well. The calls of that decay be ringing out through the map, and that's a wonderful reverse shot from Pamba.
Fantastic stuff, taking Savage down and just giving DarkZero a little bit of an advantage, trying to get themselves into overtime, trying to do anything they can to cling onto their own map, as you say, Kendrew, just taking the risk of going for that repeat, but Savage, Pamba is long gone at this point.
Yeah.
Savage is long gone as well, to be fair.
They are slowing down a little bit here, which is probably the concern. I say that as they get one back, instantly traded out elsewhere. NJR looking on fire at the minute, 13-9 in the game. Still 1 kill behind Groovy, but the two of them really putting on a bit of a show.
Yeah, he's played very well so far. He's been a big part of keeping DarkZero in this group. He's moving across, just needs to be careful of his left-hand side, but there's one behind the bomb chassis as well that could potentially mount a challenge now then. Sleben, I don't think he's aware of Gavani. Absolutely not. It's completely free for Gavani, who steps out and decimates Sleben. They've no idea, Des. They've absolutely no idea where anybody is.
The beautiful thing is if DarkZero win this round, we go to overtime, they get to choose the starting side as it was their map pick. So you would then start to have a little bit more faith in the boys from the NAL to take this away. A great long shot coming in. NJR on fire.
A great finish to DarkZero's half there. They just got themselves back into it. They're trailing behind throughout, and you know they've shown some good character there to keep things fighting. You know, you don't want to be going to overtime necessarily on your own map pick. It's certainly not setting you up for success, but nonetheless, you know, sometimes that's just how the drone rolls, and you've got to go with it and get the wins where they come. Like you said, sometimes on the way to a title, particularly, you got to be able to win dirty.
You do. You've got to be able to win the games that look unwinnable at points or pull back rounds from what feels like the brink of defeat. You know, that big clutch ability is a thing that I think every champion has had. I don't know a single one that hasn't won a big tournament without having that ability to win dirty, as you say, Tim. Let's see how this plays out, though. DarkZero on defense to start with in overtime. As I said, they get that pick. They chose to start here. Secret have had a bad run of things the last 2 or 3 rounds, so I'm a little bit nervous about how they can recover this.
Canadian on the Solis once again. We've seen quite a bit of play time for him on Solis to see how he does with the drones. We'll see when we get into the round exactly what the counter is showing. At the minute, there's quite a few missing. We'll see how accurate. Yep, 6 on the board, so a fantastic job done by the Solis. As I say, effectively, it seems to be, you know, anecdotally, probably about 100% more drones are taken out by the Solis.
Anecdotally.
It tends to just from, you know...
You know the exact maths on that, Tim?
No, exactly. I don't have the exact maths. That's the point. But yeah, you know, from what we see, you know, usually rather than losing 1 or 2, the Solis may well claim 3 to 4. And that is really doubling up. And that is a huge amount of information to lose. And that is a huge amount of life to lose at the beginning of the round. It's Pamba Zoo taking down Sleben to kick things off. Sleben, who has had his moments so far, but, you know, a little bit quiet overall. And maybe, you know, they could do with a little bit more from their Super Sleben.
Starting to feel a little bit desperate for Secret as well here, with no information being fed to them. They're having to just try their best and figure things out as they go. But DarkZero look ready. They look expecting. They're expecting to see Secret come pushing in through certain angles, and just always seem to have the idea ready. Yes, it's only a 5 versus 4 for DarkZero, but I just think the momentum of the last 2 rounds are going to keep on carrying them through this one as well.
As we've said countless times, Team Secret can be, you know, quite an emotional team, and just being reeled back in like that, and you know, the having to adjust and having to react in those situations. Overtime wins, you know, may be difficult for them to come by. Savage is just going to be trying to pepper down into Dragon. Need to be careful that we don't have another team kill. NJR's going to beat him to it. He's going to take both of them down. Groovy and Savage. NJR's reign of terror continues.
Astro finds one back, but I feel the one is just simply not going to be enough to start a cascade here of 3 or 4 more rolling through. DarkZero pulling back here, knowing that even with 60 seconds on the clock, 70 to be fair, Astro is not going to be able to do this one all by himself. Going in blind, looking for whatever he can find on his charge through. Feels like a matter of time until he's picked off and this round is done.
The problem that comes next for DarkZero, assuming that this round is won, as it's almost certainly going to be, the problem that comes next for DarkZero is they're back onto the attack, Des. You know, yes, they can win this in round 15 with another defense, but they're going to have to solve that time problem again. And you're just concerned when you think about that. And, you know, will they be able to get that done? They would like, I'm sure, to win this just in 2, but they might have to go all the way to 15.
They're picking the fucking mayor! I didn't see anyone that whole round. I was just listening to you guys talk, and I was stiff as hell. Yeah? Yeah. Mayor McCheese.
Oh, I could listen to this all day. Still, that's probably not how I describe how that round made me feel, to be fair. But for DarkZero, I'm getting ready to tweet after this game, so I've already got one prepped about how oppressive that Solus has been. I think the last 3 rounds especially, the first couple was a little bit hit and miss, but the last 3 rounds especially, Secret just look frustrated. They're being forced into gunfights they simply aren't aware of, that they aren't prepared for, angles that they didn't even know existed, and they're having to blind peek every single corner. And it's when you see players stepping in through, say, a single doorway, and immediately they have to check 3 different angles. It only takes one of those to be held by a defender, and you are guaranteed dead. So Secret need to find an answer when we go into round 15. For now, at least, here on the defense in round 14, I do expect they'll have a bit of a better time of things.
It's going to be a bit of a, I won't say a bit of a gamble, but we saw Team Secret defend Master and Bathroom back in the first round. They were able to get it done. And DarkZero at the time, I said, didn't really look like they had too much of an idea of exactly, you know, what the plan was, how to attack it, because obviously it is a little bit of an uncommon sight. But Team Secret going to bring it back again and going to give it a rerun, see if they can manage to generate the same sort of magic. We didn't see it from them again after round 1. It was purely a one-time thing, so let's see whether DarkZero are a little bit more prepared for it this time.
Now, I clocked this earlier on. Astro missed this drone when it was sat inside of this plant area, but obviously for DarkZero, why would you change up when clearly it's continued to work the whole way through? For now, they should have eyes onto Astro and what he's doing, and they'll know exactly what the movement is around this area of the map, and there it is. You saw it just there a second ago. They know what's going on, which means DarkZero at least have some valuable information. No solos coming through on the defender side as well. Does mean DarkZero have got free reign with the drones. One thing I will commend them for, we saw this back in the first half as well. They were very good at making use of all these drones. Very rarely did we see any being taken off the board, despite most being out on the field.
That's going to be the wall open. The Kiba barricade goes over it immediately to allow Savage to keep trying to hold on to that position, that location. Team Secret really trying to keep that vertical presence above sight. They don't want to be giving it away. We're going to have DarkZero moving on to try and get the office wall open as well. That's going to follow pretty soon. Should be successful with the Thatcher EMP. Not too much of a problem. And that is going to see Team Secret needing to shift here, or they're going to commit to the fight. And right now, Sleben, he looks like he's digging his heels in.
I mean, what have we learned from the first half of this game, Tim? We don't want DarkZero to be able to execute. So the Secret, contesting them upstairs on the top floor, whether it's with utility or guns, is absolutely paramount. And it seems to be the same once again. Pamba looking to work his way in through house here as well. Sees a man just inside of front desk, so they know that he's there, which could mean a kill comes through. Gaveni finds one for himself on that march forwards. Astro is down, and it looks like things are starting to get sour for Secret.
They're going to have to pull something out of the bag here. That much is for sure. The Jaeger has gone by the wayside. 5 versus 4, 1 minute left to go. If DarkZero get the next kill, you feel like they get the round. That has been the key driver for them. Once they get man advantage and they have a little bit of time, they will happily push in and try to get that diffuser down. So for me, it's all about the next kill or two. Team Secret, they need to step up. They need to stand tall, Des, and they need to make sure that they're winning their gunfights, and that is a big one. Savage takes down Skies. eyes as he tries to go into sight, but Pamba, he has an answer, managing to find Kendrew. 35 seconds left to go. Canadian steps in, shuts down Savage. Gaveni has grabbed the diffuser. He's putting it down, and it looks like this is going to be the end of Skyscraper. It's all down to Groovy. 1 versus 4 becomes 1 versus 3. He's working from above, but he's got his work cut out.
It simply can't work out here as well. They've got windows to play with. They're near the outside of the map. It's just looking too rough. They see him as well, and Gaveni hits it on the reverse. DarkZero take the first map.
That's a big comeback for DarkZero there. It wasn't easy at stages during that map, but they have managed to turn out an excellent victory. But they can't get carried away. That was their map choice, and they've got another one to win yet.
Momentum was so back and forth throughout the game as well. We spoke a lot about the solos coming out of DarkZero. Honestly, a massive impact. And Kendrew, a picture tells 1,000 words. The frustration there because they were on top for so long and they knew what they had to do. They just couldn't pull it off.
That makes me worry about Team Secret in map 2. That is what concerns me with this Team Secret team. They lose a tight map like that, and I feel like it carries forward into the next.
Well, if anyone could turn it around, it's going to be Twister. Can he get his boys back on side and ready for bank? Find out in a few minutes after this short break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
fourth map to get things underway, where Secret looked to be the team that was starting to run away with their opponent's map pick. But DarkZero, showing some masterful use of Solis, bullied Secret out of the last few rounds and pulled it back to win in overtime. Bank is the next match that awaits us, though, Tim. This one, I think, is really hard to call, given how that just ended. I think, if nothing else, a Solis ban is essential from Secret.
I would agree with you. I think, yeah, if anything, on paper, I look at it and I think Bank probably does favour Secret with what we've just seen there. DarkZero struggling with time on attack, etc. We've already discussed it. Bank is not going to be an easy map for them to clear, for them to have time to execute on. But we've got to count in that mental factor as well that I said at the end there. Team Secret, they looked very beaten up by that result. You know, by another close overtime game, then losing it, it's slipping away. I think that, you know, at points there, they probably really felt that they had that map. And I think that could be tough for them to bounce back from.
The difference in cost there is stark between the two teams. The score wasn't all that different, but 50, 57% for most of Secret, up to 71 plus for all of DarkZero. Just making themselves known in more of those rounds, whether it was on the entry or on picking up kills all the way through. Their kill count quite significantly a way higher as well than Team Secret. Just goes to show how dominant that game turned out to be for DarkZero towards the end of things. Still some work to be done then for Secret. They are going into a much larger map where I think the Solis here could really shine if it's available, but I really expect Secret to take it off the board. It has just caused far too many issues for them.
I mean, you know, yes, I agree. It just, to me, I look across there and it just looks very low energy, Des. It looks like they're a bit drained. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll come out and prove that. You know, I'm sure they're going to be up for the fight here. But, you know, how much of that is going to be worth a round or two for DarkZero? You know, where they get to a point whereby they get a couple of opening kills and all of a sudden Secret feel like another game is slipping away and it becomes a bit of an issue. So let's see how we go. Team Secret are going to start the banning for us. This isn't going to be the opportunity to ban the Solis yet. That's going to be the final ban if it comes in. I guarantee DarkZero aren't going to ban it.
No, absolutely. Quick pause here for a tech issue for Troy. Tech issue for Troy to be solved and sorted before we get underway with that map. Keen to see exactly how it goes, and if you want to hear what a tech issue sounds like, now's the time.
I don't think we'll pick up to anything too exciting through the...
Who is doing that noise?
That's like when you give somebody a clicky pen. You know that person in the office who's not allowed clicky pens?
And you envision yourself being that really cool person out of a film that grabs it and snaps it over their knee and stares menacingly at them.
There was always, in every office I've worked in, there's been a person who wasn't allowed a clicky pen. And they just had to have a lid on and off pen because they just couldn't be trusted with the clicking noise.
It's ADHD, mate. I mean, you know, like Alex, our friend, our gentleman who's there from the UK. Every meeting I go on with him at work, fiddling with something. Whether it's a Rubik's Cube, whether it's something he's been working on, he always has to be fiddling with something.
I mean, I was going to, you know, as I've already commented on the energy of Team Secret, just looking, you know, a little bit limited. To be fair, DarkZero are pretty chilled as well. So, you know, there's maybe not too much to read into that. I think the first couple of rounds here are going to be very important for Team Secret, is what I will say. If Team Secret come out and lose the first couple of rounds on Bank, and DarkZero just get that little bit of momentum behind them, I think there could be big trouble.
In case you are wondering here, I think the boys are meant to stay pretty quiet during a tech issue. Can't have it as a big strategical discussion point, although the game was, of course, only just getting underway. Hopefully get things back moving soon. What do you think about the mouse and mouse mat combos that we can see here, Tim? What's your thinking? I really like the bright pink. I think it's a groovy.
Yeah, I mean, and also, you know, some people like to switch mice round a lot. I'm more of a consistency. I don't like change.
You sound like a right old man saying that. I don't like change.
I'm aware of that, but I won't back down from it.
All these gadgets and gizmos.
I'm really not a fan of change. So, you know, I like things to be exactly the same when we're traveling around with, you know, with the work that we do. I like my hotel to be sort of set up in a similar way.
I like the pink super light.
You know, I come in and I do everything the same way. So I haven't really changed my mouse around too much, or my mouse mat for that matter.
Would you rather have a plain mouse, like coloured mouse, or a plain coloured mouse mat? One of them's got to be kind of crazy. You can't really have both crazy because it looks like you're on drugs, but which one would you prefer to be the more colourful?
I think the mouse mat is better for a design and
But most pros do go for a really nice, simple, like, you know, plain black mouse pad.
Yeah, mine is, to be fair. But yeah, I think if you're going to have either, I think the designs probably look better. Just because you've got a bit more space, I think, you know, it can look... Then again, I've seen some really cool mice as well that look really good.
I don't know if this is going to work, but production, can we get like some more camera shots on the mouse pads? Are we allowed to do that? Is this a thing? Because there's some red ones, there's some black ones, there's different mice. I know we got the pink view, that was quite cool. I want to see more of it. I want to know what else is going on. I can kind of get half a view, but kind of not at the same time. That's kind of one of the wilder requests I think I've ever made of production.
I'll tell you what we haven't had yet. And I'm not trying to...
Wow, there it is!
Oh, there we go.
That was nice. Oh, look at that. It's going nice. Oh, Troy, you're so boring. He's gone black and black.
It's like the thing is, from Troy, I see it as being like, in football, sometimes you'll have, like, there's lots of different fancy boots, but then you'll have like a defender who just has plain black boots.
What's Kendrew got? I want to know what Kendrew's got.
I see it as being a bit like that. You know, the defender who's going to put big tackles in always has plain black boots.
Yeah.
And I see it as maybe a bit of that going on. You know, nothing too flash, just going in and getting the job done.
What's Pamba got? Come on. The suspense is killing me. I've got to know what they're using. Savage as well, I believe. I'm actually already terrible with faces and names. It's a problem.
Yeah, I'm not always the best. I'm very good with names in general.
Ooh,
very nice.
Who's that? Show us the mystery player. Reveal yourself.
DarkZero.
It's definitely a DarkZero player.
It's DarkZero, but I can't see him.
Ow!
No, we'll never know.
We're just not allowed.
We'll never know who had the beautiful silver mouse.
Oh, I like the black and the red though.
Yeah, that's quite cool from Skies.
Yeah, I'm a fan. See, I love this whole like name on the front of the jersey thing. I mean, I know what it looks like anyway. Oh, and he's got a whole mouse song. Oh, he's serious. He's got.
Interestingly, yeah, he's got the cord bungee to.
Yeah.
He's gone corded rather than wireless. You know, I'm always very wary of wireless because I worry about.
I don't like change.
I don't like change. As you know that.
Has your mouse still got a ball inside it as well?
Yeah, I have to take it out and clean the dust out occasionally. That's why my aim's so terrible. It's only got 2 buttons. It's grey.
It's great from all the years of use.
What's the old connection called? Was it a PS2?
Oh, the pink thing. Yeah, PS2 cable.
It's a PS2 connection. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got one of them on it. I have to buy special motherboards that still have the connection.
For God's sake. I mean, I saw your PC when you hadn't cleaned it out for about 5 years. All the dust that was in there.
They're just rumours.
That's a problem. That's a problem, mate. You are an issue.
It's not a problem. It's been like that for years. It's got one fan that runs inside it. Everybody's cringing on my behalf at this one. It's got one fan that runs inside it. And the thing with me is it's not caused me a problem. It's never caused an issue, so I just leave it be.
I like the red and the black.
It's very nice, is that? It's very clean.
I used to have a red and black room when I was younger. Because I really liked, my dad loves U2 the band, and they did an album at Vertigo on it, called Vertigo.
Yeah.
And that was a red and black sort of spiral design. I was like, that's a really cool look, I want that. And people had some choice comments about the room colours when they saw it. Like, it's kind of suggestive. I'm like, no, I'm a young 13-year-old lad, I just like red and black. And they were like, all right. It got repainted about 5 years later.
I bet it took some repainting to get over that black.
Oh, you're telling me it was a black ceiling as well.
As a homeowner and father.
Zen. Chilling. In my lane.
Power nap. Love it.
Moisturised. Flourishing. Praying for a team secret victory.
We still haven't seen who's got the beautiful silver mouse.
I want to say... it was someone towards the end.
Medics thinks it's Gaveni. Is that factual, Medics? Sorry, I'm just having a conversation with Medics now. He can hear me. Is that factual, Medics, or is that your guess? That's who you think it is?
More
factual, but not 100%.
So not factual.
So not factual, just what Medics thinks. Okay, that's fine. We'll keep an eye on it.
It's a really...
Oh, there's the mouse. So they're teasing us again. We need to look for which player's just got a full red mouse.
Yes. It's factual. It's Gaveni. Love it. Love it.
There we go.
That's a way to make an appearance on the scene, isn't it?
Facts have been established.
Someone in chat said, who calls it a mouse mat? It's a mouse pad.
I think I've had this discussion before, and I think mouse mat is a very British thing.
Is it?
Yeah, I think the rest of the world is mouse pad. Oh, I think it might be a bit of a generational thing as well, because you're quite old now as well. You're getting, you know...
We're over 30, we're screwed.
Exactly. I think there's a bit of both. I think it's like the bigger ones that are out now and things are more known as mouse pads. You know, when we were growing up, and it was like what size were they? Like the 10x8, sort of, you know, a little bit smaller than 10x8. Sort of standard size. I think that was more your mouse mat kind of thing. So I think it might be a bit of a generational thing as well.
Medic said, what about a mouse mattress? I couldn't imagine putting my mouse on a mattress and hoping it worked. I mean, your arm would be really comfortable, but it's still stuck to try and flick on.
Yeah. No, I certainly wouldn't play it like, you can't play a first-person shooter like that.
Come on, Troy. You're taking the piss now. It's nearly past the watershed. It's nearly 9 p.m.
We'll be all right. Don't you worry. We're going absolutely nowhere. We'll see this one through to the end.
Okay. This might take a bit longer, so we've been told we're going to throw to a break. You guys are done with hearing us talk about mouse pads. Back very soon. Look at that mouse.
Ooh.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.